If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there,
You got it.
have yourself a good time.
got it.
Act like you don't care.
You got it.
Get that motivation.
got it.
I got just what you need.
You got it.
I got just what you need.
You got it.
I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there,
You got it.
have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care.
You got it.
Get that motivation.
got it.
I got just what you need.
You got it.
I got just what you need.
You got it.
I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you
more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this, feel my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this, feel my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this, feel my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of
drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We're united as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We're united as one nation.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well,
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
A very, very good morning to all of you tuning in at the start of this great day. I'm already having a great day. I hope you do as well. Today is super important for a lot of the teams here playing in the first group stages of DreamLeague Season 26, so let's get started. Hey there. I just want to get this out of the way first, and I got an answer for you.
Oh.
2 days ago, you asked me a question that I didn't have the answer for. I do now. But the gigantic instrument that Thijs today is wielding, in Dutch, you wanted to know, it's a double bass in English. In Dutch, it is a contrabas.
What do you think it's called in Danish?
A contrabas.
Pretty much. Contrabass. Yes. That's why I was curious. 'Cause I was like,
Why
the English
didn't
word
you
is
just
different.
say it?
Because the moment I asked the question, Shannon gave me that look.
I think
that just shuts me up.
the
you know?
more
It's like,
impressive
what are you
thing-
talking about? What a waste of time.
Thijs is using it today. You got what instruments can you guys not play?
This is a great question. Okay,
The drums,
Thijs
okay.
cannot play the drums. Jens, can you play the contrabass?
We'll see tomorrow if Thijs can
Hey.
play drums,
Yes. Is there anybody other than Dendy that can play drums like you?
right? Other than Dandy. We heard you have a shot at it.
Oh God, no! Don't make me. Let's not make this a bit.
Computer, pull up images from seasons.
To be honest, I know that SVG played the drums. I think if we're gonna put anyone other than Jens, it may be SVG.
Wasn't there one other person that could? Was it Purge?
It was Purge. I
Purge
think.
could play drums pretty
Purge
decent.
as well.
Yeah.
I think Owen by this time as well a little bit. He learned it a bit.
He plays every instrument.
He does.
That man. He's very talented. Man of many talents.
Yes. We're also here with many talents. I'm having 3 talents sitting right next to me. How you
Oh,
doing,
clever.
Jenkins?
I'm doing excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a wonderful Swedish day out there. It's raining. Yes, it's gray.
Okay.
It's dark.
It's not that
It's been
dark.
good so far, though. But the
It's
day you
been
choose
nice.
to highlight it is the bad one. So, appreciate that.
And a lot of people will be thinking like rain. Oh my goodness, how nice! It's really good for the the flowers and the ground. And there's
Yeah,
loads of
everybody
troughs
was thinking
everywhere.
that.
You should be happy.
It is
that
good
there
to it is good
rain.
to focus on the positives. You can always find a way to take something negative and focus on the positive. This is something that Brian Canaban actually taught me yesterday. I learned that I'm too negative.
Right. I'm happy that Brian could teach you that.
Yeah.
I've been trying to tell you for
Hang out
years.
too much with me, probably.
Yep.
I probably have infected you like a fungus.
That is true. I met his mother at Rally. Of course. No, you don't have to do that. Like, I knew her. I know his mother. I know his family. But I was walking in the streets going to get some coffee with Big L, and I meet his mom, and his mom was like, "Oh, it's good to see you." You know, we hug. I'm like, join us for coffee.
Yep.
And the first thing she says to me is, "Oh, Suns fan's such a good boy, but he's always so negative about things."
I mean, the fact that she calls me Suns fan is disturbing.
Yeah,
You got you there. You got you there.
it's
real
really
good.
weird. It's really strange, actually. I don't
That's
think
how
she
you know he
remembers-
makes up stories.
Yes.
She really did say that. Big L can, other than the
yeah,
Suns
I mean,
fan.
anybody could say that.
I'm obviously.
It's true. You know?
But your mother was like, I was really complimenting you. I'm like, I love working
No.
with this guy. He's one of my best friends. She's like, yeah, but he's negative. Like, she was trying to bring me down.
Yeah, of course.
On you.
Yeah, because I've done that to her whole life. She's the complete opposite of me. She's in shape. She works out every day.
Yeah, it was like when
She's
I was
very positive.
when I was playing pickleball with her against you and your brother or whatever it was, and she's just like, he's too inconsistent. He makes too many mistakes.
Which one? Which? Shannon.
I just told to her. I just told to immediately. I was like, between you and me, you're better at this than Shannon. She's like, I know. He makes too many mistakes.
He knows.
I just have a stamina issue, Shiver, okay? It's
But
just-
what about him?
Why are you including me in this conversation?
Shiver, it's just because I'm an American, all right? Everybody is being so mean to me.
Oh, no, it's okay. We can change the subject so you don't have to think about it anymore. We can take a
Thank
look
you,
at the WC Road. This is the final stop that we have here, DreamLeague Season 26. That's what you're tuning in for here. We've had Season 24, obviously, and 25. We went to Bangkok and Raleigh and handed out points there as well. Paravision winning both of those, actually. And we have got the final stop. We now also know. You know what? I stand corrected. I said something yesterday that mathematically potentially Thunder was already in, but they were if they were playing. They needed 60 more points to get
60?
6-0 to get officially in.
I'm sure
and it's
fine.
incredibly likely that they'll still make it through, don't get me wrong. But statistically speaking, they're not in.
Imagine that being a thing. They don't get in some after the season.
If that would be...
That'd be great for the European qualifiers, wouldn't
Ooh,
it? They
the
would love
qualifiers
that.
would be so spicy.
Another thing I realized just looking at this board now is that no matter what happens this tournament, Power Vision is in first place.
Yes.
I think that's kind of crazy that the last tournament that gives the most points is not even going to be able to shake up who's in first spot. I don't think this matters for seeding, but considering Spirit is the only team that mathematically could overtake them and they're not here.
Correct.
Because there's 6,000 for first, right?
Yes, but you can also get 600 points for getting first in your group, and 600 points for getting first in the next group stage
You
as
get
well.
7,200 total.
That's the total, but that's still...
Yeah, then BetBoom would have to do that and Power Vision would get 0. I don't think they could even. Right?
No.
So.
But I think the more exciting story is, of course, the teams that still have a good shot of making it into that top 8. I'm thinking especially Aurora that came in, like they're not even on the board, right? They've not played in any of the EPT Tour stops that we've
they're
had.
getting in, Shiver.
Oh, they have a good shot here for sure. A team that is already in is Falcons, and we could take a look at how they've done that. They've been very consistent. They didn't have a year like they did last year. Last year they came first in nearly anything, and they did start the year with the first place. But first places since then have mostly eluded them, especially in the EPT here.
This means they're going to win Riyadh and TI.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Normally they were winning every tournament last year, and guess what happened? They get patched out just in time for the two big tourneys get destroyed. The classic secret. Secret strat.
I actually had the exact same. Like I was sleeping, I had a night terror. Woke up screaming, thinking of Amar the fucker, and I had the same thought. I genuinely was like, I think Falcons is gonna win TI this year.
Yeah.
Because they're always good enough to win a tournament, and then they never do, but they always like lose out at a very respectable spot. That like they're still good. They're good enough to win this.
Yeah.
You know?
No, they are good, and I think you are spot on with the fact that they are not patched out this time around. So we'll see how the year progresses for them. They did have a little bit of a more rocky end to the day yesterday after having a strong start. Let's take a look at where the groups are right now. We're going to first look at Group A, where Falcons is not in, and that's okay. But Aurora is the topic, I feel like, of this group. They are so hungry because they know that if they can make it top 8, which they have a very realistic chance of, they do not have to go through qualifier syndrome, and that's a big one.
Yeah, for sure. It also just stands out to me when I'm looking at this, aside from Aurora being on top, the fact that the group is this tight. Like 2-6 is the worst score, 6-2 the best. Usually in these group stages, there'll be like a clear, at least one top dog we've had. This is a group stage where anything can happen. Sure, we're only 2 days in, but
this is the halfway point.
If you asked me before the tournament if I was expecting this group to be this close, I would have said no.
Yeah.
The two things I would have probably predicted was, well, Liquid's probably going to start in the red because they just do in DreamLeague, and hopefully they can scrape by. There's a couple of teams here that I'm not too surprised to see down there in general, but again, it's within striking distance. So
yeah, I'm very impressed to see Enigma Galaxy second place there, Jenkins. I think that's probably, together with Boom, for me that's a success story of the last 2 days, especially knowing that Enigma Galaxy had to play with a last-minute stand-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian keeps saying it, and I do agree with the sentiment that they have kind of always been the team that they beat the teams they're supposed to beat, and they lose to the teams they're supposed to. But this time around, they look like they're kind of breaking that curse a little bit with a few of their series, so they look genuinely solid.
Yeah, you're cool, bros. Synderen, they're doing it. They're second and shared first place.
That's right, Shiver. We should focus on the positives.
Yes,
and
we should.
That's why I should not have been carried away and said, oh, when I saw Navi Jr. lose 4 games yesterday.
I mean, that was a pretty rough
The positive is Yakult Brothers are doing great, and they're going to inspire Extreme Gaming to crawl out of Group A as well, because you know I love my Chinese teams in Group Stage.
Who did you predict to do well for China?
I think Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, that's right.
So
that tracks for sure.
But I think I put them as a dark horse in our usual.
I haven't gotten to see a lot of the Talon games other than the 2 that we cast.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to be the negative one here. They look real bad in the 2 games.
Even though
He's always so negative.
He's really negative.
Somebody call me.
What was a good thing that happened yesterday, Shannon?
We all woke up alive.
All right, the bar is really low. Do you have
That
anything
is the
better
good
than
thing.
that?
What do you mean that's low?
People dying
Being
in their
alive
sleep.
is great.
He's.
That's not the impression you give to the day-to-day basis.
That's because I'm a really
I
good
don't think we
actor.
should be unfair to him. That is a very positive way to look. Because I woke up today. I was kind of tired. I woke up in the middle of a REM cycle, screaming about a motherfucker.
You know what?
Yeah.
We could use some more positivity, to be
could.
honest, here in this morning.
right.
And for that, I'm actually going to get up because I'm definitely not going to find it here. But I am going to find it over here because I do believe that we got Nomad and Tigal bringing a bit more smiles, hopefully. Guys, help me out here to this morning show because it's a tough one out here. How we doing?
Tell her about the bit. Don't tell her about the bit. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I was gonna say that the mainstream is kind of like the premium high street bar with like the expensive drinks and the fancy food. But you want to join me and T over on the D stream, where
Are you guys in
we're a
bathrobes?
back alley dive bar.
Are you guys in bathrobes?
No, robes.
Just robes.
Robes.
Oh,
It's classy, Shiva.
Yeah, it's classy.
I'm also very
on the
classy.
D stream again.
Thank you, thank
Can
you.
I
on
ask
the
a
Earth
question?
stream, the D stream.
When you got out of the bath,
we can't afford this bougie, A stream clothing. We gotta deal with what we got on the D. We're cooking over
I'm
here. Don't
going
worry.
to you for smiles. Please.
That's what your segue, Shiva, not ours. Your
Fair,
segue.
fair. Okay, what we got coming then? What we got coming?
Well, we have plenty of games coming up on this. As I said, Last Chance Saloon over here. So we got OG Ladam versus Extreme, both of these teams down in the lower half. And then our second series of the morning, we got Flips of Talent versus the Yakult Brothers. And then second half of the day, T?
Yeah, that's my part. Aurora versus Extreme. Ooh, you already said that Aurora's doing pretty well. They want to get that top 8. They want to get their way to the EPT. They're going to have to beat a pretty underwhelming Extreme, so looking decent. And then the last series of the day, Edge versus Flipster. Edge, they did finally win a series yesterday. I say finally because they were underwhelming. We're not going to beat around the bush here on the D stream. They were looking pretty bad. But yesterday, they had signs of life. We had an interview with Yodomi. He was smiling. He has a 4,000 behavior score, by the way. So that's why he didn't have to speak much. And he did have a translator. But it's all fine. It's good. Edge is up on the rise. Flips the talent, though. They're looking decent. They're looking pretty good.
Actual 4,000?
Actually 4,000 confirmed
Yeah,
in
he
the
told
interview.
us.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, it was pretty. Yeah, it was rough. I'm not making this up, Shiva.
No, I know. It's just
No,
At least give
don't
it
hate
a
the guy.
6 or an 8 or something, I feel like to get 4.
Yeah, 4's rough.
4 is rough.
All right, Nomad, you love Arme. What did you have to say about this guy?
I do love Arme. Yeah. This is our head-to-head matchup for the first series, and Arme's my guy. I mean, people have criticized Extreme and Arme for Arme doing what he wants, but they just need to keep go further. Really let him do what he wants. Don't even ask him questions. Just give him the mouse when it's his turn to pick, and just let him do whatever. You need to stop trying to control this man. Let this angel fly. Stop trying to clip his wings.
And for me, K1, please, if you're playing Sven today, again, sorry Shiva, you did say to be happy here,
No,
but I'm actually
go
kind of
for it,
sad
go
because
for
I had to
it.
watch 2 K1 Sven games and he didn't buy Blink Dagger, so now there's an emotional plea about him not buying Blink Dagger. Please, K1, if you're playing Sven, buy a Blink Dagger! You wouldn't be at the bottom of the groups if you had a Blink and you could kill a guy! Sorry, it's been emotional here.
We've been through a lot. It's so many
games.
Sven games. So little
2
Blink
games,
Daggers.
Shiva! Oh, please!
At least, I mean, maybe you guys didn't bring that much smiles, but definitely I feel the passion. And what's more important, fake smiles or true passion? I feel that. And if you
True
want that,
passion!
it's on the Earth
Yeah.
stream. Make sure to check that out. A lot of exciting
Earth
stuff coming here. Thank you this morning. And yeah, you guys look really comfortable. I will say, I'm a little bit jealous of the robes, so to speak. And yeah, have a good morning to you and a good series to come as well, as we're also going to look at what the other streams have got, because there's a lot of Dota still coming your way today. Here is what we got on the Ember stream, Shannon.
That's right. Liquid versus Shopify. Skip that one. And then Navi Jr. versus Game and Gladiators. That is going to be hype. Cannot wait for that one.
Say something positive about Shopify Rebellion.
They are NA's only shot at success.
That's
their group is close. They're
debatable whether that's a positive
5.
statement, but
they can make it out of groups here, Synderin.
that's a positive statement.
That would make them top 8 if they make it out of groups.
And
is
look at
also an
their
objectively
opponents
correct
today. An underwhelming Team Liquid with a stand-in, and OG Latam, who has also been, they're kind of on the same line as Shopify Rebellion.
Latam are bottom of the groups right now, right? They were 2-6.
How come we don't
Shopify
get
3-5.
Navi Jr. on our stream? Sheever.
You want not.
Yeah,
I know you control the schedule.
Yeah, that's definitely on me.
Shannon
I
just
don't
wants to say
know.
Got the juice.
I want Got the Juice. I have not cast a single game of Got the Juice. Can you believe that?
Don't you
I
want?
think that's
Do you
very
want PP versus Got the Juice?
That sounds delectable.
Let's take a look at what's happening on our Storm channel today. Another 4 series, Jenkins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boomy Sports versus Nigma. Gonna skip that one. Team Falcons, Avalos. I'm excited to watch Avalos today on our stream as well. They have really impressed me. Desire coming back onto the scene, and to be honest, when these like old names come back, I kind of have low expectations. But the more and more it happens, like No One Desire, these types of guys, it's like holy shit, these guys are hungry. Like they wanna prove something.
How's Desire an old name to you?
He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, he played a lot of the DPC. Not as old as No One's name, for sure.
I was just like, are they in the same category?
They're
Desire
not.
and No
No,
One?
I
There's
was-
like
I was gonna make a
7
comment
years
about that.
between
He's
them.
not like Got the Juice or something where it's
That's okay, fair enough.
an entirely new guy.
So for you, on a scale from 1 to 10, where
Okay.
10 is really old and he's a 3, then that's an old player coming back.
Yeah, well, I will just put it everything on the table. He was like some tier 2 player, just okay. Like that's how he was. He was just an okay player. But looking at him on this team, he's genuinely carrying Avalos. And like
Very
this
good.
was a roster that people had the high expectations, then low expectations, then they get Desire, and it's like, oh, they get another tier 2 guy, they're gonna still suck. He owns. So does Mobe. Like they're very good. They look great with Fly as well. But he's tier 1. He's always every team.
Would you
Fly.
say Mobe is coming back as well?
No, he's new. To me he's new.
What?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. He's fine. Let's take a look at. We already looked at what we are coming your way today, and today is extra point. Jeez, English is hard. Important. There you go. Extra important because a lot of the teams, as we saw, those group stages super tight. After today, there's only one more series left for the teams to play. Potential tiebreakers, of course, still happening as well. But that means that today you can really leave your mark and maybe get a little bit of a head and potentially, therefore, taking a bigger chunk out of a prize pool. Now, we have the prize pool. Of course, we have money to hand out. We got club rewards to hand out. We have points per group stage to hand out. But the biggest points to hand out is, of course, Jenkins, the points that you get for just getting in the top 4.
Yeah, there's a lot to play for here. You win the tournament, you can buy a car, your club can buy a car, and the EPT points that are probably going to get you to Riyadh Masters will probably buy you a Lamborghini. So it's all very important. You know, a lot of the teams also have incentives to go to the big tournaments, and you go to.
Right. There's shawarmas there.
There's shawarmas there.
That's the number one priority.
You go to EWC this year, all of a sudden you're invited to everything next year, and you get more shawarmas next year.
That's very important. Also to note that if you don't make it out of this group stage, you're going to be left below top 8, and as you just saw, the points were pretty sad underneath top 8. So definitely want to make it out of these groups. But how do you do that? That's a fair question to ask, as not every team has been super successful. But we figured we just give them a little bit of a rundown of what they should or should not pick, because we are 2 days in, and then you might think like, oh, that's not that many games. Wrong. That is a lot of games played, because we have 4 streams with 4 series each and 2 games per series. So let's first take a look at the most picked heroes with their win rate. Synderen, what stands out to you most?
The fact that 4 out of 5 of these are below 50%.
Yeah,
It's pretty surprising.
The Sand King and the Tiny looking sad in their win rates.
Those are some pretty bad numbers. We cast a couple of Tiny games where it looked great, Shannon. So we've had some of the wins, but it must have been. It would be interesting to hear what a breakdown is for the roles, because I think we only had it mid. I don't know, maybe if the carry Tinies are doing worse than the mids are, or maybe some teams are playing at 4 and not finding success. But Tinies have looked good.
Can I get something out here? I was watching replay last night.
And you had a Night Terror.
I had a Night Terror because it was an edge replay, and I saw they had Caudal Sand King, right? They just copied Tundra. This is what everyone does. They copy Tundra. They did lane shenanigans on the second wave. Like they sacked the lane with Caudal Sand King, and I'm just sitting there watching and thinking like, this shows like lack of confidence to me. If you're, and they were against Morphling. Like this hero literally does not have a spell at level 1. And so, in my eyes, what I'm saying is like some of these teams are picking Sand King and they're trying to copy Tundra, and they're not doing what Tundra does.
But that's how you learn. You copy paste
Sure.
somebody else's lineup, you fail, you learn, and
I
then,
guarantee you though. I guarantee
then you
you though.
continue to lose with their heroes because you can't play them.
In Group Stage 2, Sand King will be Imba. He'll be first pick, first ban, and the win rate will be good because teams that don't know how to play it are picking it, and they're playing the lane wrong. Like they're playing the laning stage wrong. It's a very specific thing you have to do to play Sand King. Tundra would never do that.
But the one hero that was above 50% was Ringmaster. He had 63% with 30 games. It's not the biggest sample, 30 games, but it's still pretty solid. Do you think it's just because all the teams know how to play Ring? Is it just like straightforward, or?
I think that all the players in this tournament that are playing Ringmaster are people that like spammed it when it first came out.
Because you kind of have to, right?
You kind of have to, but I also think that there's like I guess there's like luck involved. Also the fact that it was a really fun hero. So a lot of 4 positions were just playing it because it's really fun and it was really good. So I think that people genuinely understand the hero. Like I've not seen a single Ringmaster player where I'm like,
But they don't use the unicycle, Jenkins.
No, they do not. We can take a look at, while Jenkins is distracted, take a look at which heroes people have not wanting to play against, as we have got the most banned heroes here as well. And you can see, I mean, the 3 in the middle, you can see why they're the most banned heroes. That is such high win rates. Obviously, they
Are
don't
you
get
sad
through
to
that
see
often.
Ancient Apparition on this list?
In a way, yes, but at the same time, 50% win rate in my head, that's perfectly balanced, Shannon.
That's true. That's true. I mean, the very tanky meta, right? So it's got to be good.
Yeah.
If he wasn't, then he would be getting buffed, and then it'd be too good, most likely.
All right, Jenkins, I got another one for you here. Let's say the teams only had 1 ban. What do you think you should ban as second pick? If there's one hero that cannot get through.
I already know what Synderen is thinking.
Ancient Apparition.
You think AA is the most powerful hero overall?
I think it's the most annoying hero for a lot of teams to play against.
Okay.
I think that they're like, let's say Bristle has to get through the pool. Vipers in every game.
Okay, who do you think?
You were going to say TA.
Yes, correct.
Just you don't usually have disdain for things. You're very neutral to the point where it's actually quite annoying, I might add. There's usually terms for this, but we're not going to use it on air, of course.
All right, thank you.
But yesterday you had just this look on your face when you were talking about TA, just true disgust.
Yeah,
like when I talk about Tinker.
There's like a handful of heroes in Dota right now where I'm a little bit in disbelief that we haven't had a litter patch in the last month. I'm like, there's no way they get to stay like
that
this
means they're
long,
big patches.
That's why we're thinking there might be a patch. That's why we
gotta
keep
be.
asking for people to put stuff on the wish list. Who knows?
That's right.
Who knows? We have one more graphic to show you guys because, of course, there's been heroes that are not in the most picked, most banned, and apart from Dark Sphere, but have got the highest win rate. There is a minimal of 5 games played on this one, so obviously there's people with heroes with higher win rates.
100%.
100%. 7 picks, which is not nothing. I also want to point out Darkseer actually 16 picks, which is quite high considering he's also on the most banned.
Yeah, so he's like almost 100%. Right? He's like in every game, one way or the other. I'm surprised to see Ember looking this hot. That's 11-2, right? It's got to be 85%. So this hero, most of the time in tournaments, will sit at around close to like 50. And he has some bad lane matchups and perhaps some bad flows of games. But the fact that he's able to do this well so far is quite interesting. That was not a hero I had on my bingo card for looking hot going in.
I think what you said about the bad lane matchups is like part of why he's so good is that it looks like all the heroes that people would use to counter Ember just don't do it anymore. Like we've seen some Huskar last pick against Ember and it doesn't work. Like you just dual lane the Huskar or you like gank him at level 6 and he starts feeding and Ember gets a Mage Slayer and all of a sudden he's doing the exact same thing that he would do otherwise. Like people just play for the mid game now. And mid is not really a true 1v1. It's like supports go mid at like 4 minutes and don't leave. And you can go jungle too.
Do we feel like there's still a lot of developments that are happening? Obviously, we have a snapshot after 2 days. Is there still a lot of movement?
These two are the worst at.
Jenkins, is there still a lot of movement in the meta?
I know what Sinner's opinion on this is.
My opinion on the meta right now is that the first ban phase is relatively uninteresting because there's like 10 heroes that are just too good and they're getting banned most of them every game. The main movements that we see is in like the end of the second phase and maybe overall last pick. That's where the drafts are mainly interesting right now. But I wouldn't say there's something that stood out to me in the last 2 days that changed.
Well, maybe today it will be different. maybe
That's right.
today
That's the positive outlook, Shiver. That's what we're looking for here.
we're gonna see different things, maybe even in the openings. Who knows?
Well, the first series
There's only one
is going
way.
to be chaotic regardless. So
If this is the best series, this is the best series, and it will be the grand finals.
Okay, we're gonna talk all about the series because it is time to get ready for BetBoom versus Aurora.
Yeah, for our upcoming series of BetBoom versus Aurora, I wanted to dive deep into the mind of one of these players. And as the old saying goes, Kiyotaka is like a box of chocolates. You just never know what you're going to get. Are you going to get the savory salted caramel or the dreaded, inevitable coconut that's always obligatorily in there? I've got some clips for you guys to see today, just showing really the polarity of Kiyotaka. Here he's going to go on noob, going for a solo kill. Pretty much the common trend you're going to see is how often he tries to make solo plays. And this one, you're going to see, that's the coconut. And we're going to go ahead and move on to the next clip after this, where it's going to be more during a team, or this is where he escapes a gank. And you're like, okay, it's fine. He's got this Boots of Travel split pushing build. No, he's going to go back in, get that support kill on the Wind Ranger. And most would say worth, but no, that is a mid-storm for a support Wind Ranger. So the genius of the split push combined with going back in and dying. This time around, look, initiation kills the Wind Ranger, far overextends away from his team, dropping to no mana into the Leshrac preemptive stun. Sumail's got his number on this one. He literally knows he's going to make this exact play, as we saw it's the same thing in the mid lane. And then this time around, this is Kiyotaka blinking back in to kill Saberlight, almost brings down Nisha. Really important to note that he is just nowhere near any of his teammates. That is a 5v1, actually trading core for core, so that's arguably a good thing. But then this is the Kiyotaka. This is that salted caramel, that oh so savory that we were talking about earlier, where he's on his mid tinker, going 2-0 yesterday on this hero, and you're just going to see him wreak havoc throughout the course of this. He was beyond godlike in both of the games. As you see, he's single-handedly carrying this entire team fight in terms of damage output, controlling the area with his march. And these types of fights with Tinker go on for a really long time. This is kind of just the inevitable nature of the hero. He even oftentimes resets the base multiple times, and this time you see him TPing back in, single-handedly basically controlling the entire enemy team with the damage output, the laser, constant mischance. And this is one more where he one-shots the Morphling with the ET Spirit, something that VTune was not ready for. And this is the Kiyotaka that we're hoping to see today. If we are a fan of Aurora watching this game, maybe for BetBoom's sake, we would like to see the first few clips. But the power of this Tinker, the power of the Storm, it seems like this guy's playstyle is all about these like hyper-mobile heroes who want to be able to chase at their heart's content. He's even the type of player who might pick something like a Wind Ranger. Pretty much like always mobility, kill-based, fast heroes that can consistently take these long, drawn-out fights. And this guy just seems inevitably unkillable, especially on his Tinker. And if we had counted how many lasers came out in these last two clips, I believe there are about 20. But also that Dagon finishing him off. This is the experience we don't know what we're going to experience today with Kiyotaka. I feel like Aurora wins or loses basically at the hands of this Kiyotaka man who's metaphorically the Kane while I'm the rest of Aurora. Thank you, Cinderin, for that prop there. I'm looking forward to what side we'll see of him today against BetBoom.
Thank you very much, Brian. It will be interesting to see how this is going to evolve. Welcome to the panel, also Misery. We heard our commentary team just now say that this will be chaotic, the series. Jenkins even said this will be the grand finals, which maybe is a little bit ahead of himself. But talk to me about these two teams and why it would be chaotic.
I mean, I think there's a lot on the line in terms of ego, right? They're both from the same region. I don't think they maybe have the best relationship internally, perhaps. There's a little beef there, I think. Neither team wants to lose this one. They're also both top of their group. So I think there's a lot on the line here. Very interesting series.
I think it's exciting. I think it can go either way. We're going to have a typical Aurora match where they will lose one of these games. It doesn't matter how well BetBoom plays. They're going to win one, and they're going to lose one. And the question to me is simply, how long are the games going to go? Because in the previous Wallachia, the series that they had, had some of the greatest throws in human history. I'm not even talking in Dota history. Like I'm talking like caveman stepping on butterfly. That means like a species of butterfly that could literally feed all of humanity. You can just take a pill that comes from this butterfly blood that will give you nutrition for the rest of your life.
It's just gone now.
It's gone. This butterfly effect. Like the greatest throw beyond that happened in the series that this team played. So I'm just excited to see what they draft. I'm excited to see what they play. They've been picking Nightfall on Doom carry, so they're one of the few teams experimenting. So let's get into it. Shaver, can you start the game for us?
I will, and 20 seconds you'll have it. I used my powers to make the game actually start while you were talking, so.
Because you knew I was going to ask.
I knew you were going to ask. I do have to wonder though, because we still have Bedboom playing with a stand-in, but it's been now, I don't know, Misery, how long do you need as a team to get used to a stand-in? Because this is what is it? 8 games?
Yeah, I think they're fine. I think they're settling in now with Jurcic. I think they were looking pretty good in the games that we saw yesterday. I think one thing that I want to mention about Bedboom, we talked a lot about Aurora now, is that they have been playing Chaos Knight 4 on stage. And that's twice now, and they won both games. I haven't seen the games because there's so many games going on. I haven't been able to see them all.
Tommy played it too. They play 5 CK.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So that's something that I hope we get to see. I'm not really sure what the idea is there, but it doesn't sound that bad to me. We were zero crafting a bit behind the scenes, and he has really good level 1 stats. He has a stun, he has a catch, he has an interesting facet, which I'm assuming he's going to take, where the reality rift becomes kind of a gamble.
It's random. Yeah, that's good.
So
that fits the series, yeah.
Yeah.
The hero has some potential, and I hope we get to see it in this series.
I hope so too. That sounds pretty cool, because we were talking earlier about how we were hoping that there was going to be some change up here and there and some new things, and that was definitely one of the things that not many other teams, I don't think any other team does that. That's for sure. As we are in the draft, we got Aurora, Radiant second pick, and Bedboom, Dire first pick. Openings, not many things that are too surprising. Brian, what do you feel about Bedboom's opening with the Coddle?
Yeah, one of Save's best heroes, for sure. The way he utilizes this on the map. I've always viewed this hero as a double-edged sword, because when you're recalling yourself in or recalling somebody to you, that's either going to be the opportune play where you get extra kills, or you're both in a perilous position and you both
You're
die.
devastating.
Yeah, we've seen it where my favorite was from ESL Raleigh. There was one time where a Coddle recalled his teammate into an Underlord pit that was already there, and they just instantly died. And this was like 50 minutes into the game, and it like lost in the game. So this is something you just don't see coming from Save when he's playing the Coddle. And what I hate about Coddle in terms of playing against it, and something that Aurora will have to consider, is when you are farming as a core, you'll often see an enemy core that is, in your opinion, required to kill you. You'll be like, oh, their mid-storm is, he just TP top. I'm fine to farm this bottom half of the map for the next 80 seconds. But then none of that information means anything, because that guy who just TP'd somewhere could easily just be on top of the Coddle who's searching for you right now. And I've died many times to that myself, and I know teams have gotten time to get used to this, but it also just limits the map for you while also being a strong team fighter. So Coddle, super annoying hero in the right hands.
It feels like that hero has unlimited potential right now compared to a lot of other heroes. Like just the fact that you have this recall at level 6 like available to you it's a pretty strong concept, right? A lot of you only have one TP scroll, right? So the fact that you can just even TP yourself to a core or to another hero is pretty insane as a concept.
One interesting combo that I saw with it, I think it was Paravision. They played like Nature's Prophet plus Coddle, and they would have the NP TP somewhere, and then immediately you would see Coddle ult, and then immediately recall himself to the NP and just pull everybody to NP. So it's like they use the NP to globally, it basically gives everybody
be everywhere.
NP TP, right? It's like you get an Underlord ult every like 20 seconds, which is insane.
Well, what I'm curious about that is you mentioned the Underlord ult every 20 seconds. What I love is when teams were running like Coddle Nature's Underlord lineups, and because Underlord's innate is that his teammates have bonus move speed and damage reduction whenever they TP. And that can be in the form of any teleport, which Recall is considered a teleport, and Nature's Prophet's considered a teleport. So suddenly, these spells that are already global presence, like I'm curious, Underlord's a hero that...
Is there a talent for it too, to increase it?
Yeah,
I think it's
at 15. No, it's for the entire team. So it's like an extra 5% damage reduction, movement speed, I think. The idea being is that like that's a hero I think we've seen a little bit less than I thought this tournament, the Underlord.
Yeah.
Maybe just not getting his chance to shine because of the likes of the Darkseers and the Magnuses. But yeah, we'll just have to see what comes out. If there's any synergy, they'll go there, or they'll just go the classic like Storm or Pango or
Yeah. I think probably that's part of why Bane comes out from Aurora, is that a lot of the heroes that combo really well with Coddle are not so great against like a Tiny plus Bane. You know, Storm, Ember Spirit, Pango, as you mentioned, like all of these heroes don't like playing into the Bane Fiend's Grip and hunting them.
The best way to deal with heroes that have lower cooldowns and unlimited mana to spellcast is just stun them for 7 seconds.
I think we're also going to see Bane rise in stock just in general as a kind of casual pick somewhere in the middle of the phase. Just I think this hero is pretty strong right now. It feels like he wins his lane most of the time and just has a lot of utility around the map.
Yeah, he received a cool buff in the last letter patch that I think went underlooked for a while. I wanted to check the exact numbers. I believe they made his base damage like 6 higher, but then his damage later was lower or something like this, but it was purely targeted on his laning phase. Maybe it was in the B patch, actually. I'll have to search for it. But I know for a fact that his laning stage is stronger than it's ever been, at least in the recent past, and that's something that, you know, we've been scouring for what supports can trade with Ringmaster 4 or Coddle 4, and there's just not that many to choose from. So if you even manage to find one like Bane, that would definitely make his kit very unique.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of the time that Bane is strong as a 5, it's when he can like 1v1 against the 4s that are picked. Like there was a patch with like a lot of Hoodwink, Willow, low armor heroes that Bane can just sit there and trade with. On this patch, I mean, I haven't thought about it too much, but a lot of the 4s are the ones that either can like take the lane, like Coddle, when the offlaner leaves, or a 4 that rotates. And I think Bane can trade with a lot of the heroes that take the lane, and also if you rotate and Bane rotates, like Bane's a very good rotator.
I mean, for example, here, right, Bane is going to play up against, at least when Aurora picks it, they see a Coddle, right?
Yeah.
If Bane plays into Coddle, like Coddle has no chance whatsoever. Right?
Yeah.
They have similar move speed. Coddle cannot trade for his life against Bane. So that's already a very good matchup, and that's also maybe why they chose it here. They do pick up the Ringmaster, which I think we might see a Katayomi Coddle this time around, just because the laning phase would be too grim to run the Coddle as a 4 here into the Bane. But I guess both players are able to play both supports here. But I would expect it to be a Katayomi Coddle with the Terrorblade in the safe lane right now. I also don't think Miro is playing Terrorblade offlane that much compared to other 3s perhaps. So probably just a carry Terrorblade here.
What I really like about Terrorblade is it's a hero that you're just going to Chakra Magic if you have nothing better to do, because he's, you know, the limit of Chakra Magic is it doesn't lower the cooldowns of ultimates. But Terrorblade, the unique caveat that doesn't usually apply in regards to mechanics of the game is that Metamorphosis is generally considered his ultimate, you know, quote unquote, so you can just spam it on him.
Maybe this combo is even stronger now, considering you have Demon Seal.
Yeah,
as well,
yeah.
And the Illus are stronger than they used to be, right? So the fact that you can just keep spamming these Illus out might be extremely powerful.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like this is so interesting because Demon Zeal's a 50% uptime. It's 30 seconds with a 60-second cooldown, but if you Coddle Chakra Magic him 2 or 3 times, suddenly that downtime is 10 seconds.
Yeah, you recall Chakra him, that's it.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Also, Bane Mirana combo we haven't seen in a long time.
Classic.
Like consistently at least, but it's obviously a classic, yeah.
And
also,
then Tide Mirana lane, that's also a classic.
Yeah, and the fact that we get to see like the support switch a bit again is kind of nice. So we don't have to see Jakiro every single game, but we actually get to see Mirana, Bane, Shadow Shaman come back into the meta. I think that's a nice change.
I've always liked Terrorblade against these single target, like roaming support duos. I've always liked Terrorblade against this because the Bane Mirana, like, it doesn't set up on you because you can't Nightmare a Terrorblade. He'll just wake himself up with an illusion or block the arrow with an illusion. Also, it's the same idea as Shadow Shaman against the Leshrac yesterday, where you're stunning him and his illusions will just kill you anyway. So it's interesting. I feel like it's fine if you pick Bane and then they counter it with Terrorblade, but I feel like it's weird to then pick a support that synergizes with Bane that then doesn't work in my experience against Terrorblade. Like, Terrorblade was always one of my favorite picks against that type of thing.
I do think Tide makes it a little better, though.
Like, how so?
Because, like, and I think Tide against Ringmaster in particular is, like, the idea for Bet Boom is that Ringmaster saves Terrorblade when he's getting, like, single target bursted. He turns around, he sunders, he kills these, like, squishy supports. But if you jump in, Ravage, you know, clear some illusions, and then an arrow follows through, and then maybe like a Fiend's Grip right at the end.
So it's meant to be more of a follow-up to the Ravage.
Yeah, I think so. Like that's why I think the Tide is really strong here with this combo.
I think also when Aurora Gaming sees the Terrorblade Coddle lane in the safe lane and picking up a Tidehunter, like he doesn't need that much levels to actually sustain himself in that
True,
lane, right?
yeah,
and then
couple
Mirana is a
cracks,
nice hero to have to roam mid, to go maybe arrow some jungle creeps, right? And be freed up on the map, even to play with Bane very early on. So I think that's also part of the reason why it can be a good it can be a good choice here in this game.
That makes sense.
5 seconds remaining.
But I do agree with you that I feel like a Terrorblade, if he has some items, the game can be kind of free against supports like this.
Yeah. But I think another interesting to note about the difference between the two drafts, I think the Bedboom draft is so much revolved around the Coddle. You know, like how much can this hero end up doing here with the Storm, with the Terrorblade in the game, right? That they don't have direct synergy in team fights or anything like that. It's more about like, can this Storm snowball the game with the Coddle?
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, we have Aurora, we have a lot of skirmishes, a lot of setup for kills around the map together, right? As a group.
Their fighting is so easy.
We have the Tidehunter team fight, right? So I think that's it's a different kind of way that these two drafts want to play out the game.
They're seemingly suspecting an offlane TB on the side of Aurora. Like they're expecting it based on those bans. They banned the Ursa as well as the Abaddon. That's probably just to protect the Tide.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily they're assuming Terrorblade, but they're happy with it being a safe lane Terrorblade for the reasons that you mentioned.
Yeah. I think so too.
Can't believe Sand King has made it this far into the draft. I guess they were also looking at the win rates, not feeling so good about the hero.
I mean, I think all it takes for a hero in the position that Sand King was in the meta is for some offlaner to seemingly become higher value, and I think in this case he got replaced by Magnus. Like, I think it only takes sometimes one hero to like usurp you in terms of this like first round ban material.
True.
It is odd that sometimes a hero goes from first round pick ban to ignored.
And I think he was first round because he was versatile. Like, you can just get away with it in any game. And if you have another hero that can do that, then it's like, you're not really late.
It's not like a unique thing to add.
It's like, we got you. We got a Sand King. You know, it doesn't have it. So that makes sense.
The Mars offlane, okay, gives them the team fight you might have been feeling like they were lacking a bit there, Misery. Do you feel like that solves that problem a bit? Or it's good at sniping these supports. I always like it against the likes of Mirana, these mobile supports who can't get away.
I think it's a very good pick here in this particular game. I like it versus a Tide as well. Like can't get out of the arena, right? It's a nice way to kill him. So I think it makes their draft look very solid overall. Aurora Gaming, though, I think we're more likely to see a carry here. I think it feels like their draft. Yeah, okay, well they pick PA. But I think the reason why I was saying that is like I feel like they don't really have a clear win condition with the tiny carry and the Tide offlane. It feels like they lack damage. I don't know if there was a mid hero that could solve that outside of some crazy pick like a Tinker mid or I don't know, some old school like Lina mid, like something like that, right? But they go for the Nightfall PA classic.
Yeah, and don't be alarmed by the names that you see Save playing Terrorblade and Kirtish Coddle. There has to be a remake of the lobby, so there's no value that we can give those picks. In case people were like, oh my gosh, we're going to see a carry Coddle. That'd be cool, though.
Is the remake because of that, or do they already know the remake was coming?
I don't think you're allowed to remake if you missed
Yes, exactly. Because we already knew the remake was coming. They already knew the remake was coming.
So they're just goofing with us for the fun of it. Like, they did that on purpose.
I think you have to select a hero in order to disconnect from the game. So,
but then they're like, let's purposely select it for the
I don't know. Maybe I mean we theory crafted where the Coddle was gonna go. Maybe they want to also keep. Yeah. Coddle? Well, no. I mean, like if the Coddle was gonna be 5 or 4.
Yeah.
So maybe they also want to, or 1. Maybe they also want to keep Aurora guessing. You know.
Of course.
Who knows?
I personally would rather be playing Bedboom's draft myself. I'm not saying that means it's better, but I would like to be the Terrorblade in this game as opposed to the PA. The one concern I do have for Bedboom's draft is you mentioned the Bane being really strong in lane, and I think Mars is not a very good off lane when his lane sucks, and they did pick PA as like a very oppressive carry, and so I'm wondering.
Bane PA?
Bane PA is a pretty scary.
Rough,
like that lane could be ultimate devastation in the form of the highest degree that Jenkins is very familiar with. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. I also like Bedboom's draft more. I think it feels like they have a lot more damage overall in their draft, and I think that's super important in Dota nowadays. If Tiny doesn't snowball this game, where's the damage going to come from, right? P is going to be farming Battle Fury, BKB, Tide, the Tidehunter, Bane Mirana. They fall off pretty fast if they don't snowball, I think, as well, in terms of the damage department. So, on the other hand, though, you have the Storm Coddle, who can pretty much kill any hero on the map in this game, apart from maybe Tidehunter. So I think I like Bedboom more as well.
I'm going to lean towards Aurora. You guys probably couldn't have guessed
I'm even more confident now.
Yeah, in Aurora, of course.
Of course.
Because I feel like they got the exact formula that they always win with. You know, last pick Nightfall PA. Like, he's the only person that makes this look good. Kiyotaka on Tiny. Like, he invented the Wind Waker build, you know? He was the guy that made this, the current version of Tiny that everyone is playing. He made this.
Yeah.
And then Toronto Tokyo on a really generic, like, fat, tanky, beefy guy offlaner. He's standard. Like, he can just play anything. You throw it in the offlane. Like, I feel like they got their exact formula that they like.
I mean, I think the draft is not bad by any means. I just think that it's very important for the Bane Mirana to collect some kills early on to help snowball the Tiny. I think mid lane is going to be very important the first 10 minutes here because, yeah, I think that's how Aurora gets to play fast in this game. If they cannot connect around mid, I find it hard to see where it's going to come from.
And for the opening pick that we saw from Bedboom, earlier we said that the Coddle was like, I don't know, I want to call it that it was clear that it's a Coddle draft, that everything revolves around how well he plays together with the course. Is that kind of still the case going into this game? Or do we feel like the later this draft went for Bedboom, it kind of got more, everybody has a good game this game?
The reason I think it's definitely the case is because, yeah, later on you're going to have like a PA with an Abyssal or a Nullifier or something, but I do think the Coddle and Ringmaster for the foreseeable future until that happens, like even though you have Tiny and Tide, I don't know, there's something about it that's really hard to catch these type of supports with this. While I think like as a Mars, you're really good at just, you blink Arena these two supports, and they're kind of gimped in the fight.
Okay, here's
so I think the
question.
Coddle will not only be able to do it on the map, but also in fights.
So speaking of the Mars, like, what do we think Mars is going to go for in terms of facets? Because more and more people have gone for the like healing and damage one over the one.
I kind of like that one this game.
I do too, because they don't like. Do you consider Bane a save? Is this like a hero that you need to block?
No, he's on Coddle.
But I also think
actually he was on the Terrorblade.
He's on.
I think one thing about the facet that removes the vision is that it's not necessarily just about the save. It's the fact that you're playing the game and suddenly
just
your
don't know
two
what the
heroes
hell's
are
going on.
arenaed and you can't see them. That's a problem, right? That makes the game really hard to play in teamfight. One last point, I think that the Bedboom's team fight going later on is really strong now. You got the Coddle Aghanims, you got the Ringmaster spells, the Mars, Terrorblade with his illusion. I think that's going to be a problem for Aurora as well going into 30-40 minutes.
Yeah, and as we can hear, the beat is taking a step up here as the PogChamp Pandas are getting ready for game number 1 between Aurora and Bedboom.
Welcome to game number 1 between Aurora and Bedboom. Suns fan here with Cinderin. You can see Toronto Tokyo super excited for this grudge match of the ages. And Cinderin, I know we joke a lot about us delaying games, and we're usually this one was actually our fault. And I'm going to blame you specifically. We didn't get into the lobby in time, so they had to remake specifically for us. For you.
Well, we were not that slow, Shannon. Let's, I'm sure it's someone else's fault somehow. It's,
Jenkins, maybe?
Whoever distracted us from joining instantly is at fault here.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Jenkins. Jenkins is always a good person to blame for literally anything.
True,
Heritage will almost get nightmared. Panto's pretty fast. Bane has good move speed, but so does TB, and won't catch up. So is this just a flat-out 2-for-2 rune split? It looks like it is. Save, you might want to pick up the bounty rune. All right, he just ran straight past it. Oh, wait, there's a bounty rune. I got it.
Oh, Miero, he's going to get Nightmare. They're going to get some extra damage here. Surely won't be enough for a kill. Surely. We'll have to expend a TP, though.
This is already pretty big, because if they were to be able to aggress on him even more now, and if they could somehow find the kill, the risk-reward of going for a kill on Mars right now is very, very favorable when he doesn't have the TP and he already starts to lay on a third health. I mean, you're seeing the intent, right? They
they're going in hard. Miero nightmared, and this should lead to a kill. Going to try to give us a Nightfall, and they do so successfully. So first blood. I mean, this is going to be, we're excited about this match to start the day, Cinderin. Aurora versus Bedboom. A lot of ties between these players. Yeah. I'm not sure if we kind of joke about it being grudge match. Probably true. because
To an extent, yeah.
these players are volatile in general, so I could see that as
Is
another
Save dead here
nightmare.
too?
Save.
Stick and fairy.
He gets a nice blinding light off. Panto should be able to get one more right click. Won't go for it though. Save survives on a sliver of HP.
But this is effectively the dream scenario in the bottom lane for Aurora, right? This is better than just getting a first blood on Mars.
My. Well, he's going to get a kill. Nightfall in the trees finds the horsey man.
He did not use Fairy Fire or Stick there on save. That almost seemed like he died on purpose to get the refill, but I'm gonna call doubt on that because of how much regen he has. Sometimes it's better to die than survive in lanes, specifically because if you're just sitting around leeching XP and you can't contribute, then it's better to, you know, take the L and come back and actually have a purpose in the lane.
Is it better to give the kill to Nightfall, though, again?
There will be cases where it's better to die to the enemy carry than to stay alive on 10% and just sit around doing nothing. I mean, it's not a popular thing to do, obviously. It doesn't feel good, but we've actually had plenty of instances over the last years where I feel like players have a better understanding of the cost-benefit of dying in lanes. I would say neither of these deaths were good, but you know, it's an interesting angle that we don't really talk about very much with players specifically choosing to die because the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
in the lane. But yeah, this is an amazing start for Nightfall. Killing the Mars the way they did is better than killing him on the bounty rune because he already expended his TP, so it's even worse.
Yeah, that's true.
And this lane is just over, honestly. Effectively, Nightfall cannot lose this lane anymore. He's 1,000 net worth ahead against Mars minute 3.
Well, you say that, but these players have shown that logic doesn't always enter the minds in the laning stage. Sometimes they do something a little weird, let's say.
All right, let me turn this around.
Okay.
How does Coddle Mars kill in this lane?
Cinderin,
you tell me.
I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
We've seen crazier things, is all I'm saying.
I knew that. That's why I asked you the question, because I knew you'd have nothing to
give it
contribute.
30 seconds. I'm sure we'll see it.
Yep.
But yeah, amazing start for Aurora in this safe lane. We've seen so many games with Nightfall on PA. He basically gets this whenever he wants. I mean, a lot of times it's coupled with the Empower on Magnus.
Yeah.
Not this time, but that feels like it's just icing on the cake as opposed to you can just pick PA whenever it feels like. For Nightfall, it usually goes pretty well.
Yeah, the good news for BetBoom is that they have one of the best carries against PA in the Terrorblade. This hero has very high armor, and in spite of PA having the evasion, Terrorblade's overwhelming damage can actually hold a candle to her even if she is very farmed. Oh, that's unfortunate from Yarrow, missing that spear entirely on both big creeps. Insult to injury in a lane that's already bad. You gotta hit some of those.
Yeah, 24 CS for Nightfall, 8 for Miero on top of that death, of course.
Too.
It's a rough one.
I will say it feels very nice for Mars to play with Chakra Magic, though. This is a hero that can deal with bad lanes quite well through just taking guaranteed CS with Rebuke. But yeah, the conditions are rather exceptionally bad here, so
indeed,
he's absolutely going to need some Chakra spam just to CS. Don't really like him very much. I mean, maybe they have to do this. Maybe they have to spam spells on enemy heroes to try to get a foothold, but effectively, this means you don't have it to CS with. And you are spamming them with stick charges too, so it doesn't come for free here.
Yeah, well, looking at another lane, Kiyotaka on that Tiny versus GPK on the Storm Spirit will survive thanks to the Fairy Fire, just barely. And looking at the CS, GPK off to a better start, 28-5 versus 21-2. But the HP department not in his favor at the moment, of course.
Yeah, this is a good time to pressure Storm, though. 5.5. There's no rune except the bounty. He has to walk all the way north to get that bounty rune for a little bit of a refill. And he's going to be returning to lane to a potential Mirana gank. Placing the ward behind the tower here is Mira.
Yep, that's a
three-man gank. They're bringing a third hero, and they're still not killing
Nightfall.
Nightfall.
Yeah, he's fine.
But this is a good luxury that you have for the side of BetBoom. The Terrorblade versus Tide matchup is AFK City. For both players.
Arrow does hit. Toss is there from Kiyotaka, but GPK gets some help from Save. Has enough HP to walk away. Still not level 6. Oh, is he actually going to die to this? Mira gets the kill. What was I saying, Cinder? I know it's not the lane, but we are expecting shenanigans like this.
Yep.
A little too greedy from GPK. Not the first time we've seen it. Not the last time either. Save looks like he'll be able to deny the Invis rune at the very least, so Kiyotaka not with the bottle refill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
But yeah, that definitely hurts for GPK. He is very close to level 6, 2 or 3 creeps away. And he'll feel a little bit safer.
Of course, he is playing with the Caudle, so...
Yeah, true.
This is a much better than average Storm game from his own lineup's perspective, because there's nothing Storm would rather play with than Caudle. It's the #1 pairing. Gonna arrow the siege creep here to try to slow down the push. Will Mira. Offensively, though, it's not the easiest. Whenever you jump in, you have to be worried about getting avalanched. You have to worry about Bane for a large portion of the game if Panto has good positioning and stays off map, out of vision. I'm assuming maybe Mirana wants to buy Atos.
Oh, Nero.
Yeah, this is
able to
very
secure
important
his own.
that he got that.
Yeah, that was very close.
And they got both, as a
Okay.
matter of fact. That's huge for BetBoom.
Oh yeah, they desperately needed that. They needed something to go their way. Arrow from Mira, gonna force save off, but not the save, I should say. Miro accompanying him with Cat to Omi. The knives are there onto Panto with the whip to follow, but they're not gonna have any follow-up on top of that. So yeah, XP desperately needed from BetBoom. That was a big get because they are down in the gold just slightly. And of course, this safe lane is the biggest culprit.
Yeah, it's more than the entire lead, right? PA is more than 2,000 ahead of Mars and might just be looking to make it more.
Yep, they're gonna try for it. Sleep. Arrow's not gonna hit, so they're gonna focus on the Caudle instead. Should be an easy one. Mira will get credit. Now some tier 1 tower pressure as well as the 8-minute rune. It's an illusion. GPK will grab it.
I would argue maybe a little bit of a mistake there from Kiyotaka the way he used Avalanche. I think he was anticipating that GPK would jump on top of him during the Impalement Arts, but had he saved that for the rune itself, he might have been able to grab it. Although, I mean, if GPK plays it right, he should always get that rune, just jumping into it with the invulnerability and then grabbing it as he's landing. And Avalanche won't interfere with it.
And we talked about this pregame. The Tiny in the mid lane, or just in general, I guess, has a 38, I want to say, % win rate.
Yeah,
so
it wasn't
far,
the best.
something around there.
Yeah, it was mid-30s.
And we've only seen the successful side of that. Lucky us, I suppose.
Yeah, including Kiyotaka himself yesterday, having a great game on that hero. And so far, so good once again. 2,000 up for Aurora. All 3 of their cars are doing well. And the question here becomes, we haven't talked about this on the grand scale, but if you look at BetBoom's lineup, their ability to initiate fights is heavily tied to the Storm Spirit. But the other hero that you really want to start stuff off is the Mars. And as we've talked to Death here, he's not having a game, and it's only getting worse.
Yeah, this is going to add insult to injury. Miro will fall, but it will be to the hands of Panto.
The classic Bane Mirana. An old school combo.
With a little twist now that you can move the targets. Make it a little bit more difficult for the arrow to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're like me, it's easier. If they're standing still, that's when it's real hard, for whatever reason.
Yeah, you should make a team with Sing Sing.
Yeah, true. But Kiritich, for the BetBoom side, doing quite well on the TB, a hero that I feel like we see literally every game. And for good reason. It's been quite successful. 10-minute rune. Gonna be bottom. It is an arcane. GPK would love that. He's gonna get arrowed, though. Or slept, I should say. Will be taken off.
Nice.
He will secure the eventual rune for himself.
That was 9 heroes mid-minute 10. The only hero that didn't show up was Nightfall, and since nothing happened, that's got to chalk that up to a slight win for Aurora, right? Just in terms of map efficiency.
Yeah, Aurora, slight laning stage advantage. I mean, 2K is more than slight, I suppose. Now we're going to have a smoke from BetBoom.
Also more on like a macro level, right? It's one thing that the gold is down by this much, but it's the way in which you've lost it. Let's say you had like 3 heroes that were down 500 each. I think that's a lot more manageable than one hero being in the dumpster and that hero being Mars. Sure, granted, this hero can make plays with relatively little because of the nature of his spell casting, but can also very quickly become a target, as is the case. Well,
Yep, Arena coming out from Miero. Going to try to focus on the Tiny at half HP. Kiyotaka in a lot of trouble. Blinding Light going to keep Save alive for the time being, but Nightfall is there. The box keeping him alive, though. Save will get destroyed by the crit from Nightfall, so 1 kill. Kind of interesting how that developed. Betboom smokes. It was immediately scanned from Aurora. Aurora counter smokes to try to surprise them. That was scanned by Betboom, so both teams knew that they knew that they knew.
Yeah, why even smoke?
True.
Just run at each other. Everybody knows where everybody is anyway.
Yeah, what do you think of the facet chosen here for Miero? Obviously, he's having a rough game in general. It has nothing to do with the facet, but the more common in the past, and the panel kind of talked about it, was the one that loses vision in the arena.
Yeah, there's something to be said for both here. I think the Victory Feast in general has been gaining some more popularity. It also got buffed. When the blind talent came out, or facet came out first, it was just mathematically so much more favorable than it is now. Victory Feast got buffed by a lot. And I think players are picking up on the idea that this can actually be good quite a lot of the time. In this game, what would you be blinding off? A Nightmare save, you would be preventing PA from jumping in to the arena if she's not the target. So there's definitely some benefits, but I don't really mind the Victory Feast. This Nightmare, by the way, very nice. Delayed GPK just enough that they could get Kiyotaka out of trouble. And look at Betboom just turn tail and run as soon as Toronto Tokyo shows up and threatens the Ravage. If he would have had a point in Gush there, I think they get a secondary kill, but he was 0, 3, and 4 build. And the moment the fight ended, he skilled Gush when he leveled up to level 9. So next time, it will be possible. Now keep in mind, he's playing with the Eater facet on Tide. So we are now reaching the point where the hero will start outscaling his default stats. I believe level 10 is the breaking point, where the cost that you have to early strength loss gets overtaken.
And what's the level 10 called? Because this one's Jellyfish Eater.
So what the next one's called?
The level 10. Oh, this is the level 10, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. You answered your own question. Very good. Panto's dead.
Destroyed. How many people in the world can name all the levels in a row, you think, without looking it up, of course? You think anyone exists that could do that?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Like hardcore Tide spammers?
You know this classic thing when you ask a question on an online forum, you're like, has anyone else? Does anyone else?
Yeah.
Is anyone else? The answer is always yes.
Right. So. Which is unfortunate in a lot of cases. Kataomi getting gone on by Nightfall, but the box will save him. But the grip from Panto onto GPK. Easy cleanup for Aurora. And it looks like Save is next on the list.
Oh, Toronto really wanted that kill. I was about to say they're going to give this one to Nightfall, because that was a 100% guaranteed kill, but nope, the Anchor will take it.
Yep, Mullet Eater. Okay, I didn't know that was a fish. That's just a hairstyle where I come from.
Well, Tide eats everything.
True. Yeah, let's keep an eye on that.
Yep.
Game
Keep us updated.
Really important here. Speaking of important, Aurora. Obviously, we talked about this pre-show as well, but in terms of the EPT, they are basically not on the board.
Yeah.
So this tournament is extremely important for them to be able to qualify for Riyadh.
The top 3 finish is likely to do it.
And they have a good chance.
Absolutely. I mean, so far so good. They're top of their groups. This game is looking good for them as well. Were they to grab a win here, they would be 7-2, which should almost already be guaranteed second phase, right? If you have 7 wins, the worst score you can get is 7-7.
I'll let you do the math on that as Betboom.
Not that I think that is going to happen, though.
Take the Tormy. I'm sure that they are hoping for the Keeper of the Light, and they will get it.
Good news for the good old GPK Star. Oh, hello. He was keeping out, and here comes Tide
with Kiyotaka's Avalanche, so they get a nice pick off from the Aurora side. And Save, he is quite fast. Do they have the lockdown?
They need to damage him.
There's
so
a big toss,
away.
but the recall saves Save. And GPK is actually going to get the Wisdom Shrine as well.
Did Miro not have any way of dealing damage to him there? Could you not have attacked him at least once? Maybe he wasn't in range with the Murano. Because obviously recall is a weird thing now, where you can teleport yourself away.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
Hero seems insane.
I personally think this hero has been criminally underrated ever since the change.
I don't think it was on that graphic in the pre-show, but I wonder what the win rate is. Because it feels like every time we watch it, it just has such huge impact.
Yeah. This hero's incredible.
Can farm well as a support, push waves. Recall is absurd, so global presence at all times for both you and your teammates. Nero, looking for an opening. Nightfall. Gonna play it disciplined.
Oh, I like this. He's gonna recall up the storm and smoke, and they're gonna look for the
scanning
creme de
him
la
too.
creme kill here. His BKB is on the way on the courier.
Oh. He exits the premises, though. Yeah, they think he might be going into this area. That is not the case. Nightfall avoiding death.
And now he has BKB, so if they were to jump him, he might even live. Let's see.
Yeah, I think they're committed.
Wow, this is
another tier 1. The illusion shows Nightfall. It's like he knows.
This is honestly just really good game sense from him. You can tell he's suspicious not only because of the place he's choosing to farm, but also the way he's just. It's the little things. It's the way you can tell he's moving his hero and pausing almost, just
And
looking
Panto.
around.
Gonna find a pickoff here in all likelihood on to save. Resigned to his death. Nightfall will likely be the one to finish him. So gets rewarded for his patience, for his discipline, as Toronto Tokyo will be rewarded with the tier 1 tower. I feel like Betboom wasted so much time there.
Yeah, these are the kind of moves that are very costly. You burn a smoke, you burn the time of 4
Might
heroes.
find another pickoff. Avatos into the arrow. GPK dead again. Aurora just on top of things right now. 11-2.
And worth keeping in mind, I would say...
And the grip onto Miero. His game gets even worse.
This is one of Betboom's best archetypical strategies is Caudal Storm. How many games have we seen GPK destroy on this hero with Caudal? He's not getting any foothold in the game so far. 1-3-1. The Tide now has a pipe. You have a defensive support in the Bane. You have Pavis on Marana. You have all of these ways of keeping your heroes alive. So it's all fine and dandy having this improved mana pool as the Storm, but if you don't have heroes to jump on and don't have the damage, it kind of doesn't matter that much. So it is a little bit of a polarizing strategy where when things go wrong, you don't necessarily have the best comeback potential with these heroes. And as we've established plenty of time, Miero.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo. This Ravage is going to be insane. On to 3. Mira comes in as well as Kiyotaka, and that is 3 deaths for Betboom right off the bat.
Who needs Blink when you can just be on top of the enemy team invisible to start?
That is sickening. They'll have a wave here to help support their push into the tier 2. Feels like Betboom just haven't really been able to find much this game. Like, have they even had a fight where Kiritich is right-clicking anyone?
No. He also has 0. He has the Merlini stat line right now. The 0-0-0. That's still an iconic game to me. You probably wouldn't remember this, but there was a game, I think Merlini was playing Medusa, and
Dota 1?
He ended the game 0-0-0 and won.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I think that's the only time I've ever seen
To be fair, Dota was very different back then.
That's right.
I mean, there were... People won't even remember this, probably. You used to be able to farm Divine and just drop it onto an ally.
Yeah.
It would be Clinks. Clinks was the hero of choice.
And I think in the very early days of Dota, you could deny creeps from 100% health, but people didn't realize that that would be smart, so nobody did it, I think.
Yeah, we've come a long way.
Yeah.
In some areas. Probably gone backwards in others. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to tank the smoke gank attempt from Betboom. Yeah, they don't want any part in that. Avatos, arrow from Mira as well, into the grip. They have every stun in the book. GPK, he does buy the BKB, but 40 seconds on the deck.
What shellacking are we talking right now?
I'm trying to remember what the tiers were. So there's Gaben.
What was the highest one? Was that Gaben's top hat?
Yeah,
or is
top hat.
What's Gaben's yacht?
Gaben's yacht?
Yeah. Gaben's yacht.
That would
shellac.
not be this one.
Oh. Is that higher than top
hat? They
hat?
have 2 kills.
It's got to be higher, right? This is the Gaben level shellacking, is it?
Yeah, this is Gaben.
Oh, okay.
For sure.
Arrow. Hit.
Gonna dodge the arrow.
Not gonna need to hit.
But Kataomi will eventually get run down by a Christmas tree. I think there was a Gaben's chin, I want to say.
Oh, Nightfall dodges the spear.
Yeah,
This is
and
bad news
Miro
for Betboom.
gets them back up as there is Terrorblade doing damage to an enemy hero. Can you believe it? Nightfall's going to pop the BKB, just run right through. In fact, He's going to try to turn this around. The Nightfall, doing the Nightfall.
Yes.
Successful maneuver from him.
There it is.
Showing everyone how it's done. Adding a little new flavor. He gets a couple right clicks off and then TPs because the BKB is so long. Adding some new wrinkles after all these years.
He's on fire. He has leveled up. He's not BKB TPing out now. He's BKB hit TPing out.
That's right. It's
and next
truly
tournament,
incredible.
he will BKB kill TP out.
Oh, wow. That would be very next level.
That is coming soon to a theater near you. Kataomi
You're
is
dead.
Oh, he's a box, and he's dead.
And he's in a box. Under the ground.
From box to coffin.
30 seconds on the deck for him. Wards being placed by Aurora. Just the map control in their favor, as it would be with an 11K lead at 22 minutes.
Okay. Aurora just 14 kills to go for the meme number. Alternatively, they could take a 2-for-2 teamfight exchange. That would also be fine.
True.
Options are plenty, but it's hard to see right now either of those two things happening. These BetBoom are not really posing any sort of threat. Now they will be facing...
But Sinner, we talked about how chaotic these teams have been in the past. Kiyotaka with the damage rune onto Miero.
Avalanche.
Has the Horsey, has the CC, and now has the Watermelon treat, although Miero does find the distance to find the Blink Dagger. But Kiyotaka with one last toss for the road.
He almost has BKB on the Tiny. He is... I mean, they're all just super farmed on the Radiant side. Yeah. Not really much to put a finger on here.
Break this down,
They've just done such a good job at avoiding the couple of moves that BetBoom have tried to make. They've failed to connect on them. And I think in particular a hero that has really impressed me with its impact this game has been the Bane. I really think Panto has got... He's got 3 grips, I believe, now onto Storm. He crushed his lane with PA. It's all you can ask for. But this guy's also a master of this hero. When it's in meta, you're going to see Panto running the Bane. I actually think this might have been the first hero that he kind of excelled at when he started playing pro. Obviously, even before Aurora and before Chimera. I just, for whatever reason, connect Panto with Bane as being one of his absolute specialties. And he's showing very good form in this game.
Oh, Kiritich.
He'll get out. But yeah, the highlight reel for BetBoom in this game is avoiding arrows and TPing back.
Yeah, we can make a reel out of that.
Yeah.
That will get a whole 3 or 4 views on YouTube.
Honestly, the only thing that matters for that challenge is you just got to find the right title and you could get 100K.
The thumbnail as well, very important. Save actually survives here. Yeah, you have to have like somebody's face really excited.
Yeah.
And I mean, the title can't be... The title has to also be eye-catching.
Misleading.
Yeah, we know all about that.
Yep.
Oh, Miero might be in a world of hurt here. Panto blinks. That's a blink dagger on Bane. Nightfall with the kill. 20-2.
I'm not really sure what BetBoom are...
Toss back. Kiritich. Oh, the Wheel of Wonder. I think that might be the first use of the game.
I think so, too.
Has very little impact.
Well, it probably did save him. Now he's going to die for it, but might have saved the TB.
Yep. Dead in the Water, of course, being used from Toronto Tokyo. They have everything at their disposal right now.
Speaking of Dead in the Water, BetBoom team.
Yep. They sure are.
Here comes Nightfall. High ground time.
Yeah, when can they go high ground, Cinderin?
Oh, he's got MKB coming as well.
Oh.
So strong.
Very nice.
So can it largely ignore Blinding Light, a potential Ringmaster Shard, a TB who would eventually maybe want to get Butterfly, but
not anymore.
A dream right now for him to have that item. So far away from it.
Tier 3 goes the way of Aurora, still with the Aegis, of course. Plenty of time on that. Backdoor protection kicks in.
Next wave is coming, and it also has a siege creep.
Yeah, we're only 26 minutes in, so there's no Roche banner here. Only the first Roche as Kataomi will get gone on. And this will be one lane for Aurora. So, from BetBoom's side, Cinderin, you're not calling GG yet. What's the plan? What are you waiting for? Is there like an item that someone's about to pick up that you think could increase the chances from 0.5 to 1%?
They checked their delivery driver, and the pizzas are arriving in 3 minutes, so they figured
that
they
makes
can
sense. You want it nice
out.
and fresh as the Toronto-Tokyo Ravage is nice and fresh on Kiritich, who has to buy back instantly. Miro does get off his arena, misses the spear. Toronto-Tokyo is super tanky. Pops the Kraken shell, make him even tankier. Wheel of Wonder actually pretty decent onto 2 units, but there's just the Oarfish Eater, very important, keeping him alive. And GPK looking to finish off Kiyotaka, but the grip holds GPK in place. Save gets destroyed by Nightfall. Kiyotaka, he does get taken out, so that's the 4th kill for BetBoom in this game, and a rampage for Nightfall. 27-4. The game has ended, but BetBoom doesn't know it yet, it seems. Another rampage from Nightfall. 6 kills in a row. Wants to go for number 7 on Kiritich. Here we go. He doesn't want to get sundered, though.
Oh, that's an arrow.
Have to be careful. You don't have a basher to work with. Wants the crit. He has the crit available. Toronto-Tokyo with the Gush with the minus armor. Nightfall, he really wants that 7th rampage. It's too late now, though. Oh my god, that was almost enough. Yeah, too late. No 3rd rampage for him.
That level 20 talent, the Phantom Strike cast range, actually necessary to get that kill.
And dead in the water on... Why have they not called GG? For God's sake, man. Walrus Eater, there it is. The stand-in has to call it.
The doorbell just rang.
Okay.
So now it's...
Pizza is fresh.
Yep.
And that is going to invigorate BetBoom for game number 2, surely, because it couldn't get any worse than... I don't know why I'm talking in an accent.
But who will the pizza party be for, Shannon? Is it the entire... Are they going to feed each other pizza?
The stand-in. Of course.
I think Kiritich was dealt an impossible hand here. This is...
This is definitely...
Like, what are you supposed to do as terribly this game? It's just like...
Oh, look at G.
Yeah, I was just going to say, G,
Old school.
G is here, looking at his Aurora boy, saying, good job, guys. He looks very comfortable.
You know what's funny? He hasn't... It feels like 10 years ago, he looked exactly the same. He hasn't aged at all.
Yeah. Who's that actor that doesn't age either? Keanu Reeves? Is that the one?
Yeah.
He's like him. They also look the same.
How could you know an actor? That's
That's really impressive, right? When you don't watch movies, how can you know any actors?
Never seen Matrix before.
What a beatdown. That was something. But as we do, Shannon, we focus on the positives.
And the positives
Aurora
are Nightfall.
played great.
17-0 on Phantom Assassin. Incredible display. My goodness. And he BKB TP. He did his signature move in a win.
And another game from Toronto-Tokyo. We had him yesterday 1-0 and 17 on Magnus. This game he's 1-0 and 18 on the Tide. A pillar of consistency right now.
So Aurora off to a 1-0 start, and I feel like hearing from a banana.
And a banana you shall hear from as blink before you miss it. That was game 1 of Aurora versus BetBoom, as we see one of the reasonably close fights of the entire game, and by that I mean the one that maybe BetBoom had a moment of a chance here, but this is the Mirana ulti coming into play. Toronto-Tokyo, as those casters mentioned, I don't remember their names either, they talked about that Shadow Blade he's effectively given for free from his Mirana support on the Mira, hero whose stonks are consistently rising. And are we watching a highlight reel or just a straight up beatdown? As this is a one-sided affair. Sometimes you say, look at the other guy, but in this case, there is no other guy. There's just one person that is purely being slaughtered on your screen, and hopefully Aurora puts BetBoom puts up a little bit better of a fight in game 2. We'll just have to see.
Sir, we are British now. Brian, good to see you. Wow, what a game. You're a coach.
I'm a coach.
What do you do if, and I'm not saying this happened, but what do you do if you're just genuinely the more shit team and you lose? Like, what do you say as a coach to your players?
I mean, usually I don't think you have this mentality that you genuinely maybe you could say you played worse, or you're not playing good enough, right? You need to be better. Because usually maybe you start talking about the draft and things like that, but actually, we just suck. You know, we need to step it up. I think that's more the mentality you have to have because, play is like pretty important, right? In these
That's fair. Because I feel like maybe I'm coming from the tier 2 perspective where I was never. There's always like when I play, there's always like Kyle. It was his team, and there's EG. And whenever they were in a tournament, they would always shit stomp us. And our attitude was just like, they're just better, dude. Like we just can't beat them.
I mean that. Of course,
maybe
that
that's how
happens.
you stay tier 2, though.
I guess in this context with BetBoom and like the teams in DreamLeague in general, right? I think it's.
Do you ever blame the stand?
Not too many cases of this, right?
Yeah.
Because I think most teams can beat each other, at least in one
with
map.
the stand-in against like a full roster?
Yeah, I think so, for sure.
Okay.
I think the stand-in was not the reason why they lost, right? It was more the laning phase went to shit early on, and they couldn't. Some of their moves failed afterwards, and then just fell apart, right? I think Aurora also has been looking really strong recently, though.
Yeah,
they won every game except one, I think, yesterday and the day before. So they're maybe a top contender.
Did you see? Oh, by the way, this is Jenkins Juice. This is actually a take on Jenkins Juice. The original had I can't say the sugar-free energy drink because we don't have a sponsor.
Are you gonna reveal what it's inside the Jenkins Juice here on air? That's
not on air unless they sponsor us. Then I will. Then I will. An unnamed diet cola as well. It's about 60-40 ratio. This is a peach version of an energy drink. So that's the.
Do you want to check?
If we cheers, the segment will end. So do you want to cheers?
Okay, let's try. Let's try it out.
Let's do second cheers to segment 1.
Okay,
do a normal because of course you have to cheers.
Okay, it didn't end. Yeah, thank God.
You gotta smell it first. Take a whiff.
Oh, I did. While you were talking, I was just sniffing.
You were whiffing. Yeah, that's a common thing people do. Sniffing.
It's good vintage.
Yeah. You actually like it?
Not bad at all. I kind of like it.
I had Valve employees try this,
and
I thought it was my first TI, and I thought I was gonna be fired because I was like bragging about it to all of the talent. I was like, oh, Jenkins Juice, and then they liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it too. It's fresh, refreshing.
Isn't it fresh?
Refreshing beverage.
It's not as powerful as an energy drink because of the cola that's in there. But it still has that.
Are you planning on putting it on a can and like sell it, like, getting it out there on the market?
That's not a bad idea.
Is that how we
that's not
plugging
a bad
it?
idea, actually, we can plug that. Yeah, that'll be the next unsponsored segment.
Right.
Will be the Jenkins Juice word of the game. Anyway, I do want to talk to you about the game because you're a much better player than I am. 12K MMR, professional coach. A guy goes 17-0 against you. Do you ever just ban that guy? Like you just ban that hero, and because I feel like the Nightfall PA is like infamous at this point.
I think if you start getting all emotional and start banning one guy and like being emotional about it, I think that's not really a good sign.
Yeah.
For this mental state of the team. I think probably you need to realize why the actual reason why you lost, because like you didn't really lose because that guy is just way better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you did, but it's still not a good thing to tell yourself.
Because my thought process was like, of course, between a series, you have time to figure out how to, beat a hero. But within a series, if you just got stomped by it, I feel like it's almost audacious to think, like, okay, within like, how long of a break did they get? Like 10 minutes? Like 5 minutes, we're back in the draft, right?
I think most of the time, like, if you lose, especially if you lose like in 25, 30 minutes, like this game, and it was kind of a stomp, then I think it's a lot easier to realize, okay, what do we need to do better next game? Like, for example, I would imagine they're talking about the laning phase, right? Like, we can't have such a bad lane on bottom lane, so our heroes can't play the game, right? For example, maybe they're talking about we need to ban certain heroes. Like, maybe they don't want to deal with this Tidehunter. We can't kill this guy. He's in our face. So there are some things that they can adjust for the next game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't think you're going to be talking about, oh my God, Nightfall PA, guys. We have to ban. Maybe.
This reminds me. I'm not going to name names, okay? But there was a guy that I coached back in the day, and he was Herald.
Okay.
Literally, actually Herald.
Yikes.
And this was like after a few thousand games. And he was a Techies player. And this was back when Techies had like the moving mines. So this was like old techies, or like old-ish.
Fun techies, actually.
Techies, yeah. And he showed me this spreadsheet that he had made that was like why you should go for the moving minds talent and all of the different things that you can do with it. And I swear to God, this thing looked like a dissertation. And I'm like, and I didn't know how to say this like nicely. I'm like, brother, you don't know what a deny is, and you're giving me a fucking spreadsheet on Techie's 25 talent. Like, sometimes people focus on like the later stuff in Dota when really it's just like, we just sucked at laning. Like, let's just lane better. Heroes don't even matter. We just lane badly.
I mean, I think that's probably a big difference between the Herald player on one hand and then the pro team over here. Like, they know what went wrong and they know what they need to focus on for the next game. So I imagine we're going to see some kind of adjustment for the laning phase next game. I'm also surprised they did put the Coddle bottom, right? We talked about putting Coddle 5 with the Terrorblade. Because Terrorblade is fine in lane. Coddle don't need to do much. But Coddle can't help the Mars have a good lane. So I was surprised they didn't put the Ringmaster bot.
Yeah, I feel like it's just because it was a save call. Like, he wanted to win the pick.
make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. And you never see when the truth.
Welcome back. We are about to start game number 2 of Bad Boom versus Aurora. And, oh, nobody saw that, Brian. Everything's fine. You were just
Brian,
in time.
can you say a long sentence, please?
I was in a really nice conversation with Cinder.
I know, but I got up and said, I'm going.
You know, us men, we're not the best at picking up on the implications of
on signals.
On signals of,
Yeah.
you know, you should go do your job, Brian. But
Okay,
I
next
will
time
say,
I'll say that.
we
Yeah.
talked about how you could tell if somebody's good or bad at the game based on their camera control alone. Like if you just watched like where their camera is in the lane and stuff. Because it was based on your guys' conversation about like the heralds and what they prioritize in the game. And now that I'm, I just walked here. I walked here very slowly. I thought it was an interesting discussion, and you know, Cinder, and he's a riveting guy, so hats off to him, or hats on.
What about Insania's camera movement? Have you seen that?
Oh, you can also know if somebody has epilepsy.
Yeah,
as well.
he is goddamn ADHD, dude.
What does he do?
It's just
all over the
like,
place. He says it's even better now than it used. Meaning, like when he was younger and his like reflexes were faster or whatever. He said it was even more like
hectic.
Genuinely, you watch
gosh.
this player perspective, you feel nauseous. It's that bad.
Well, it's the Arteezy streams of the past as well. It's like toned down a little bit, but did you ever watch Arteezy like 10 years ago? Like,
God,
dude,
yeah.
I was like, if I want to get motion sickness real quick, let's just load into an Arteezy stream.
Well, we have loaded into game number 2 here of Bad Boom Aurora, and as we saw, game 1 was a pretty one-sided ordeal. Let's see how adjustments are. Actually, there it is. The Darkseer. What was the win rate that we saw?
75%.
Yeah, he's really surging into the meta, Shiver.
Can we get it?
And I think
Nah, this is the time.
I think
for, like, a
Bristleback
last
has been
bit.
spiking into the meta as well, Brian.
Oh
as
my
well.
goodness. Misery, get me out.
Wait for the third hero.
Wait for I'm standing here trying to get another like a Darkseer meme talk in there, but I'm actually.
How do you feel about this Darkseer hero in a vacuum? Like, let's ignore the rest
That's
of the draft.
true. I mean, I think usually he can get past the wall. Of
He's made for this.
Okay.
Very good.
2 strong meta heroes in the opening pick for both teams, with I think maybe Darkseer generally a little bit of the higher priority over the Bristleback. But it's Aurora that went first, so they prefer the Bristleback.
You know what Darkseer opens up? Melee support 4s.
We would love to see
That
the
Chaos Knight with the 33% chance to break that bristle.
Oh,
He's gonna Rivian out him, and he's like, "Come on,
Is he-
guys, Yahtzee!"
Is it actually worth banning here?
I think it could be if you're Aurora, but you might also be like, it's just CK.
They want to pick CK,
Come
go
on,
for
guys.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But I would really love to see it. I think this is a really high chance though of them picking it.
Oh, AA made it through this entire time. Holy shit. Okay.
I love how Bane's now a ban by the team that just picked it, right? Like, so it's just people just
They just
respecting
respect the hero.
Yeah. Also, Darkseer is kind of nice because the Surge, like the way Bristleback works now, right, is with this goof acid, he's all about continuously, I was thinking consistent and continuous at the same time, slowing people with that goo. Like when he's turned his back to you, you now have 6 stacks of goo on you, and the Surge can be quite a good counter against that, so I think it's not only good Darkseer meta, but I feel like it'd be nice to get your carry or support out of a predicament, or yourself.
I agree. Seems like a good response.
Bristle, on the other hand, is not a great hero to spawn an illusion of, and also he can kill the illusions pretty decently with the quills. Like I don't feel like it's you know, Darkseer into Terrorblade territory or something like that. But I do like Darkseer because it blocks like a lot of the popular carries. Like you cannot TA anymore, it's banned. You can't TB, you can't Morphling. This is like pretty much all of the meta carries.
It's also just, I think partially is like, there's maybe 3 or 4 carries that don't buy a Radiance right now. That's how I feel about the meta.
The non-illusion
heroes are all buying Radiance.
all buying Radiance.
So yeah, the Darkseers goes up in value, but
Even
you were
Nature's
saying,
is
like,
good to spawn an illusion of.
Yeah, of course, the Radiance burn from the Nature's Illusion.
Of course, yeah.
You were mentioning how there was like a tied carry for Falcons. And
Right.
it was against Darkseer, and it's like, doesn't he just still have to go Radiance anyways? And it just feels like there's these heroes that it feels weird to pick into Darkseer. Like other than Ursa, who people, it's like the single target guy who bursts you down. Doesn't feel like there's an obvious answer. People used to be trying Sven and stuff.
I guess PA is not bad. It's not a great illusion hero.
The problem with PA is that she can't threaten you early enough where what happens is she can actually get dove pretty hard.
Yeah.
Minute like 5, 6 because she doesn't clear creeps herself and she also doesn't kill Darkseer because her form of killing you is a slow.
That's a nice hero to get an
they
illusion
went for
of.
PA, so what do I know?
With Warlock, I think it might upset the matchup.
That
because
might,
You can just
that might.
Fatal Bonds and just run at the Darkseer level 1, right?
Yeah, because Fatal Bonds gives you the wave clear that
Yeah.
I was concerned about lacking.
And diving into the heal is also a lot harder.
True.
That turns the tide. I mean, the heal is kind of like, it's basically an ion shell at this point. It does AoE damage now, so it does turn the tides.
And it also turns the tide as Morphling.
Very good.
I mean, I like Morphling here. Like you pick Darkseer. This means that all of the illusion heroes suddenly feel bad, and you pick it for yourself. You know, you have the block pick.
One hero that I don't like that much anymore is the Ringmaster. I think. Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay.
Very hype.
Cool.
Save is liking that one.
He's got a 33% chance to screw this PA and this Bristle.
Yeah.
Just point that out right now. If he takes that facet, I assume that's the one he was taking.
Interesting for sure.
Why don't you like the Ringmaster anymore?
I just think it's too hard to hit your spells properly compared to other 4s. Or 5 for that matter. I think he's like he doesn't really deal that much damage. He doesn't really have a good stun. It's like he's kind of a hybrid of everything. I don't know. I just think there are heroes that does a better job at like if you want to actual save, then there's better options. If you want damage, there's better options. If you want stun, there's better options. He was good for a while there, but I think he's falling off a cliff recently.
I'm also not a huge fan of it with Darkseer because Ringmaster pretty much always forces you to buy a Nullifier anyways, and Darkseer hates Nullifier. Gets rid of Ion Shell, gets rid of Surge, gets rid of the auras like Crimson and stuff, so I've always thought like, you know, Spearbreaker Darkseer in theory in the past was always really good, but just got completely owned by a Nullifier. It's the
Speaking
same
of
idea with
Nullifier,
Ringmaster.
you got a Nullifier.
Yeah, that's a
in
great.
Pango.
That's my favorite non-carry Nullifier builder.
It's
other
also,
than maybe like a Night Stalker.
This is the #1 hero in terms of win rate against Ringmaster.
Really?
Yeah, because you're doing all
physical
ground targeted damage, and it's physical. The box does literally nothing. And if you want to stand in a circle against Pangolier, go right ahead. He's more than happy to deal with that. And then he will eventually build a Nullifier because he already wants it because all of his damage is physical. So it's the perfect matchup. And against CK as well, you clear all the illusions with Pango.
And you have a minus armor from the Bristleback. There's a lot of synergy in this.
Oh yeah, Pango Bristle. That's a strong
there's
one.
There's a lot of synergy in this dire lineup going right now.
True. A lot of minus armor that it's not the classic Slaughter minus armor type of thing, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, it's there. It's kind of, you don't notice the Pangolier third spell that much. You don't notice perhaps the
Goose stacks.
Yeah, the goose stacks, things like that. But it's very good with PA as well this game. So Aurora again, very strong draft. Bet Boom, it's a little bit like it can work, but I think the synergy is not quite as clear between their heroes. They need good lanes and they need some levels for them to actually play together in the game.
I think they need to ban Puck on the side of Aurora because my only concern when you have a heavy physical damage lineup is like Ghost Scepters and then heroes that are just hard to hit.
Yeah, there's
Puck's
no
like super annoying to hit.
There's no good disable for Puck. But perhaps this is also answerable in a 4.
Yeah,
maybe they can.
They should be covering that basis a little bit with the last pick.
A lot of the disabling 4s like the Shadow Shaman and Bane are I mean I guess Bane 5, but Are there any other 4s that are good against mobile heroes?
That are good in the meta? Probably
Yeah.
not. I'm thinking Lion, but this hero's not good. For Mira, Ricky is one.
Oh
that
yeah,
he's
Ricky,
played.
yeah. Oh, there it is. Nice
Ban.
Okay, well, there.
That would have been very annoying for the BetBoom team lineup for sure.
Yeah, I could see Lion, honestly.
I could see them also picking something like a Tusk. Like you don't have the, the Hex particularly from Lion or Shaman, but at least it gives you some kind of catch. Also synergizes with the minus armor potentially a little bit there. I think if there ever was a game for Lion, I wouldn't mind it this game because I think it's pretty good against Morph.
I honestly think they're going to go Wind Ranger. I'm not saying I think it's
Wind Runner is good too.
but I think that's the option that they'll go for based on. Oh my God, they actually picked Lion.
There it is. Cool.
Okay, I guess if you're leaving Puck in the pool, I guess we were right. They're thinking the same thing. Like they're worried about those super mobile mids. I just don't know if a 4 position.
It's not that bad. I think I was playing a couple of Lion games the other day, and the hero is still forgotten, right? Like the mana drain is a really strong spell overall, 4-second cooldown, and
GPK last pick Huskar. That's never good.
What faster were you going on Lion Misery?
The mana
drain does damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can't drain any mana from GPK though. He doesn't have any. That doesn't work.
That's
right?
the counter. That's the counter.
And you also can't burst illusions with that anymore. But I guess it doesn't really matter because
you can give your allies mana with mana drain.
Is it? Do you need starters? Or just
No, you just suck them.
Like the Pugna.
They get mana. Yeah.
Health, but then
yeah, sucking Bristle is pretty.
You're injecting your mana into
strong.
them.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's good. You suck Bristle, you take some stacks.
Do we think this is good?
Also mana
for BetBoom to end with the Huskar here, as we are looking to see if they can tie the score. They've tied majority of the series they played.
This is a Huskar that needs to snowball really hard because you have PA break in the mid game. You have so much physical damage, and Huskar's only durability is against magical damage when he drops low, and you also have minus armor crit. Like he shouldn't be sitting at. You're not going to see a 500 HP Huskar that rampages everybody.
Something we saw at Blast actually was Warlock. Warlock is traditionally pretty bad against Huskar in the game, but we saw Warlock move mid very early on and just keep fatal bouncing with the wave and the Huskar. And Huskar didn't like that because now he can maybe die, right?
Yeah.
So he had to play back. I think that's something that they consider doing here, helping out the Pangolier, because if the Pangolier has a good game, then I'm not scared of this Huskar this game.
Would you be okay of leaving the PA alone for that long? Because obviously that means that Panto is not able to be there for his PA.
Sure. I mean, it has to be
good balance.
It has to be natural. Like you don't have to sack your PA to do it, but it's like if you can fit it in to the gameplay, I think it's a good choice for Warlock here.
I think so too. I mean, they could even run Mirror mid. Like this is what I'm looking at is like how do they dual lane the Huskar at some point with whatever hero.
Well, let's see if BetBoom can tie the score here for this game 2 as we're heading over to Sunsfan and Cinderin. But first, some Puck Jump Pandas.
Welcome to game number 2 between BetBoom and Aurora. Sunfan here with Cinderin, and we got some spicy ass picks. My goodness.
Yeah.
Nightfall playing PA. Man, oh man. Haven't seen that one in a hot minute, but yeah, this is very interesting. So we can start with the obvious one, Cinderin. Save playing Chaos Knight support with the irrationality facet. The panel was kind of talking about it. So Reality Rift has 1 in 3 chance, basically. Well, God, this is a terrible. I used to do this for a living too, which is really sad. Reality Rift will apply 1 of 3 debuffs.
Yeah.
And the fact that all of these are good against PA is probably the reason they picked it. Silence prevents Phantom Strike, so that's mobility. Root prevents Phantom Strike, so that's mobility. And Break against PA is pretty strong. But as a support, very interesting.
It can't root. It can
did
silence,
I
break,
make
and
that up?
disarm.
Oh, did they used to have that? Am I crazy?
It might have had root at some point.
Okay, I might be making that up.
But,
Okay, not quite as good.
No
but
matter
still
what,
good.
begins.
I'm thinking here. I was trying to wrap my head around it. I think this will only ever be played by BetBoom as a 4 when they have Darkseer. I think this is the only hero they will do this with.
Because of Ion Shell?
Yeah, so what Chaos Knight does as a support is he pulls heroes out of position, right? And the one thing Darkseer thrives off the most is if people get repositioned so that you can surround them with Ion Shell and get a lot of damage in. And CK, by having displacement plus a stun, will enable you to do that. However, it's a PA with a Warlock protecting her. I don't really foresee that many kills coming out of this lane, but I do think it will give Miero a good laning stage on the Darkseer, which is already a nice start for him. The question then is, what does CK do later in the game? What items do you build? How do you find purpose in the later portion?
And you're giving up a facet that is kind of like the Ven shard of old days, where you're getting a double stun, which as a support, you'd think that would be valuable generally.
Yeah.
This seems to be like specifically against Bristle and PA. 1 in 3 chance to break. Both of them is extremely good. So yeah, we'll see. I'm excited.
Something I wanted to focus on a little bit more in this game is GPK Huskar, because I personally think out of the heroes that I've seen GPK play in general, I think this is the hero I've been the least impressed by him on out of any. He improved on it over time, but I still think he just has a handful or 2 handfuls of heroes that I would say he's just full-on masterclass on, and this is not one of them. So my expectations for his Huskar, whenever I see it picked, are not the highest compared to, I would say, true specialists, such as Malrine or Amar. Or
Kataomi is dead. Toronto Tokyo with the first blood. Good start again for Aurora, as Kiritich is going to have to attribute shift. Toronto Tokyo does pack a punch.
And additionally, like the panel talked about, usually Huskar games...
Top lane. That is a dead PA.
There it is.
Panto got pretty good value out of the Fatal Bonds, but it just wasn't enough. Another valuable kill, but this time for BetBoom.
Huskar games tend to very much revolve around him. Either he crushes his lane and snowballs the game, or he finds some really important mid-game timing and gets Roche and then kind of snowballs. The hero is a lot better in late game than it used to be, but I still think in many games it kind of falters. And this is one of the games where it's very dangerous. Like the panel talked about, 3 sources of physical damage on Aurora. You've got the Pango, you've got the Bristleback, and you've got the PA, all looking to kill off GPK in that mid game. So it is very important that the laning stage and the early portion of the game goes well for him on the Huskar.
Yeah.
So far, so good. He's 14-8 against the 8-0 Pango. This is how this lane is meant to go.
And we should mention he took the Cauterize facet. Yeah. I'm actually not sure. I feel like the times that we've cast, it's been the other one, which deals percentage-based damage with the Burning Spears. But this one is really cool because the Dispel just alone, when you activate Berserker's Blood, you get rid of Fatal Bonds, you get rid of Goo. Those are pretty big deals.
Cauterize is amazing this game, for sure.
That's top or bottom lane, I should say. Toronto Tokyo basically out of mana, but Mira, of course, as the panel talked about, is playing Lion. Would you like to talk about him? Because he's about to die.
Oh, that's
Blood
good.
Grenaded will stay a little bit safe thanks to the stick. We'll survive the day as we have a Chaos Bolt in the top lane.
All right. Yeah, unfortunately for you, Lion did survive there. Obviously, your least favorite hero in all of Dota, which makes absolutely no sense.
Well, everybody's allowed an opinion.
It would be interesting to have, like, you know, that like a family feud. Ask 100 people their least favorite hero and then see what the numbers are. I think you ask 100 people, Lion will be like 1.
You're 1?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Come on, dude.
Okay, 0 maybe.
Jesus. There's plenty of people that hate Mana Drain. It's literally the only reason I don't like it.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that really the first hero that comes to mind for any people with, oh man, I hate this hero so much in Dota? You think more than 1 in 100 will pick Lion over something like Tinker or Brood or Arc Warden?
I think more than 1 in
Sniper?
100, yes, but not that much more.
Right, okay.
You're exaggerating.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with being a unicorn, Shannon. It's cool to have.
I appreciate that.
There's of course something wrong with being a snowflake, which is unfortunate. But
Yeah, Nightfall.
Okay. Pretty aggressive
Aggressing
here.
on the Miero. He's going to take a Chaos Bolt for his efforts, but of course he does have the Shadow Word to stay alive. He's going to try to fight his way out of this, but the Vacuum's going to keep him in place. Trying to run away now. He's going to tick away to this Ion Shell.
Oh,
And that is truly
no.
unfortunate for Aurora. They're going to lose their support in Panto as well. He does get the kill first, though, onto Miero. but biting off a little bit too much.
I really think Nightfall messed up by starting to run. I think you're just committed there. You stand and deliver. You're not getting away. Just keep hitting them. I mean, sure, at the end of the day, they trade 2 for 1, which is already not great, but a big part of what happened there was that Darkseer leveled up after PA died, so he got the burst heal.
Yeah.
And fortunately for Panto, at least he got that 1 return kill, but... Oh, this is a good rotation. If they can kill him, though...
In. Oh, he's very tanky. Panto makes his way over as well.
That
GPK with a TP. That is a big death. He has to walk all the way back. Doesn't even get a kill.
That is so much worse than just dying. Just accept your fate, take the L.
He's going to buy a smoke so he can go a little bit faster. Yeah. That is truly unfortunate.
So a bit of sloppiness here. It didn't really particularly like Nightfall's playing that little skirmish, and now GPK with a TP error. Even at this level, mistakes, of course, will happen, especially when they're forced.
I thought you were going to say, especially with Betboom and Aurora.
No. Aurora played borderline flawlessly.
Yeah, they were good.
Honestly. That was a very clean.
So they're due to make some major mistakes, is what you're saying.
Save. Trying to get the 6-minute rune, but it's bottom.
He is surrounded. Kiyotaka with the shield crash, slows save to a crawl. GPK coming in, though, only level 5. Won't really be that fearsome to Aurora's eyes, at least. Not yet. So looking at the CS right now, Nightfall, despite dying, 39-4, so leading the way. But the mid lane, even though that death was quite bad for GPK, he is sitting on 37-13 to the 24-1 Pango.
He has the same net worth as Pango minute 7. Honestly, that's already pretty bad.
That's true. So the last hits are like a bit deceiving here.
Right, because the CS, sure, it's good to be 37-13, but the Pango has 2 kills. So his game is good enough. Nightfall will escape the 3-man gank here. And this is another thing when you're laning against Darkseer. Even though the hero has an obscenely high win rate right now and is very, very strong, something that usually happens, Darkseer is generally not a hero that crushes its lane. He will get his own, and he will scale, and he will be a force later in the game, but most carries in the meta will get not necessarily free farm, but pretty good farm against him. So even with the pressure of the CK, Nightfall, as you said, still sitting on the 43 CS right now. But Miero is top net worth, so that's the good news here for Betboom. I think he has to come up big this game.
Rolling Thunder, TP's coming out to try to assist GPK. Mira in the vicinity, only level 5, so no ult quite yet, but that's an ult coming out from Panto. He has surely consumed his Black Grimoire. We'll put it to good use for another death onto GPK's name, and the Tier 1 tower will follow suit as well. Save on the back line. Only level 4. Can't really do too much. And this will be a full Tier 1 for Aurora.
I think Panto had 3 charges on that Grimoire, so book, if you will. The high roll into a golem kill and a mid Tier 1 tower. And I think it's safe to say now that Huskar's, the purpose of the pick, it has already failed. So I think some of the time that teams kind of fall into this trap is, in my opinion, they are a little bit too hyper-focused on the laning stage of Huskar and what it can bring, and be like, oh man, we can crush this guy in lane, he will have no game. The supports play so much around mid that you're going to find some move at some point.
Kiritich going to turn this around onto Mira. Easy pickoff for him.
Oh,
he's coming, but Kiritich taking a ton of damage in the meantime. His armor is lowered, and Toronto Tokyo with a casual right click puts an end to the Waterman.
Oh, he can dive this too. He can keep going. He's got Vanguard.
Got the Goose up the hizzy right now. Kiyotaka
Nobody
gets the
says
swashbuckle to the south. And Toronto Tokyo gets another kill to his name. He's going to come out to help the rest of his team as they try to surround. Kiyotaka just in time with the ult. Will survive. Helps Toronto Tokyo get a triple and make it an ultra kill at the 9-minute mark.
Uh-oh.
Spaghetti-O.
Somebody does say that.
I don't even remember what I said.
What did you say? Up the hizzy?
Oh, that, yeah, people...
Nobody says that.
20 years ago. I'm timeless.
I remember out the wazoo or something, but up the hizzy?
Yeah, that was a thing.
What is it meant to be if it's not? Like, up the what?
I don't know.
Up the hood?
I don't know. I don't ask
I don't
these
even know
questions.
what I don't even know what it's derived from. That's why I'm
I don't ask these questions. I repeat, okay? I'm like a monkey. Monkeys see, monkey do.
Well, you're clearly a monkey with hearing issues because you're hearing things that nobody says and repeating them. So, might want to get that little bit checked.
Sometimes things just come out.
Yep.
And they have no rhyme or reason, Cinder. And let's focus on the game, shall we?
Yep. Let's be positive. Haste rune for Kiyotaka. If you want to be positive for Aurora once again now, Toronto, Tokyo, 5-0-0 Bristol.
Yeah.
How often do you see that at the 10-minute mark? Kind of ridiculous that he was able to find 4 there.
Armlet just arriving for GPK, and
oh no,
a
not
gank
again.
is arriving for him. Finger of Death with the stun swash to finish the job.
Good talk with the haste.
And a chaotic offering just for Kateomi, who they will eventually find as well. As Aurora, again, just dominated. This is a tanky ringmaster, I have to say.
Yep.
They will get him eventually.
Magic
4K lead.
Strongman tonic.
Man alive.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And now a Diffusal Blade for Kiyotaka,
Is under attack.
who is also 5-0, by the way.
Radiant's bottom
True.
tower is under attack.
Combined 10-0 for the offlane and mid, as they're going to get an initiation onto said Kiyotaka, but the stun from Mira is there. And that is enough damage from GPK, so finally getting on the board as he applies some pressure to Mira, who will eventually tick out as well. And a stun coming for Nightfall. Don't think they can aggress any further, though. So BetBoom showing some life. This is 3 times the kills that they had at about the 30-minute mark last game, it feels like.
Yep. Focus on the positives here. It's going better. And they will get this tower. It's so important to get GPK into the game. When Huskar has a bad time and, like, let's say you don't make this move and you farm for another 5 minutes. It just, like, it's not only what is actually happening in the game, it's how the player feels, too. Like, it's just something about Huskar where if you're not owning, you just feel miserable.
Especially GPK.
Yeah, as you love to talk about old news of him being prone to tilt.
Is it old news, though?
He has been way more stable.
Yeah, but old habits die hard, Cinder. That's part of his being, you know? Just like yours is being a robot. You could try to fix it.
Yeah.
But it's still back there in the back of your head
It's not worth it. It's not worth fixing.
Okay. Well, you can tell GPK that.
Yeah. The future will be more and more robotic, Shannon. I'm just ahead of my time.
That's true.
In the future, people will be more like me and less like you.
It's probably for the best. Ooh, Blink Strike in time.
Unfortunately, he rolled the disarm there. The silence would have been interesting.
The root would have been great.
Yep.
The fourth
especially,
one. That,
yep, the one he doesn't have would have been nice there. What do you think about Huskar's mana bar being full at the top of the UI? Do you think that's misleading for the audience?
Yeah, that's true. That is
It'll be full the whole game.
That's impressive.
It will never move.
Maybe there's invis mana you don't know about. Only when he gets mana drained. Can you be mana drained? Is it an untargetable?
You're untargetable with mana drain online. Which is actually really annoying if you have the shard and you want to click Huskar in the fight and hit other people. You can't do it.
That makes Lincoln's really good against mana drain for the Huskar, right?
Yeah, then you block one of the other spells.
That's right.
Yeah. But then you have a Lincoln's on your Huskar.
Exactly.
So maybe not the best.
One day, I mean, we've seen some weird itemizations this tournament.
To be fair, in some situations it actually does matter because mana drain slows. And you can't use it. So you can't slow the Huskar when you're killing him with Lion.
True.
Smoke up. Aurora.
Glad we can get a hard counter to Lion.
Yes, it really needs that. There's heroes all over the place. Let's keep buffing Terrorblade. Keep it up, Val. It's awesome. And TA, of course, lest we forget, she was bad for 2 weeks.
Yeah, but we don't see her because she's banned every time. Terrorblade gets through every time.
That's true. Kiritich gonna get jumped here. This is a
gonna
very
be surrounded.
unsuspecting angle.
He gets the attribute shift off, so he's going to be quite tanky, but the chaotic offering, the finger of death, Kiritich gets to the other side, but the rolling thunder is going to be coming from the rest of the team as well. GPK with the life break, and this is a big shield crash, but the Wheel of Wonder not going to hit anyone really, as Toronto can take a big whip from the sideline. 1-for-1, support for support so far. Everybody else is going to get away, it seems.
That was honestly crazy that Kiritich survived that. He anticipated the move, got off the attribute shift just in time, and he had enough stick charges to get mana to get away. Or rather, he got surged as well by Miero.
Radiant's
So
bottom
good
tower
defensive
is
plays from
under
Bet Boom. And again, GPK gets involved in the fight and does survive. So keeping hope alive for the Huskar. But I will say this is a very unusual sight for me in this patch. Morphling bottom net worth of all the cores. Significantly so as well. This hero has a tendency to just lane against most stuff and be pretty high up, but Kiritich hasn't found the best of starts. And Aurora will find an immediate tormentor. Bristleback incredible at this.
Yeah, but there's a smoke coming for him. They're
gonna read it. So they did not commit, but this could still, I mean, maybe Aurora still want to fight even without Golem here and without Pango ult in 15. If they can buy time.
He's going to break the smoke. He's going to run to several of them. An impale onto 3.
Or spike.
It's the same spell.
It is not.
Another reason this hero is Dumpster Cinderin.
Oh,
Can't
that's
even
a
get his
good
own
bond.
spells that fatal
Oh,
bonds
they're really
on
good.
everybody. Do they have the follow? Life break onto GPK. Gonna get surrounded, but the double impale again on top of him. Now the Rolling Thunder comes out from Kiyotaka. Basically no way to deal with him now. Wheel of Wonder comes out as GPK is going to be focused, surrounded, and dealt with. Mira going to follow the same line of thought, but it's a 1-for-1 as Save trying to get away, gets surged, but now they're going to try to focus down Nightfall on the PA. Phantom strikes to the high ground, getting blocked by his teammate, who will survive though. Save goes down to Kiyotaka, and now Kiritich still relatively healthy, but the PA coming in for a crit. And Kiyotaka, everybody is so low. This Fatal Bond is doing work. 4 for 2. And now Miero, with the Surge, the last remaining member of Bet Boom, will get out of dodge. Nobody's going to get the Tormentor this time.
It's actually crazy that that fight went this well for Bet Boom and they got linked, but I guess it's worth noting that they have 2 dispels for Fatal Bonds, right? They've got Cauterize and they've got the Greaves on Darkseer. So 2 of the linked heroes were able to dispel the bonds and make the fight more salvageable. And it just... I'm impressed how long it took them to kill Huskar, but I guess it does make sense when he gets rid of the bonds and then they're going on him with only PA and Pango. There's a lot of little details there. Kiyotaka was down to 10%, gets off the roll-up and then ults. And that changes the completely changes the outlook of the fight. If he does not get that roll-off, they kind of get crushed, actually. Aurora.
Gonna have a repeat.
Yeah, but this time Aurora have their spells. Now they have Golem, too. And that should make a pretty big difference here. If I would be able to give Bet Boom advice right now, it'd be cut your losses. Let them have it. And that seems to be the course of action. Shard for Panto. So upheaval upgrade. He does not have the skill.
Good.
So currently useless, but he's almost level 11. And
It's not useless. It's actually worse because his net worth has gone up.
True. Well, now he is level 11, so now he has it.
They do not go stats. It's good.
Right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I am ready for my close-up.
7K lead.
Yep.
Against Huskar. It's a good look. Once again here for Aurora.
So Atos looks to be the itemization for Save, so he will get the root after all, Cinderin. We were right.
It looks so wrong to check a TK inventory and he has null talisman tranquil boots.
It is very weird.
Kiritich sticking around trying to bait Kiyotaka, but not gonna try anything. He's alone anyway. He's just getting out of there.
It doesn't even, like, if you get Gleipnir, it doesn't do anything for you. So you're not upgrading it.
Not really.
Kiritich gonna face the wrath of Nightfall.
Oh, he's chasing.
He is. Hear it?
Very
Okay,
telegraphed
the
play
first
here.
stun onto the PA. Gets whipped, but the Wheel of Wonder somehow being avoided. Vacuumed into the wall. Phantom strike away for Nightfall. There's the life break from GPK, but the Golem to follow from Panto. They're gonna Greaves off a couple. As Nightfall now on the run is broken, actually. It actually worked there for the CK. Double kill for Kiritich, as they're gonna continue on as Panto is slowed to a crawl. This will eventually be a 3rd kill for the Morphling. As GPK focusing on Toronto, Tokyo, Bristleback. Save. Will he get a break? He does. 4 dead on Aurora's side. Into the Roche Pit. Bet Boom goes.
Damn.
Breaks at the perfect time. 1 out of 3. Pretty solid.
It's incredible how much it does that they have these dispels, honestly. That looked like another incredible Fatal Bond, but they don't have enough damage yet on Aurora. It seems like the PA needs more time to farm. The Bristleback, obviously courtesy of his build and playing with Snot Rocket and know, he's got Vanguard Glimmer. They don't have the burst just yet. On the side of it. Did he forget the Aegis?
No, I feel like, oh, Morphling should take it. GPK waits for Morphling to get into the pit and then just takes it himself anyway. It's like, what?
Gotta show the stand-in who's boss here.
That's right.
And with that, now Kiritich fully caught up to the other course. He's actually closing in on the pole position here. Just 200 off the PA. And we might have more of a game on our hands than I was expecting. I think a 7k lead against Huskar in this type of game, your heroes are closing in on critical mass. This could have become a steamroll of a game as well, but that one fight for BetBoom breathed some life into it. Make no mistake, they're still behind, but with an Aegis on Huskar, the next fight could be quite a lot easier. They especially were to find, like you talked about, these rolls on the Chaos Knight dice.
Yeah.
Get the right rolls.
Well, he bought Manta for that, I think. Is there anything else he bought Manta for?
Well, I guess it's mainly that, right? I mean, you can also Manta dodge Life Break, and
well,
maybe there's some value against... Is there value against Darts here? No.
TP, it actually been fine.
Wow, he got out. All right.
I mean, I assume that break is dispellable.
It should be, yeah.
But sometimes it's not, right?
33% of the chance it doesn't get dispelled, is what you're saying.
I mean, I think Silver Edge is not dispellable, right? The break. Hoodwinks is. I think it's dependent on the spell. So, and I highly doubt that in the tooltip it will show. I think on average you can assume that it's a basic spell. It's not an ulti.
I think the one it's most
Probably
likely to
dispelled.
work like would be Conda, but nobody knows how Conda works. So we can't use that as a frame of reference.
That's a good point.
But if anybody in chat knows how Conda works, you can let people know.
Okay, so
I've
why
not seen it yet.
why the Manta and not BKB?
And I guess why not Sanjin Yasha, right? Because he already had... It was already going that route.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like this is a pretty good BKB game. I don't know if I'm missing anything here that Manta is just very good for. Because I kind of agree. I don't know if it's good enough, but maybe he was going Sanjin Yasha and he had a death or two. He's like, damn it, I need to get a defensive item faster. So he gets the Manta for that, and then he's still, you can see he's still going BKB, so he's getting both.
Can you dodge Life Break with Manta?
Yeah, you can dodge everything with Manta. In theory.
I feel like that's not true. There's one.
Yeah, like
I'm forgetting what it is.
I think
Something-
Sonic Wave you probably can't because it's like it's on top of you long enough. But every single like projectile-based ability or connection-based ability should be.
I'm sure there's an exception in there somewhere. GPK will be life breaking Toronto Tokyo. Okay, we'll dispel himself.
He's not getting through that.
No.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter, so that is something that will go through BKB, the taunt.
Yeah, but you can Manta dodge it.
But yeah, I do feel like SNY would be the normal pickup.
It would.
The status resist against the life break taunt is pretty damn good.
And you would also think it lowers the duration of everything CK rolls against you, right?
Yeah.
But Manta will, of course, just remove it, which is nice. Smoke from BetBoom, looking for an opportunity. They have the Atos on CK. Obviously, PA can't really be the primary target to start the fight. She's going to be too difficult of a catch for the CK. She can just Manta off the Atos and then blink away. Something like a Lion or a Warlock would be a nice pick. Oh,
they know that somebody's in this area. Their smoke popped, but
if you weren't suspicious already, when Darkseer starts cutting the wave with Ion Shell at the mid-tier 2, you know the whole enemy team is there.
Oh, yeah.
Down goes bot tier 1. GPK and Kiritich will make quick work of that, and they'll go for the next one as well. And I think Aurora just going to cut this. There's no point in...
So Nightfall changed his mind on the BKB. He's going Nullifier first, which panel talked about the value, of course.
Yeah,
it's not good, but the BKB, that's kind of risky, feels like.
Yeah. Definitely is. Wonder if it's going to come back to bite him that he went for that Manta, because I think the BKB Nullifier build would have actually been really nice this game in that specific order. But now he maybe feels like, yeah, if I go BKB now, I'm not killing anyone. PA, obviously one of the best heroes in Dota to get Nullifier on because you benefit so much from the damage of the Relic. A lot of other carries don't really love it, but for her it's nice. Roll.
Okay, bouncing
He
around.
could get life broke. He's going to taunt through. Wait, does that not work anymore? Oh, yeah, it does after the
He's
fact.
still rolling.
That's going to be pretty decent setup for Bet Boom. Kiritich, quite a bit of damage from the low ground. Kiyotaka, very ambitious TP. Not going to happen.
That would have been crazy if he got out of that somehow. Well, space created. That was a 5-man gank that took them 15, 20 seconds. If they can convert it into more, it'll be nice, but just the kill by itself is probably almost a tie. Because of just the raw amount of time this took you and the space that Aurora found meanwhile. They will get the mid-tier 2, so that's quite solid. How many towers is that for the Aegis? Was that 4? It has expired now, but the other 3 I believe they took during it. The bot tier 1 and 2, I think
Well,
top tier 2.
before that kill, they had lost about 3K net worth while having the Aegis, so it was not... Yeah, there it is. 3.6K to be exact.
Yeah, they've taken the towers, but they've not been farming in well. This is also something that often happens when you're playing with Huskar, is that when he's pushing towers, you feel like you really need to bring the squad because the hero is so momentum-based and so snowbally by nature that if he just goes and pushes and dies, it feels awful, and he's kind of, honestly, in this game, kind of easy to kill if he's alone. So you are expending quite a lot of resources to do what Huskar wants to do. In the meantime, Aurora, they were like, yeah, you guys can have a couple of towers. We will farm the entire map.
Yep, and now the Nullifier online for Nightfall, so a way to dispel the box.
Very
and
curious.
Surge, Ion Shell. There's quite a bit.
What do you think he takes next, Satanic or BKB? Because I think...
Has to be BKB.
I think he's
sure.
going Satanic next now.
I mean, considering he has not gone for it here, yeah, it seems to be...
That's the thing, right? At this point, you probably...
Are scanning.
Toronto Tokyo smoke dissipates. Save Shadow Amulet. All right. GPK gets off his ult, but that's the roll-up onto the Pangolier. They're going to try to focus on GPK. Gets off the Golem as well as a big Fatal Bonds again, and there's the Rolling Thunder as Panto's going to get destroyed on the sideline by Kiritich. Being saved by the Crimson Guard. GPK is surrounded and destroyed, though. It's a buyback onto the Lion. Right now it's a 4 versus 3. Kataomi will die to Kiyotaka's arms. These fights are so segregated. It's like 5 1v1 battles. But it ends up being a 3 for 2 with the buyback coming, as we said, onto Panto. Or sorry, onto Mira.
Something in your eye?
And this is not a Tormentor timer.
Nope. Not quite yet.
Yeah, Panto did quite a bit that fight.
Yeah, this time, I don't know if GPK got off the cauterize. I didn't notice it, at least. I think he was fatal. He was bound the entire fight, so I wonder if he cauterized something else earlier, like maybe some goose stacks or whatever. And it is a really big difference maker because that entire fight, he was just being run down. And the problem with Huskar against Fatal Bonds is you keep healing up. So you keep killing your allies for all the time you live, right? We're going to see the replay here. Try to keep an eye on the Huskar. So I believe Cauterize, I think he popped it there, and now the bonds come out. So all of this time, GPK is just killing his team. This is a lot of damage because he keeps out healing. And there's only so much his teammates can withstand. So CK will die to the bonds there, and then they manage to run them down after. And also, you know, you used Wheel of Wonder to kill a single Lion. He buys back. It's your big team fight ability, one of them out the window. It's a nice pick here, getting a free Warlock. You know, hoping for Roshan, not up yet here for Kataomi. Fortunately, we will be able to tell that it is up. When is that? It's almost max time, isn't it?
Yeah?
Yeah, it's close to max. So unfortunate here for Bet Boom.
Yeah, and by then, Golem will be back up. And Aurora will be in fighting shape again.
Nightfall's going BKB. All right.
It's been a long road, but the true Nightfall experience is yet to come. 700 away.
And Kiritich did get the MKB, I believe, after the fight we just saw. So this will, of course, help him quite a bit in the hero-to-hero matchup against PA, but you still got to be able to lock her down to really get the kill for Morph. That will, of course, prove to be more and more challenging against Manta and BKB. Not going to be easy with the heroes that you have. the dream fight for BetBoom is probably jump PA with Huskar. at the top.
Chaos Bolt to start things out. Life Break as well. There's the Golem from Panto. Is it going to be enough to save him? No. Kiyotaka is dead. Panto looks to be next, and now that's a wasted Chaotic Offering, which means BetBoom can do whatever the hell they want for the next minute or so. Well, even longer because of the actual cooldown, which should open up Roche for them theoretically.
Yeah, that looked like a bait, too, from Aurora. It looked like they wanted them to try to go on Kiyotaka and thought the Warlock could save him with Golem Glimmer and then get a counterplay going. But BetBoom have enough damage. That MKB pickup helping out. As you mentioned, Roche. Well, maximum respawn times in 15 seconds. Let's see how close to the 15 it actually is. I think it's 5 seconds off. But now with the amp damage rune on Kiritich. It's up.
Toronto Tokyo has to use his BKB. I feel like this wasn't really something BetBoom were going to truly focus on. They get something good out of it.
A little extra.
Now they get
for
Rogue.
them. And now who do you put this Aegis on? Is it Huskar or is it Morph? I think they'll put it on Huskar and trust that Kiritich can play it safe enough. They're going to be too late. Nope, they give it to Kiritich. Okay.
Kiritich with the Aegis. Well, he takes the Roche banner first.
He got around to it eventually.
Toronto Tokyo leading the way. This is without a BKB. This is without Chaotic Offer.
Yeah, it felt like they wanted to contest the Roche, and now that Roche is dead, they might just settle. But, well, maybe not. Still hanging around here, anticipating someone will go to farm. Kiyotaka will offer himself up first.
Oh, Mira, big vacuum, into the wall, onto 2. Mira's dead just like that. Toronto Tokyo being CC'd by the Wheel of Wonder. Eventually we'll find Kata Omi, though, so it's going to be a 1-for-1. Supports again. Eventually will go down. Toronto Tokyo, he is surrounded and abandoned by his team. No break this time for the Reality Rift, but Toronto Tokyo will eventually be found. Just too easy for BetBoom. Still with that Aegis, and now a BKB to boot for Kiritich. Feels like they've taken control of this game all of a sudden.
If you're behind in a fight against Morph that's turning into PA, you're not escaping. The amount of chase potential this guy has is ridiculous. You got Waveform, Phantom Strike, and the Dagger. So, the moment that was Aurora won the back foot, they just turn tail and run, and they lose the Bristle.
Ooh.
Not far from getting a grab there. Kiyotaka's game has definitely slowed down a lot. He was off to a hot start, remember. He was 5-0-4. Now, since that time, he's effectively gone, what's that, 4-4-5? So the mid game has been a lot rougher than they were anticipating. And this, again, this is good. This is really good news for BetBoom because the Huskar is starting to reach his second strong point, I would say. Or third, if you will. The laning stage is number 1. Number 2 is when you get Armlet. Number 3 is when you get Ags. In my opinion, that really transforms
So each item they get is a big power spike.
Yeah, I don't really
saying,
count the Sanjin Yasha that much, but the Axe is a true game changer. It really adjusts the game by a lot. The reason I'm highlighting it like that is that old Huskar just didn't have that second spike, you know? He had his Armlet, he had the mid game, and then, you know?
Well,
Huskar keeps scaling.
I feel like a heart on Huskar, especially back in the day, was pretty damn good.
Oh, nice blink from Miro. And Kiyotaka will just get out of there. So roll expended. Don't know if BetBoom can really force anything off of this.
Oh my.
CP out. They might think about it. You know, they've got the Aegis on the Morphling. He's very strong. Are you just going for high ground? All right, he passed over the banner. This is signaling some aggressive plans. It's going to be used.
There it is. A little bit questionable placement. They easily aggro the creeps away, but the tower taking tons of damage. Fortification popped.
Toronto Tokyo would love to break this banner here.
Oh yeah.
It's going to get to work
Going to
now.
get some nice hits, and that's an easy banner. A lot of gold, but the break successful onto Toronto Tokyo. He has both to follow. He will survive through the day. Fatal Bonds is already used.
It's going to kill all the CK illusions instantly.
That's a support CK though, so not the worst. Okay, they get the Reality Rift again. Now the life break from GPK, trying to focus down the Bristleback. Finally the Golem comes out. GPK doing so much damage. Kiritich And they stay quite healthy thanks to the Greaves and the Lotus. Nightfall just AFKing up to the high ground, trying to look for a target. Will try to get himself to the base instead. So they get the CK, nothing else. Wasting a lot of time in this Aegis, though. Betboom, only a minute 20 to go.
That looked kind of weird. Nightfall jumped Kataomi, and then Kataomi Ghost Sceptered, and Nightfall just gave up. Did he not have his Nullify already? Like, that looked like a pursuit that they could have grabbed something extra in, but they end up only getting CK. They do defend their Rex, so for Aurora, mission accomplished, I guess, overall. But Betboom retained the Aegis. It's going to expire in 45 seconds, so no secondary play to be made with this. But this is an interesting dynamic, the whole Huskar versus Bristleback, right? You force him to turn around and face you.
Yep.
With the taunt has always been a classic counter to Bristle. The OG one was Legion Commander. You would just blink duel the Bristle, face him towards your team and kill him from the front. Huskar, obviously, similar logic, but there's just so much protection for him. The moment he gets taunted there, they just gull him, they glimmer. They have the Lion with some backup utility and the Pango roll. So never going to be easy to start him back.
Trying to go high ground with the surprise tactics. They get the break onto Toronto. They're going to back away now. Kiyotaka doesn't want to back away. He wants to initiate. Phantasm dodging a little bit there. Fatal. Oh my god! Save gets destroyed by his illusions. The roll pretty successful from Kiyotaka. Will back away though. They have the numbers, 5 versus 4. Looks like Lion will not survive too much longer. GPK doing a lot of damage with the help of Kiritich now. Kataomi eventually will fall. The Greaves and Crimson keeping him alive though, and the Wheel of Wonder to follow. There's the life break, keeping the PA in place. Nightfall dead. Big kill from Betboom despite losing 2 of their members before that. Now Kiyotaka surrounded. Is invisible for the time being. Maneuvers to the other side. Looks like he's going to get away.
Live that long?
He's fine.
I kind of can't believe it. The PA was chasing him for so long. How is he surviving? I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes. You get you get Phantom Struck and Nullified. How did he play his way out of that?
Now the buildings.
That's insane. Like Kataomi, sure he ended up dying. That was potentially game winning. That he was able to kite PA for 10 seconds there. Because his team got so much space.
Yeah.
And the PA kill to boot in the end when he got off the wheel. So can't ask for much more than that from your position 5 in that situation. And now into the tower we go.
The 1 lane already for Betboom. 36 seconds for Nightfall to come back. Will they try to fight without him? Because this will be 2 lanes, or at least close to it. Maybe they play it a little bit disciplined after the tower and back away. GPK going in very aggressively onto the Lion. And that's going to be a quick kill. Mira in the grave. Now the tower will fall. Kiyotaka already with the Rolling Thunder down. No creep wave at the moment, though, so backdoor protection won't save the range, but the melee should be fine, especially now that the PA is coming back, surely.
They can
actually going to go through this. Are they not going to try to defend this? Panto has the Golem at the ready. They're actually going to get the second lane through backdoor protection. Crazy. So 2 lanes for Betboom in the driver's seat. This has been a chaotic one, though. This is what I was expecting for the series.
I will say, definitely the overall trajectory of the game has been very surprising to me, considering Huskar had a bad start, PA had a great start. You're getting toward this mid game with a 7K lead, and all of a sudden, Betboom just get a couple of good fights and kind of build upon it. I guess at the end of the day, maybe this Darkseer win rate is there for a reason. Miero has had mega impact in this game with the vac walls, with the auras. Now, I got the shard for save, so this Chaos Bolt creates a Phantom. That's great. Now he can make another illusion to die to Fatal Bonds with.
Yeah.
Pretty useless here.
Yeah.
Although it does reduce... No, it doesn't even reduce any cooldown.
Yeah, it's
this
bad.
shard is actually bad. I think it's worse than him not having it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Just increases his net worth for almost no benefit here.
I mean, if he's the one tanking an entire Fatal Bond, maybe that's okay. Is that crazy to say?
No, that's fine, but like, what are the odds that that shard is going to help?
Yeah. It's not going to do
It's pretty unlikely. And of course, when he does get Fatal Bound, he wants to use Phantasm Rain. That's the ideal situation is that he cast it after.
Oh, Panto.
The spell.
The aggressive ward. Aurora want to get on the offensive here. Panto, ooh, thinking about it. There's a damage rune in the bot side. I don't think either team's going to see it, though.
That would be massive. That could be the total difference maker for this upcoming fight. Whichever team gets this has a major advantage.
Oh, it's about to despawn, though. 2 seconds! Oh, he gets it!
He got it!
While a sheep
He got a double
and a
rune.
shield rune. Oh, my God. GPK, there's a nullifier, though. Life break. He is dying really quickly. Nightfall trying to finish the job. The BKB is almost out, though. Miero still with that Crimson Guard apply. Kirtish turns into the PA, but the Phantom Strike to the other side now. Another life break comes out. Stave getting really low. He will be the first to fall. Make that the second. He's going to buy back instantly. Nightfall eventually brought down by Kiritich. No buyback to be found. And with that, Betboom going to try to find any stragglers here. Miero will be one. Toronto Tokyo able to TP out in time. But now you have to worry about the Mega Creeps. 80 seconds, no Nightfall.
In spite of nullifying off both runes against GPK, they still do not win that fight on the side of Aurora. It's kind of a draw. There was a buyback onto the CK, but the full minute of no PA gives them a guaranteed Roche. And this one, we're putting this on, getting into a little bit of slot issues. He'll swap out the treads on Morph. I guess you don't really need the treads if you could reliably turn into PA.
Well, you also
The mobility is ridiculous.
You don't have buyback on Morph at the moment. It's only 500 gold, though.
Right. Oh, he has also hit 25. He took the strength talent rather than the waveform cooldown. I guess, once again, do you really need waveform cooldown when you're PA? You just have the jump that you would want this for anyway.
True.
And now with 35 additional strength, you're a much tougher nut to crack.
Mira.
Straight into Mira.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have to be careful here. There's the Fatal Bonds onto the 2 Illusions and Morph. Nullifier applied as well. He's going to bring back the Bristol back. He gets taunted. He gets destroyed. My goodness.
No buy
Did not
on
look
him.
tanky at all. And yeah, no buyback to come.
Uh-oh.
Roshan's banner doing pretty good work here as Mira's going to take the brunt of damage from Kiritich, who turns into Lion and destroys him. And that is a buyback now coming out from Mira. They have the taunt. They have the kill. GG's call despite Nightfall being available now. It's just not going to be enough. 5 versus 3 here as Betboom even up 1-1.
Yep.
Tie series.
Cool game. Honestly, there were a lot of interesting moments. A lot of the fights were very scrappy. It's a lot about who navigates the chaos better, and that seems to be, you know, it's what Betboom were maybe hoping to accomplish in game number 1. They just never got off the ground, so they couldn't do it. But this time...
What did you think of Chaos Knight support?
It worked quite well in this game, I have to say.
I'm really surprised. I thought it was going to be complete trash.
But again, I specifically think it worked because of Darkseer. I think that is why they could run it, but it's a really cool idea. It's cool tech. So you get the W here, so the result falls along with it. And there were a lot of things for Betboom that could have gone better this game. GPK's game was not great to start, but I really think the game completely turned on its head when he got the Ags. That's when they started being able to kill Pango. That's when they started being able to kill the PA. And perhaps part of the rationale behind the pick for GPK is he might also, you know, you're obviously confident as a pro player. I think GPK himself would not say Huskar is one of his best picks, but maybe the upsides just outweighed the personal comfort here. It just outweighs them. The lane is good. You know the Ags is going to win the game.
It's not very often we see a Huskar, like one of the final picks against a melee hero. You dominate the lane and you win, right? Typically, if you lose it, you kind of lose the game. But this was actually the opposite, which is interesting. Shaver!
Very much, Sunsfan and Sidon. This was a cool game. A lot of things to talk about. I feel like here to dissect, and I'm gonna let it be up to Jenks. Jenks, where do you want to go first? Do you want to talk about Kiritich first, who I feel like really nailed it there at the end? But obviously, this is a game of many parts.
Yeah, we can talk about him. I mean, they got kind of carried by their stand-in. I mean, he is the carry. So it makes sense, but he did exceptionally well in this game. Every fight turning into PA. We were talking about it in the green room, and new Morphling, ever since they changed it so that he keeps the stats that he has in the Morph form. Like, originally, when the patch dropped, his win rate went down.
It seemed like a nerf initially.
Yeah, and then it skyrocketed when people realized, like, it's just good against different heroes now. And you can see, like, Morph into PA, you just destroy her in the late game. You're like a better PA. Like, PA can't kill Morphling. She does all physical damage into high armor, and Morph can kill PA because he just gets an MKB and hits 100 times a second.
Yeah, it's also, even then you see, we talked about like support Muerta in theory, like that we've seen in other games, not this one. Also support Lion. I remember losing a pub for the same thing I saw in this game, which is a Morphling who's turned into a Lion who now has 6 seconds of stun as a carry, but he's still got Morphling stats, so he's hitting for like 400 damage from long range for whatever reason that it works that way. So it's weird to think that it might backfire to pick Lion, like a heavy disable single target hero, into Morphling because he just becomes you. I don't know. It seems really... we were just all raging about Morphling, basically.
I guess I just don't really understand why Morphling isn't picked a bit earlier, a bit more. It just feels like this hero is absolutely broken every time I see it. When I play against it in pubs, it's like you don't know what to pick in lane against it. You can't kick him out. He's just impossible to kill like so early on, and that never really stops. So I think this hero is too strong for sure. On a more macro level at this game, it also felt like Bedboom's heroes were really hard to kill in general. It wasn't just the Morph, it was also Huskar, it was also the Daxia, right? And that came into play in the later fights that we're going to see in a bit, that, you know, just how do you kill any of their cores? The damage output is just not there for Aurora.
It's not, and it ended being the Morphling story, but it started indeed very, very differently, Misery, with a lot of focus on the Huskar and the Warlock, for example, that we also saw do pretty well at the start.
I think a general consensus is that, at least from the past, that Huskar is, like, Warlock doesn't do anything to Huskar, right? And you don't think of Warlock being good against Huskar, but I think this game is a good example of how things change in Dota based on things like Facet coming into play and things like that. And we have a clip from the early game where Warlock hits level 6 at 7.5, 8 minutes, right? And goes mid and drops the golem on Huskar at this time, right? And in the past, that would never happen. Warlock would be like level 4, and you know that interaction would not be possible. Like you'll see it here, right? It's 7:30, right? He's not even close to the armlet yet, and so I actually think this matchup is completely different now. Like Huskar used to be good against Warlock. Now I think it's the opposite. Huskar ended up winning this game in the end, sure, but this is not what Huskar likes to have happen against him in a game, right? Warlock coming mid, killing him, and taking his tower at 7.5 minutes is ridiculous. So I think this matchup is shifting. I think people should maybe think twice about picking Huskar into Warlock in the future.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the start of the game, it definitely still felt like Aurora was going to have the upper hand in this game. Obviously, until later on when we saw that was not the case. But Brian, it was very back and forth.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight for my Jenkins Juice head-to-head for Game 2 of this series that it was the two mids, including the Huskar that Misery was talking about. It was the story of the game. Huskar meant to be a lane dominator, right? This is not at all the narrative that we usually spin when we see this hero. Kiyotaka on the Pango, because of the kills that Misery showed, early dive as well from GPK, was actually winning in the net worth at minute 10. So GPK had to play the catch-up game for quite some time. And as we look at the stats throughout the course of the game, those are GPK's K to D as well as hero damage. Oh, okay, we got it. The hero damage, all the stats still favoring Kiyotaka. And the cool, interesting part about this game is that somehow Huskar actually became more of a support utility core, as Cinder was talking about with this Ags. And we're just going to show like the ups and downs for GPK in this game. This was him getting ganked after the golem was dropped a few minutes ago, so it felt like every golem cooldown just spelled doom for GPK, a hero that does like to just control the area it's in. But this is a team fight where I want to pay attention to how often GPK right-clicks. You see him in the top middle there, how long he lives for and how many times he right-clicks. We're going to keep counting here.
0.
Yeah.
0. Oh, he's in the box.
Yeah,
so 0.
He's got a chest now.
He's running. 0. He died.
And he died. And that was just like 10 seconds of disable coming out from Kiyotaka. So they had his number until he was able to get these late game items on the Huskar. It did not look fun. Like, this was the time in the game where it looks really grim. You're not really sure if BB team's ever going to make a splash here. But then this is the Ags taunting through the BKB, allows Kiritich to focus down the target. And suddenly these fights just, like, you're going to look at Huskar with this chase potential on these BKB targets. Just a different story as the game went on. Really funny to see. I wanted to highlight that Facet choice from GPK. I feel like we barely ever see the
Galvanize.
Cauterize. Facet, which is a dispel on your third ability. But what happens is for you lose a bit of health when you use it, but for every debuff that you dispel, at the end of it, 3 seconds later, you get a bunch of health back. So there were a couple times in the late game that it almost looked like he cheesed.
because
it's
he had like
Fatal
Warlock,
Bonds,
Fatal
Warlock,
Bonds,
heal, Pango
passive. You had a Goo
Shield Crash
from
passive
Bristleback.
as well.
Even PA's like slow from her dagger.
Does the Goo, if you have 3 Goos, does that
It's just
count?
one.
Okay, it's
No,
just one.
But
That'd be
he
insane.
went from 20% to 90%. Like we were like, did he cheat?
Yeah.
And it was just his third spell.
Yeah,
so that was kind of cool.
Like people talk about Huskar as having a new late game power spike, and that like you get the Ags and you actually do good damage, good disable. You don't often think of him as like an offlaner tank power spike in the late game, but in this game, he legitimately was like tanking all the damage for Kiritich to just go in and kill everybody.
He's probably doubling down on like what you were saying about their cores. They're just hard to kill. Like he wasn't worried about his damage output. He knew Morphling would do it for
I
him.
mean, even in the clip you showed where GPK is not hitting, he's just running away. Like, it took him so long to kill this Huskar, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was still at a point where Aurora had damage to fight back, right?
Yeah.
But as the game progresses, heroes get more HP, BKBs, things like that. Darkseid get the auras online. Then, yeah, we saw the other fights. There's just not enough damage. After the golem is dropped and all the cooldowns, people are still alive. And then BKB PA is out, and yeah, it's over.
Speaking of BKB PA, a guy who, I don't know how to segue this one once again. It's Katomi, my Pudge enjoying friend. How are you doing today with this 1-1?
Hello. Feeling a bit sleepy.
Bit sleepy? Okay, I'll see if I can wake you up here. You're playing with a new laning partner, Kiritich. Everybody wants to know, what is the difference between this gentleman and Pure for you as a support laning with him?
I mean, probably Pure just better at laning stage. And yeah. And in game, just different players, basically like different hero pools and different playstyle. Yeah.
How did you find him? What was like? Did you play a pub with him or something like that, and you found him there?
I didn't look for him.
How did your team find him? Do you know, or you just showed up one day and he's there? You're like, all right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he just showed up.
Cool. All right. CK seems to be a hero that just kind of showed up in your drafts. You've played it. Your position 4 has played CK. What's the deal with that? Why do you think it's good?
I mean, it's pretty strong hero. We like minus armor on second spell. We like aspect of Cloven Chaos. Triple stun. Like pretty strong. And just a casual melee hero on support.
Good with Darkseer as well?
Yes.
I want to ask you about the meta as a support, because I feel like there's like 3 or 4 really good position 4s and 5s, and then everything else is kind of trashed here, and you only pick them if everything else is banned. Do you think that it's like that? And what would you change in the meta for supports if you could patch the game?
Yeah, it's for sure like that. I mean, I just want at least 10 heroes to be playable on support, so you can always choose and not hear your team saying, oh, this game good for operation, this game good for Ringmaster, let's go. And I just want to play some Bane, you know, just this. Oh, people just getting bored to this meta. It's already some Pagnas post 5, Bane post 5 coming up, Shadow Shaman is some fucking dead heroes because players just got bored
They're
of
just
the
bored.
hero operation Ringmaster. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Actually, BSJ, Brian Canavan here, he was actually saying Ringmaster's dog shit. Do you agree with this take? He thinks it's bad.
No, I don't agree.
Okay.
I like my Ringmaster.
You like it? Okay. There's
Yes.
Speaking of you liking playing heroes, one final question before I do throw you to Brian for smart guy questions. Pudge. Where's Pudge at as a support? Why is this hero feel completely unplayable as a support right now?
Okay, I can make official statement from Bad Boom team. We need put shard back. Which one you can eat your allies and save them. Without this shard, this hero is unplayable. We need next patch. Go back to shard. Add shard back.
I agree with you, brother. That's official statement, Valve, from Bet Boom team. Let's do it. I'll send you to Brian.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Jenkins. I totally said that about Ringmaster. I wanted to ask you, Kataomi, so for CK, both of yours, following up on his question,
you have your second spell that's like a random break, silence, disarm, especially in a game like this where you're dealing with likes of Bristleback and PA, and these fights seemed really chaotic. Is there any communication that revolves around like, I got the break, kill this guy, or anything like this?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, every time he press spell, he say what's proc. He like trying to basically whole game break the Bristleback and PA, and he calling it if it's happened. But he choose this aspect only because he playing versus 2 heroes which like suffer from break. Usually we play with another facet.
Okay, I guess my other question is, so you're telling me he's 100% calling it out when it's happening. Does he ever get super hyped where he's like prepping it? He's like, come on, break, come on.
Yeah, no, he's just, guys, break, and we focus the hero's break. Yes.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Katomi. Congratulations on the 1-1. I'm sure we will see you here again. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So far, I think it's only been Bedroom playing CK, right?
Yes,
I mean,
think
they're
so.
They're making it look good. So at what point should we expect that to be the norm? Like, you know, for other teams to pick it up on their radar?
I think other teams might experiment with it, but I'm not sure if it ever becomes the norm. I think it's a little bit too niche, perhaps. But
I mean, this one did have 2 heroes that you really want the break, you know, however random it is.
They're also playing with the other facet, actually. The one where the stun can jump.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, that's also kind of cool that you can pick it and then you can decide later on, like, what facet to go for. I mean, it definitely has potential. It didn't look bad in that game.
My gut says there's also some pure influence there, because this guy's obsessed with CK. And I bet he was trying to force it, and the supports were like, oh, fuck it, I guess we have to learn CK. And they're like, this is actually fun. And now without Pure, they're still playing CK.
And when they initially started playing about the CK, because I remember when Pure mentioned it for the first time, the thing that he found cool wasn't actually the facets, it was the innates, where you have the neutral item, a tier
I think that is
ahead.
That's a facet. That is a facet.
That is the innate. That you get that regardless, no?
Really? I thought that was a facet.
Brian can look it up. He's at a
Brian, you're
computer.
at the tech analyst. Let's go.
Busy looking up CK's facets. What's the question?
That is
that's
the
what
question.
we're asking
Is
about.
the neutral item being 1 tier ahead? Is
that's one of the facets. He's
It's
one
a
of the few
facet or
heroes
an
with
innate?
3.
So he has 3.
Yeah, he has 3 facets.
3 facets.
What's his innate, then?
Let me remind. His innate is that he has a chance. Oh, he has a chance to create an extra illusion from any time.
Anytime it makes an illusion. Okay.
Yeah.
So Manta style works.
Okay.
It also works for enemies, where like his counters are better against him, like Darkseer, creating illusions.
So as a support CK, you would never go for the facet that puts your neutral item to your head. However cool that may sound. The other two.
If you're like, we're gonna get to late game regardless.
I mean,
I'll be
the
a core.
current patch, people get to late game.
I don't know what you would like. We were talking about maybe you can get the Iron Talon really early on. But again, he's not really running around hitting neutrals, right?
No.
But if you got Iron Talon at minute 5 or 7, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
You can actually jungle pretty effectively, right?
Tumbler's toy?
But it doesn't seem like it's worth it over the
No,
other
it
two,
doesn't.
Right? That's the problem.
I agree with that. That's a shame.
Guys, I got the Iron Talon, 5-minute Iron Talon. So you call it
Move
out.
on, guys.
Yeah, we got this.
I mean, it seems like also maybe the hero is a bit random in the sense that
He's
it
called
might
Chaos Knight,
it
anyway.
might flood the comms a little bit more. I got the break.
Yeah.
You know, it was anyway fun to see. Curious to see if other people will try it out in any of the games that we're gonna see today. We're gonna see some more games right now. Actually, it is Paravision and Avalanche that are coming your way after a break.
Arcane Library of Lore Ipsum. Finally, you've arrived. You've been playing Dota 2 for thousands of hours, yet you seek something more. A deeper connection to your beloved heroes. You don't want an analysis of their power, secrets of their magics, explanations of their cosmic mysteries. No! You want lore presented to you in a new light! Each one of your favorite heroes has a past, boring them through fate, shaping them into something greater and transforming them into the hero you know and love.
And Venomancer.
Heroes which are cursed to a terrible fate, for in the world of Dota 2, any hero that grows enough in power, skill, and experience is fated to fight to the death brainwashed by eldritch forces to fight against friends, foes, or annoying siblings. But of course you know all this, you play the Battle of the Ancients every day. But what if we could show you how we got here? Show you the history of how it all began. The grand tale of the ancients, radiant and dire. Two halves of the same primordial mind, trapped in an endless conflict that spans very creation, trapped in a celestial prison until they're able to burst forth, land on the broken world below a sentient stone, and bend the will of heroes to fight for them. In this world, each hero, through their skills, their strength, or their magics, shot down a path of burning destiny, shaping them into the heroes in ways you didn't see coming. So join us as we explore the stories of the heroes you know and love in a new way you have never seen before. See their stories, their secrets, and know the world of Dota 2. Welcome to Tales from the Lore Keeper, which is me. I'm the Lore Keeper, the DHL guy.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're all meant
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back. You are watching DreamLeague Season 26, and we are about ready to jump into our second series of the day. We have ourselves Paravision, and we have Avalus. These two teams are going to go head-to-head in a 2-game series here for group number B. And before we dive into the ultra nitty-gritty of it, and before we even start the draft, we're first going to hear how Misery feels about this upcoming 2-game series.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting series. I have prepared a little bit of stats for you guys. I thought it could be interesting to see the win rates of the most successful heroes and the least successful heroes of the two teams. So here we have the Avalus, and they have really high win rate with Jakiro, Shaman, and Enigma. So these are the most successful heroes they have. They have quite a few heroes, games played on these heroes. However, the big losers for this team has been the Templar Assassin, Windrunner, and the Ringmaster, and this is all games within the last month. So watch out for these particular heroes. If we look at Paravision's drafts, they have been having a lot of success with Darkseid and Terrorblade recently. In fact, the last 4 games they have had these two heroes together, and they have been winning all of them. So these heroes are some of their stable heroes in this latest iteration of the team. And however, even though they don't lose that many games, they have a not as good win rate on heroes like Monkey King and Beastmaster. And then there's A as well, because they don't lose that many games. Actually, this is the only other hero that's kind of interesting to highlight, that one of the best heroes in the meta right now, only 50% win rate in quite a few games as well. So yeah, a little bit of a pre-draft, interesting day here for you guys going forward for the draft.
Yeah, thank you very much, Misery. I'm looking forward to seeing what will happen with those heroes, because a lot of the heroes that you highlighted are actually very highly contested. So it will be like losing with the Templar Assassin. I feel like Purge, welcome to the panel as well. I feel like that's not normal.
Yeah, there's a couple that are different. For Paravision, they had a really high win rate with Sand King. Sand King's actually kind of underperforming. It's been picked a lot, but I think its win rate's like 35 to 40%, somewhere in there. So, and then on the other side, some of their heroes that should be good are low win rate for them. So it just kind of depends on the team. Like, what heroes fit their playstyle? Do they understand better than other teams how to actually utilize a tool? And in some case, that does end up happening with the top teams.
Yeah, I feel like what's important for this series as well, I think most people are going to be familiar with Paravision, as they are the team to win both ESL 1s this season. They are on top of the EPT leaderboards. Where on the other side, there's Avalus, and you probably have heard of them before, and you've seen them before, and they are able to take games of a lot of good teams, but you've never really seen them go super deep in a tournament. I think you should also know that they have a little bit of a fresh roster, and just to get you fully up to date on the current state of Avalus, here's a little video for you.
Avalus is a relatively new team that has been stuck somewhere in the middle of the pack ever since they formed. Sometimes they manage to look really good, and sometimes they get 2-0'd without putting up much of a fight. Times of struggle often bring necessary changes to a team, and Avalus is no different. Right before ESL 1 Raleigh, they replaced Stormstormer and Eki with Mobe and Desire. And right after their 8th place finish, they also replaced Seneko with Fly. The only players remaining from the original Avalus to round out the roster is Smiling Knight and Zibe, both being there right from the start. As is expected, after making so many roster changes, the team is currently in the process of just getting back to their past form. The only event with the new roster being PGL Wallachia 4, where they ended up getting last place. I know what you're thinking. It's easy to see this result and count Avalus out, but they will be hungry to prove themselves. Let's see if Avalus can exceed expectations in DreamLeague Season 26.
Yeah, I feel like we talked about Avalus as well this morning, Jenkins. You wanted to highlight Desire at that point because you feel like this is the guy to look at for this roster. How do you feel about their current state?
I think they're really good. I mean, I feel like people forget when a player goes away for a while how good they actually are. Fly is one of these guys that, like, for so many years, maybe this is like my NA bias of him just destroying me over and over again when I play competitive, but this guy has been on a tier 1 team. Pretty much any team that he was on was like tier 1. Like, he even took nouns to you know, TIs. Like, he was let them be the roster that could finally flourish. So he's very good. Mo13A, as Spurge was saying, that's actually the correct pronunciation. He's not like...
Decided that, yeah.
This guy doesn't like completely dumpster lanes or something like that and run away with the game, but he's really consistent and he's a menace in fights. But Desire, like this guy really impressed me because I always saw him, to be honest, as like just a decent tier 2 player. But on this team, he has consistently like higher net worth than one of the enemy cores because he is so good. Maybe he's kill stealing. I don't know what he's doing, but he has insane net worth. And in fights where they should go like 2 for 1 or something, he just is like coming from their base or something and chasing and getting more and more kills. Like, he just looks hungry the way that he's playing. Like, he's got something to prove. And if I had to guess, I would say he's probably really high MMR. This just seems like a guy that went into the grinder and like got his MMR up really, really high, got really high individual skill, and then joined a team.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I think about Avalus is that was also mentioned in the segment here that they've had a lot of roster changes. I felt like when they had Soneko, Stormstormer, when they first came to be, they had really good results. They looked like a promising up-and-coming EU team. They looked kind of scared. They had their own identity, their own playstyle. I think that's kind of lost a little bit now, for me at least. I think they have something to prove a bit more now, to find some way where they can become a more solid team. I think it's a bit hard to know what to expect. I think they have a lot of different heroes in their drafts. They're a little bit all over the place, in my opinion. So we'll see if they can match a team like Paravision, who are, you know, arguably the best team in the world.
Yeah.
And they have a really solid identity as well.
I really saw that looking over their previous drafts because they just pick all of the popular heroes in the meta. The only thing that was a little bit weird was they played Earthshaker for a lot, but that makes sense because Desire's really fantastic. So yeah, then their identity is follow the meta right now, and oftentimes if you're not the best team, that's going to lead to losses, and that's really going to hurt your morale because then you're losing with the best teams of the patch, and eventually you need to find some niche that you end up winning with. And maybe if you keep down that same path of just underperforming a little bit, it's going to lead to the same problems where you're roster kicking, looking for a better solution.
That's exactly where Fly comes in, though. Like, Fly has always been that guy to give a team an identity. And once again, maybe I'm just saying this from years of NA. Like, he joins an NA team and then, boom, all of a sudden, a team looks completely structured and they have an identity. Now, the question is, does that happen with
these guys aren't NA though? Maybe the NA is the factor here.
There's a chance. Don't get me wrong. But when he was doing that, they would compete at a international level, right? It's like, yes, they would shit on NA, but then they would also go to competitive tournaments. And you know, like EG, this was like a tier 1 team. I know it feels like a long time ago.
I will say, I might put a little bit of a downer on this one, to be fair, because they are 3-5 right now in the Group B. Which is not necessarily bad, but then you see the teams that they've been going up against that are also not doing too hot. They went 1-1 with Talon. They went 0-2 against Navi Jr.
Talon beat Paravision.
They did 2-0 Edge, but they got 0-2 by Gaming as well. So the only games that they won were versus Edge and one versus Talon. That's it. And then today, obviously, they're going up against Paravision, which is a team that is already qualified for Riyadh. They are the top team here to beat, and they're also later today going up against Falcons. So I feel like they still, yeah, that was.
It's all tough matches if you think about it. Like, Navi Jr. are really strong as well. I think the games they won was what I would expect.
Yeah.
So I think they just have really a tough group in general.
They do.
Definitely not easy matches.
So and I feel like they kind of need to win here because it's all about making it out of top 8. And at the moment they just gotta prove that they can still take games off of the best. I think that's something that they haven't done yet since changing rosters. But let's see what they got today, because they're going to be playing a second pick from the Radiant side, Paravision from the Dire side with first pick here for this first game. And we're in the first ban phase, and I know earlier today it was said like, oh, they're all the same. It did seem like some of the heroes that you were highlighting just now, Misery, were heroes that normally you would see banned. And obviously, somehow, these teams still managed to get their hands on it. So that means that they must be doing something slightly different.
I mean, especially here, like TA, Avalus they had a very low win rate on TA. I think they won 1 out of 5 games with it.
Yeah.
But
the fact that they got it 5 games.
Exactly, and that's fairly recent games as well. But you know, they lose with it. I mean, we see it banned out here, so it's not super relevant for this particular game. But yeah, there are definitely some heroes that you'd expect banned that they have been managed to get. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good heroes, so we are going to see more and more of these quote-unquote broken heroes come through the drafts, right, as the meta develops.
Yeah. Do you think it's extra important for a team like Avalos? Because, you know, they're going to have last pick this game, which would be sometimes a one-up. Do you think it's extra important for them to utilize that overall last pick to be like, haha, we got you now?
I think from what I saw from their drafts and from their games in this tournament in particular, they had really rough lanes in some of their matches where they lost really quickly, especially against Gaming Gladiators. So I think they should focus on not losing their lanes too drastically and get to actually play the game, right? Because I think that's where you actually have a chance, you know. If you lose every lane and the game's over in 25 minutes, then you know that's something to fix at least first.
That's for sure.
I don't know about you guys, but I always have such a visceral reaction to Slark when I see it drafted, because I'm like, come on, you're not 9 class. But then I had that, I'm like, oh wait, shit, yeah, you are a 9 class.
That's actually, yeah.
It's actually good.
Yeah, the other players just don't do it quite as good as him. Even like his Terrorblade, I don't know if you guys caught his Terrorblade support game last night, but it was very similar to the last game we played TB Sport, where it looked really bad in a lot of circumstances. But then I got this idea, I was like, what if he's just like so chaotic that the players are like just scared to farm the map? And that's what he said in the interview as well. He's like, well, they just get less farm because they don't know where I'm going to be. And that's how he's affecting the game. He does that a lot with Slark too.
He went for the armlet build as well yesterday?
Of course, the armlet Glimmer Cape build.
So I think that's for sure.
Hey, you mentioned Enigma.
Well, I mean, maybe they have also been looking at their own win rates, right? Because Enigma was the highest one. And I think you might not be looking at the win rates directly and picking from there, but you might have higher confidence in those heroes, right? As you've been winning over and over with these heroes. So I think interesting pick here. I mean, also pretty good against Slark, right? In at least, you know, maybe the support Slark doesn't have the same interactions against Enigma, but definitely
you're at least disabling him no matter what is with Black Hole and things like that, which is kind of good.
Question is how strong this hero is when you are revealing it so early on, right? That you give enough time for Paravision to see it and deal with it. Yeah, I mean, this hero has the biggest problem for teams to deal with this hero is the laning phase, I would say. That's, at least nowadays, it used to be all about the Black Hole, but now I think it's a lot about the early tempo, defending your safe lane tower, right? Like not getting completely destroyed the first 5-10 minutes. And when you are picking it this early, then if you can deal with the laning phase, then the Black Hole is alone is not the biggest problem in the game.
Well, obviously, Eidolon clearing heroes like Gyrocopter are the most obvious that pop to mind, but are there better heroes in the meta, better carries that are going to beat it? Bristleback could have worked.
Yeah.
In lane, yeah, there goes the gyro.
I think also just having some heroes that can concede and go jungle, right? So you do give them the tower eventually, but then you're not a PA who perhaps has to have a good
Needs
lane.
the lane,
right?
yeah. Some Sven, Terrorblade, something like that. I mean, TB has always been decent in lane against it.
I feel like Medusa kind of works too. Like you're not going to split shot early, but at least you have Snake.
You also don't necessarily have to have it only from the carry, right? You can also pick a combination of 2 heroes that makes it okay, or like a 5 that you feel like can deal with it to some extent. But I mean, we'll see what Paravision does. They definitely have a lot of time to think about it here, so we'll see how they actually approach this.
I love the Tiny pick here. One of the strongest lanes in all of Dota is Tiny Enigma. And so picking Tiny in this position means that now you can flex it to 3 positions rather than just mid and carry. You can also have it as a 4, and the most difficult lane to get through is as a 4 position. And Kunkka, this could be a carry.
This could be carry. That's actually, maybe they're just responding with it right away, right? Because this is, you can't really use Eidolons against Kunkka and lane. So this would be very devastating for the Enigma.
And he actually did play carry Kunkka last night. He went like Bracers, Radiance, BKB, SNY, then he got a Satanic, then he bought 2 Daedalus, then he bought a Rapier. It was a great game.
Okay,
should check
nice.
that one out. He was one-shotting some heroes at the end of the game. It's pretty fun.
The question then becomes, if this was Soneko from Avilus, I would immediately say, Avilus is just going to play Enigma 5 now. Haha, got him. But I'm not sure that's the thing that Fly would like to do. And I'm not sure if the Sire is interested in playing Enigma either. So I don't know if they have that flexibility that I remember at least Soneko used to have with the Enigma, specifically playing Enigma 5.
I feel like it's not good enough at clearing the Eidolons until you get like level 3, level 5 on the Kunkka. So I don't know if it's like the biggest counter ever. It's a good idea. It'll definitely work as the game goes on, but
maybe also with the lane that's as strong as like a tiny Enigma, you can like toss the Kunkka back early.
You don't have to overreact.
Yeah, but Jakiro Kunkka, that's pretty devastating. Like that's 2 ways of clearing the Eidolons.
minimum lowering the attack speed, which is really huge in this case. Tinker, okay. Gives them some nice AoE heal, which is kind of good. When you do play some of these carries, these like off-lane mid heroes as carries, sometimes your damage is a little bit weaker, so hypothetically heals that are in abundance should give you some really strong oomph until the mid game, until their damage gets overwhelming.
By the way, we talked about the tiny Enigma lane, but actually now that I think about it, Mobay's most played hero in pubs, as far as I remember from playing with him, is the tiny.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of what he was. He was a tiny spammer before he went pro. So I think it's more likely to be a mid tiny, and maybe they put the tink. Yeah, they say maybe they can even save the support for last year.
Very likely could be TB carry here. There is some good lockdown of Paravision, but it's not going to be the absolute easiest to chain stun with the existing heroes, and he can always sunder himself or allies.
Is there any potential for Avalos to put their Enigma on Fly and still run the TB offlane? Like, is there flex potential there? Because I know Ziba normally plays
I think
Enigma.
Fly can do it,
but
because he played it before in NA. But the problem is, like, the question is, does he think it's good enough? Because teams have tried, like we saw Liquid try, and it didn't look good. Teams have tried.
I feel like it just doesn't work here, because if I'm playing Enigma 5, you're never going to get a BKB, and you have to worry about Torrent, and you have to worry about Ice Path, just making Black Hole never a thing.
Yeah.
And if you never get value out of Black Hole as a 5, if there's too many casual stuns that can interrupt you, I think it's way worse.
It has to be like a... Yeah, you don't have to expect much from the Enigma if you're doing it. You have to expect more from the draft win you get from putting the Enigma 5, right? If you can get some nice last pick here that offsets the whole game, like maybe you can pick a Timbersaw or something like that, and he destroys the Kunkka, and the Timbersaw can deal a lot of damage in the game and do a lot of heavy lifting. Maybe in that kind of case it can work. Timbersaw is just an example, right? But it has to be that kind of mentality you go in with, and then eventually if Enigma does get a black hole, great, right? But you're not expecting him to get BKB playing Doctrine Core and so on, right? But yeah, I think Avalos has a lot of flexibility in their draft still. We talk about the Enigma, the Tiny Flex, the Terrorblade Flex, even the Tinker Flex to mid, right? I'm not sure if Mobile plays that, but the flex potential is definitely all over the place for them.
The AoE damage and the lockdown of Paravision is becoming very overwhelming at this point. Lots of stuns, lots of magic damage. A pipe is looking mighty good, I gotta say, for somebody on the Avalos side.
Yeah, pipe BKBs as well, right? Like if you can get a triple BKB timing, Paravision basically have no damage. So that's definitely something that they can consider here.
The downside, though, is Slark is like the perfect hero for not taking a clean fight, by splitting you up on the map, by spotting where you are. Don't take the fight into them with their BKBs. So if Paravision does play right, it could still be really fantastic for them.
I think Paravision also has a lot of like low cooldown skirmishes that they don't need that many items, whereas perhaps Avalos need a lot more items on their heroes to be effective, if that makes sense. Like if you don't get that BKB on your heroes, if you don't get that pipe, then suddenly you can get picked apart in the early game against the X-Mar, against the Sanking Blink Dagger timing.
It's low commitment as well. Like you just X into all of Jakiro spells from halfway across the map, and a hero will die. Like that's one of my favorite things to pick with Kunkka, is just some sort of long-range damage hero. It used to be Skywrath. But it turns out Jakiro just is Skywrath, but much better. Like Skywrath with a stun, essentially.
Yeah. You have more than like 2 armor when you're level 25.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
It's quite effective.
So, I guess Paravision needs some kind of win condition, right? Like I don't really consider Kunkka the ultimate win condition. Maybe it's different now if he go for double Daedalus, Rapier and stuff like this, but I would expect them to need another core that can deal a lot of damage. Potentially become a core like an actual hard carry,
such as
core later on.
No, against Enigma. I mean, do you have enough to deal with Enigma in the game that Morph is fine? Morph against TB, Tiny
I mean,
as well.
I'm not against the Morphling.
On the side of Avalos, they banned out some mid heroes.
I'm a little bit worried about Morphling just dying to like BKB Black Holes, though. It's a lot of percentage-based damage, so Morph is undercut a little bit.
Storm, okay, so it is a carry Kunkka. Storm makes the flex of a mid-tinker now feel a little bit worse. It is doubling down on magic damage, but it's also doubling down on like the really low cooldown skirmish that Paravision has. They could completely snowball this game if they get a few good early fights.
And they have so many stuns, and now they have another way to jump that isn't necessarily X combos or Blink Sanking stuns. So if they do find solo heroes, whether it's a support Tinker or find Enigma, they're going to lay chain stuns through and they're going to kill somebody easily. So abusing the Slark, Annoyance, and Vision and stuff, with their chain stuns, they should be able to pick Avalos apart.
Oh, what?
Oh, wow.
What on earth is that?
Green Viper.
This is a flex Enigma, I guess.
Destroy the Kunkka in lane?
No.
They're gonna try to destroy the storm in lane, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, he's got tons of magic resistance, which is really good. If he can frontline for his team, he can eat a lot of chain stuns. That part's good.
I haven't seen much mid Viper the last.
Neither have I.
I don't think anybody has.
The last decade, I was about to say.
In my pubs on my screen, I have. That's about it.
Okay. I mean, what do you buy on this guy? Do you buy Dragonlance Maelstrom?
I think
or
it's the Dragonlance Maelstrom. I mean, maybe
Atos.
Maybe Atos because they're lacking a little bit disable.
Orchid. I don't know.
But then Gleipnir feels like you don't want to ever upgrade it. But a casual Atos, I guess, is fine. Malorine was doing that.
He can also just get really tanky. Like, you don't have to buy utility items. You farm pretty fast without buying Maelstrom. Genuinely, you can take damage. Your Nether Toxin does a lot of damage. I like buying Ags sometimes because it's going to lower the attack speed of your opponents a lot. That can potentially work too, but BKB, probably normal items, I assume.
It is a little bit of a curveball coming out from Avalos with the Viper overall last pick. We're going to find out if it's going to play out the way they want it to. It's time for game number 1 via the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome to game number 1 between Avilos and Paravision. We have a Viper.
Yeah, we do.
Desire. I actually forgot that was a hero. He's getting chased a bit, but too worse for wear to get away. Yeah, I know they just talked about it. I need to understand as well. The Viper. Lane Dominator.
Yep.
Is that literally it? I'm looking at the break situation. Yeah. Not a whole lot. Maybe that's the rum? The innate?
Break Tidebringer.
Yeah.
You laugh, but it's a carry Kunkka.
Okay.
So ulting him is actually quite valuable. It's a 6 second that he can't use his cleave in fights.
That's true. We can talk about the carry Kunkka as well, if you'd like, but I'll let you decide, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Paravision run this last night, the Satanic Kunkka, and he popped off big time in that game. And this should be, that's why they're interested in running this hero this game, is the matchup against Enigma in lane is really, really good for the Kunkka. One of the best carries at dealing with Eidolons. Once you get level 3, it gets particularly easy with the additional cleave range as well as damage. So I foresee a pretty easy time here for Satanic. He's also coupled up with Jakiro, so good luck Enigma. Probably going to need it. It's mainly that lane and then the mid lane that I'm interested in. I want to see how much Viper can destroy Storm by. Mobe managed to get a good lane placement here in the middle of the river, and he's just starting to play on no one's hill as much as possible.
Oh, Fly already taken out, though. 9 class gets the first blood, and I mean, this is another, we've talked about this many a time, 9 class kind of bringing support Slark to the fray, unfortunately for all pubs involved.
How did they kill Tinker with Slark Sand King?
It's a good question, Cinderin. You only saw the tail end of that one as the top lane, Ducalis, taking a ton of damage. Zibe's the one that has to run away. They will get the kill onto Ducalis, but it'll be the eventual trade.
Oh, nice blocks. Not gonna be enough, of course. But.
Satanic, a torrent onto 7 units, Cinderin. And
Not
by that
bad.
I mean 6. I miscounted.
No, it was 7 because one of them died.
One of them died.
I was just
Damn,
about
that
to
was good.
commend you. I was like, damn, you actually got a number right. You counted correctly.
Yeah, the thing is,
and then you corrected yourself when you were right.
When I
So
work
we're
with
back to
you,
normal.
when I work with you, I just assume I'm wrong. Because you always find some loophole between fact and fiction.
A broken clock and all that, Shannon.
Yep, it's right all the time.
Yep, that's
when you don't keep track of time in general.
As I like to say, a broken clock needs fixing, Shannon, so get on it.
True. So far, I'm really curious about the mid lane. So it's 11-6 versus 6-0 right now, so obviously a very good start for Mobe. I mean, how does this hero scale these days?
Viper can actually scale quite well. If you have a great laning stage and you get to continue ramping up, you can absolutely become a true secondary carry. You're no longer universal. You are agility-based like old Viper was.
Until 25, though.
Yeah. Then, well, no. You don't have that anymore either.
They got rid of that?
It's gone.
You're kidding.
It's gone.
Oh, my goodness.
I think it's a big part of the reason the hero kind of fell off in Pro Dota was that a part of the appeal with Viper was the universal side of it.
Yeah.
But it's still... I still think it has its games. I mean, so far, so good. No one is not having fun. This is one of Storm's worst matchups in all of Dota history.
Well, you could say that for a lot of heroes versus Viper, I feel like.
It's true. I guess a fair comparison is what does Viper offer that Huskar doesn't, right? Because the way in which they win the lane is very similar. They're super oppressive. They're up close and personal. They're bullying you out of lane.
Well, sometimes you're just not a Huskar player. You know?
Yeah.
Desire gets a nice toss-up.
Oof.
Lotus already used the Satanic. Gets the Torrent. Is that going to be enough for the kill? Wraps around the tree? Absolutely. So Satanic now sitting on 2 kills. And by that, I mean 1.
He is close to dying here. Eidolons, can they get another shot? No. Have to switch to Ducalis.
So early lead here for Paravision in terms of kills. But Viper does have the same identity as Huskar where I assume you just have to get off to a good start or else you're just going to be useless the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Then again, last game we kind of saw that not be the case, right?
That's one of the differences, I think, between the two heroes is that Huskar, it feels like, hits a secondary peak with the Ags. We saw that last game. It really changed things around for Bet Boom. Viper doesn't really have that totally game-changing item. You're not going to be like, oh, hell yeah, now I have Nosedive. And now I'm going to, you know, yeah, it's going to change the complexion of team fights. I mean, not really.
What do you think of Nosedive?
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
I feel like it's one of the worst Ags in the game. They got rid of the disarm. That's kind of a huge deal.
Yeah, and I don't know. It also, it's just, I don't know. Viper's kind of weird right now. But it's not really Viper's fault. It's all the other heroes getting buffed fault. Kind of just got left behind, like quite a lot of other
No
heroes.
Viper's left
unfortunately.
behind, unfortunately, has been abandoned.
I mean, a lot of players are probably happy with that. I understand Viper's a frustrating hero to play against, but for me, it's one of the iconic Dota heroes, actually, from way back in the day. I always think it's a bit of a shame when some of the history of the game in a
I do
way
think
changes too much.
He's hard to balance because he's always had a break, right? They've moved it to his ult now.
Yeah.
And he's always been a lane dominator. I think those two together makes it a very difficult hero to balance in general. His 9 class will pounce away, will re-aggro the creeps, pops the Fairy Fire.
No one has been forced to jungle at level 4, and Mobe is on him. They have vision from the ward that Desire rotated in place, and now trying to run him down between the towers. No one will survive, but yeah. Definitely, if the goal here was to slow down Storm, mission accomplished. This is a totally different level of beatdown than we saw the Huskar accomplish against the Pango last game.
And Mobe's going to hit 6 before no one hits 5.
Yeah. He cannot come to lane at all. He's just going to jungle on the Storm.
All right, so Viper Strike at the ready. We'll see if how active he will be on the Viper.
No one's actually trying to come to lane. Is that because of the siege creep maybe? But Desire is hanging
still
around.
Can always push the lanes with the Nether Toxin. No one finds the right avenue though. should be safe, but we say that. And
Ace.
Ace rune, Mobe will bottle it up.
Yeah, what do you make of Viper going bottle? Do you think that's... to me, that's sometimes good, sometimes not. I mean, we don't see the hero very much, but it feels a little bit weird on that hero to...
Yeah, use a lot of mana in lane if you're constantly right-clicking, but as you talked about, no one is not in lane. Ducalis will be the casualty here as Mobe with a hit and run.
Yeah, haste being put to good use, but they're not going to lose Satanic. He immediately just turns tail and hides in the trees. But every time Viper moves, Storm gets a little bit of a breather.
Yeah.
And no one will take free wave and be very happy with that. When you're struggling, every little bit of help is welcome. Time for Wisdoms. See if there's any invasions planned. Doesn't look like it. Just going to be a standard trade-off.
I mean, if you're Avilis, you absolutely want to kill no one before you hit 6.
Ideally, yeah. But you also don't dive to
of course.
the ends of the earth for it. It's not that game-changing, but if you could keep slowing him down, it is great. The upside for Power Vision in a game like this is that I don't think they're reliant on the Storm to initiate. When you have... This is one of the luxury parts of carry Kunkka, is that your carry can actually catch. There's not very many carries that are in meta right now that have that aspect to them. A lot of the stunning carries, like Sven, doesn't get picked that often. Chaos Knight. God forbid we remember Vengeful Spirit exists in Dota. Probably never getting her back ever. Heroes like that don't really run very often in the carry position, but now that you have Kunkka and Sand King, if Storm's having a bad game, other heroes can step up to the plate. And you just need heroes that can take advantage of Slark giving vision. And if there's any team in the world right now that understand how to draft with Slark support, it's this team. And I really like the way they've built around it here.
This Fly's camping for this 8-minute rune, 9 class. Same thought process. And it will not be spawning there. It's going to take some damage, though, Fly is. This 9 class being the nuisance that he always is on this hero. Will be illusions for Mobe.
Yeah, unfortunate rune for him. He would have probably loved to get something like an amp damage here to try for a rotation or maybe an invis. Nothing really to dispel with the illusion rune except dual breath. So, not the greatest, but still controlling well here. And is continuing to scale quite nicely. I'm very curious about his itemization. I think it's going to be super telling. Okay, he's going to throw the ult out into no one. We'll live, but yeah, back to base you go, more or less.
That's not the longest cooldown.
Oh, they dug up a water rune for him. How convenient that you can do that, Ducalis. Help out no one a great deal with that.
The Avalanche is going to find the Sand King to start this out. Does get the long burrow strike, looking for the body blocks. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, though, as DM will walk away safely. Good attempt, but just slightly too slow.
Desire will use this move to prime a future move, though, with this deep ward underneath the tier 1 tower. Pretty nicely placed. This is... I think this ward is really good to have when you're playing with Terrorblade in particular, because it's one of the carries that can truly dive towers and have massive damage with the meta, and when you do get those said kills, you can actually take the objective afterwards. But unfortunately for him, his 5 is a Tinker, so he's not exactly going to set him up for success, which means this ward they placed needs to be used by kind of Desire himself again. Don't really see many other rotation possibilities for the Radiant lineup. We didn't get too much into detail about that. We're talking about Power Vision's ways of making plays, but honestly, you look at Avilis, how do you start fights? It's tiny. Desire has to do a lot in this game, and he has no net worth.
Yeah. Well, their supports in general have no net worth.
Have a toss.
Yeah, toss back.
Find one.
On top of Mobe. Should be able to, well, get 1 kill here. Nice defense matrix from Fly as Mobe now on the run. He's going to take an epicenter, but there's the black hole onto 2. Do they have the follow-up? Mobe being very passive. I thought they for sure could have gotten one there. They will eventually, but it's going to cost them a bit.
It was an amp damage Kunkka. He hits hard. But the cleave was not quite enough, so Mobe played it safe, and they got a good trade. That was a very nice TP rotation from Zibe there with a black hole. And Avios so far keeping this game nice and even.
Yeah, I mean, the position 1s are basically the same net worth. I mean, every position except for mid in terms of cores are the same net worth. But the problem for Avilis is the supports are not so much on that line. Supports are more farm for Paravision. That's why we have essentially an even game in terms of net worth. And we've seen the Storm Spirits come back from deficits before as well.
That was a nice reaction shot of Satanic, by the way. Every time Suns fan makes a statement, you can put that one on. I think it's very, very fitting. Whenever you say something, when you try to count.
Did he facepalm?
Yeah, it was a really good clip. I want this to just become a staple. We should use it even when they aren't playing. When one of the teams messes up in the future game, Satanic's just like, oh my god.
That's good.
There you go.
That's a good meme.
Capturing this. Wait, does he have a relic coming? Oh, wow, he already has the relic. I mean, Kunkka will get really farmed, so not too surprising, I guess.
He's been pretty much uncontested here.
Yeah, his only death is to his own rotation mid where he got black holed. He could have kept farming top, which might be what prompted that reaction, right? It's just like, did I really need to make this move? Was that worth it for me?
Yeah, be more selfish as the carry. He runs into Desire, level 5 right now. Torrent has the boat, not going to use it. The Avalanche finally comes out for Desire, and Satanic, yeah, not going to dive any further. There's a TP coming in from Fly. It was close.
Why did he hold his boat?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It is a pretty low cooldown.
Why do we call it boat when it's a ship? Fly. More like
a bit of trouble. Pounce from 9 class. Boat is finally used, so they just wanted to kill the Tinker. Understandable. Toss back from Desire. Might cost him his life, though, as no one just zips in, casually takes him out. You're going to see a bit of a stack here, but...
Kunkka is good at stealing these, but Satanic quite far away. No one will settle for some Eidolons for now. He's actually going to start trying this? This is a bit crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty risky.
But I suppose, like, what are you scared of? Who's going to kill you? Tiny was dead. They have no catch.
All right, ends up softening it up for Ovilus to take. So
I think you took a couple of them.
Yeah, very small ones.
Zibith says, okay, well, you can have 1 if I can have 8. Take that trade.
Yeah, it does feel like Avilus's lineup is effectively waiting for Blink on the Tiny. Not to mention eventually for Enigma, but going for the Aura bot first. Drums into pipe.
This is a good timing, though, Mobe with the Orchid on Viper. This is when I was curious to see what build he was going to go. Orchid, I like it here. You're against Storm, you're against Sand King.
Oh, he wants to go Blink too. Wow.
And you can, for the time being, you can use Toss to close the gap, but eventually you're going to have to do it yourself. This is a really nice
Satanic Orchided up.
Unexpected.
They missed the Avalanche, though, but this is going to be more than enough damage. Macropyre coming out from Ducalis, though. Ice Path as well. See if they can get some counteraction here. No one with the zip. And DM with the Epi will take Mobe to the grave. So 1 for 1. And a toss back as we do have a black hole coming out, but Enigma outnumbered. Now Desire looks to be in a similar position. 4 versus 1. Avalanche hits everyone, but it's not going to matter too much.
Well, I like the gank, but unfortunately for Avilus, they messed it up a little bit. That Avalanche missing is a problem twofold. One is you don't hit the Ava. The other one is you don't have it for the follow-up fight, right? I think when the Orchid from Viper comes out and he gets Viper Strike off, Tiny should either hold all of his spells or he should toss the Viper in to just deal with Kunkka himself so you have something for the defense after. You know rotation's going to come after. They're not going to let Satanic die for free.
Yeah.
Paravision will always try to reinforce, so if you could have held your Tiny spells, perhaps this could have been a better situation for you. Instead, it turns into a 1 for 3. So hardly worth it at all there for their side. And the silver lining could have been if, let's say, Smiling Knight was simultaneously pushing the bot tier 1 tower, then things get a little more complicated for Paravision, but he was just farming, so they didn't really get anything elsewhere on the map. But now, they're looking for something of their own. Get a quick Tormentor.
Tormy it is.
Tinker is really, really good for this.
The Tiny one would be unfortunate, considering he is support. It will be Fly, though. So Warp Flare online and against
nice
the
against
Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
And that's going to, I would think, force out some sort of, yeah, it's going to be the BKB.
He's buying it against the Orchid regardless, but it's a long ways away. So this could come into play against no one. If he tries to jump in, get caught by Warp Flare you're not expecting, you can get Orchided afterwards by the Viper. I wonder how Viper transitions from this build now.
I was thinking the same thing.
After you go Blink Orchid, what do? Do you go BKB?
9 class getting some stacks.
Yeah, Fly drained of most of his mana. He's an epicenter and a full zip from no one as well. Ducal is still waiting in the back line under the cover of smoke. Looks like they'll just take the 1 and back. Yeah, you got to go Blink Abyssal, Cinderin. So
oh, yeah.
Stun, full initiation.
That's the stuff.
Might as well pick an offlane hero at that point.
Do you upgrade your boots? Do you like keep brown boots, go BKB this game? Like you need something to stay alive. Like you're not tanky at all with this build. Oh, Desire. They're gonna Yule off his shield room.
Yeah, unfortunate. Nice toss back, but now he's gonna be completely surrounded. But the mass TP's coming in. Smiling Knight is here with a nice reflection. Desire's actually gonna live through the day, and it's gonna cost the life of no one. 9 class now on the run. No pounce for 4 seconds, but looks like he'll find the distance. In the meantime, DM will not. He gets bursted.
Kill him with a blood grenade when it's 17. Always fun to see.
There's the Warp Flare being shown onto Satanic. Has the combo, though. For Fly will be an easy pick-off. Smiling Knight, he makes his rotation over, though, as Ducalis trying to run this off. Satanic with the body blocks is actually enough as a black hole reserved for 9 class, but he already got off his ult, so he's fine. And Smiling Knight will eventually get the right clicks needed to take out Ducalis.
Gotta love that Demon Zeal.
Blink Dagger not quite there for Mobe. This actually would have resulted in a kill.
Yep.
And Desire level 9 all of a sudden. Or it might... No one being level 11 perhaps is a little low.
Yeah.
Maybe a little of both. Desire's picked up a lot of levels in the last couple minutes, though.
Right, and this is what you need on Tiny. Blink and maxed out spells. This is the hurdle that, for some Tiny's position 4, when games aren't going too well, this takes way too long to get to, but he has it.
Panic. He's X'd up, so he's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think they've revealed the... Well, because it's not in his inventory yet, I guess. The blink for Viper.
Yeah, you've actually got to be a bit careful with the X mark plays. They last 6 seconds, so... We might have 4 seconds of full damage on him if you blink or hit him as he's running in.
I mean, are you expecting... I mean, what about a counter Yules?
Against
when
the
do you
Kunkka
want to go
or
for? Yeah, against the Kunkka for the X.
Yeah, if it's a feels good item anyway, I think the Tiny should buy one probably. It's a pretty good item this game in general, but it's going to take a while.
DM at the center. They see Jibe. They get the zip from no one. He puts down the Midnight Pulse. He is tanky boy, but not tanky enough this time.
If you had his pipe, this could have got interesting. It's 400 away from it. Then the TP support could have come in.
Only TPs.
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
I can understand why so many pub players get inspired when they see 9 class play. It looks like it looks really fun. It's like you're playing a mini game the whole time of Minesweeper. The problem is the majority of players don't pull it off.
Nope.
It looks fun, but it's hard to play, especially in pub games, I would say. This guy's very, very adept at it.
Similar to the courier killing Monkey King type strat, right?
Reminded me of that exactly. Just a gimmicky way of disrupting the normal flow of a game has always been really powerful to have. If you think back, there's been some instances of it, right? Like the old techies that EG were running at TI5, for example. Now we have this support Slark. We've seen Curry killing Bounty Hunters. We've seen Curry killing Monkey Kings. Ducalis is dead, by the way.
So
almost
Warp Flare is just so insane.
That's really good.
Puts down the Macro Pyre, but also
this is a much bigger kill, though, if they get this one.
Blast, pounce onto the Viper. Torrent is coming for him as well. Desire just on the other side of the trees. Jibe ready to go in addition, but no black hole to work with, and the Viper's dead just like that. Now Paravision trying to run away. Smiling Knight. That Demon Zeal. Apply some pressure, but Satanic should surely be okay here.
Paravision really fortunate there.
Smiling Knight's going really deep. He definitely wants to fight
Desire
this on his
can
aggression.
connect.
DM with the Epicenter, gonna whiff for the most part. The rest of his team is pretty low. Desire with a good avalanche, but there's no follow-up on the no one, at least not yet. Jibe, Midnight Pulse, try to create some space. Desire gets a defense matrix, and we'll be able to walk away this time.
Regen rune for no one.
Yeah, that's
they really needed that there.
That's a pickup.
That was a 1 second cooldown on Black Hole.
Black Hole
and 2 or
is
3 heroes
now
were
up.
together.
9
That could have
class,
gone really bad.
Malefice, and dead.
Still good enough for Avios there, but in the primary team fight in the river, that was super close to being a great fight for Avios. If that happened 2 seconds later, who knows? Zibe could have found a big one, but...
Yep, now they have the pipe.
Yeah, definitely going to make things a lot easier here for them. All right, to answer your question, how's Mobe going to scale? It will be Ghost Scepter.
Yep, that's the classic, of course.
A great way of scaling up your mid Viper. Oh, that's a big item. Speaking of scaling, Sand King. Aghanim Scepter unlocked. His damage is nothing to scoff at. Sure, you've slowed down the Storm quite significantly, but at this point, no one is actually ahead on net worth of the Viper, so did you get enough bang for your buck?
Yeah.
And especially when you've committed like this itemization-wise, if this Blink Orchid isn't going to pay off in the next few, like, let's say 5 to 10 minutes, the Storm is going to outscale you. He's going to itemize against you. And I believe the BKB is here. It is indeed. So that moment of opportunity led to, I think, 1 kill with the Orchid on the Storm only? Yeah. No one is 3-1 and 4. I'm actually very impressed with how cleanly he's been able to play this.
Oh, Dark Pact already down. That means the Orchid ready to go. Yules will dispel. 9 class uses Shadow Dance to walk away. Now that that's on cooldown, they didn't really use too much on the side of Avilis, so can just soft reset no one. Gonna find a Viper here. DM with the Burrow to follow. That's a lot of damage. But Jibe, Black Hole available onto 2 heroes. Is this enough damage? Absolutely. DM, though, getting saved by the Depth Shroud. Gonna stay alive a little bit longer, but still dies nonetheless. Tossback not gonna be there. 9 class, dead. 3 in the blink of an eye, as Ducalis looks to potentially be next, and all it cost them was Mobe. So
They
a
could
4
rush with
for
this,
1.
right?
Yeah, potentially.
I think 30 seconds on 4 heroes. You've got meta. I think they might just make the play call to go there. And I mean, this is an interesting game in the... Yep. Satanic's like, what's my team doing? Well, he wasn't. So. This game is interesting going down the stretch because something that Power Vision don't have, in spite of plenty of opportunities to pick it, they don't have a reliable black hole counter in this game. You don't have, say, Global Silence or Golem. I believe both heroes were in the pool when Zibe picked his Enigma, but they went for the Jakiro.
Yeah.
And if this does go the distance, that can get very interesting. Satanic trying to stop them. He has Satanic himself.
Oh, the Burrow Strike onto 3 heroes. Boat is coming. Jibe has used his pipe. Obviously, the Black Hole is down, and he gets melted. 9 class in the cover of the Shadow Dance. Finding the distance here. Desire with kind of an odd avalanche. It's going to put him in a precarious spot. Gets the toss back, though, into the Orchid, but there's the Depth Shroud protecting all of Paravision as Satanic and company are cleaning up. 3 for 1. How much can Smiling Knight and Mobe get out of this? It looks like nothing.
All right, Roche was a mistake. They couldn't do it in time.
Man, the Depth Shroud right before the death of 9 class. Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
That's a crazy shard.
I think it's the best in the entire game, actually. If you put me on the spot and you're like, what do you think is the best shard? I think it's that one. It's the reason this hero can be played as a 4 at large is that he has this. It's a total game changer. You have a hero that can save himself, and then you give him the ability for 1,400 gold to save an ally. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. And of course, you can save yourself twice, which is also convenient. Yeah, very strong. I genuinely thought Avilos were going to be able to take the Roshan time, and so did they. But I don't... Did they pop the meta for the Rosh attempt itself, or was he trying to take it in melee form? Because I don't remember. Maybe that could have helped them a little bit extra.
Desire. He's got the vision. Needs a +1, though. Now they're going to run to 9 class, who now should know there's a ward, and gets the D ward.
I guess you Roche faster as melee terribly, don't you?
Yeah, with the shard.
Demon Zeal is more DPS than meta, I think. Huh. I'm sure we have some carry enjoyers out back that can tell us that. Oh, Desire will find a toss, but it's on to 9 class.
Yeah, he's used Shadow Dance already. Pounce as well.
He has more saves where that came from.
Yeah. Dispels up the wazoo, as you said last game.
No, that's, yeah, kind of.
Up the hizzy?
Out the wazoo. You said
up the hizzy?
Up the hizzy, which is still not a thing, even if you keep trying. It's not even a saying. And if you want to coin a new saying, I'm all for that. I like when people have like a new saying, but you don't even know what the hizzy stands for. so it's not even...
Does it matter?
Yes.
If I know or not? You can use vocabulary without knowing what it is. Slax does it all the time. Fly is dead. Oh, Yule's into the missed Burrow Strike, but they have the Epi to follow. No, they don't. The Avalanche will delay it, but Satanic is here with the X. And another Yule's to follow. This will set up the Torrent and the death of the Tony.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, remind me after this game to ChatGPT the
Radiant's
hissy
top
thing.
tower
What
is
it could
under
stand
attack.
for, or if it was ever a saying?
If it was ever a saying. Well, both, I guess.
Gotta say, it's a pleasure watching Satanic play this hero. It's very...
Yeah, I feel like
It's
a
like,
lot of position 1 Kunkas fall a bit flat. This has been impressive to watch. If they're going to get Roche.
Do you know what I mean if I say that Kunkka is a hero where you can really showcase like naturalness?
Sure.
It's like the way he's moving around and casting his spells. It's just very confident.
Yep. Well, Fly is very confident too. He's going to get torrented for his troubles though. Jibe on the high ground. Midnight Pulse onto 2. Epicenter is there, but the pipe is going to mitigate a lot of the damage. Fly looks like he's going to drop. Will it be at the cost of anybody from Paravision? Not yet.
Shroud on the Sand King. He's fine.
And the rest will back away.
I'm a fan if carry Kunkka becomes more of a thing. I think this hero is very enjoyable
Agreed.
to watch, and you know the classic big crit cleaves are very satisfying. It obviously fell off somewhere down the line of the last couple of years. It used to be the standard way of playing mid Kunkka, then it completely changed, so people didn't go for it anymore. It's going like Radiance Blade Mail. And there was a phase with more utility approach, with Shiva still being a thing now too.
Oh, Desire. Wrong place, wrong time, my friend. Has the Yules to try to delay it, but we can see nobody's coming to his aid, so he will drop. So up the hizzy is not a widely recognized or standard saying. However, it sounds like a playful or exaggerated spin on the slang thing for shizzle or in the hizzy. Okay, it's in the hizzy, I was thinking.
Yeah, because then it's for in the hood. That was actually my suggestion. Really, it was like, hizzy, isn't that just for hood?
Up in the hizzy could extend that to mean we're way up in here, or just be a way to sound more enthusiastic, which was exactly what I was trying to do, Cinderin. So in a way, I'm correct.
Up in here,
up in the hizzy. Satanic knows.
The famous song from DMX. You would definitely know that.
I actually do know who that is.
Oh. Do you know the song called Party Up in Here?
You don't even need to say what the name is.
You probably know that song, actually.
Okay.
If I played it to you right now, you would know it, and we would get DMCA'd at the same time.
Oh, double whammy.
Yeah.
Do it. Tier 2 looks to be gone. Oh, Orchid.
Yes, Haze. Doesn't even need to BKB it.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is where a lot of time, well, I say a lot of times as we see this hero a lot, the Viper, historically speaking, falls off. Especially with a build like this, which is just like all over the place, right?
I think that's an interesting way of thinking about it, of why Viper has lost so much prowess, is probably people just get more gold, and that hurts Viper a lot more comparatively, because this hero is so much about snowballing and is so countered by items. So, like, if you go back a couple of years, the lane advantage he had against Storm would have transformed into no one being in the shitter, right? But now in this game, he goes jungle, he kind of recovers in the shizzy, if you will.
Up the hizzy.
Yep, and it's like nothing happened at this point. In spite of Mobe's best efforts to really try to hard counter that hero, it didn't really work. And now you're just... I'm not going to say a liability, but there are a lot of heroes I would rather have 13,000 gold
Imagine
right
if they
now.
had the universal talent still.
For
At least that's
example.
something to look forward to, right?
Right, if there's some sort of scaling presence or potential there. Now, from a design standpoint, I'm actually kind of happy that some of this, every hero can do everything, things scales down.
They want to pick out Fly, but he's okay. DM actually is the one in trouble. Depth Shroud saving him. The Epicenter's coming, but the Black Hole onto 3 heroes. That's 2 dead right away. And now the focus on Satanic, who's trying to run away. I don't think he's going to find his way back to his base, though. The Avalanche holds him in place. That's life number 1. No one getting extremely low with the BKB. Has to zip to safety. And now the toss back onto Ducalis. Fly somehow staying alive. Ducalis will eventually get taken out along with the Kunkka. A huge fight for Abulus. This is taking a lot longer to kill the double-headed dragon than I thought, but they'll get it regardless. And now the tier 2 tower.
A good black hole from Zibe there. Perfect.
Keep in mind, this is without BKB. He just found the exact heroes he needed to at the exact point in time. Ice Path was not in range to stop him. And he got... What was it? He got 3 of them, and all of the 3 that he got were the ones that could have had some sort of stun or utility to stop it. So really well done.
Oh, Jakiro was on the other side.
Yeah, he was. Exactly. So the only hero that could stop it that was outside of Black Hole was so far away it couldn't reach.
Yeah.
So could not have played that any better. There's a reason this team values this hero above every other team and above every other hero for themselves as well. Their win rate on is very high. And you're seeing you're playing against elite opposition here, and you're making a very competitive game out of it so far for Avulus. That was a gigantic gold swing, by the way. They were up by 8k. Now it's 1. That singular fight recovers the game nicely. That's the good news, I suppose. If your mid-hero Viper isn't scaling too hot, if the offlaner can bring the damage, bring the control, you can still bridge that gap where Viper is weak, and perhaps Mobe just keeps... He's going to keep playing utility. He's going Hex. He's never going to deal any meaningful damage this game. He's just offering slows, control, tankiness.
Yeah, Blink Hex on a Slark.
Yep, could be good.
Good of a counter as you can hope for.
Oh, this would be a nice pick for them, but he has BKB.
No on BKB. I mean, another charge down the drain. He's actually sticking around. How greedy will he be? Okay.
Not too greedy.
If that was GPK, though. Always finds his way into conversations. Avalanche. Slark. Mr. 9 class getting blocked. Yules into the pounce. There's so many ways to get out.
When I watch support Slark being played, I really want to play it. I have to say, it looks
good players playing.
It looks so fun.
Don't
and
say that.
that's what baits people into picking it, is that it looks like fun. But
I feel like there's only a few people that can pull it off.
I think at a pro level, every high skill position 4 can play this hero.
Right now?
Yeah, I really think so.
You think so?
Okay, so I'll say this.
I don't know.
They cannot play it to the level of 9 class, obviously, because it takes a special, type of expertise to really get the last 10% out of it.
It takes a lot of brain rot.
But I honestly think the majority of support players in this tournament, even if they've never played 4 Slark, you let the 4 position players practice it for 3 or 5 games and they can get the essence down. They're not going to do it to this level, but if the pick is good enough, I think if you can play it to 80 or 90% of what 9 class can, it still could be a good hero for other people.
9 class. Yules to dispel the Orchid. He's surrounded. Pops the Shadow Dance. Can he get out?
Glimmer TP.
TP.
Black Hole.
Black Hole just for the support Slark. It's going to feel good in the moment. Does it feel good after, though?
It depends if this death timer is good for them. Roche respawn is up in 45 seconds would be the early respawn. Now, if that's a quick one, that could suck for Avulus. But at the same time, Power Vision can't really kill Roche. They actually have a terrible lineup for killing Roshan here. I suppose, given enough time, Kunkka and Storm will get through it.
But given enough time, a lot of heroes can get through it.
Thank you, Sunsfan TV, for that.
Yep, up in the hizzy.
Yep.
Another Orchid.
For adding that up in the hizzy.
Are you surprised by the double Orchid? They have lots of dispels now.
And Bloodthorn is an amazing item on TB. No doubt about it.
They have, what is it, 2 BKBs, a Yules, 3 BKBs, in fact. They have so many dispels on the side of Paravision.
My gut says this is a really good butterfly game for Terrorblade because Kunkka and Storm don't want to buy True Strike. So I feel like that could have been an interesting purchase, but in terms of just raw damage, Bloodthorn is second to none on Terrorblade if you get to stick on the target. Perhaps the rationale here is if we have enough ways of locking down and silencing and just annoying heroes, we will eventually break through the Slark and then the fight's going to be blown wide open. So the more heroes can threaten, control, the better. Now with the Hex on Viper, double Orchid, tossbacks. This is looking quite good for Avulus, I must say. I have very high hopes for them in order to take down this game now, because I think in theory, you got past some of the hardest parts of the game.
And you have pretty good push, especially if Viper gets the shard with Terrorblade hitting it. That's not to mention tiny, but it is a support this game.
You're going to take buildings if you win a fight, no doubt.
Smoke from Paravision. Desire in the triangle.
Yeah, Smiling Knight quietly is 8-0 on 5, by the way. Just clean game. 450 CS. He's just farming up a Storm here. Can almost buy the Bloodthorn if he wants to.
They're going to try for it. So Black Hole is 27 seconds out.
They could probably buy that time by just throwing some spells here and there. You can see Power Vision hesitating. This is a slow Roche. So let's say Tanic do it with a little Ducalis assistance.
Yeah, they're going to scout it.
10 seconds Black Hole.
This is a slow Roche, so they have the time. Fly's going to frontline as the Tinker. Zip from no one onto the Tiny, but he gets hexed. He gets saved, though, from the Depth Shroud yet again. Macro Pyre onto several heroes. DM with the BKB. They're focusing on Fly. He is so tanky as Roche is taken. Satanic was focusing on that for the time being. Gets the Aegis. 9 class already with a Shadow Dance. Another Orchid onto the Storm Spirit. He's in a lot of trouble. The Black Hole comes out just on 1, but it's Satanic. He has 2 lives to work with. Smiling Knight repositioning. Burrow Strike onto 2. DM gets tossed back into the fray. Torrent only hitting 1 as Satanic wants to continue to fight. Still can burn that Aegis, and he will. Buyback came out from the Storm, already back in the fight. No one. Can they kill this Tinker? Fly is so annoying to deal with. Toss back from Desire again. Another Orchid onto the Storm Spirit. Satanic.
That's huge.
Super low. The Storm Spirit's ticking out to the Orchid. Will pop big time up in the Hizzy Cinder, and a Satanic super low for the time being as well. Trying to go to the north. Gonna get shadowed by 9 class. Yules. Smiling Knight's really low. Does he have the Thunder available? Indeed he does. Mobe taking a lot of damage, but now the focus onto Satanic. They get their kill. Avulus coming out on top of that fight despite not having the Aegis on their side. Yep, there you go. That's a good meme.
Holy shit, how much damage did Fly take in that fight? That was ridiculous.
Seriously.
That was 2 lives, and in both lives, I think he got off 2 or 3 defense matrices, Greaves, a full Locket, Glimmer, and he has Gale Guard. He used all of his kit both times fully. And sure, they kill him, but he probably tanked... I don't think you can tank more damage than that as a position 5, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, you need to specifically be playing Tinker and get off all your stuff. And buying all of that time... We really got to... We were unsure if this Orchid from Terribly was going to pay dividends.
Oh,
my goodness.
Go for Throne. There's no buyback onto the Storm Spirit. This could be huge. They do have buyback for Satanic on the Kunkka. Trying to force something out DM on the outskirts. You can see the TP from 9 class as well. Ducalis can try to delay. 1 tier 4 tower down. There's the Epicenter from DM onto 2. The Force have to keep the Smiling Knight alive. He has the BKB, though, and the Sunder doesn't have a target. We'll have to use it on Desire instead. And now he's on the run. They've used the buyback onto the Kunkka. They still don't have to Storm for another 30 seconds, though. X into the boat coming for Smiling Knight. Do they have the damage? Eventually they get him. And now Avulus licking their wounds, trying to run away. Desire will be taken out next as the leash on top of Mobe. Looks to be next on the list potentially, but able to blink out. Jibe with the TP is fine as well. So they force a buyback. They get the tower.
And they will get Fly, too. This is a dieback on the Tinker. Yeah. No way to play yourself out of the situation.
Warp Flare will delay it, but dies nonetheless. All right, then.
The Satanic buyback is really big, but getting these kills and the 1 minute of freedom that you have right now is very valuable. And this begs the question, Avulus, was that a little bit too cute trying to end the game? You absolutely had the mid-racks. You probably could have taken a good chunk out of top as well. But trying for the full-on GG play, maybe they just anticipated that Satanic didn't have buy. If they were right about that, the game's over.
I mean, that was bold. I like it.
It's a big high-risk, high-reward.
Has been killed.
Oh my, okay. Divine Rapier.
Did someone say high-risk, high-reward?
It's time.
This hurts. He has Daedalus too.
He does.
One big crit. Okay, let's do some math here, Sunspin TV. He hits for 750, plus the cleave damage bonus of 210, so about 1,000.
Okay.
If he crits this cleave, he might be able to one-shot Tinker.
Oh, Tinker.
That's massive.
It is. It is.
And considering in these fights, I honestly don't think they realistically kill Satanic easily with anything else than a Black Hole. So Zibe needs to realize that this Rapier is in play and he has to reserve it. I think if you Black Hole like the Storm and kill him, Satanic could be able to win the fight afterwards. So you need to be very selective now. I love this purchase, by the way. I think it's the best item he could have bought. the Rapier and Kunkka. I
Well,
love
if he
it.
drops it, then not so much. There's a risk, Cinderin.
You really are on top of your game today.
Thank you. Risk reward, some would say.
Yeah.
You definitely didn't say that.
No, I did say it, but I said high in front of it.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's a totally different
Yeah, I
comment.
know what you mean, but up in the hizzy.
Yeah.
Getting high and whatnot. Big fan of that. Fabulous is
That's right.
smoked up right now.
I'm all about that 420, baby. You know me.
Are scanning.
Another Shiva's guard.
Never even smoked a cigarette in my life.
Me neither.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Got us being good, clean boys.
Yeah.
Which is your trademark.
That's right. Very clean indeed. So Blink Dagger for Satanic and backpacking S&Y. Your thoughts? Wants to go for the X plays as Fly. He's going to get the Warp Flare onto 9 class. And there's going to be some reinforcements in the form of the Terror Blade, but
9 class just trying to be annoying and succeeding.
yeah, he's always succeeding. Glimmer Cape.
What do I think about the Dagger on Kunkka? He's swapping in Sanjin Yasha over BKB. Interesting.
Huh.
I guess he's going to blink and then swap in BKB mid-fight, maybe? He also does have Ogre Seal Totem, which is, of course, very balanced. How many of those do we have? 1, 2.
That's it. Well, so far.
None on the Radiant. Really?
I'll tell you one that's really hard to notice, but it's insanely powerful is the Pyrrhic.
Yeah, Pyrrhic Cloak's crazy. It needs to
That
have
is on Smiling Knight.
a much more clear visual or audio indicator for sure.
Yeah.
Considering how much it does. Oh, it got him!
Yes, indeed.
They got the rat bastard! Finally!
Yeah, all it takes is the Hex now. They have enough damage.
Yep.
Taking a lot of aggression from you, Cinderin. Seeing a
Nice.
Tinker. Or seeing a Stark. Sorry, die. They're the same, let's be real.
I'm just imagining how Avulus feel.
True.
Finally.
Well, he's not really ratting, though. He said rat bastard, and...
I mean, look at Fly. That hero is a rat, okay? Even if he's not doing
In a
ratting in the
different
Dota
way.
terms, he's a rat. He really is a rat.
Fly almost done with a Shiva's for himself, it seems.
Haven't really seen a big crit from Satanic on screen yet. I'm still waiting to...
Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting, Satanic. Let's see it. Mobe has the shard now, so that tower's going to have a lot of minus armor.
Is under attack.
He has a double rapier now. Okay.
What
He's
the
very
fuck?
slow. He's coming for you.
Oh!
He gets used. Do they have their hit? Pops the BKB and Ogre Steel Totems away. Jibe getting initiated by no one. Who's just kind of trying to get focus on him. Looks like the focus right now is on Desire, though, so they get the 1 kill, and that means Avulus has to back away. Slark did buy back there after the earlier death.
That could have got really spicy for Parvision when they Yuel Satanic's X-Back play.
Yeah.
And then he's forced to insta BKB. If they could have somehow black holed and killed him there, the game's over.
He was panicking.
That was...
He was panicking.
It was not exactly calm under pressure right there, but they do stay afloat. He does hit for... What's this? 1,025 pre... Okay, so the crit, that was a crit. 2,800 on the creep wave mid.
All right.
Factor in some armor. I guess a true one-shot is not going to happen, but he can easily chunk about half of some of the Radiant heroes in a cleave. Doesn't take much more than that in an epicenter to clean house, so...
It's going to get spicy.
Yeah, for sure. This game is
Great
still
X.
very, very close. Hanging on a knife's edge. If
Oh, yeah.
one good black hole is enough to end it, one bad black hole might also be enough to end it.
One big crit could end it.
Yep.
They're going to find the Tinker Stinker on the triangle.
He's cooked.
Ogre Steel Totem. Not going to be enough to get it. God, he is so tanky. My God.
Anyone want to kill him?
Yeah, no reinforcements on the way, so it's inevitable. Does have buyback if they really want to fight, but...
You can tell they are doing some serious risk assessment in that kill, right? They know that there's a risk that Enigma could find a black hole if they stack too hard, so they're kind of staggering their heroes, and that makes the Tinker look tankier than he really is, but it's because they don't want to hard commit 3 heroes on top of each other for him.
What are these X's? Like 10 range. Just making sure it works.
Yeah.
Have you seen the other... How often do people take the other facet on Kunkka?
Not very often, I think.
He's going for another Daedalus? So what is this inventory going to look like? He's selling the S and Y.
Well, what are you going to swap out?
I mean, it's a backpack item, right? So BKB, you backpack it, or I guess you got rid of boots as well, so it is the blink probably. Yeah, I don't think you can backpack your BKB until you've used it, of course.
Yeah. Do you backpack the blink and swap that in after you BKB maybe? I guess. I think in this game state it's too important to have BKB and Satanic at the ready simultaneously. I think you have to swap out the blink. But
So
for this situation, it's great to have the dagger because it allows him to one-shot waves and get back before he can get Ewelled. Almost guaranteed, at least. Need to be really quick on Desire to catch him. So he's going to keep the blink dagger in his... Oh, he's actually backpacking the Satanic.
Okay. His namesake, Forsaken.
Oh, is there
double
something...
rapier, double Daedalus.
Is there something to read into this? If you put Satanic in the backpack, are you getting carried? You're getting carried by yourself. This is a 1v9 mentality. If Satanic backpacks Satanic, this is the... There's some sort of... It's just very symbolic from him.
This is scary business.
He just X-marked 10 range.
You know what's fun? I'm getting...
And didn't hit.
I'm getting vibes from like 8 years ago when this was standard.
Yeah.
Right? Like the game just kind of comes to a standstill as Ducalis.
Oh, he's a freebie.
He's caught out and he's dead.
That's bye. It's hard not to slip up at any point in these like stalemate situations. At some point, some support's going to be out of position, and ideally you want that to be Slark, of course, scouting this out. Now this is going to cost a buyback on Jakiro, most likely. I don't think you can give this Roche for free.
They're going to attempt the Roche 9 class, positioning to the other side of the cave here.
Oh, they
don't have the vision. There's the buyback onto the Jakiro. Going to smoke his way to get here as fast as possible. Satanic with the X. Kills off the Eidolons. Oh, they're going to pop the BKBs as Desire was the one forcing all of this out. This could be really good for Obulus. Desire with the defense matrix. DM with the Epicenter's only onto one, though, and he has the buyback. Now they have the Hex onto the Storm Spirit. It's in a lot of trouble, but the Aegis is available to be taken.
Hello?
Roche is there. Hello? DM finally grabs it as the Macro Pyre comes into play as well. Desire with another beautiful tossback. This time into Ducalis. This will be a dieback for him. He was warp flared. He is dead. The Storm fell as well. Who got the actual Roche? I guess it doesn't matter. The Aegis, nonetheless.
The Dire killed Roche. The Dire got Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher. And okay, DM got everything. He got everything.
Impressive.
Wow. All right. Well, that is honestly...
That's a lot of spells down, though.
Pretty good result for Power Vision, I have to say. Recovering all of those things, and all it cost you was the Jakiro buyback, but the enemy team used their Tiny. If Avulus can't force anything here, they'll probably force the Storm buyback, though, to be fair. They still have Black Hole.
They have Black Hole. They have everything.
Used.
They have absolutely everything.
Yeah. Except all of Roshan's goodies. They don't have those.
Yep, true.
Maybe they don't need them. It's the tower. Satanic, no crit, unfortunately.
So DM also has a Refresher Shard, as you mentioned, so can go for another Epi.
You pointed this out. The Viper with Shard, the pushing will commence.
Ranger Axe in their favor. Demon Zeal. Pretty damn good. Those illusions hit quite hard. They're saving this buyback, though. As, oh, okay. I don't think he hit anything. Have we seen a crit on heroes yet? Since these Divines have been picked up.
I feel like we would have noticed.
Probably. So one full lane in the top.
Yep.
One Rax remaining in mid, and it's relatively low. And now, I mean, it's a bit awkward for Obulus because they don't have that Aegis. That was kind of their lifeline to extend this push. And what is Jibe working on? Is there a refresher in his sights? 2,600 gold right now. You would think that would be next. Or do you, I mean, can you go for like an Octarine? Is that too greedy?
I don't really think that changes much.
The refresher seems pretty important for this stage
do
of the game.
you have enough mana for it? 1k, 1.4? Yeah, you do. What's a full Enigma combo? Let's say you just use Black Hole and Midnight Pulse. That's 640 times 2. That's 1280. And Refresher, yeah, you'd still have enough. Easily. You can even use Malefice. So, and BKB and Pipe. Yeah, I think Refresher. But you're right, he did opt for the disc first. So really taking the defensive route, just recognizing, I think I only need one good black hole, and I want to make sure I get it off. Playing against 0 nullifiers.
DM frontlining with that Aegis.
Slark with the nullifier on the Dire, the only one they have. This is big. Oh,
Aghanim
no one.
Scepter for no one. Electric Vortex, mini black hole.
Refresher shard too, remember? So which hole is bigger, the black or the blue one?
Well.
And which one's better, and which one will be used?
This conversation could take a lot of turns, and
Yeah.
I will continue going straight here.
Okay.
51 minutes in. So from Ovulus's perspective, what's the play? Because do you want to fight into their Aegis? Do you just wait? Like, Satanic has hit his limit. It's not like he's getting any stronger.
Yeah, that's
right?
an interesting perspective here, right? Is the game better or worse for you if it goes another 20 minutes? I kind of don't mind Avulus just chilling, but you got to keep formation. Like, you want to make sure you don't randomly start bleeding out kills, getting too greedy with your farming. But if both teams kind of just hit creeps and group up, I don't necessarily think that's a problem for them. Enigma opting for a Shadow Blade, by the way. So even more focused on the singular black hole, and now we'll be able to more easily navigate, avoid getting spotted by the Slark, avoid getting jumped by the Storm in turn, and then find the black hole.
I'll take your tribute.
So yeah, looks like they will be waiting out the Aegis. Only 40 seconds to go. Yeah, imagine if Avulus got the Aegis in that fight.
Yeah.
This would be probably megas, I would think.
Ooh. This is probably the first time ever. Kunkka just bought Arcane Blink. I don't remember ever seeing this inventory, or this item in this hero's inventory.
I love this Blink.
Maybe the old Arcane Blink with CDR when you were playing Water Park, maybe that was a thing, but at least since the axe was changed, I have not seen this item purchased on this hero. I mean, let's be honest, how big of a percentage of Dota games does this item even get bought?
Very few, yeah.
It's like 1 in, I don't know, 1 in 50?
I think it's underused personally, but it's considered to be the worst of the three. But I personally love it.
It is a little awkward on Kunkka because it's a 9-second cooldown on your Blink, and ideally the perfect situation would be if X-Mark also had 9, right? Because then you can use them together. A big part of the appeal of Arcane Blink is, of course, the cooldown reduction, but you're not really likely to want to blink in a secondary time when you don't have X.
I mean, I will say,
I wonder why he's rating this higher than overpowering.
The Blink range is deceptive, especially if you haven't played against it a whole lot.
Yeah.
Like, you can get to spots that the enemy would not anticipate.
Is this really better than Overwhelm?
You know, the extra tankiness. I mean, considering he has
tankiness,
a Satanic
more
in his
damage. You know, the slow when you jump. I don't know. Interesting to say the least.
Nine class, quick fingers. I mean, one pickoff at this stage could have big impact as we see Fly get initiated on no one with the Electric Vortex onto 2 heroes, but the BKBs are popped. Fly does fall. And Smiling Knight with his BKB has to retreat.
That's
to
a
the
lot of
epicenter. Sorry, it's huge. They are so massive.
There are some talents and facets or whatever in the game that I'm like, you see this in 1 or 2 games, you're like, how the hell is this still there?
Yeah.
That's one of them. The 10 Epipulses are absurd. Obscene.
Or obscure.
Yeah, that's what I said yesterday, and then I said absurd, but then I realized what I meant was obscene. But then it was too late, but then I remembered it, Shannon. That's how
really
learning
important.
works.
Fly has his
An alien
buyback.
concept to you, of course, knowledge.
Paravision.
Welcome back.
He kills 1 creep.
That was a very bad blink.
I feel like he has done 100 damage maybe to heroes since he got Divine. It was like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but it's about the damage he has threatened.
Boom! That's what I've been waiting to do, but it's only on goddamn creeps.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this X play? Am I missing something?
Yeah, I was like, am I missing something? What does he get from this? He has done it multiple times.
Yes, he has.
Maybe he's just bored.
Oh. Once you buy Divine, you sit in your fountain is basically what's happened, so I can't blame him.
Oh, that's a big item. Refresher DM.
Oh, yeah. Nice and juicy.
Yeah. I think they should change it so that the
Obey.
epicenter continues.
Obey. Mobe. TP is successful. Whew.
If Epicenter continued when you refreshed it, if it stacked with the previous one, how big do you think the 60th pulse would be? Two screens?
I think it might be bigger than that, actually. Well, it depends on your res, I guess. Yeah, it would be absurd and obscene and obscure.
Yeah, that's right.
So safe harbor,
Obscure is Sandstorm.
True. Satanic does not have buyback, which is not a huge surprise when you have 2 Divines.
He bought Travels 2 now so he can connect with his team.
Desire really wants that 25. He's going to get the Avalanche on 9 classes. Already popped the Shadow Dance. Mobe, they're going to get the hacks onto the Storm with the Orchid to follow. But the Depth Shroud to save him again. And the TP out. 9 class. Looks to be getting away as well. God, what an annoying lineup to deal with.
How can you not agree that this hero is a rat bastard? You just see a play like that, man. That's why when I see this, I'm like, this has got to be so fun.
Ooh,
oh, man.
Scepter. Wow.
Okay.
So Black Hole dealing more damage.
Yeah.
And it pulls. Is that really better than... I know it's not the same price, but Refresher. Surely. Feels like the Black Holes have been extremely impactful, but if you miss one, that could just be game.
I think the biggest part of getting Refresher here is not black holing the same hero twice. It's just being able to black hole a singular hero to start the fight and just build something, right?
Ags on Terrorblade now, so the fear is going to get the Blink initiation again. Mobe and company going for the Jakiro. Gets off the Lotus, but he is dead.
He beat that. That was highly unnecessary. He still had Eon Disc. I don't think he was in any danger there, but... Oh, Viper going to go to Refresher 2 now. Have we ever seen in Pro Dota a team take the Tormentor after minute 45?
Probably.
Feels like a very bad value proposition.
Does everybody have shards at this point?
It's not only that. I mean, the gold is nice. It's just you take so much damage doing it too, right?
True.
It's like the risk-reward of getting that bit of gold versus getting... If the enemy team gets there and kills you, just lose for that. Kind of whatever.
So they have Terrorblade Ags, which is the Terror Wave.
Yeah. I would love to see a Swift Blink on him next. Replace the Sanjin Yasha, blink in behind enemy lines, and terror them into the Enigma.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. Also, I suppose it's forced movement, so it will get people out of the Depth Shroud, right? Because they get feared.
That's true. That is true.
There's very few abilities in the game, as a matter of fact, that can get heroes out of Depth Shroud. There's not that many knockbacks.
Yeah. Meat Hook.
Yeah, Hook, obviously, for sure.
Boy, I miss Pudge.
Yeah. Oh, this music is so fitting.
Yeah.
It's a little bit melancholic, you know. I miss Pudge.
Hey, we're a minute 40 away, Cinderman, from tier 5 neutral items.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's incorrect, Suns fan, because the game is paused, so we're more than a minute 40 away.
That's true.
What was that frog?
Yeah, what was in his mouth there? That looks clipping, too.
Looks like a police officer. He's got a hat on. You're under arrest.
What the hell?
What is that? That's in the game. What is this?
It's a courier?
That's a courier?
I would think so. I've never seen it before. Interesting. As we're back in the game.
Oh, that's Fly's courier.
Minute and a half away from the tier 5s as Roche will be freely given to Abulus.
Now, who takes what here? Aegis TB instead of Satanic.
Oh, Jibbe.
Fly refresh.
Jibbe. Malefist into the black hole with a TPing support. And they have the stun lock. Down goes no one. Huge kill for Abulus. And they have the Aegis advantage.
Damn, they
can certainly force this out.
They were confident there was no backup nearby. Zibit in PKB for the black hole. And now that he has Refresher Shard, guess what? You don't need the orb. So
very true.
He could... I feel like it's going to be telling whether he swaps that in and uses it now or not. Because if he doesn't...
Maybe he wants to get full value on double BKB?
If they want to use the... Technically speaking, he could wait. Oh, he is swapping it in now. Because he could technically have waited and then have 2 black holes in 2 minutes while they still have 2 minutes of Aegis left. So that would be like the ultimate
All right,
power spike,
Satanic.
but
You've been in your base for quite a while.
yeah.
You've done 0 damage with your Divine Rapiers. DM, Epicenter is going to be fully gone with it. Tiny's on top. Smiling Knight, half HP. And the focus right now onto Tony. He's dead. Has buyback. They don't really have to use it, though.
How the hell did Smiling Knight take that damage? Did he get cleaved in the back? And then Epi?
It had to have been a cleave. We'll just assume that Satanic did something with the Divines. Good job. There we go.
The fight recap is mainly Sand King.
It was definitely
Sand King. And 1 crit. Oh, 1 cleave. But the cleave wasn't even a crit, right?
Well, it was just a normal cleave, but still a lot of damage.
All right, yep.
Oh, block of cheese.
Ooh. What do you give that to?
Well, the way I've been seeing it used is people keep it in their inventory, right? They don't care about the barrier as much. It's still just...
Can't use it. All right, 500 damage barrier for Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
He
doesn't have room for it.
He has 9k gold. He could, and he already has Moonshard. So, Swift Blink now? Question mark? Is there anything you want to swap out? I mean, you could also swap out your Revenant's Brooch for Daedalus. I feel like that would be better. Like, Kunkka does not have high armor right now. He has 14. A measly 14 armor on a carry late game is nothing.
Yeah.
So you're going to kill him real fast with a big crit, but...
All right, any of these tier 5s other than the Necronomicon, Book of the Dead, that you're excited about? Minotaur Horn for Satanic. Okay.
I guess Fallen Sky and Enigma is kind of cool, right?
I mean, it is cool, yeah.
Is it good, though? Well, he already took Book of the Dead, so it's a question.
I feel like nobody goes Fallen Sky, though, right?
Yeah. I guess you get the Stygian Desolator on TB. But honestly...
Do you, though?
Wait, if you have 5 Books of the Dead and Kunkka cleaves, does he kill himself? I mean, we might be laughing at it.
Magic
What's the
Lamp on
damage?
DM.
Last Will is 800 magic damage. That's the death damage of the Necronomicon. So
that's pure, right?
It's 800 magical. So 600 after reduction if the hero has 25% magic resist. Kunkka has more than that. He has 36. So let's give or take, let's say you take 500 damage per cleaved Necronomicon book. That is that type. If they had, how many of them do they have? 1, 2.
Useless conversation ever.
You're saying that I'm telling you this could win the game. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, it could.
Okay, so 2 so far. So that would be 1,000 damage when he cleaves. Viper still has an item to choose from.
Keep it up.
His items are Fallen Sky, Pirate Hat, and Spider Legs.
God, Pirate Hat has been a joke.
Yeah, it's not really a thing.
Yeah, he's thinking about it, and can't blame him. These are not great options in terms of the artifact.
I think he should take Fallen Sky with move speed, honestly. Fleet-footed is really strong for Viper, hero that is very slow inherently. You can take Evolve for the 40 attributes, but it's not really that useful because he's not hitting at all hard. He's just a control hero.
Smiling Knight tickling the barracks right now as Satanic goes in for a nice little cleave. Satanic, or rather Smiling Knight will go back to
there it is.
HP, though.
Saw that cleave? You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you laughed. Who's laughing now?
The Ancient is exposed, by the way, in the Hizzy for Paravision.
Yeah.
That's up to Hizzy is what I was saying, actually.
Yeah, gotta get it wrong.
Aegis is about to expire. Obulus. What are they going to wait for?
How many level 30 talents do we have?
Refresher.
We have Storm. Storm's the only level 30 hero in the game, as a matter of fact. So, no one ahead of the curve here. Now with the Ball Lightning auto cast plus Overload attack bounce, does a ton of damage. And understandably, I really get why Avulus are hesitant. This is not easy.
It's hard, yeah.
There's so much garbage. But fortunately, I have Book of the Dead.
Man, Satanic's game, the last 30 minutes must be mind-numbingly boring. I would be so so annoyed.
Oh, he had the perfect reaction when you just said that. It's just like a
Look
little
at him.
Oh my god.
Dude. Like, I bought these divines. I haven't used them. Please.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Yeah, all he can do is taunt and walk back and forth between creep
Please
waves.
just keep it on his camera. I love this. I live for this shit. He's just sitting there like patiently, cautiously smiling. He's like,
He really is bored, dude.
it's rough. It's rough times.
So,
Oh, man.
how long does... Okay, the block of cheese is about to expire, by the way.
Yeah, they got
didn't
very
even
little
use
value
it.
out of that.
All right, they are definitely waiting for the next Roche.
Yeah.
Which I guess the last Aegis wasn't good enough for them. Okay,
Oh,
Satanic
man.
finally leaving his base. Hits some creeps. He looks a little bit more interested, and now back to base, of course.
9 class left the base as well and grabbed a Hex. No, sorry, Wind Waker actually. So that's the save against the Black Hole.
Tormentor.
They have no nullifiers,
5 minutes.
right? 0 nullifiers on Radiant. So this Wind Waker is guaranteed as long as he's in range. We might actually see a playoff of that because this is information that Avulus don't have. They might try to bait a Black Hole on a core and then save
That's
them
the
with-
look that Jim from The Office makes all the time. Do you actually know that reference?
No, I'm just laughing.
You just laugh for no reason. That's awesome.
I'm in a good mood, man.
You're so uncultured. actually.
I'm sapping energy from Satanic's camera shot. It's good.
He's talking a bit now.
He's normalized. We're back.
God, he has been stuck here forever.
It's an experience. Oh no.
Now he has to think about what he's done the last 30 minutes.
All right, Terrorblade pausing the game.
I'm not sure what he has to talk about. They're just waiting for Avulus to go high ground. That's effectively what we've come to here. This is only game number 1. This has been a really entertaining one.
Yep.
Not for Satanic, though, of course. He's just wants to die.
Oh, he's almost falling off his chair here.
That's the Sidewinder water approach.
Yeah,
I've seen
don't
that from time to
pull an
time.
Eternal Envy. Make sure you have your center of gravity far enough back on the chair, or it can collapse on you.
Yep. Okay, getting back in position to stay in the vicinity of their own base, of course. Oh, he's laughing. Okay.
That is not what a cat sounds like, but nice try.
One day, we will see Satanic get a big old juicy crit.
Ironically, he looks the happiest now that the game is paused. I think
Yeah, because
you
there's no
might
difference.
genuinely be right that he was so bored. He's like, finally.
Yeah, now he can talk to his teammates.
I think he's playing Cookie Clicker.
Or Banana. Banana.
Yes, the very famous Steam game Banana.
Okay, you say that
It had so many.
I looked at the Steam charts.
Yeah.
It's still top 5.
It's
most
so
played games.
it's so botted.
Yeah.
That is also not the sound of a cat. You got any more?
All right, Satanic back
That is
to
also
X
not-
marking himself at melee range. Okay, he gets a nice creep kill there. Level 29. What is his other talent that he didn't take here?
Spell AoE.
Okay, not that great for this build.
Does it give more AoE to Tidebringer, I wonder?
No way.
It's a spell, I guess.
I would guess not. Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
What is that from?
Awesome.
Oh my god. Wait, when was he out at bottom tier 2?
I mean, he did play the game normally for 30 minutes, and then Divine Rapier entered.
Oh, he had was that with Travels once that he played a gank? Oh, it must be. Yeah.
Okay.
He tried to gank one time.
What is he going for? He sold an SNY, didn't he, earlier?
Yeah.
And he's going to be buying another one?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, the shard might be good.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked he didn't go for shard yet. Ags, I can kind of understand.
DM is also losing his mind here, pump faking 10 epis in a row. They
Yeah.
found Slark.
9 class with the Wind Waker. Can't get to the other side of the cliff, but they actually
Avalanche.
canceled the TP. 9 class. He's going to take off the Orchid, but they look like they have the damage. No, he pounces to the other side, ticking away ever so slowly, and the rat bastard has died.
Yeah! That's what I'm talking
He
about.
does have buyback, though. Big zip. There's the Electric Vortex on the 3 heroes with the Burrow Strike. The epicenter come from DM, the BKB, but the BKB run away. Now the Burrow will find Fly instead. He pops his own
DM
golden
is in
item.
trouble here. He's
they
totally
buy back
out of
on the
resources.
Slark.
He's dead.
DM isolated, tossed up, dead. Has buyback, though.
Uh-oh.
And Ovilus haven't had to expend too much. They get the Yules, but the X back. And Satanic wants to get back to his comfy spot in the base where he can just sit there and be bored. Looking for the toss back. Desires not successful. No one. Electric Vortex only on a one, but is on the Tinker. Dual Breath from basically global range at this point. Satanic. X available to you. Back to base he goes.
Okay, I think he took 3/4 of Terrablade's HP with a cleave there, if I didn't see that.
Yeah, he hits hard when he hits.
You got the crit you wanted, Shannon. There it was.
Thank you.
He will immediately sunder Desire as if nothing happened now on the TV.
BKB now for 9 class. Yet another Dispel. Just missing Lotus and I guess Disperser. Just go for like all Dispels.
Yeah. I wonder if they're making a mistake not buying Hex on party. Late game Dota is something.
It is.
It's so chaotic. We're going to see the cleave here. Keep an eye on Terrablade's HP here. Here it comes. Oh, Mobe had Aeon Disc. He might have died.
Yeah,
almost.
true. All right, so another Roche bites the dust.
Yeah. Aegis on Terrorblade.
Yes.
Seeing some serious inventory management here. Hex. There is a Hex.
The last
but I thought
Aegis.
Slark was going to buy it, but it's going to be no one.
Metamorphosis. Satanic, that was a big crit again. Smiling Knight survives through it, gets the Satanic toss back. This could be a big kill on Jakiro. I believe he just bought back recently. Ducalis tossed up again. There's the Hex. There's the initiation. The laser's doing a lot of work. Buyback for the Jakiro. Still 20 seconds for DM. Is he going to force out his buyback? Desire dies to the Ghost Ship. They just can't kill this melee barracks to save their lives. This Illusion is doing next to nothing.
Oh, Book of the Dead!
And DM.
Oh, the Book.
Okay, this
they got
melee
away.
racks.
They're getting it.
Book
They're
of the
getting
Dead with the Eidolon.
No.
One hit away. 20 HP and a dream.
Deny it, pussy. Do it. Bet you can't do it.
Satanic, that would
Bet
make
you
him
can't
a
do
little
it.
happier.
Bet you can't do it. Bet you wouldn't.
Oh, he X's. Okay, back to base. Really cool. Really cool gameplay here.
Yeah.
So they wait out this 60-second timer for Tiny. They still have plenty of time on the Aegis, and surely they just go on. I don't think we've seen a black hole in 20 minutes.
Probably not. No. But we're reaching that point where it should be an inevitable one, right?
Yeah, he has Refresher
He
Stars
has
again.
everything. He has Refresher, Aeon Disc, Shadowblade, Ags, Consumed, and BKB, and Ghost Set.
But it's a one-time use Refresher Cinder.
Right. I don't think he's going to need it more than one time. If he gets 2 black holes back-to-back, the game's got to end.
You don't think Paravision can win this game?
Well, not if they get black hole twice.
Oh, well, Jabé is Aeon Disc procs.
Defensively used. Okay.
Now they're going to have to wait 90 seconds for that BKB. Oh. Is this another Rapier? What are you... what is he giving up? Isn't it less efficient to get rid of a Daedalus for that? I feel like it is, right?
I mean, this makes the individual crit way stronger.
But he's barely hitting. I get okay. So what does he increase his damage by? Theoretically in this one crit.
Okay, so I think effectively what you're doing, you might lower your average DPS, but the one crit you get off, if it does happen, will be stronger,
Okay.
right?
I mean, he's gotten the TB to about 25%. I don't think that's going to make the difference for a one-shot.
Oh, that was cool. Did you see that? He X'd himself, TP'd mid, hit a wave, and X'd back, and now he's back home.
Yep, there it is.
40 seconds.
Okay,
Lag.
pause.
Slark lags. Okay.
Meanwhile, 9 class basically turning into a core Slark. Everyone's a core at this point.
He's turning into Slark in real life.
Rat bastard.
On his camera, it was starting to look more and more like Dark Reef Prison.
72 minutes in. Can Ovilus do this? They have the buyback advantage, so this is a... If they can execute, they should have a good chance here.
I have not checked. You and I get one guess each. What do you think the win expectancy is? Percentage for Avulus.
For Avulus?
Yeah. Take your pick.
I'd say 80-20.
Okay, I'm going to say 55-45.
Really? With an Enigma?
Oh, you were close.
Yep.
Not bad. All right.
I feel like Dota...
I mean, Dota Plus loves
They love Enigma, so...
But it should also love level 30 Storm Sanking. I'll say that.
It doesn't have data. We talked about this for level 30s.
maybe.
That didn't
You're
exist
right.
when they made the algorithm.
Oh, yeah, Tinker's level 30, by the way, in case you missed that.
Oh, nice.
Lovely. Good for Fly. The level 25 talent with Defense Matrix duration, nothing to scoff at. You can really prepare it on your teammates. Oh, here we go.
Yep, the epicenter.
Okay.
They get the one pickoff again onto the Tiny. I think he's going to have to buy back here. Jibe taking the brunt of the damage right now. The TP's coming in, Smiling at half HP, looking for a target for the Sunder. Will try to walk through the Macro Pyre. He's dead, though. That's life number 1. Now the buyback comes out from the Tiny. BKB's pop galore from Mo. This damage from the Macro Pyre is owning. 2 more dead for Obulus. Smiling Knight in such a horrific spot. Jibe with the black hole is just on the one. The throne in a lot of trouble. Half HP. That's why you gotta stay home if you're Satanic.
They glyphed it that there were like 2 Books of the Dead and Eidolons hitting the throne, and Satanic does 1 cleave and the entire push is over.
Yeah. If they can just get him to leave their base. That fight was really bad for Obulus, though.
Honestly, I think it doesn't really matter as long as Paravision don't push. Because I think this is a favorable trade for Obulus in the grand scheme of things. Because one more time they get to the enemy base, they pop their Books of the Dead, they can end, right?
Yeah.
It feels like now Paravision, there's just so
Another one.
much against them.
So they've had enough time to recraft their tier 5.
Yeah, they're just getting more Books of the Dead.
3 Books of the Dead.
Yeah.
Interesting that Mobe actually never took the tier 5. There's no one. We'll pop the Minotaur Horn. Desire will pop his BKB, but the Epicenter's coming for Desire again. He's getting picked off pretty consistently here in the ultra late game as the Epicenters take up the entire screen. Yeah, this is an important kill for sure. As Books of the Dead, the backdoor protection is there.
Yep. It's
Not
off.
anymore.
This is
All right.
meaningful damage. Everything matters.
Satanic, how much damage will you take from killing it? Ah!
Boom.
Okay.
Okay. Boots of Travel 2 for Storm. Going the Kiyotaka build at the right time.
Yep, of course.
Getting the Travels as your last item instead of your first might be a good way to play this hero.
So Mobe took, he kept Ceremonial Robe as the artifact and then took the Status Resist tier 5. Or sorry, not the Status Resist, the debuff duration and Spell Amp.
I mean, Ceremonial Robe is honestly very good.
He's not.
So
I guess it is 1200 radius. I didn't realize that.
It's pretty big. Yeah. I mean, what else would he take on Viper? What would be better except Book of the Dead? Like maybe Fallen Sky?
He had Fallen Sky as an option. He had Stygian, I think, which...
I think it's Spider Legs.
Yeah, I think it was Spider Legs.
I mean, you definitely don't take Stygian. Magic Lamp would have been nice, but I don't think he was offered that. All right.
Visibility.
75-minute game.
What was the longest game of the tournament until this point?
But they just showed, my God,
I did not see that.
You really have issues.
71. Oh, it was Obulus too. Would you look at that?
Oh. Yep, well, when you don't want to push high ground.
What do you mean you
that's
really
what
had
happens.
issues? I was looking at my own game, not that one.
You have issues.
I mean, that's true, but not that one. Oh,
no one.
Tinker.
Finds Tinker. Tinker, Stinker, E-Blades himself. Electric Vortex. No one's just trying to force some things out. He's going to get hexed, though. Epicenter's coming. Jibe with the black hole onto 2. The Epicenter effectively wasted. They get the one they were looking for. Jibe's dead, though. He has the buyback and the refresher charge still. Buyback down into the Storm. He's going to TP on top of 9 class. Focus right now onto Mobe. He's going to die as well. Has the buyback still intact. Now Obulus trying to run away. Smiling Knight in a lot of trouble. Looking for the Sunder. At half HP right now, Fly. Not able to save him too much. He's dead. And now Fly trying to run away. Pops the BKB. Blocked by his own creeps. Will blink away to safety, but they have the Nullifier. They have everything. Another Macropyre comes out. 3 buybacks. Make it 4 for Obulus. Another DM ult coming in. Slark taking a lot of damage. DM trying to focus on it. That's a dead. Oh, he dies again. That's a triple dieback effectively, but the black hole is a little bit too late. The game is just over. How? How? Paravision wins. Somehow. What the hell was this?
There was an insane cleave in that last fight, I think. That was... Wait, hang on.
Satanic, I finally left the base.
Sand King did... Wait, I can't see it now because the game is over, but Sand King's damage graph is ridiculous. He did more damage, about the same damage as his entire team combined in that last engagement.
Double epi, yeah.
2 massive epicenters. And of course, when you're buying back these heroes and returning, not all of them had BKB ready, I think. Wow. Okay, that is... Late game Dota, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell. Avulus are... And I don't know, as close as possible to winning this game. That is a despair face if I've ever seen one there for Desire. That's got to feel really bad for them. Oh man, they put in everything to winning this game late, and they were so close, and it was all for naught. Just the Books of the Dead, they were so close, Shannon. They had the throne down to half no glyph, and they just didn't get in the base again. Get caught off guard by the Storm and the Sand King.
That definitely hurts.
Oh man. The silver lining, though, they really put Power Vision to the test in this game. My God.
Yeah. It's a good thing for Satanic that they don't have that option in these lobbies, that when you go AFK, it just kicks you, because most of the game was in the base for him. But he ends up the winner, so patience is a virtue, as they say.
Wow.
But quite the game, quite the game. Let's see what these two idiots have to say about it.
It's just me. It's just me. It's not the two idiots yet, but we'll get to them later. What a game we got in our hands here. It felt like it was the Kunkka that was the star of the show with all the rapiers, but it felt like actually, like Syndrome was saying, the Sand King was the MVP in the last couple of fights there. And I mean, this game was just what a crazy ending and what a crazy game overall. It's hard to even remember what happened early on. We see some of the earlier fights here where the game felt normal. I think, yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say about this game. It felt like Black Hole was a big issue for Paravision for a long time, but as the game progressed and became more and more chaotic, yeah, Avulus maybe losing a little bit of discipline there towards the end. I think maybe if they waited up and grouped up as 5, they could have ended the game with no glyph there at the end. But yeah, I think maybe this shows that Paravision is the more experienced team in a game like this, and the reason why Avulus are struggling a bit more. We could take a look at some of the earlier points in this game where Avulus actually make some really good plays and have really good team fights, but then they make this kind of questionable decisions afterwards, which also maybe highlights the reason why they lost this game. I don't know if we have those clips available. Yeah, right here, for example, this is earlier on at 20 minutes, right, where they win this amazing fight on their own high ground. But then the decision they make after this is quite questionable, and they end up throwing away this lead again. They go into Roche Pit immediately after and end up losing a bunch of heroes for this. So I think this highlights the idea that Avulus perhaps lack a little bit of experience in decision making when it comes to getting a lead and closing out the game. Here, another fight win for Avulus later on in the game, where they actually managed to team wipe Paravision, also force out 2 buybacks, and maybe a more experienced, more, what could you say, confident team would go for 2 sets of Raxes and then control the map from there, but they decide to go for Throne. And again, you don't blame them for wanting to end this game, but at the same time, you know, getting 2 Raxes and closing out the game normally would maybe have been a better choice here. Could also be why they ended up losing this game in the end, just lacking that little bit of discipline, little bit of thinking about what is the absolute best play to win the game without having any risk. But yeah, thanks for listening to me.
So then I told him, like, I would never do that for $15, maybe 17 though.
Yeah,
right?
I wouldn't do that for anything. I mean, I'm in a happy relationship, but can you tell me anything in the world that is better at waking you up than coffee? Anything that you could think of?
Man, a splash of water to the face.
Well, I was thinking crack, or a really good late game Dota match.
Yeah. Speaking of
Love
which,
that shit.
would you have denied the melee racks?
Yes.
If he called you the P word?
Yeah, I don't need to be called the P word. I would do it anyway because I'm not a P word.
Oh, of course.
I think on principle, if you're in a game, it doesn't matter if it's a tournament. It doesn't matter if it's a pub that you've doubled down. you got to deny the racks because you're playing for the future at that point, right? It's like you get these players in a future game, and you've done that. There's no living that down.
Yeah, they're never going to be able to predict what you're going to do next after you do that.
Exactly.
It's very impressive. Do you think it's worth getting that many Necro 3s just to let your opponents farm them? If anything, it really made Satanic less bored, which may have lost them the game.
It worked for them before is the thing. They did it against Edge, and they won. So it's like, it's this thing where you just get this idea.
Sorry, was it my turn?
It's your turn. Yeah,
Okay.
You can go first.
Am I white or black piece?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Flip that over. What were you saying?
Yeah, if something works for you in a game, you just keep doing it over and over again, you know? I mean, that's how I feel. For me, I was excited to see a Rapier build. I'm a Rapier enjoyer myself. Go for the offlane PA, the offlane sniper. That's not how that works.
Why not?
It's not diagonal. So you can put it there.
I don't. Oh, thank you.
Speaking of not diagonal, there's some cleaves where Satanic was not hitting the diagonal. I feel like I'm not entirely sold that this was like
a good thing. I think it's good.
Him winning the game, you know.
No, I think it's legit. I mean, this is the second time that I've seen it now. It definitely works very effectively. He's keeping his net worth high enough.
Yeah.
He's getting tons of lifesteal with Satanic, which means that his rum buffs are now abusive, right?
Eventually, he sells it though.
Yeah, sure, but this game it was an extreme case. But I mean, he's losing all this HP, but he's delaying it with the rum buff. You get the 20 talent that gives you more rum buff. So you would think like, okay, eventually you're gonna die. I'm thinking.
It's like a 30-second window. You gotta go.
I don't care where this goes.
This
so
is
the Satanic is going to eventually catch him up, you know? Like, eventually.
True, but you're really playing around trying to, you know, crit one-shot the entire enemy team at a point, which I don't understand the facet on Kunkka. Like, is Satanic doing this stuff because he has the Kunkka facet that's giving you reduced Tidebringer cooldown? Or does he just... You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, well, because I feel like you're very rarely going to get the cleave and then insta-cleave again before you have to X yourself back. Is it, you know what it is? It's like the chase. It's like the potential. The potential that could happen, that you can like hit all 5, instantly get Tidebringer back again, hit all 5 again, because it's not what it used to be when we saw like Attacker Kunkka, where you could legit just one-shot the entire team. It's not like that anymore because cleave is physical damage now.
I mean, the lower cooldown is fine, certainly, but I don't think it's like absolutely mandatory.
This was a really bad move from you, by the way. You gotta pay attention.
Yeah, I figured that out once you placed over there, and then I saw my future.
Are you taking your ADHD meds?
Sometimes, yeah.
You should have taken them
you
before
think so?
playing this. Yeah, you're not focused.
Next time I'll figure it out. Yeah. It's my first time game times you played this.
This is my second time. I practiced actually. So
oh, did someone better than you show you that move?
ChatGPT did.
Yeah, that sounds about like
Do you think ChatGPT told Satanic what to build in this game?
I'm not sure actually.
DM very underrated as well.
You wouldn't do that.
I want to say that like, watching this game, we were all looking at Kunkka. When's he gonna do the big cleave? DM did the most damage.
DM did?
He did, yeah. Because what's a better cleave than Kunkka cleave? It's Sand King Eggs. He's applying an auto attack on every stinger.
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds pretty valid. I'm gonna slowly get all these points back.
You're not gonna win this. The corner strategy is like unbeatable.
Is it?
We should 50-50 the corners. Yeah, it's called Othello, by the way.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You probably
that does make sense.
If you knew what it was called, you would have looked it up.
Yeah.
I wanted an advantage.
Gonna be a cold winter, baby. it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
Well, I hope you're all refreshed and ready. And you know, you had some time to recover after a game like that, because that was quite the long one. Paravision and Avalos went the distance. We're gonna be seeing how the teams also have recovered after that one, as we're ready for game number 2 of this 2-game series. Paravision take it. Of course, game number 1 in the end, but it was close, and it does offer a lot of hope, because before the series started, Misery, we thought that Paravision on paper, they should smash him. And obviously they won, but that was very far from smashing them.
Yeah, that was a hard game.
Yes.
Paravision. Maybe one of the hardest games they've had in a long time. So I think also the credit to the Enigma that game. He did a lot of work. Maybe also why you see the Avalos having such a high win rate with this hero. Haven't chosen to ban it out this time, actually. I would have expected maybe they would have been done with that, but choosing to ignore the last game completely and just go with 4 other bans.
Well, the question I have, why puck ban? This is unusual to have a puck ban at this early?
I think it's because they want to make sure that they don't get pucked later on in the draft, on 18, for example, because Avalos has first pick here.
Yeah.
So maybe they just feel like they don't want to deal with that later, and that they have 4 bans in the first phase, right? So they might as well use one of them here.
Yeah, and the Templar Assassin here, by the way, also still in the pool. So definitely a little bit of moving parts here. Purge.
TA, very, very strong, all right. The laning stage is good. The silence traps are fantastic later on. There's a lot of minus armor strats you can do. The fact that she has minus armor unlocks all of your objectives, basically, and she just scales really well as the game continues.
I just know that most offlaners talk about Enigma as like the TA counter in lane and in game, honestly. Okay, so they go for Bristle. I prefer this just because you can run it as a carry, and I think it'll do fine against Enigma in lane. You can't really kill a Bristleback, and with the Quills, you can kill the Eidolons. But then, of course, you've DM playing Bristleback. This guy invented the green facet, right? He's very good at the hero.
Not nice frog.
Do you think that Bristleback is meant to be laned up against Enigma? I think it's more like they prioritize this hero perhaps higher as the draft overall. Satanic can play pretty much anything, right? Maybe he'll just play Kunkka again. He doesn't mind. Maybe he'll pick TA later anyways, right?
For sure. This reveals nothing because of that.
The DM's Darkseer's banned out, so I think maybe they just feel like the Bristleback is the next tier in offlaner that they can just get away with picking right now. I don't think we're gonna see Satanic play carry Bristleback to counteract the Enigma offlane, for example.
I don't think so either. Just always an option if they see like a gotcha offlaner.
Maybe.
I like what you said in the green room yesterday, I think, as well, is that the green fast is just so nice because so many heroes have a lot of HP right now. And it's also the case because people are playing these offlaner mid heroes in the safe lane. It's just some unnaturally tanky carry that doesn't have less than 3,000 HP. They're sitting at 4 to 5k. So having all of this minus armor from Bristle can then make your physical damage just do so much more. And maybe your Kunkka crits are going to one-shot even tanky heroes.
That sounds good, actually. I mean, that's why Avalos banned the Pango, because this is something that Paravision has been running. Green Facet, minus armor with all the Pango physical damage. It's a combo that surfaced and we were like, oh yeah, this makes sense, actually. Like, you just don't think of them as comboing together because Pango used to do magic damage and Bristle didn't have the goo facet, or people weren't going for it, but it makes so much sense here. So I like the idea of like an alternative to that.
I think one thing that Avilus did really well last game that we didn't get to touch on because it was a full chaos game, it was that they actually abused the laning phase pretty well with Enigma, how it freed up Desire to then run mid to Mobe, who picked the last pick Viper to bully the Storm, right? So their whole strategy was kind of built around Enigma can be left alone, Tiny is freed up to help the Viper, snowball mid, right? So I think that they have a good understanding of how to enable not just the Enigma in the offlane, but also how to enable Desire and how to build a draft around that.
And Tiny's still available.
It is.
They can do it again.
I felt okay about the Tiny, but it also felt very difficult that game. They just had so many ways to save people. Once they got BKBs as well, they had lockdown problems. I mean, it basically took the Viper like 3 items to actually feel like a threat again. Like you get the Orchid, maybe you get the first kill, but then after you have the Orchid, you don't farm that fast compared to other heroes.
Maybe Tusk then?
And then once they get Yules or BKB, it's like the Orchid is in the trash again for a bit until you get some Hex. So
yeah,
you think Tusk instead?
Yeah, maybe. It was banned out last time, and I agree with your point. Like the Tiny, it kind of felt like he could have been any like Enigma lane dominator 4 that also rotates, and like, Tusk just seems like the better version, which is interesting because Paravision actually thinks that Earthshaker is the best version of this. They banned it both games.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just his best hero. They have been playing it a lot this tournament, so AoE stuns are very impactful.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably just a target ban on Desire, and then, move on. We don't want to deal with that hero.
Yeah, they still go back for the Tiny that Desire played in that previous game.
It's fine. I mean, if you're playing against a Tinker support who's putting out a lot of heals in area, if you can take one of your opponents and pull them out of that area, it's just going to be better.
That's true.
It needs time for Tinker to get mobility. He's usually getting Locket and Greaves first. It takes him a long time to get Blinks, or cast range, really. So if you can just pull somebody out of the fight and make them run back to their team, I think it will go a little bit. I mean, they're basically picking the same draft so far.
I think one thing that I would like for Avilus to change compared to last game is that having a bit more damage once the toss back comes in. Because last time it felt like they almost had to blow the black hole most of the time to get that kill, right? They didn't really have a good way of killing that getting pickoffs around the map. So I think having something that combos with the Tiny, a little bit extra nukes would help them a lot, I think, playing this game.
I mean, I guess it comes down to the mid pick, because the Viper was relevant that game because of the Storm. His Orchid Blink was relevant because of the Storm. If there's no Storm, I think it's going to give them a lot more options in what they pick that could solve that like lockdown after tossback that they're looking for. Because it's Viper's lockdown is not that great.
It's kind of scuffed, yeah. I mean, Jakiro seems like a pretty good option to me now that Fly can't be Tinker. Like, it's so funny that Jakiro was not a damage dealer for a long time, but like this hero, oh my god, it just shits out damage, especially when you get the shard. If you apply both of the fires, it's 1,000 damage. One right click is 1,000 damage. It's crazy.
Yeah, the shard's good.
Yeah, but I would imagine it's pretty good for Paravision as well, and it's their turn to pick, so...
It's less good against Bristleback, I would say, because you're generally going to be able to turn at some point during all that damage over time.
Just turn and face the Jakiro. You're back to the Jakiro.
Yeah, with the Blade Mail on, so he dies faster, I believe. Yeah.
I think I would be surprised if they run back the Kunkka again. I don't think it was... I think they won that last game, but I think they can do better in terms of the... Yeah, well, we see the PA now, but I think they were in trouble for several phases of that game, I think. If Avilus was a bit cleaner, a bit more disciplined, they would have lost that game, right?
Yeah.
But PA, interesting pick against Enigma. You're not necessarily going to be killing the Eidolons, at least that easily. But
classic PA Warlock.
But you can kill the Enigma, right? And with the Warlock now as well, fatal bonding the Enigma, you actually is going to potentially harass him out of the lane by just with his regen, right?
That being said, we did see the PA Warlock lose just a series ago.
Yeah, I mean, he does have Goo facet now, so his physical damage is going to be giga high with the PA on top of that. But the thing they're really missing right now is they have very few disables other than Goo. There's going to be a lot of slows. There's going to be Golem, maybe later on upheaval, but that's it. So their lockdown is rough.
They need like an Ember or something, right?
They need some. So
no one's hero is going to be important here, right?
But also, who does Avalos end up picking mid right now? Because if there is little disable right now, maybe that makes their Storm Spirit type hero look really easy.
It's funny that we're saying all this, the early phase ban Puck now actually makes a lot of sense. Like they have Warlock, Tinker, PA, Bristle, no stuns, and they've already banned the Puck, so very good foreshadowing in the draft.
Well, you guys always say that this pick that Avalos is going to do is the most important one in their draft, considering they do not have overall last pick. Does that mean they should pick their mid right here?
I think so, yeah. I mean, unless they feel like there's a 5 that really breaks the game here. But I'm not sure what that would be.
Oh.
Really?
I mean, they're just going to go back with it. I think this is so risky.
Against Bristle, I guess it makes sense.
And PA too. You're taking her ulti out. And her evasion. Like, it's good against both of those two heroes. You get that +1 Viper Strike duration, Talon at 10. So it's a 7-second break. It's not terrible.
Yeah.
I would like to see maybe different items this game, but because the Orchid doesn't look that important right now to me. But
like how we talked about the Viper last game, he went Orchid Blink and then eventually got Hex Refresher. It almost felt like he could be any hero. His items was what actually made him his impact, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily the hero. So, I mean, I definitely agree. I don't think we're going to see the same build this game. Makes not much sense here. But they can't go for the Tinker that there was the last hero from last game. That's already been picked. So there will be a different hero on Avalos this time.
From a coach perspective, doing the same, even if it's 4 heroes, the same strat, like basically verbatim 2 games in a row, is that good?
I mean, it was working for them. Like when the game goes that late, you can't really say either draft was bad.
No,
and they were winning already.
But Paravision now know what to prepare for and how to adjust, and Avalos doesn't make any adjustments.
Yeah, which I think actually makes sense. Like Paravision, in my eyes, like they lost the last game. They just won because they played the late game better. They were the better team. Avalos could have smoked and thrown at some point, but they were scared. So I think they're going for this strategy because basically they won with it already. They just didn't close out the game, and Paravision changed their strategy because you don't want to be that back up against the wall against a team which you think is just not as strong as you.
I think generally it's not necessarily the best thing to go for the same strategy twice. I think it really depends on... I've seen it go both ways, right? Sometimes you just run it back and you change a couple of things for yourself and you make it work. Other times it just doesn't, it falls apart completely in the second time. So
50-50?
I don't really blame it. I think this is a completely different game, right? Very different heroes on Paravision side. So we'll see how these heroes match up against the same exact heroes from Avalos matches up against four new heroes
different
from
heroes.
Paravision, right? That's kind of interesting in itself.
That's true.
I think the AA ban is really good. I would have loved to see AA for Avalos. Would have been amazing here for them last pick. I think maybe Silencer is a hero that I could see them be picking. Not that I like it very much, but seems like it's one of the 5s that are left that Fly has been playing a lot and is pretty good against both Bristleback and the Tinker in the game.
I'm worried that if they global silence though, and they've already cast like Golem Fatal Bonds or something, that the other heroes don't carry that much.
Yeah.
Maybe Tinker doesn't get to do his abilities, but I feel like in most cases Bristol's not too worried. And they're lacking disables on Avalos right now.
I want Fly's hero to deal damage, ideally.
You want damage?
Yeah, I think damage is more important than disable here. But 5 seconds, we'll see it.
Ringmaster still in the pool. You were critical of it earlier, Misery. Are you liking it this time more?
Yeah, but I think it's okay. I'm not a huge fan of Ringmaster right now, but I think here it's okay. It gives a little bit of everything, a little bit of disable, a little bit of damage. I think it's a solid pick overall.
I think it gives them tons of positioning teamfight that they already had a little bit with the Ava toss back, but now they don't have to rely on Black Hole. They can also put the Ringmaster ulti in between the team and the guy that they tossed back, so getting to him to defend him is going to be really hard. So that's pretty good, and that does give them a save, which isn't bad either.
It's
not the best save game for it because it's not magic damage, but that's a lot of physical from Paravision.
I actually like the mag pick because I feel like the way that he's going to lane against Viper is to just not. Like, he's going to push the waves.
They haven't picked yet.
Waves.
Could we see a Tinker mid?
Ooh, hold.
And Mag 4. Look at Noah. He's definitely thinking what he wants to do here. So.
Yeah,
oh my god! Okay.
I mean,
wow.
Tinker's good against it. You just laser him, and he doesn't get to use poison attack. So
You can definitely lane easier against the Viper, right? So interesting. But that means we have a mag +4.
non-class is gonna be happy. Something new.
See, mag is an interesting concept against Ringmaster because you're just pulling the fight. It's like Tiny. You're pulling the fight somewhere away that he can't just sit in trees and save, right? And you can also skewer out of the Ringmaster box. Like you can just push them out of the circle or RP them out of it.
Well, I think 9-class is happy that this is happening. I think he loves to play these funky +4s. Saw him smile earlier. This is a good Tinker mid game if he gets some items, right? The only real threat of him dying is him getting Black Hole, I would say.
Yeah.
In the fights. Feels like classic old school counter to Terrorblade. I think that should still work now with the Aghanims, a laser, right?
With the knowledge that how they played the Enigma Tiny lane previously, with Desire rotating mid, do we feel like no one's going to be able to deal with that, and will he have help dealing with that rotation?
I mean, maybe that could be problematic if Viper snowballs with Tiny onto the like. There's a way that Tinker dies a couple of times early on, and then I think they could be in trouble. But at the same time, Paravision should be aware of this movement now.
Yeah,
and we'll see.
We will see. That's exactly what we're going to do. Is we're going to watch game number 2, Paravision Avilis with Sunsfan and Synderen, and of course, first on PogChamp Pandas.
Game number 2, Paravision versus Avilis. Sunsfan here with Synderen. Very interesting draft. Avilis goes for almost the exact as their smoke is instantly dispelled. 9-class, who we'll be talking about in just a moment. But Avilis goes for almost the exact same lineup. The only difference is Fly playing the Ringmaster instead of Tinker. And of course, Paravision, something totally different. So first thing I want to talk about Synderen is this Viper. It's picked again. The lane, which was the last switch up, is against Tinker, so it shouldn't be as dominant for the Viper. But mid to late game, the break against both the Bristleback and PA, pretty damn good. Oh yeah, what are your thoughts on the draft overall? I don't have to pigeonhole you. I'm sure you can talk for 10 hours anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know, I'm a little bit worried for Avilis because losing with a strategy and then running back almost a carbon copy of it is one thing, but I think the matchups that they have this time are actually significantly worse with the exception of Enigma's lane potentially, but Warlock is a bit of a wild card there if they can do that enough with Warlock as well as, oh, hang on, Reflection, 9-class, he'll live, he has Fairy Fire. If he needs to use it, he will not need to use it, skewer away. So, the main concern I have here is that last game I was talking about, all right, they first picked Enigma, and Paravision had the option to pick Silencer or Warlock, you know, the classic ways of just dealing with the Golem, or excuse me, with Black Hole. This time they get one of them. So it's not a Jakiro that's trying to stop Zibe this time, it's a Warlock.
Yep.
In addition to that, your mid Viper is not crushing a Storm this time. It's playing against Tinker, who should be able to hold his own, I would think, in this lane. So that should also not go as well as last time. And I think a really big part of that last game was Fly on the Tinker, and they don't have that either.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of adjustments here that I'm a little bit worried for them won't pay off and won't look as good as last game. But at the same time, I can't say I'm a huge believer in Mag 4 with Bristle. I think this top lane should be very easy for Avilis to play. I think Smiling Knight will get very farmed.
Well, it'll give him more opportunity to empower PA. He's not a core, theoretically.
Yeah. He's just, how to put it, I think this hero is a lot more item dependent than Slark is. Like Slark just gets a Yules and a Shard and he's fine. I think Mag 4 really needs Blink to do almost anything, whereas let's compare it to a Tiny 4 who can do a lot by just having levels and just casting your spells, right? Yeah. It's not going to be easy for 9-class, and his laning will be straight up terrible here already forced out, going back to jungle.
Yep, Desire getting forced out. Might take a tumble here. Pops the Fairy Fire, and Ducalis with the first blood in the game as the old Warlocks, that Black Grimoire, going to be more powerful. The more assists he gets, more kills. I mean, I don't mind the idea of running it back after a loss when you feel like you guys should have won, which I do think they should have.
I would agree with that.
But you're right. I think there's another aspect to it. Paravision, in certain aspects of the game, they're more prepared. They've just played against this lineup, so it's almost like a test run.
Yeah, it's like if you run it back, but the enemy team makes major adjustments and they already beat you, you would think that the team that makes the adjustments will have an idea, unless there was some specific thing Paravision had last game that you as Avials can ban and be like, okay, that was the problem.
Yeah.
I don't really think necessarily that any of the heroes that were not part of this game for Paravision were essential to a win in the previous one. So I don't know. We'll see. It's early days here. There's a lot of things that can happen in this game, and of course, a hero like Enigma, Zibe is exceptionally good on this. So even if it doesn't look like the best Enigma game, he sometimes just finds a way. Yeah, plus we live again. It's keeping them busy.
Yeah, the creeps. This is going to be the next patch, of course. This is where they will meet.
Yeah.
Lanes will be empty. It's like being on the North Korean streets, Cinderin.
That's a very random reference.
That is accurate. That was quite random, I have to say, up in the hizzy.
Yeah.
So, Jibe is going to take some damage here, and Fatal Bond is something you got to be quite worried about.
Wait, so if the Eidolons split, they don't dispel it, right? It seems like they don't. Because they don't disappear, they just get added next to them. They don't manta, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which actually is kind of important here, because otherwise you could kind of target Enigma from not attacking with his Eidolons by casting it toward the end. DM. Pressured away again. This top lane is miserable for Paravision. Like, it's just flat out a bad lane. Mag Bristol.
Yeah, but like you said, mid lane is a lot more salvageable. 15 and 7 on the Viper versus the 11 and 3 on Tinker. So, not too shabby at all.
And on top of that, no one, of course, the facet he has chosen in this game will be the Translocator. Sometimes we've seen mid-tinkers actually get repair bots, but when you're playing Translocator, if Viper is chasing you down, you put a Matrix on yourself and you can get some distance.
Yeah.
Although this time, no one actually kind of messed up, and it's going to cost him his life.
Oh, ticking away.
Listen,
down he goes. Night Class a little bit too
odds.
late, but not much he could have done anyway.
So what happened there was... Oh, hang on. Let's see if Mobe can get out of this situation.
Desire tosses Ducalis in, and Mobe's not going to be too happy about that. Avalanche, there's the skewer. Mobe takes a tumble.
That was a team kill.
Yes.
Effectively.
You get reported for that one.
Yeah, that's not great. A little bit of reverse Tiny Airlines. Not tossing you into the enemy team, but vice versa.
Yeah.
The reason no one died, ironically, was actually Translocator. He precast the Matrix on himself, and it broke while he was looking at Viper. So he blinked into him.
They did have to expend an Observer Ward to get vision on the tower, but Jibe will be dying under his tower. And Satanic off to a decent start, I would say, 30 and 6.
Warlock has 3 charges already. 4, I mean, on the Black Grimoire. He got an assist mid that was handed to him by Tiny. And now he's been part of these 2 kills as well. So Ducalis, he could get level 6 almost now.
Yeah, he's gonna...
I'm in at 6.
See Desire coming up. The high ground will get tossed away.
Yeah, Desire figured out tossing him the other way is better.
Ever a time you don't use it for level 6?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess, okay. Is there any time you use it, you hold on to it past level 6? My class will take the haste.
Like, okay, imagine a game where fights just aren't really breaking out and both teams are farming. I think you just hold on to the book as long as possible, and if no fight breaks out before you're 6, then
that's fair. Yeah.
You'll have it, and then... I mean, the thing is, what other breaking point is there for Warlock with levels? There's not like some talent that you're like, okay, this is when
death
my hero
talent.
pops
His
off.
death
right?
talent is sick.
Yeah, the death talent, it's level 20.
Yep.
That's
Hold on.
really long.
Play for the late game.
Yeah, well, they'll get there if it's anything like last game. They'll get there.
If Avulus keeps this relatively even around the 15-20 minute mark, this will be a 70-minute game. So that's what we learned last time around.
Radiant
Of course, there is a PA in this game with Empower.
Yep.
So think Paravision will definitely pack a punch. Of course, a lot of armor on the Terrorblade side, so not the worst matchup.
Oh, Zibe, he wants to fight for this. Ducalis can't get 6 with the book. He can get 5.
Gonna have to give it up potentially. Nope, Fly's coming in as well. The whip. Oh,
he got
Ducalis
it.
ends up stealing the shrine. Will cost them a couple lives, but that is...
How did they get the shrine in that mess? That's crazy. Yeah. Considering all the heroes Avulus brought over there, you would have thought they could maybe tank the ring with one of the heroes to not let it go the other way, but...
Yep, that was very good for... Well, they do lose 2 heroes. I wonder what the...
And Mobe took the enemy one. So,
yeah.
Viper invaded. A classic.
Oh, okay, I see. So it is a 1-for-1.
Yeah. It's a good end result for Avulus, right?
Yep.
'Cause they
Oh
got 2
my
kills.
god,
Oh.
Smiling Knight. Woo,
Yeah, that's,
Fatal Bonds. Ducalis, level 6. So, yep. Does pop that black grimoire.
Still has the Golem.
Yeah, didn't have to use Golem there, so could have held on to it for that level 20 talent, as we were discussing. A little mistake here for Ducalis.
Yeah, absolutely. Big mistake. Mobe thinking about a backstab. This is quite unexpected for Satanic.
He's got the Viper Strike with the break. Smiling Knight tops the meta. There's the Golem, though, and now the Phantom Strike for the PA, but still broken. And that damage is way too much. Mobe in the meantime doesn't have much left for DM, but DM is melting as well. The right clicks will suffice. As that's a 2-for-1 special in favor of Avulus. Well, looks like it's an even trade. Double kill for Ducalis. He is destroying this game. 4-1-2 on the Warlock.
It is a crazy break game. So the Viper Strike, you know, Bristle and PA.
Yeah,
What more could you wish
for? You can't break both, Syndra.
That's correct, until you have Refresher. And if this game is anything like the last one, we will get there.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, the laning stage is not going to be as dominant for the Viper, but your ult is going to be way better.
Yeah, the ulti is better for sure. No doubt about that.
We'll see if there's any Lotuses or Lincolns. I feel like Lincolns is not going to happen, but Lotus perhaps. Try to reflect it. That's all timing. I mean, there is a projectile, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't remember how it works with Viper Strike, actually. If it's mid-air and you link in someone, I think it hits. I think it's on cast. But perhaps that was changed. I think there was a patch years ago that changed some interactions with link-ins, so... Highly unlikely to become relevant anyway. But you never know.
We'll see.
No one gonna get his blink here on mid-tinker. That is very standard, so just completely blink rush. Getting 1 null in the bottle. So he can now farm a lot more effectively or be part of plays, whatever he prefers. Of course, if there's one thing the Radiant lineup is really... Oh. That was a very mini blink from no one. It's good enough.
He's going to take a Viper Strike, which means Satanic has free reign, or does he? The black hole comes from Jibbe. Right clicks there as well. He will tick out. Big death in favor of Avulus. Whip only onto 1 as Jibbe trying to run away. Puts down the Midnight Pulse. No one on the high ground to potentially assist here. They won't find Jibbe in the end.
9+ with a nice moral support there on the Magnus. He was walking at them.
Yeah, well, he... Not level 6 yet.
Yep.
Relatively close, though.
These 2 deaths on Satanic are pretty big, though. He could, in all this time, instead of looking for these fights, he could just be farming. I was going to say the Radiant lineup is incredible at taking stacks. You've got Bristol, you've got Empower PA, and you've got March of the Machines. So ideally...
It's almost too many because a lot of people are going to show up to those stacks, Syndra.
Yeah, not only is it something Avulus really want to contest, but there's also only so many camps you can stack at the same time, and they all want to farm them. So who are you giving priority to? Perhaps this lineup... Is it a bit too greedy from Parivision? We'll see.
If it goes 70 minutes, it won't be. Maybe they're just banking on Avulus not pushing with 2 Aegises.
Yeah.
High ground. I mean, this will show a lot about the mental state of Avulus.
If they get Satanic,
this will be the 3rd death for him potentially. Whip not going to hit.
Doesn't matter.
But they have the damage anyway. Avoids the Wheel of Wonder, but still ends up in the grave. No one in Ducalis, a little bit late to the party.
This is a very uncharacteristically bad start for Satanic. He has been so stable in the last couple of months, but this one, 1 and 3, a lot of it off of his own aggression.
Yeah.
This is kind of costly, you know? Things are going to slow down massively, and you're playing a lineup that is already inherently very greedy with the way it needs to ramp up farm first. if they end up in a position where they have to wait for the PA when the other heroes are ready, I don't know if they have the damage that they would want. Mobe with a nice steal of a big chunk of the stack here. Avulus once again doing a lot of things right.
Yeah, and he has Blink Dagger again on Mobe. I expect the smoke to come out relatively. He has an invis he could just use instead.
Yeah, no Orchid Rush this time.
That's true. It's a different order.
Yeah, because you could have also gunned the Orchid first against Tinker, right? It's the same logic against Storm. It's nice to have it, but
now you get the easier access to jump on someone
yeah, you
and
can
break
kill
them.
PA really easily right now. Yeah, they are just on the trail for Satanic non-stop. You see the line drawn here from Desire, has the read. He would be right. Satanic is farming down here. Mobe with a long wraparound. It's a lot of time on his invis. And in the meantime, Desire is distracting the enemy team. So I think this gank is actually just going to work. He's going to solo Satanic in a moment if he were to continue chasing here. Satanic goes to the Ancients.
Oh, now he's got the vision.
Oh, he's
dead. On the north side, we'll put down the Golem. And the PA trying to fight his way out of this. Not going to happen.
And he's
Mobe
underplayed?
might be the
No.
trade. Indeed it is. And now a full-blown fight may break out here. Smiling Knight takes a laser, gets to the high ground. 9 class does have RP, but the black hole from above and the right click from Smiling Knight enough to get the support Magnus. Wheel of Wonder to follow. And the good old-fashioned toss, which that almost saved him. That would have been a disaster. And now the Avalanche to clip onto Ducalis. This will result in likely the 4th death for them. The PA back up and running, though, so yeah, they're not going to go any further. Death timer's super low. Still, really good fight for Ovulus.
Chasing through the march is ill-advised. So, yeah, very well done.
Viper Strike available again. The Phantom Strike there, though, and Mobe forced back. Still, this is really annoying for Satanic. Not too far away from Battle Fury, though, and
they have still created a distance of 1,300 between him and the TB successfully with all of these 4 kills, and that is in spite of Satanic having stacks too, right?
Yeah.
So this is really good news.
Careful now, young man.
Well, we'll get a little love from Ducalis here. We'll catch him up to speed. And here's the battlefield. So,
Jibbo.
Jibbo.
He buys Boots of Bearing, so counteracting the upheaval to come.
Sounds like a knockoff Haribo.
Jibbo.
Giving the wisdom here to 9 class. I thought Satanic was going to take it himself. Could use some levels, but he will opt to pass it over. 9 class quietly in this game, with emphasis on quietly. It's close to a blink. Will stack once more. Nope, he won't. Satanic will not let him. This is effectively just a net loss. Because if... I don't understand this. Like, if you let Magnus stack this, there's just more gold. And you're killing it in basically the same time. So... didn't really feel worth it to me. Anyway, Desire will be the recipient of the shard. Completely useless for another couple levels since he doesn't have tree grab. So that's unfortunate. I think the Ringmaster one also isn't that great here.
Yeah, neither are. I mean, at the very least, maybe you can farm a bit more in the mid game with the Tiny, but
yeah, it does become a valuable shard on 4 Tiny. I wonder if he's going to skill tree grab. I think he should skill tree grab on level 9 now, actually, just so he can farm. Try to scale that a little bit faster. Dagger, 100 gold away from him.
Early 3K lead for Ovulus. Looking good.
It definitely is. This is, not to sound like a broken record, but this is just a game that Paravision will be slowing. They have not got very many heroes that have play potential. The Magnus finally getting Blink could unlock something, and they're going to try to put it to use, but if it's only Fly they get, that's not great. And not even that. Not going to walk up the high ground to him. Now they will. 9 class will reveal his Blink.
Yep, the skewer is there.
I don't think they kill him.
Box and Fly lives.
Yeah, way too easy to escape. No follow-up stuns, slows, anything. They didn't want to golem him.
They don't want to RP either.
No. So that was effectively a Blink reveal for nothing on 9 class. Would have been better not to go. Now you also used your smoke for it. Really not that great, all things considered.
Satanic being shadowed by Ducalis, and now we have a smoke for Ovilus. Oh, Satanic is coming right to them.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Desire with the toss back. Wheel of Wonder. Chaotic Offering trying to counteract this. The RP as well, but they've already lost Satanic.
Uh-oh.
And now the Golem wasted. It will be cleaned up easily. Viper Strike reserved for Warlock. 2 dead for Paravision, and Ovilus starting to run away with this a bit.
Have Paravision overcooked? You know, I thought, okay, we're Ovilus kind of running back more or less the same strategy as game 1. Paravision with some major adjustments. They have not worked so far at all. Very much on the receiving end here. A little bit of frustration shown here from Ducalis. I can understand
I feel like
it.
none of the cores have had any impact so far for Paravision. Like, I forgot there was a Bristleback in the game, for example.
It's because none of them can really make plays. There's a lot of things that happen here that are a result of a snowball effect. So number one, Bristleback can't find much impact because he's playing with Mag 4. So the lane is bad. Because the Magnus is a 4, you can't really gank very easily and relieve pressure on the other lanes. So the Viper does quite well against the Tinker. And the bottom lane, the Enigma, did great. Again, despite being against the Warlock, he did quite a good job so far on Zibe. And none of your cores are playmakers. So if the Magnus can't solve the problems and your cores can't either, it becomes this spiraling. It's just a spiraling effect where everybody is kind of suffering together. It's very wholesome.
We'll see how much they can grow this lead.
Desire really doesn't want to get his tree grab, huh? Everything before it. Took the Avalanche Caster. It is an amazing talent, to be fair. But
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
okay. Now, this will definitely be a challenge for Paravision. When the early stage of the game goes like this, playing from behind with a greedy lineup tends to be very difficult. So all of the initiation and all of the initiative is on the enemy team. So you're kind of playing keep away, you're trying to stack, you're trying to avoid getting ganked. Ducalis will find Fly, but be scared of him. Understandably so, he has no information.
Coming in, Wheel of Wonder onto the Warlock.
Actually missed that.
Yeah, he's just going to try to walk away, but the rest of the team catches up. Defense Matrix not going to be enough, but Mobe linking in with the Viper Strike as the Whip trying to finish off Ducalis, but they get the bigger kill onto the Tinker. Either way, 2 kills for Ovilus. Lead continues to grow.
Trying to think of what Paravision need to do itemization-wise to buy time here, because...
Well, I assume this BKB means go time for Satanic, unless there's something else on the horizon that they need to wait for as well.
I think he needs a shard too, maybe, for a bit of... excuse me, not his shard. He might need a damage item too, because he has Empower, but you're not likely to very quickly kill Viper or TB. And as we've already seen in this game so far, the other cores in his team are very difficult to rely on outputting much. Tinker's Ags will be a big help, of course.
Yeah, they'll have to wait a bit. It's not that far away, but
yeah,
still a couple minutes.
Ooh, amp damage rune for Moby. Loving this.
Yeah, that's one of the best heroes to get that rune on these days, I would think.
The PA having BKB, though, she's no longer soloable for Viper. Can always just do the Nightfall. Except if Enigma is there, but then it's no longer just the Viper, of course.
And Satanic constantly being shadowed by Ducalis.
Yeah. I mean, that's the good thing here for Paravision, is that I actually think it's rather obvious for the supports how to play here. I think the Warlock just needs to either break smokes or play around the PA and just buy time. And if Ducalis dies a couple of times, so be it. And for the Magnus, similar story. Try to push out the waves a little bit whenever you can, whenever you have a moment of breathing room. Then, yeah, there you go. He's gonna eat the gank. It's kind of whatever. Easy kill for Zibe and company. And in the meantime, Mobe off on the sides of the map hunting for a victim. Could maybe find no one here.
Yeah, Viper Strike. Yeah. Attempting to TP. It's going to be close. Dunzo.
That's that amp damage rune. Important to find that kill. Damn, Mobe's 8 and 3. This is a lot of kills to have on Viper. This, as we've talked about, generally doesn't dominate in the way you're used to seeing from the past. But
yeah, they're playing a little bit with DM. Whip not going to force them to look at the Wheel of Wonder, but Jibe is here along with good amount of members of Obulus, but Satanic and company show up, and he actually jumps right onto Jimmy, crits him to death, pops the BKB in retreat. That was a quick one. Damage item needed? Doesn't look like it there.
Well, not if you get to jump an isolated Enigma. Sure. You can kill that guy. Yep. But the TB, you can't do that too. And the Viper, you probably also can't, because he's just going to immediately Ghost Scepter and ult you.
Yeah.
So he found the right core target. He found the one core he can do that to, but even then, he still has to use his 9-seconder just for that one kill. But it's something, and it's buying time. That is still going to be the name of the game. I want to say for another 15 minutes, Power Vision probably just as much as they can farm. The less they fight, the better, I think. They will take an opportunity if given it, but I don't expect them to do a lot of aggressive smoke moves. Tinker Ags is 100 away. 9 class is going for the Shadow Blade. I thought maybe he was going to go Ags. Because, again, you look at the Radiant lineup, there's so little catch. I really feel like Magnus might need to buy Horn Toss here. But he's committed. He bought the Shadow Amulet first. So if he wants an Ags, it's ways away. We're talking like 20 minutes. 15. Mid tower pressure. Going with Smiling Knight. The TP illusions once again. Quietly, just like in game number 1. Smiling Knight very stable on this hero. Knows how to play the map, knows how to itemize and farm it up. He's accelerating at a good pace with the Demon Zeal picked up, of course, as soon as he could.
Yep, and going for MKB next.
All right, they're just going straight Roche here. I kind of like this. Again, you're making the read that, well, Power Vision don't want to do anything. They're going to scan them out and smoke and not go there. They're trying to get the top tower as the trade because they feel like the fight is too difficult. Just not online with their heroes yet. And they will concede an Aegis. Who will get it? Looks like Terrorblade is in position to pick it up.
Yep, looks to be the case.
There it is.
First Aegis the way of Obulus. And you can see the smoke from Paravision. They're looking for some straggler to maybe TP up here and defend. And they can just jump.
Well, Desire will be up here, but he's not going to the wave.
He's not juicy either. They're looking for a juicy target.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
SNY now online for Satanic.
Desire, please pick up a tree. You have the shard. You have the skill point. Just pick up a tree.
Wants to save that 40 mana, Cinderin, okay?
Oh, he's almost full mana.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's done the math. He's going to need it.
Did he not realize he got the shard?
It's possible.
Is that really possible?
Anything is possible. Have you talked to these pro players?
Bro, pick up a tree!
Yeah, let's...
Okay, he's about to hit... Okay, he took the Watcher. Is he going to hit a creep now? Surely he gets inspired to use...
Oh, he threw...
Oh my, he only wants to pick up a tree to kick forward. Okay.
Hell yeah. Gotta love it.
You know what? This guy's a lot better than me, so who am I?
Smoke play potentially here. Viper strike onto the Bristol. He is silenced. He is taunted. He is broken. And they have the damage. Very
Get him
nicely
good.
played from Obulus.
And they should probably think about potentially pushing here with their Aegis, but you always got to be cognizant of the Magnus.
Oh, yeah.
Well, ideally for them, they get a deep ward behind the tower to prevent any shenanigans from 9 class.
And this laser's super annoying.
Yeah, it's not easy.
I mean, this MKB, not just for PA, but for the laser as well. It's going to be quite nice for Smiling Knight.
A complete mandatory pickup, despite being Terrorblade. You don't really like buying this item, but you just have to. The Bloodthorn is not going to cut it here. You need reliable attacks all game. With True Strike. Did you like the True Strike Rapier?
Yeah, that was fine. Why?
No, it just reminded me of that. It's like, that used to be what you bought for True Strike in late game on some carries. You just... MKB was barely purchased in that patch because you would rather buy Rapier.
I mean, that's true. It did kind of step on MKB shoes for late game.
Yeah, it kind of removed it.
Maybe it's for the best.
Oh, easy find.
Yeah, that is a support Magnus. That is no longer.
Might give them some confidence to push here now. Now there's no skewer play until he buys back. And that is indeed the case. Smiling Knight gets to work, gets lasered.
Yep, that is what has kind of prevented them from pushing, it feels like, along with the march.
Oh, actually, backdoor here.
Smiling Knight. I believe the MKB is being delivered now. He still has 2 minutes on the Aegis.
Tower's gone.
Finally get the tier 2. Satanic.
Radiant's middle tower has
Thought
fallen.
he was looking for something, but gonna continue to farm away his namesake.
Wise choice there from No One. He was channeling a TP top and canceled it. Mope was waiting in the wings here, trying to spring a trap.
Wheel of Wonder on Ducalis. Forced to look at it with the whip. Mobe makes his way over. Always nice to have Eidolons that you can just semi-reliably TP to. Obulus. Lead has grown to 7K, not astronomical, especially when you're talking about RP.
Oh, this would be a big find.
And chaotic.
Good
No
reaction,
one.
but the toss?
Yeah, they're going to cancel the TP.
Oh, he's screwed.
No one
Have the
again. Whip. Laser to follow for No One. He's just going to get rooted by the Atos and killed off. Now the Viper Strike onto Satanic. Pops the BKB in retreat as DM beating the shit out of Jibe. There's the black hole, but it's not going to do too much. Jibe dies really quickly. So a little miscalculation from Obulus despite having this Aegis advantage. Smiling Knight at the very least.
We'll take tier 2.
Able to push down the tier 2 top.
Yeah.
So that is, yeah, that's all the tier 2s now.
Like I said, the 8K lead might not seem like that much, but I'm more focused on, rather than the goal, just how the map is breaking down. Like, Paravision just don't have access to, I want to say, more than 30-40% of the map, so they should just get out-farmed over time. And as much as they can try to itemize their way out of their problems, so can Avulus, absolutely, in this game. The only hero that can't reliably ever solve his problem is Enigma. You can never get a reliable black hole against Warlock as long as he is in a good position. He's just always going to be able to cancel it. But the other heroes can try to buy items that are good against PA to sustain. You can itemize against Tinker, you can get Dispels, you can get just raw health is very good against that hero to an extent, or at least just, you know, overall tankiness, and you just need to outlast his BKB so that you can deal with him. And this does become a farm fest. I do think Avulus should be getting just that much more out of the map that it would be all right. No one. There's the smoke.
Next Tormentor coming up soon.
Where are they going to go with this
Oh, wait, that's
smoke?
been up for a while. Sorry, Synderen.
Where are they, what's the plan here for Paravision? They smoked up, and then they're running in circles and going back. So not fancying any opportunity, and that should just be a clean Torm now. As soon as Avulus sees some key heroes out on the map, so far nobody's showing. But in a moment, Satanic will be hitting the mid wave, and that should be a dead giveaway for Smiling Knight to good to work. And he just cleaved mid. Did they notice, though? They have to go to the other side. The Tormentor's moving. Or no, it isn't, actually. They didn't kill it that early.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Guys, this is...
It's daytime.
I'm stupid. I forgot. I was like, it's every...
It's okay. I also had a mess up.
It's tough. I get a mulligan on that one.
All right, Mobe gets the shard, so that's something he would have wanted to buy at some... What is that in reference to? What is he laughing about? He's been getting dumpstered all game. He's 0-4-1. What is there to laugh about, No One?
He was laughing at my comment on the Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
9 class. Shadow bladed up, looking for a moment of opportunity. It feels like it's been forever since Paravision initiated a move. Will they find one? 9 class sees Zibe. And he doesn't go. Because his teammates weren't around.
Yeah.
It's funny how 9 class can take any hero and play Slark on it. It's actually just running around in Shadow Blade on Magnus.
It's a true skill.
Getting info. The designated vision boy of the team. Massively upgraded role from Water Boy, of course.
Doesn't really have the same kind of save potential, I would say.
As a Water Boy.
True. Yeah. Hey, hydration is very important, Synderen.
Mm-hmm.
The next rush we'll know about, well, I guess we won't know about in 40 seconds, but Gaben will. I can't read that clock.
I'll let you know as soon as we get the access to the information.
Thank you.
20 seconds out, I'll let you know within a 20-second window. There is no way to change this, unfortunately. Archaic
picked
clock.
up.
Roshan lives in a different age.
Smiling Knight is a beast, but so is Satanic.
Oh, they're definitely getting there, both of them. All right,
Roughly
let's
the
see the
same
Roche
net worth.
timer.
Yeah, let's do the
That's like
calculation. Okay, 1.5.
Yeah, roughly a little bit more, 140, I think.
Okay.
So that's irrelevant.
So is this Roche timer for us visually right here.
All right, Paravision. They're making a move, ladies and gentlemen. They have invaded, they have placed a ward, and Avilis are not there.
They are not. All 10 heroes smoked. Well,
Tinker's bottom.
There's one hero there. It is Jibbe, if they spot him. Yep. Like ships in the night, it seems.
Like Sibs in the night. He's out. He's keeping bottom.
So Ducalis on the Warlock is about 1,200 for finishing Ags.
Interesting. Is that good here?
What would you rather see? Just refresher?
Um,
or supporty items?
I'm thinking more supporty items, perhaps, but...
Oh, they're chasing Desire. They're setting up a trap, though. There's
Oh, this is the
Aethos,
best thing
Wheel
they
of
could
Wonder.
get.
Magnus dead. 9 class. No way to get back in. 50 seconds on the deck.
They have no playmaking on Paravision. Just get out, you know. If Mag gets caught, they can't catch.
They're in the triangle being spotted now by the illusions. And they're going to try to invade their own triangle. Desire, a big avalanche toss onto PA. Looking for the Viper Strike, but not in range. Satanic is super low. The black hole now onto 2. Well, mainly onto the PA is the important one. Gets the kill. I believe that Facet actually came into play for the Tinker as DM. Trying to run away, but 3 dead already for Paravision. And this is looking, well, Whip is going to cancel the TP, so the eventual kill will come. There's a lot of goo.
No one only lived because of Translocator.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I didn't
located
know
out of
before the
black
game
hole.
if that got out of black hole, but
Yeah.
indeed that is the case.
That is... the Keenfolk technology is kind of crazy when it's stronger than the force of a black hole.
Yeah. Same with Marcy's hands.
Yeah.
At least initially.
She has really big hands.
And Roche, number 2, will go the way of Avilis as their lead continues to grow. And there's the Sheepstick
Hex
again
too.
for Mobe. His
He's
item
big.
build is effectively the same as last time around.
More or less. Slightly different build order, as we said, but yeah, same items. No one.
Oh, he's
Did
cheap.
not expect the hex.
Yeah.
He has BKB, though.
He does. Chaotic Offering is used to try to give him some space, and he will get out as a result, but now that's a big cooldown.
What?
Wait, where did he get tossed? What?
Did
Did
he
okay?
to-
Are you having a stroke?
He tossed him onto Tinker, who teleported back with Keen Conveyance.
Oh, I see.
And that works differently than if you TP back with TP Scroll, I guess?
Oh, he's dead anyway, so it matters not, everybody.
That was such a weird interaction, though.
Smiling Knight, alone for the time being, will get E-bladed. Still 2 dead for Paravision.
To the high ground we go. No Magnus, no play.
I think that works the same as regular TPs. I've actually seen that before.
So if you are if you're
Like
tossing
it
someone
tosses
onto
you like some random, I forget what the distance
toward them as
Yeah.
Okay, I did not think it worked that way with regular TP.
And now the push comes. Mobe with that shard, minus armor on the tower. It's dead. Both supports dead for Paravision. It looks like they're going to have to give up this entire lane, although they're going to they're going to fornicate with the towers here.
Pretty sure the fornication is one way right now. Mobe making sweet love to the barrack.
Oh, yeah.
With poison attack, of course.
Yeah, it explodes at the end as well, so very
all right.
fitting.
Very thank you for the visual.
Full lane for Avilis.
Yeah. And they don't have to keep going, but they can. They have Aegis. And Smiling
And
Knight.
they have meta. Absolutely. Tower already at half HP. Paravision are going to have to do something here. They don't have Chaotic Offering. They do have RP, though. Tower gone. 9 class smoked up. We'll have to get the D ward here. Oh, he could get a decent RP. It's close.
It's just, if he only gets Smiling Knight, I think it's not good enough.
No, of course not.
You The age is really coming into play against a hero like Magnus. So... It's really weird to watch one of the world's absolute elite teams be unable to do anything.
Viper, man. It's all Viper, baby.
Yeah, I don't know.
It has looked good.
Yeah.
And that's without lane domination as well.
Yeah, without a doubt, like, the lineup of Avulus has just been crushing them, and Viper plays a major role in that right here, but can't help but feel that now that we have seen the game play out, maybe Power Vision overcooked a little bit with the 4 mag.
Yeah, a little bit too cute, perhaps.
Yeah, I just think it's possible that if their laning stage went better, they would be playing the game quote-unquote in a normal fashion, but if anything goes wrong for this lineup, you just have so little to work with.
All right, they're going to RP the support Tiny. After all of that, that's all they're going to get, although he
Will they get him?
I believe so.
Shockwave will get him. He was close to being able to blink there.
60 seconds of no Tiny. Still, if you cut that out of the Aegis, still a full minute to try to take a fight. There's the Aghanim Scepter, though, for Tukalis. We'll see how much impact that will have. I kind of agree. This feels a bit iffy. Oh, boy. Damage rune for Smiling Knight. He's got the Ogre Seal Totem as well, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what is it called? Ninja Gears in the games that they're in. This has been nerfed a lot.
Yep.
It's still good, but you can feel the nerf.
Yeah.
The duration is super low now.
We were this close to greatness. They almost removed it.
I think
we were
fine.
that close.
I think it's fine as is.
Yeah, I think the players do too. 5 in one game is fine.
This is an aberration. It would have been Ogre Seal Totem if they had the choice.
Yeah, I think Ogre Seal Totem is also fine. Don't worry about
it. It was up to you. We just delete everything in the game. And
not everything. No.
Still with the damage rune.
I have a moderate approach. I think I'm
now the meta
making reasonable requests here. Shockwave.
DM.
Not going to use it to pull him in though.
No RP for another 26 seconds. But they do have the Aghanim Scepter Golem. As DM, he's going to get tossed back. Oh, they're actually destroying the Tiny. Deleted off the face of the earth. But it'll be a trade for DM. He does have the buyback if he needs to get back in this game. And with the Aegis expiring in 12 seconds, is the old Shockwave and Skewer with nothing near you.
He's doing the right thing though there, trying to fish.
Yeah, no, 100%.
With Tiny dead, if you displace the fight, you can really capitalize.
Oh, RP is found, and that is one dead. Fly is Dunzo, but the Viper Strike onto the PA does have to be careful.
Yeah, can't go for the black hole here, because Golem is still available. So they will just grab a ring.
See, this is where, I mean, Warlock's not going to farm nearly as fast as an Enigma, so I feel like the Refresher, you burn one, get the Chaotic Offering, Refresher, second black hole, they can't stop.
He needs a lot of items before he gets there. He does not have enough mana at all to support a Refresher right now.
No, that's his fault, Cinder, for buying all these mana-intensive items,
Such as?
The pipe.
Oh, yes. That's right.
That extra 150 mana could be saved.
Well. Just need some more levels. He's going to buy the energy booster here. So I'm assuming Octarine.
This is going to be a 60-minute game. I can feel it. My bladder can feel it as well.
Yeah, that's good. I was wise. We were about to cast the game, and I was like, I should probably quickly. No, you just have a feeling this could go late.
Yeah. One is hexed. Viper Strike on him is going to force out the BKB. And the Translocator comes into effect. And they continue to come into effect, but they still have the blinks to get on top of him. Another laser, he's going to drop. Does have the buyback. And they do have Chaotic Offering, of course, which at this point, it does feel like he's just waiting for Black Hole. It's kind of what you have to do.
I feel like 2/3 of 9 classes gameplay that I've been seeing is just either invis or skewering away.
Yep.
There is one, though.
Yeah, Desire with the toss back, and the Wheel of Wonder is there as well. 9 class dead. Tinker buys back into the game. Satanic Trying to be dealt with here. They're going to buy back fully onto everybody. Laser, there's the Chaotic Offering. Ogre Steel Totem to save his Jibe. The Black Hole not doing anything. And now the E-Blade into the Sunder. Smiling Knight still with half HP. Going to take a crit. Going to take another one potentially. And the Laser is going to finish things off. So big kill for Paravision. They need to get more out of this, though. Looks like they'll only get the one. Obviously a valuable here to kill, but that requires some buybacks.
What happened to the Black Hole?
I think he missed it and then insta-canceled.
No, but like he missed it by 700 range or something.
Yeah. Oh, he did.
Was he anticipated a blink coming in from... Did I misread the situation? I thought it wasn't even close to anything.
Yeah, I saw it the same way.
All right, I got to see a replay of this if we can get that. I just don't understand. Like sometimes... Obviously, sometimes players just mess up, but that was so ridiculous. There must have been something else. Like, I can't believe it, how far away that was.
Oh, boy, another one. All right.
All right, Satanic is ready to defend his high ground for 30 minutes.
Sit in base. At least this time he has Phantom Strike, so some mobility.
Oh,
spotted. Oh!
Boy, let's
Quick
miss another
fingers.
one. Very good.
Gracious me, oh my.
The bigger the spell, the harder they miss. But
Paravision are going to try to force out this buyback. They have 35 seconds to work with.
Dude, they have a dinner arrangement. They're running out of time. Game 1 went too late.
Fortification comes out.
I'll Rapier Rush. Try to finish.
I don't think he's going to be buying back here. So this should be mid lane, which will even the mid lane department at the very least.
Yep. More or less. Still a ranged barracks, of course.
Okay. Now Satanic, back to the base you go, my friend.
Okay, let's have a look here. What happens here? Maybe Satanic was in blur, but I mean, I guess he was just assuming Satanic would chase, and he just cast it and was flat out anticipating a jump in, right?
Yep.
Wanted to catch him.
Honestly, the first bad Black Hole of the 2 games.
Yeah,
for Jibe. He has been on point.
He is really good on this hero. That one was a miss and a half.
Honestly, would have been better just to keep channeling it. Terrorblade gets a little bit of extra distance.
True. Might have saved him. At your own expense, of course, but...
All right, well, Aegis now on Satanic with that Divine.
He is monstrous.
Yes, he is.
Divine, MKB, Empower. He hits for 750. Seems to like Cleave as of today.
Yeah.
Kunkka game 1, Empower game 2 with Battle Fury. 2 fat Cleave setups. Obviously doesn't have the Battle Fury anymore, but... Just let this guy hit a target and it's gonna die. He's critting for 3,400 right now.
Oh, yeah.
Before reductions, of course, but certain heroes will get one shot. He can one-shot crit the Ringmaster and the Enigma with their pitiful armor right now. And it doesn't matter that there's a Ghost Scepter on Enigma, you can immediately nullify that off and take him out. Same with the Tiny. Can only...
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, even game.
Yeah, I very much favor Paravision right now. I just think the explosiveness of their lineup, all you need now that you got over that really difficult hurdle, all you need is information. If you see heroes, you can kill them so fast and you can displace them with mag. And in the meantime, your lineup is relatively sustainable. Bristleback, Tinker, you have the Warlock Golems to buy a little bit of time whenever needed. I think in a pretty good position here.
That's going to be bad news for Ovilus. They came into this, I believe, 3-5. Game 1, we thought that they should have taken. And this game, definitely have had a good chance and still do.
This is one of those series where if Ovilus lose, it just feels twice as bad almost because you were so close twice.
Yeah.
Right? And you know this series is so important because this is one of the teams that will be the hardest to beat. If you could even get a draw, I think you offer them a draw before the series, they're going to take it. Because that individual game is so valuable.
RP. Going to find the Viper as DM and company are here to try to reciprocate, but the BKBTP make it the Chaotic Offering to cancel. Trying to get to the high ground, but he is mega dead.
That's a chunk of gold. He's worth 2K there.
What?
He had a 6 kill streak.
Wow.
DM got 818 and his teammates got 1K. And that's just the gold you get. Then there's also the gold they lose. So that was actually a 2.6k kill. Kind of crazy. And they had to use some stuff for it. It wasn't free. It was an RPN golem, but buying time.
I mean,
of course,
still with the Aegis cheese, so you can play around here.
You are going to lose your Aegis in 2 minutes. So will Satanic try to press the issue here? Oh, that's a big item on no one. The Wind Waker with a 6-second cooldown. Tinker Enjoyers rejoice.
Is Ogre Seal as well as the Translocator.
Yeah, Ogre Seal with a 16-second cooldown.
And the Roche Banner. Oh, Satanic. Oh, he gets the Abyssal Blade, destroys Fly. Does have buyback here. As DM trying to create a little bit of space. Smiling Knight already using the meta. Well, they're gonna go on top of Satanic. We'll use Satanic to get back to full HP. Doesn't want to burn. Oh, Desire looking for the toss. But the blink out just in time for Satanic. Not to focus on the buildings a bit while these cooldowns
could not get the banner. Oh, this illusion might do it. Okay.
Looks like they'll finally get it. The fortification as well. Satanic will be getting the tower at the very least. And Jibe trying to find an opening, but easier said than done. Paravision, 50 seconds on Aegis. They might just back away here.
They know meta is going to be down now. It's kind of big deal.
Coming back in, Avalanche is going to clip. Midnight Pulse placed, range racks instantly deleted. As Satanic trying to heal up a bit more, we'll take a Viper Strike. They want to try to burn his first life without expending too much. Oh, and the RP on the 3! And the laser to follow! Holy crap, Cinderin.
They didn't even
dead.
execute that correctly. Satanic blinked in as 9 class cured them out.
And Mobe trying to fight his way out of this, but this is a disaster.
Oh my.
And the Viper Strike applied again to Satanic. Smiling Knight into the base he goes, has to sunder a teammate just to survive, and there's the black hole onto 3, but where is the follow-up?
2 seconds, 1.
It's very close. He's going to get the Yules off, healing up as a result, and now he's full HP. Into the fountain he goes, but 9 class going fishing with the skewer. Smiling Knight forced to try to fight his way out of this, but the chaotic offering is there to finish the job as GG's come out. Man.
Damn.
Both these games were really entertaining. I'm a little sad Ovilus didn't get the split.
Yeah.
Because it felt like they deserved at least one of these games.
You can't help but feel sad for them. They really played their hearts out in these 2 games, but Parvision eventually find a way. Satanic does not look like he just won 2-0, but he did. This is the winner on your screen. This guy looks like he won 2-0. Ducal is happy with that performance on Warlock. That was such a clutch last fight, by the way. The black hole from Zibe onto 3. No one timed his Wind Waker on the PA to go off during the Aegis regen, so he healed to full in the Cyclone.
Yeah, that was sick.
Beautiful stuff, and yeah, these guys win tournaments for a reason. In spite of the game being extremely difficult, playing with almost no catch, being far down in a hole.
Played against almost the same lineup.
Eventually, they find a way. And it's just sometimes, you know, that's how Dota becomes after 30, 35 minutes. It's about finding that one moment of opportunity, those 2 moments. And Satanic snowballed the crap out of the game after that by getting the Rapier.
2-0 Paravision Shiva!
Yeah, you know what's stupid about the 2-0? Is that, in a week from now, maybe a month from now, we're going to look at results. If you're looking at anything regarding either Avalus or Paravision, we're like, oh, 2-0 for Paravision. Yep, that was just that series, and that's very simple, very straightforward. This was not a straightforward, simple series, Kevin.
It wasn't. I mean, they really, especially Moby, he really fought his heart out this game. He had incredible impact. It was even better than the last game. He got pickoffs. They killed Satanic 3 times before like the 12-minute mark. So it looked like this fight was amazing too. They had so many good things going for them. But actually ending the game was really tough, and really going high ground was dangerous because there was always the threat of the RP, and there was always the threat of Tinker just March spamming out the waves. It was a tough game.
I mean, both these games kind of show that maybe the lack of discipline or the lack of confidence to drag out the game to the point where you can end it, right? Like some kind of Falcons where you just keep getting net with, and then you eventually win the game. I feel like that was maybe why they ended up losing these games, because it looked like they had the upper hand in both games, right? Of course, there are some technicalities that make it harder to end the game, where Enigma versus Warlock, for example, this matchup, right? You can't really black hole when the golem is off cooldown. And things like that, I think, becomes, and Viper falling off, like those things do become impactful as the game drags on. But I still think if Avalus watch this replay, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, this is a rough one. This is a really rough one. I feel like this was actually a pretty good series for Viper. Like, I was really hoping after game 1 that we could watch this game and be like, look, it's not that bad. Like, he was doing a lot in these fights. Like, the breaks, like, the damage, even catching out the Tinker a lot of the time. Like, I love the Blink build, but maybe you guys are right. Maybe it just does fall off in the late game. But it's so hard to ignore, like, the Rapier factor, because I feel like if Satanic didn't go for Rapier in both of the games, it doesn't drag out. And like, I don't even know if, in the first game, the Rapiers definitely didn't have much of an impact in terms of what it did in the game, but it was like a mental thing. In game 2, it was a mental thing as well, but also in the game, he was doing a lot. Like at the end, they could have literally lost there if the Wind Waker didn't come out during the like Aegis regen. So like the Rapier did play a part, but it's so hard for Avalus to look at these matches and properly break them down, other than like be less afraid, I guess.
I mean, that's why they went for the same draft twice, right? Because it wasn't really the draft that made them lose, per se.
Maybe. I mean, the one thing I would criticize them for is that there was a handful of times in both these games where I feel like Desire was just like an inch off of his initiations. I feel like we saw multiple times where he'd blink in, ready to go, and that guy would be just escaping, or just blinking out, or just pressing BKB. So it felt like he missed those clutch moments that would have gotten a kill like a couple too many times this game. So I feel like I saw a couple initiation errors from him. But other than that, I'm not sure.
Well, I get the chance to talk to the man of the match, the Rapier purchaser, Satanic. Hey, Satanic, congratulations on 2-0. I know this is a really long series, so we won't keep you too long. But I have a question regarding that second game. Especially the start of that second game, you were heavily targeted by that Viper out there. How did you feel about the start of this second game you just played?
I don't know. It doesn't start to play this game, to be honest, but what can you do?
What can you do? I think maybe that sums up this series. It was a pretty hard one from the looks of it for you guys. Why do you think that was? What made, maybe especially game 1, what made that so difficult for your team?
Maybe Viper. Too good.
Is it that simple? There's nothing about the Enigma, because oftentimes... No? Enigma's fine?
Zero impact Enigma.
Ooh,
just maybe Viper, guys.
No way, Viper. Maybe banning it next time then might be the way. And regarding the Rapiers, how did you feel about the ending of that game 2? Do you like the games where you basically get to buy 3 Rapiers, 4 in total? Do you like that?
First one, yeah, but second I don't care, to be honest.
You don't care if you buy the 1 or 3, or you mean from game 1 to the game 2?
In second game, I just bought Rapier and destroyed. Like in Kunka, it was fun, I think.
Did you get any? Because we saw mostly DM doing most of the damage in your team on the stats at the end as well. Did you get any really good 3 Rapier crits on no?
There was one in the end of the game. If I crit, I maybe could have made Rampage. There was literally 5 heroes, but I didn't. Maybe I didn't even hit. Enigma Black Hole me. That was super unlucky.
Unlucky. Well, at least, you know, the attempt was there. I do appreciate that. I'm going to send you over to Misery, who also has a question for you.
Hey, Satanic. I'm curious. So now you're a very accomplished player already. You won a couple of tournaments and things like that. But a couple of years ago, was there any player that you looked up to specifically, or watched replays of some players, or how do you feel about that?
I'm not a fan of replays, so I didn't watch any players replay, but obviously I was fan of Itoram.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it.
That's it. Okay, cool. What do you do instead of watching replays then? Do you just play a lot of pubs, or how do you come up with ideas for your own game or your own heroes?
Yeah, I just play pubs. What do I do? And I'm thinking with my head. That's it.
Okay, that's cool, man.
Well, Well, then I want to know, Satanic, what you've been thinking about in terms of the carry role and the heroes that you play, because Kunkka is a little bit maybe of the odd one out, PA more standard. Any heroes that you want to make viable in the carry role that you haven't been able to?
I just made Kunkka carry because in meta there's Masters or Enigma, so yeah, that's why I'm playing carry Kunkka right now.
And are there any other heroes you wish you could play as a carry, but it's not yet good enough? Maybe it needs to be buffed?
Yeah, Phantom Lancer, Void, Phantom Lancer, Jagger, I guess. Just 3 heroes the most.
Phantom Lancer, Void, which was the third one that you say?
PL, Void, and Juggernaut.
Juggernaut, okay. Well, maybe, hopefully, a patch, and maybe that one will change. Good luck in your series later today, Satanic. And have a good one. Have a good rest after a series like this.
Thank you.
And of course, Paravision, they were already doing very good. They were 6-2 before today. So with this 2-0, it will be 8-2, and they look pretty set, pretty solid on the leaderboards. For Avalos, I mean, it feels so rough. I mean, they were so close to being able to get a win out here today, but they are stuck at 3-7 with this one. They'll go up later against Falcons. We'll see how that one goes. Of course, Paravision later today up against Navi Jr. But more Dota coming your way right here, right now. It is Bedboom versus Nigma Galaxy after the break.
Turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? vagabond, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. To me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Getting close to the end of Group Stage 1 here at DreamLeague Season 26, but that still means that we have a lot of unanswered questions. Who's moving on? Who's getting eliminated? Who's listening to the PogChamp Pandas? Now, I know all of you have been listening to the Pandas, but we've got two new guests joining us here in the lounge of our jazz bar, Cap and Avery. What a pleasure to have you join us.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you. Shake the cane.
We've had you trapped up there all this time, and now you finally get an opportunity to speak your mind, Avery.
Well, you know, Neil?
Oh, no, not this
He's
again.
done plenty of
Sometimes
at this
not
point.
this again.
It's just your time. You're running out of time, Neil.
That's the first one. You had more last time.
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
Okay. I wait.
Bag of tricks, Neil.
I wait with bated breath. In the meanwhile, though, Cap, also, what a exciting time to have you on the couch.
Yes, so exciting to be on the couch here. Don't get to do that very often.
No.
Evening shift.
I don't know if you prepared anything. It seems like you didn't prepare anything.
It's almost like you didn't expect us to be here, Neil.
All I can think
Did you
about...
think that we weren't going to be on the pregame show?
I'll start a topic. I have a couple of questions for the boys.
Go for
There's a new meme in the town. I don't know why we want to fight gorilla. 100 men to fight one gorilla for whatever reason. I know you're ex-military, Cap, and Avery, you've been very sad when Harambe died, so I want to hear your thoughts on it.
My thoughts on what?
Your thoughts on why would we fight this? There's probably a gorilla out there who's like, what the fuck did they want to fight me? Like, I didn't even do it.
I mean, I want to see 100 gorillas versus one man. I think that's way more interesting if you think about it. Like, which one guy would last the longest versus 100 gorillas? In a militaristic way.
With guns.
Just had to.
You're saying that the man can use
what other way
technology.
could there be? That you're
Just,
talking
you know,
about,
in
Avery?
case someone was
Just
thinking of something really weird out there. That's all.
A militaristic way?
Yeah.
You're approaching this from more of the psychological aspect. You're not saying who would win. You're saying why are we even presenting
This is my
scenario?
first question. Like, why are we actually fighting the gorilla? They're an endangered species. Why are we actually fighting it? We need to
Also,
preserve
where
it.
are you fighting it?
Yeah, where
What's
exactly?
The terrain?
How? Like, how many
On
people?
an iceberg? In the ocean? In the ocean, it's an easy dub. Nobody
who?
thinks of these things. Under
What if you're
gauge
doing it
yacht?
in the air, flying gorillas?
Yeah, what if you all skydive out of an airplane and you fight it while you're dropping? Gorilla's gonna pass out.
You stole my Battle Royale game idea.
Harambe, rest in peace.
All I'm hearing out of that is that we win in a lot of different ways. We got to showcase our dominance. That's why we're doing it, Dominic.
Yeah, we're the. I mean, gorilla's also an apex predator, but 100 versus 1, it's a bit too much. Like, maybe gorilla could be able to take out, because gorilla, they're all about strength, right? Humans, we're about the strategies,
the mental,
endurance,
and firearms,
technology.
I don't. No, this is like no weapons whatsoever. You just
okay.
show up.
What about if the gorilla also gets weapons?
Well, that's the Planet of the Apes we're talking about now.
You know, what if the gorilla has an M60?
How much time does it have to train with it?
Oh, nice. It has an infinite amount of training time.
Oh, okay.
Assume that this gorilla is an equivalent of a Green Beret.
Oh, God.
Trained in full firearm usage.
Because this is a common question in power scaling, is if Batman is ever up against any other character, it's how much prep time.
Prep time, there it is.
It's prep time. And so if Batman gets
So if
infinite prep time...
Gorilla had enough prep time.
Give Gorilla prep time?
What about 100 Batman?
I mean, the messed up part is that there's probably at some point in time in the U.S. history, we probably did try and train a gorilla.
Oh, absolutely.
To be a gorilla.
The documents just haven't been declassified yet.
Yeah, I mean, we do that with dolphins.
We did.
Why wouldn't we have tried gorillas?
Did you know?
There's a version of Coco out there that is... You don't want to
Not doing the hand signs.
You don't want to
communicate. Throwing up gang signs.
Those hand signs are just...
I was trying to make shit up. I didn't even know what I was
Oh man, you were
getting
gonna
at.
drop some trivia. Did you know?
Did you? I mean, probably people know this, but did you know that dolphins actually, you know, take the puffer fish and they actually get high on it?
I have heard.
You know
that
what?
before.
Speaking of pufferfish.
Oh my god. Let's have another one.
he actually thought for a second I had a real fish.
You only had the one?
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
All right, I can teach you all a little bit something that's a little bit more pertinent to the tournament at hand. Would you like to take a look at the groups?
Nah, I'm good, Tsunami.
Oh.
I would. Thanks for asking.
Pull it out of your jacket then.
No, I don't have anything else. Just the egg timer. One might
What
say
is the perfect egg time?
I ran out of time to get other props.
I usually cook it for 6 minutes.
I don't eat eggs.
What?
They're a foolish food for foolish men.
Let's check the group.
Let's check the groups. Gentlemen, we are now only about 2 sets of best of 2s away from wrapping up all of the official matches for Group Stage 1.
God damn!
I know. Terrifying to think about that OG LATAM, Extreme Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, and Team Liquid might not make it, but they'll still get one more
Question,
set.
I'm a little confused. Why do they call Latam Matatag? Like, that's the whole thing, right? With the name? They're running out of options. Like, we don't know. The thing we tried with OG this, OG Seed, OG that, we don't know what we're going to call ourselves. Maybe this is it.
Because they're a C team.
Lakat Matatag would be a good OG
that
B
makes
team
sense.
tag. But no, That one's Latin America. It's a South American team. But so far, they are currently south of the leaderboards because they are in 8th place right now. Aurora, Nigma Galaxy, BetBoom team, and Boom, though, they are topping the charts. And 2 of those teams we're going to get a chance to look at very, very soon. But that's for Group A. Later in the night, we'll be able to take a look at Group B. And we just witnessed Parivision get a resounding 2-0. Satanic was over the moon about his victory. And he should be 8-2 right now. Followed up by Flipster Talon, Yakult Brothers, who we will also be catching on the night shift here on the mainstream, and Navi Jr. making a contention along with Falcons and Gaming Gladiators for that middle of the pack 4th place slot. Avalis, though, they desperately needed that 2-0, or at least 1 game out of it. I don't know if we've done the math yet on mathematical eliminations, but it's looking grim for them along with Edge.
Neil, that might be the first group stage I've ever seen Western Europe in the bottom half. This entire year.
Maybe past 2 years even.
Well, I don't
Western
remember
Europe has
2
fallen.
years.
The rise of Eastern Europe. That's why they're all dodging the Eastern European qualifier, dropping out so they can play in the Western European Open and get into the Western European Closed. Because no Gaming Gladiators, even they got into TI. It's free.
It's free. Meanwhile, Eastern Europe, you have to deal with Aurora right now for 1 slot.
What about the Hawk stack? Like, this is always creeping up.
Are they still
in Eastern
Chimera?
Europe, there's always a couple of these stacks. Somebody's going to make some stack that's going to cause massive...
Well, how long have they been together?
Well, it's going to be like they have to form a week before.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They need to break up now. And then
they
by
need
the time TI
they need to form now so they can already be disbanding by the
And
time they
then
play
play
in the
while they're
qual.
disbanding.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
and then you kick Seneko when you qualify.
Classic.
The
This
old
is
Eternal Envy move.
A deep cut DreamLeague Season 25 reference, if you guys missed it. Dahak, in the death throes of Chimera Esports, ended up playing the best Dota of that entire team's lives. But then the moment he just dangled the possibility of, we might reunite. It might be a team again.
Bam, immediately. Everything goes down. It
That was
falls
it.
apart so quickly. They should have not said anything.
I know. You really got to keep that balance. Never let them know your next move.
Never reunite for one last ride. That's the moral of that story.
I mean, that's Avery's whole career right there, right? It's just reuniting
That's why I
various
say that,
iterations
yeah.
of Quincy crew.
Never go back. Only forward. Into the gorilla.
In 2018, Avery gets a message at midnight.
What did they even call? I
you
have
up
a
right
question.
now?
Sorry, what do they call it? Guerrilla warfare. Is that it? Is this
Because
where
they followed the
100
tactics
men?
of the gorilla.
Oh, I see. Because gorillas are smart. They know the tactics.
Would you like to hear a true story about a gorilla real life interaction?
Yeah.
Do I have time for this, Neil?
Go for it.
Okay, I guess I do.
Keep it short.
So school trip, we went to see the speaker. He was a photographer. He worked with gorillas in Africa, taking photos. I'll keep this short. It's a huge auditorium, 1,000 people. Kid stands up. Do you enjoy taking photos of gorillas more than other animals? The entire presentation was on guerrilla warfare. Everyone in the audience is like, oh no, this is incredibly cringe. Turns out the guy is also a renowned actual gorilla photographer. And then went on a 20-minute presentation of all his photos, taking pictures of real gorillas, also in Africa.
Wow.
And you were there.
I was at this, yeah.
How did that
I've never seen a more cringe question turn out to be real. Like, this kid was about to get booed out of the auditorium. It was like a 6-year-old kid,
What a subversion of expectations.
Yeah.
Wait, why was a 6-year-old kid learning about guerrilla warfare?
You know what, Austin? That's not the point of this story.
What school are you going to?
That's
You guys
not,
keep
the
them young.
not the point of this story, Austin. If more people were educated about gorillas, maybe the 100 versus 1 we'd only need 30 versus 1.
How about this, though? What would win? One Nigma Galaxy or one BetBoom team? Well, we're about to find that out as we get ready for our first series of the night shift.
Hey guys, welcome back to a lovely evening at this fine establishment. But what we're about to see soon is something we've seen the previous days and something earlier today. And it might happen once again. It's the CK support, and that's what I want to look at. Is CK support going to happen again? And if it does, I want you guys to understand why it's good. Because BetBoom team's been playing it in both support roles. Here's one of the values. Minus armor. You stack this with your carries, you do lots of damage. Look at this. Laney with the darks here, that's a melee hero. He's got a stun, he's got a reality rift. Maybe he's dying sometimes, but he doesn't really have a whole lot of mana anyway. So these death trades are actually just fine for him. He's happy to go in. Look at this. Dive in towers. What else are you supposed to do with big strength gain? You run in with your mid heroes, you run in with your tanky guys, your forks in fights. Look at these teleports. These guys have to cross the map and come to these fights. Ame would much rather be hitting creeps at level 4 than taking these fights. So yeah, maybe half of them die in these dives, but then they come back with full HP, full mana. Here's Katayomi playing it once again, diving this gyrocopter. And look at this. Objectives. Minus armor against the Tormentor. With TA, they're doing like minus... Don't worry about that Ice Blast. It's about killing the Tormentor on time, and they did that. Excellent. Roshan, same thing. Putting Roshan's armor close to 0. Look at this, minus 27. Roshan's got 3 armor. When's the last time you've seen that? So they're taking Roshan's at 15 minutes. Look at this skirmishing that he's going to do. Watch this stun. It's going to bounce twice. Check this out. Pulls them together, throws the stun. 2 stuns for the price of 1. All you got to do is say, all right, he got ravaged, but let's ignore that. He stunned 2 heroes at the same time. It's very powerful. And then later on in the game, look what you're doing. You pair yourself with a high damage core. You bring a stun to them. That makes it very easy for TA and others to get these solo. Because look, check out this Force Staff on a pig to get him closer to Katayomi's stun. Once again, high damage paired with stun. That's going to make his OD stronger. Look at this. Dragonite, more armor than any other hero has ever seen. They're going to kill him during a TP duration. All because CK support is completely viable. And BetBoom figured it out first, guys. So I think there's pretty much a 100% guarantee that we're going to see it at least 1 game today. Look at this stun in the back line with no HP. Doesn't have any points in his ulti. Who needs that? Not save. Look at this. Force staffing his opponent towards his teammates, which gives him another opportunity to dive at 16 minutes. Incredible. That is the support CK. We might see it in the next draft. We probably will. Thank you.
Well, technically, your wish already came true because you did say there's a 100% chance that we will see it today. And we did see it today. We
Thanks,
already
Neil.
saw it earlier today, actually, Purge.
I did talk about that, but yeah, you got me.
I got you. I got
Might
you.
see it in this upcoming series as well. We might see it again today.
2 times in 1 day.
Yep, maybe 3.
What a treat.
2 games.
It was especially justified in that previous series, though, because they're always pairing it up with Darkseer, and Save was super hyped to get breaks against a Bristleback and Phantom Assassin.
Not always. First 2 games they played it, both with TAs, but they played on opposite sides of the map.
Not true.
1 game was with the Darkseer, so the game earlier today, not as much minus armor synergy is what they did in those other games, but they seem to be willing to pick it in a lot of different scenarios, actually.
When I first saw it, I thought there was going to be playing it with the fundamental forging, where you can take the higher tier of a neutral item. So you can have basically a tier 2 neutral item 5 minutes into the game, which could make a lot of difference, but opting to go for the break, a little bit of a casino magic there, 33%, and also the split that you said. I don't know how I feel about this hero. I think there are better position 4s out there. They're bringing in new stuff, but compared to some like other position 4s like Tusk and maybe Earthshaker, I would say that this CK, they're making it work, but if we had to do a tier list, he's probably somewhere near the bottom.
The one thing it's really good at is diving, though. They dive like crazy with this hero. It allows them to up the tempo of the game. And that's something that a lot of other supports can't do nearly as well. So that's the value that they're getting from it. They're winning the game. They're buying their Aptoses. They're buying their Glimmers. They don't die very easy. Teamfight don't need it. Ultis don't need them.
It's a utility.
Utility stun dive, up the tempo. That's what they're doing.
You on board with 100% Effie? Or you think that this is a more situational Save flavor pick?
Hello, guys. By
What's
the
up,
way.
Effie?
What's up?
You may join the conversation.
Can I enter now?
Yeah,
please.
I think it's cool. Like, it's a good concept, honestly. I feel like unless they're willing to flex it, though, it's going to be pretty one-dimensional, and teams are going to read into it and be like, okay, we see what you're doing here. We're not going to give it to you. Because initially when I looked at it, I thought maybe they were looking at it through the lens of maybe we'll flex it to carry. But actually, when they picked it after they show their carry. Like, they had TA first pick, and then they picked it, and then they had Morphling, and then they instantly picked Chaos Knight after, which means they really believe in it as a true support, not even as a flex pick. That's the part that I find interesting about this idea.
If Pure was here, I would say that there is a potentially a flex to it, because he was the one, I think, last DreamLeague, he was talking about the hero, how he likes to play it, wants to try it out, and I think he tried it out in the pubs a couple of times when Dota 2 Pro Tracker was still working. But yeah, now that Kiritich is here, this is not a hero that strikes me that he wants to play and that he wants to test it out. He's more of a, I would say, a stable carry. And he also wants to prove himself being a stand-in here.
Yeah, I don't know how deep his pool has been running. So far, it's at least they've gotten enough time to synergize with him, because that's something that I was also curious about with Liquid. How much time does it take to incorporate VTune into the mix? But with Bedboom Team's performance thus far, I'm encouraged. Nigma, on the other hand, also are dealing with a stand-in situation, and they're also seeming to do pretty well. Overall, I would have thought losing Omar would have been quite a death knell, but they're handling it pretty well with Yamich.
I think he's been playing good so far. There he is. They had really bad lighting when they took his photos.
We have not unlocked him yet.
Yeah. It's got to get out of the group stage first, and then he needs a playable character for the future.
He's looked good. I mean, we've only seen like 2 series of
it was just yesterday.
Since yesterday, but you could argue that they didn't play against like the strongest opponents. So we'll see today, because I do think Bedboom will be maybe a bit more of a challenge than was it OG that they played against recently. I'm just going to check so I don't insult anybody. It was Boom and OG Latin America that the stand-in was for. So we'll actually see versus Bedboom what he looks like, but so far so good with Yamich.
How about Nigma as a whole? We've been seeing this team, well, you had alluded to a downwards trajectory overall ever since their Blast Slam 2 performance, which was the peak of Nigma in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely the case before this tournament started, and now they're doing really good. I think it's still important to mention that there are 2 less of the top 6 teams at this tournament, and they're split. Those remaining like 4 to 6 good teams are split in 2 groups. So there's actually a lot of teams here getting some really good experience and good chances, but that means that Nigma is going to have slightly easier matches playing against teams that have less big tournament experience. So I think Nigma's looking good for sure, but I would. It might just be a one-off, you know. It could be like, oh, they're streaking now. It could be that Ghost has probably the best Morphling in the world, and Morphling is giga good right now. It could be like a lot of little things lining up perfectly.
I'm pretty excited to watch them. I think they look good. I mean, we've said this about them before during group stages, like, ooh, Nigma are back. But this time around, they've impressed me. Like, they've also been trying new things. Yesterday, they played IOMRC twice, which is funny calling it a new thing, but people haven't touched that in a while. And Samel's had a diverse hero pool. Like, when I looked at the amount of heroes played, he's played the most by far on his team. They're even, like, last picking things like Tinker, Sniper. You don't know what kind of last pick you're going to get out of him, and I think when you have a player like that, it's pretty awesome.
It is Slardar also in a series that we saw yesterday or day before yesterday, so...
Didn't work, but it was cool.
He's expanding the pool regardless. Although I'm with you, I think Bedboom Team will be the biggest test thus far for them in this tournament.
They played against Liquid, and even though they lost that series 2-0,
they should have won.
It should have been 1-1. This one was definitely like the graph, what it looked like. It was like this, and then just bam, down immediately. After seeing that series, I was like, can Nigma Galaxy actually do it? I lost a little bit of confidence, but this is just the way they are. Like, they always get your hopes up, then you get disappointed, they keep repeating that. They're like Lion, to hell and back. They're always back, you know, just using that word back multiple times. It does feel like Nigma Galaxy, they have what it takes to compete with all these top-tier teams on a good day, but sometimes on a bad day, you're like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
I think they look good now.
They look good.
I think they look good now. Like, just for context, I quickly counted the unique hero picks, but Samel has played 10 unique heroes so far in the group stage, and then Ghost has played 4.
And he hasn't played Storm yet, so we know he's got at least one more
they
hero.
played only 10 matches.
So a different hero every single time, including like old school darlings like the Invoker mid and the Tinker mid, which we haven't seen many teams flex it to mid outside of like, you know, Kiyotakas and BZMs and stuff. But if Nigma can have a unique last pick in a lot of these games, they can win through sheer element of surprise, through sheer lack of preparation.
I feel like a good thing to have right now, because some of our drafts are getting a little bit more methodical. We're expecting what heroes are going to come out, so that element of surprise is always big, and moments like this later on in the patch.
As long as they can somehow close out the game, because that has historically been an issue for that team and an issue for all teams throughout this patch, to be able to breach high ground. And as much as that may have found themselves success with that IOMRC yesterday, Bedboom Team show it the respect it deserves. Ban it out in the first phase as we take a look at our draft for game number 1. They banned that out along with a Beastmaster, Doom, as well as Ghost's Morphling. And Enigma Galaxy, they take out the Templar Assassin, a Darkseer, and an Abaddon, scoop themselves up a Bristleback.
That's some minus armor. That would go great with a CK support if Nigma wants to steal that away from them, of course.
You think Yamich has it in his pocket?
I don't think it's that hard to play.
Okay.
Number one.
I mean, you're really just rolling a dice half the time.
You're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna pick it. You're not gonna pick it on Enigma Galaxy, but I think BetBoom genuinely has a, especially with a break potential here.
That's what I'm saying. Are they tempting Save to be like, all right, we saw your Bristle, we saw your CK earlier today. Do it again.
It's good against Green Bristle actually, because then disarming him is also valuable. Because then, but if he's doing like quills on damage, you don't care so much about getting disarmed, but it could be better here.
We've been on this patch for way too long. We're talking about CK position 4 being first pick all of a sudden.
Only in
first
BetBoom's hands.
Yeah. It won't be first pick. Tinker is much safer.
BetBoom answered the question because they were in a position where they could respond to the Bristleback with Tinker, which would change their draft, or Ancient Apparition, which would also call for an entirely different draft. And they've chosen to prioritize the Tinker. And I think a big part of this is they don't want that surprise mid-Tinker coming out from Nigma either.
Yeah, that's a good point. It does seem to be like a very impactful hero in the last couple series that I've seen him in, whether it's a support or whether it's a mid. It really just changes the game in a bit of a fundamental way. The amount of saves you get, or from the position of mid-tinker, it just makes it so hard to kill him.
Yeah, but in BetBoom's hands, I don't think this will be a flex to mid-tinker. I think it's just going to be a standard support tinker. Tell me hero. Yeah.
Also, looking at what GPK has been playing so far, he's countering Bristleback in multiple ways. All the heroes that he has been playing with Monkey King from the mid lane, either he's playing Diffusal, either he's picking up Mage Slayer, he's playing Slardar, he's playing Pango, he's playing OD as well. So all of these heroes are very, very good against Bristleback, and they're gonna give him the respect ban.
Cool.
I think it was slightly less likely for it to get picked this game because in most of the games they paired it with another support that was good at fighting early. Heroes like Bane, heroes like Ringmaster, because they would send one of the supports through the gate, then it's like a 2-support dive thing. I feel like Tinker wouldn't fit into that very well, unless it was Tinker mid. So, but still safe for it to get out of there when you have a Bristle.
This PA after Tinker is like very interesting. I think this indicates that they were thinking Nigma could also just pick that hero in this draft for themselves. Because yeah, obviously PA, she counters Bristle with her Fan of Knives, but BetBoom were in a position where they could take the Ancient Apparition as well, and they prioritized the PA over the Ancient Apparition, which means they're also just giving it away to Nigma, and a lot of people consider AA a counter to Tinker, support Tinker at least, because of the reduction of healing.
That's a good point. I feel like PA as a carry is less scared about an AA usually though, because you're so mobile, you're jumping around the fight. It's a little bit harder to lock her down and guarantee that the Ice Blast does hit. So maybe they get what they want while still maybe getting the A when it comes back to their turn.
Enigma will open up with Tusk in the second phase. I do like this a lot. This is the hero that counters Bristleback as well, so it could be potentially a steal. Because the one way you kill Bristleback, you tag team, you get 3 heroes. You don't even have to bring like the 4th hero. Usually he's tanky enough, but against the tag team. Now, on side of Enigma Galaxy, you have a very, very good Roche taking potential, and I would like to see some carry coming out from Enigma Galaxy that's gonna give them that extra physical damage. Like you have Tusk with the tag team, you have Bristleback with the minus armor. So wondering what Ghost is gonna be playing. Some of the heroes that he played so far, Gyrocopter, you mentioned Morphling. These are some of his best heroes.
And they both get banned out by BetBoom team, so his list is pretty short. For as much versatility as Humail has been showing, Ghost has been kind of keeping it to his favorites only.
Yeah, if it works, it works. And the viable carry pool feels a bit smaller than the viable mid-hero pool right now, where you want to snatch up the good ones as fast as you can.
And with TA banned out in the first phase also, options are quite limited for him.
Wow, okay, so AA just goes ignored.
Completely ignored.
How many counters for this Bristleback do you want? So Timber, which, I mean, Timber is also very killable when you're playing against tag team. Now you need something, plus also you have a break mechanic on level 15 on Shadow Shaman. A lot of control coming out from BetBoom team.
But the other nice thing about Timber is that you have to worry about maybe Snowball and Punch, but you don't care about shards in the slightest.
Yeah.
So against like a Coddle and a Tusk support, you are going to be able to get away from your opponents pretty consistently. So gives them a lot of raw damage. They need to pair that. If they pick PA and they pick Timber, they need hard disable, and that's probably why they went for the Shaman over the AA, because they just were lacking the disable way too much. So it's fine. I like that it's here in the draft. There was a day, I think yesterday, maybe the day before, Shaman's priority got moved up a lot, and then I think it lost a lot of the games yesterday, whereas this is actually a great game to pick it, I think.
It's also really good because you have this Coddle coming out of Nigma, and yeah, you pair it with the Medusa here on 18, but there's also the question of Storm Spirit, and when you have a Shaman inside of your draft, it addresses these Coddle combos like Coddle plus Ember, Coddle plus Storm, because you have the instant disable from Shaman. But I do think this Timber Saw is creating problems right now for Nigma because they don't have damage for him. Like, sure, they have tag team, but your Medusa is going to be farming. She's not a really high damage output hero. She does it over time. Your Bristleback's going to be farming for a while. He also does his damage over time. You don't have, like, that high magic damage burst coming out of Nigma right now.
Oh, interesting. They actually banned out a Pugna, which I assume would have been Pugna Core. Something I have a lot of experience with. It's not great, but it can be good. Look,
he's anti-spell.
You get that spell damage off a tower kill thing, and all of a sudden you buy like a Kaya, you got like 30% spell amp.
I'm fine with that. My problem with the hero is, what do you do after that first tier 1 tower falls? You die once. Where does your hero go?
Well, you of course you buy a phylactery, and you only upgrade to the Conda if there's a Tidehunter on the enemy team or a Bristleback.
Not truly.
I mean, you do genuinely do a lot of damage. Ags is kind of good. You can just output a lot of damage, but
yeah. They need something on the side of Nigma Galaxy, something that's going to play with Coddle. There's still Ember Spirit left in the pool. It's Mage Slayer Buyer. You're playing against Timbersaw, pairs up nicely with Keeper of the Light. They also need something that can actually play Dota, because you have Medusa, you have Bristleback. These heroes are playing kind of for themselves. Keeper of the Light, he's going to be stacking. So it needs to be very active mid laner that can actually do stuff.
But also you need damage. Like, there's just no damage right now on Nigma to take these heroes down. Like, you're playing through all of the Tinker, Sustain, and Heal as well. You need some like insane damage output, like Lushrak or Invoker, which might be harder to pull off. But if you don't have this, you're just going to be playing on the back foot the entire time on Nigma until all of your heroes are strong enough. Like, this Timber is a force that's going to be in your face with a Matrix on him and with the March of the Machines on him.
I forgot to mention the reason they banned Pugna. It's very good against Tinker. He puts on the Nether Ward. Every time he casts a spell, he's taking a huge chunk of damage. You can't offset that nuke.
So this mid laner that's going to be coming out, is it playing with a safe lane Bristle or a safe lane Medusa? Because both these heroes I see going in both places quite often. And they do go for that Leshrac. Another Coddle combo and high damage, like you were saying, Effie.
The Sumail specialty.
It is a Sumail specialty. I like that it can do, like, you just buy that first Atos and you start running around, you get a Blink Dagger later. It's a bit harder to pull off because there is range damage coming out of Bet Boom with, you know, the Chakrams and the Tinker, but it's still a solid pick here.
I'm down for some Sniper. I think Tank Cardell could come out. They have nothing that can really close the gap, and this is also one of the GPK specialties, because whenever you see Leshrac, you're thinking about the hero who can outrange him as well, because Leshrac makes some of these melee matchups very difficult. It gives you a kill threat. And Medusa is definitely not that hero. You can also itemize differently. You can opt to go for the Diffusal Blade, great against pretty much all 3 cores on side of Nigma Galaxy.
What about OD? Like, they did play OD.
They did,
a few days. Was it yesterday, actually? Like, I would be down to see them bust out something new here. Well, it's kind of new.
I mean, it's kind of cool. You could drain Medusa's mana effectively by banishing her if you happen to do that. I mean, you can save people from combo stuns.
You also just lane into Leshrac. You could do something standard like Puck as well.
Yeah.
Not as cool and flashy as OD, though.
It's not. I do like that Sumail on the Lesh is going to be able to kill a lot of these heroes. Like, it gives a lot of damage threat with the Diabolic Edict and ulti combo.
There's also still a very loose possibility that GPK takes the Tinker mid, and then you got a Kataomi hero at the end.
I feel like Lesh is decent against that. So I think Nigma Galaxy is relatively covered, but yeah, they are flexible in their last pick here. But based on the Pugna ban, I assume that they want to play it as a support. Because I don't think Pugna Core was likely to be played.
That's true.
And if they could have lane swapped and played like Coddle mid or something, maybe. So more disable would be good for Bet Boom team. That's what I would like to see. Another initiator. Like, Timber can definitely frontline, but...
Yo, I'm telling you, this is a sick pick.
It's good.
See the vision, right? You just beat Leshrac mid and then you drain Medusa's mana. What do they do?
Your ulti will never do damage to Medusa, though. Because Deuce is always going to have more mana than you.
Who cares? It did damage to everybody else. It's a cool pick.
It's a good save as well. I like when Shadow Shaman is paired up with something that gives him any kind of save. This is like why Chinese Dota for a really long time, whenever Shadow Shaman was popular, they were pairing it up with a Tide Hunter, something that can take care of you in case you get jumped. Now you have your innate ability, you have OD with Astral as well. Bet Boom, they cooked pretty hard with this draft.
Yeah, I love it. I think the only issues that OD has is that he's very susceptible to dying mid. Like at some point, if supports start to play on the OD, if you're not ready to help him, he can easily lose the advantage he gets from a good lane. But I think if Bet Boom are on point with everything, their draft is so good.
And they have heals to back it up too. They're going to be healed by March of Machines. They're going to be getting shields. On the other side, they need GPK to be able to get some of these pickoffs. And if you can't make it through Sumail or Ghost on the Medusa, it might be a little hard for them to blow up the backlines until they get vision.
I'm happy that both teams got what they needed. It means that we're going to get a pretty exciting game. So let's prepare ourselves for Bet Boom Team versus Enigma Galaxy with the PogChamp Pandas.
An interesting pick, a counter pick to what is being run in the meta, a unique idea. And that means that in the modern age of Dota, it will fail miserably.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because heroes like this just don't end up working, man. In the modern era of Dota, if nobody else is running it, there's probably a good reason why. It's probably because the hero just sucks.
Maybe it's just niche. Maybe you just need the right game for the hero to excel. And maybe that's what we have here. I kind of believe in it.
I don't.
Okay, well, you're a hater.
And it's not because of what is on Nigma's lineup. It's on what's on Bet Boom's lineup. I do not like their playmaking whatsoever.
Well, I don't like Nigma's lack of damage.
I don't think you can have a Bristleback Leshrac lineup without damage.
I think they're incredibly dependent on Sumail for early game DPS. I think they don't have a lot of ways to actively pressure this Bet Boom lineup.
One, two, all right, split on bounty runes. Oh, GPK.
I changed my opinion.
Yeah, he's got Fairy Fire. They could still try and run him down underneath the tower. Sumail will give him the lightning to finish him off. First blood, it goes to Sumail. He will start the laning phase very injured, but obviously a fantastic start for him. As I imagine a fast bottle is on its way already.
That's massive in this game. This Lesh needs to do a lot of heavy lifting for Enigma in the early parts at least. And giving him a fast start, fast bottle, easier laning phase, #1 way to do that. Because these lanes look a little difficult. Again, I don't think there's a lot of early damage in this dual off lane. I don't think your safe lane is posing much aggressive threat. You're just trying to get farm on all these heroes if you're Enigma Galaxy. The offensive potential lies in Bet Boom's hands. What they can do with it. They'll get a courier.
What is their offensive potential on Bet Boom?
Shaman Timberlane can always kill you. If you end up shackled near trees, you just get chained in world. You're gone. You can run down the lane.
Yeah, but they're running into a Deuce. I just feel like it's unlikely they're going to be able to do too much to that hero. Especially with the Coddle behind it.
I still see the side lanes for Bet Boom having more chase down potential. PA lanes can always chase you down. This Shaman can maybe land a clutch hex. You can Astral mid into that rotation as well. If the Lesh is up far, if he's on OD's hill. That's a very easy TP in the trees. You Astral him, you run up Shackle, he's probably dead. I think Nigma is very dependent on the Tusk, which, as we noted, Yamich standing in for them. Some pressure on the stand-in here to make some plays around the map. Definitely capable of it, though.
Hey, we also got one of the things we requested earlier. We have GH, who's going to be playing his Coddle, a signature hero for him.
I called for it the other day.
You did call for it. That's literally what I just said.
When was the last time he got to play this? Consistently, at least, in a meta, you know?
Yeah, not just like a one-off, but like a regular pickup. Katomi, he gets real aggressive trying to get denies, and he definitely got some denies in there, and he still managed to survive. Nigma feeling like they can't actually chase him down.
Very even laning phase across the board. Sumail gets the boots delivered. He's decently far ahead with that first blood. You would love to be able to rotate to this lane if you're Enigma. Get the Lesh snowballing even more and punish this OD. I mean, OD he's in that category of mid laners. You kill him once or twice, the game falls apart pretty fast.
Katomi blocked it again, but a trade-off of supports maybe, or actually core. Noob, he's going to get off one more Quill, one more Viscous Nasal Goo. Yamich won't be able to do too much with that. He's going to go collect the Lotus, so they get the kill on the support, sure, but... Oh, Yamich nicely placed. What a positioning there.
Yeah, I do not know if he deserved to win that Lotus in terms of who is stronger, but he deserved it through sheer heart, Austin.
Yeah, we'll say heart.
His heart was so big, it blocked off the pool.
That sounds like a medical condition he should get looked at.
That does beg the question, Austin.
It does.
100 human hearts versus 1 gorilla heart.
What?
I'll let you think about the repercussions of that.
I won't. I'll ignore that and focus on the game at hand. Thank you.
CS going Betboom's core's ways, as the Bristle is the one suffering. That double melee lane for Enigma really did not get anything going for them other than that kill.
It got kind of ruined by the laser spam from Kataomi. Whether it's making the tag team less effective or making Noob miss last hits all the time.
And there's no stacks being built up.
Yeah,
Yamich's just roaming around, but he's not pulling the wave for Noob. He's not stacking for him, and he's not tri-laning top or ganking mid. You gotta get one of these things done with the Tusk here early, or you're just gonna feel bad as you exit this laning phase. You're gonna try and go for another cheeky Tinker kill. Hard to kill this guy though when he has full stick charges from all the Bristle stacks.
I feel like that was a situation. Like he was on the edge of his marching machine. Surely you just go on him just to put damage on him.
I agree.
Just let him walk up there and bully you as much as he's doing.
I mean, I also just think you have to do something this early game with the Tusk. You can't just linger down here and not set the lane up for the Bristle. It's gonna get a courier at least. That's something.
Okay.
Perhaps eyes will shift towards this mid lane as we're getting near the 6-minute power rune and we're getting near ults for these heroes. Could easily kill this Leshrac if you get to an Eclipse here with all the mana drain off the imprisonments.
Noob gonna be slowed down by the Blood Grenade. Chased after him with the Shadow Shaman showing up. It's not 1 kill, it's 2. Yamich repeatedly disabled, body blocked, anything necessary to get Kiritich the double kill.
Again, I think the offensive moves and potential here for Betboom in the first 10-15 minutes is just way simpler. You rotate these supports anywhere. If Shaman connects, you should be able to kill. You have a lot of early game damage with this tri-core setup. And now you gotta be a little scared on this mid lane as GPK approaches the Sanities. Cannot get too aggressive here with Sumail. He's missing so much mana. And he will lose the rune, shield rune, into the OD here.
Well, that's just going to limit what Nigma can do even further. They can't gank mid, and Noob is too far behind to do anything there, and you're probably not doing much to this Timber Saw. Seems like static lanes, Betboom are just going to have way more opportunities because their cores can stay alive in lane, and then the supports are going to be filtering around the map.
I'm just trying to jungle with the Lesh. Do have some stacks in the northern jungle up here that he's clearing through. Didn't get him on the triangle yet. But this will be some acceleration for Sumail. And means you can give mid lane to the Keeper of the Light. Tough hero for GPK to set up on. So this is kind of a nice area for GH to just farm out. Get some XP. Feel pretty happy. No one's dying to this Eclipse on the map. And you're not falling behind.
7-minute Wisdom Shrine's coming up. Nobody's playing for an aggressive move here, so we're just in a farming battle. Which I do think benefits Nigma. If nothing is really happening around the map. Just means that BetBoom supports who do have all the possibilities here of going wherever they want. Making some sort of smoke play.
Nigma does not mind having a slow early game for both teams and if they get the stacks up. That's kind of ideal for them. They have Medusa, Leshrac, Bristle. That is some jungle clear. At the same time, you don't have a lot of building damage in this BetBoom lineup, especially with the OD mid. It's kind of this hero's weakness. You can just leave him empty mid, and he can't do anything with it. He's not a Dragon Knight. He's not even a Tiny. Him hitting the tower is pretty rough for the hero because then it's the easiest position to set up on him. And he's not dealing any damage. Now, the Meteor Hammer OD.
He's saying that's what he should go for?
No, I'm just saying that version, when you left him alone mid, he punished you a lot harder.
Sure.
This version, there's no real punish. You just keep CSing. And a lot of times you don't even out-farm the guy who's jungling because he has stacks. Sumail is out-farming him right now, and he's not even on the lane. So, it doesn't feel great for GPK that Nigma are just dodging this interaction completely. And they get a haste rune for Sumail, and now they're going to instantly smoke with it.
Yeah, Sumail's been off map for like 2 minutes. I don't know how you read what he's doing as BetBoom.
Are they going to go into the OD? There's no way I want to go into OD.
They're going to the triangle, cutting between the tier 1 and tier 2 because it's nighttime.
Split earth the trees to not break the smoke on the tower.
Yeah, that is smart.
This is super nice.
And they're going to break now. Save and Miro are both high HP. They're going to go straight to save first. Get the easier of the 2 kills to the Shadow Shaman. It's a pretty easy cleanup for Leshrac, and he's even got the damage. He's going to kill Miro as well. Miro did not respect that situation whatsoever.
Yeah, why was he lingering?
I don't know.
He's trying to finish off the Ancients? Just got greedy. What's the rebuttal here? It's going to be GPK eclipsing down the Keeper of the Light. No mana, no life. You got basically one shot with the Astral leading into the DPS.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another Astral setup. What can you do with this one?
Well, this is definitely a dead toss. But Sumail, I mean, they kind of already got what they came for.
Oh, yeah.
They took some kills. They took over your triangle, took away some of those neutrals. And Tusk will be back up for the 10-minute power room.
Not a bad overall exchange. As long as the Leshrac is getting farm and levels off the map, you're probably happy with the early game here. You can continually boost him up with the extra mana as well.
I love the build Sumail's going to as well.
I found a freebie? Don't mind if I do.
Didn't really have to tread too far away from the mid lane. Can go back and still contest the bottom power rune, which it is bottom. It is invisibility.
I mean, he's the Leshrac king for a reason.
Yeah, that might be his claim to fame. Like, there's so many Storm Spirit players, but like, I really can't think of another Leshrac player that contests Sumail for his Leshrac, you know?
Swindle Melons.
A great North American name.
I mean, he does have some claim to fame with the Leshrac.
He does.
Not for good reasons. Trying to make a move on this OD. He's really tanky. He's got 1,700 HP. This is not the aggressive move you wanted to make. They will barely get Sumail out of there with the help of the Invis. This is not the part of the map you want to be getting aggressive, though, if you're Nigma. You want to be looking on the PA or the Timber in isolated areas, or just catching supports in the jungle. No way you can assault this position mid. I'm surprised they went for that. Very aggressive move. Do have Ato's done on this Leshrac, so your playmaking has gone up a lot. And you just keep skirmishing and opening areas. You're going to be happy. Really would like to find Kiritich at least once or twice as he's trying to clear through some Ancients down here.
Yeah, big old Ancient stacks.
I mean, Sumail running into anybody that's not under a tower, they're just dead. Super strong on the map right now.
Noob has gotten some decent recovery time. He's got Vanguard and soon to be having Salbert. Still the one of the poorest cores. I thought he was the lowest, but Timbersaw is actually less farm than him.
Miro has just not stayed on the lane top. too afraid of the gank potential. I think he could have played up here more aggressive, maybe extra points in the armor. Just opting to jungle and play it ultra safe. Yeah, his farm has suffered as a result. I think he should have gotten a lot more than this. You are afraid of this Leshrac gank. The whole time Sumail was off the map and he's in that upper jungle, you're worried about this Leshrac rotation.
Finally will punish Noob, as he's been playing pretty far forward in this lane the entire time. GH still wants to pull some... Oh, there's a ward there, so... He's going to pull himself out, I assume? Yeah, there he goes.
There's still a lot of space for Kirtich. He's not getting pressure at all in this early game. Battle Fury already done. 12.5 minutes.
Yeah. And he's got this dagger facet, too, that helps you clear out neutrals even faster than the other one.
He's going to be big. This Medusa is ahead of him, but, I mean, this is Ghost on a Medusa that had an empty lane plus complete free farm. He's very high level 12 already.
Got Tomi. Up to the high ground, straight into Sumail.
Nice.
Puts that Rod of Atos to use, and Sumail, he can stay out on the map like this constantly. It's why this Coddle is a preferred support. With Leshrac, Storm Spirit, having a mana battery just means that this hero goes from clearing out neutrals to getting a kill to clearing out more neutrals, and there's no stopping it.
You can also TP places on the map to pressure hero, get farm, and get recalled back to the other side.
Right.
A lot of map mobility for a hero that traditionally does not have it early. Nigma Galaxy looking, again, strong in the early game. I feel like every time we've watched them, that has been the trend.
And so, not pressuring the Phantom Assassin lane, they actually take Bedboom's off-lane tower first.
This will open up Wisdom Shrine coming up in 10 seconds here.
But not playing for it? It's so weird that you take it near the Wisdom Shrine timing, but do not stick around to try and contest.
Can't help but feel like Nigma missed a little bit of an opportunity to get pressure somewhere. Either make a move for that Wisdom Shrine with recalls and the Dusa playing up and how strong Ghost is, or just hit this bottom tower or look for the PA.
Yeah, or go to mid, basically make Betboom feel like, oh, we have to bring a bunch of heroes top, and then overwhelm the mid lane or overwhelm bottom. Instead, Nigma Galaxy just kind of back up to their corner of the map and continue to farm, which they are getting good farm, don't doubt that. Sumail is seemingly endless stacks in the jungle.
He's killed a lot of Croakers this game, and they are approaching the blink on the Tusk. Yalmich just rushing it here. That'll give him even more playmaking potential between this early blink plus the Atos on the Leshrac. You have all the capability to start fights on your terms. Easy smoke ganks, easy setup for anybody you find in the jungle, but it is Betboom making the move as that arrives, looking for anybody in this bottom ancient area.
Got to play to the Tormentor, about to spawn, and Nigma Galaxy have been scanned on it. Counter scan, Nigma see that Betboom is on their way, so they're not going to be baiting doing the Tormentor. Noob's going to try and position himself to be targeted.
Why did he go down that ramp?
He will be targeted. Yamich is going to show up here and maybe bail him out with a snowball. Doesn't go for the save, but hits a snowball into 3 heroes with a giant AoE. It's a mosh pit there in the corner. Why did Noob put himself in that corridor? Because apparently Nigma Galaxy had a plan. Just the funnel of death.
Okay, I mean, he absolutely knew his limit there. As Betboom throw everything on him and just get completely punished from the AoE stun. That Splitter hit 3. That blast hit everybody. You have Split Shot going through all the Medusa spells. This looked like it was going to go worse for Nigma based on how far their heroes were away, but the recall did so much work here. And Snowball on 3, Blast on 4.
And then every Leshrac spell hitting like 3 or 4 heroes. It really doesn't get much better than that.
I mean, that just shows the power of arriving there first. Like, if Betboom are the ones on that high ground and Nigma have to go up a hill into them, and the Bristle gets shackled from the high ground to low, that's a completely different fight. You can space better on that high ground than going up the ramp. But, man, I'm surprised that worked out that well. It looked a little awkward with Noob going down the hill. But Betboom get punished for their choke point even more. That is just a death ramp, by the way. Like,
oh yeah.
If you're Radiant and you get caught on that double stairwell, there's no way out of there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised teams still take that route instead of trying to wrap.
I feel like most of the tier 1 teams usually wrap all the way around. Surprising that BetBoom made that mistake.
Or take multiple angles.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Right? Like, send someone top or mid as you go in bottom and do it at the same time.
Maybe they just felt so pressured for time. Samael spotting Kiritich. Rodovatos, chain stun into Walrus Punch, split Earth, and maybe overlapped it a bit too much.
Oh, they're in trouble now.
Kiritich gets out, and the full BetBoom squad shows up. I would say to avenge Kiritich, but he is going to take his own vengeance. They're going to give him last hit. Well, he got one of them. GPK gets the other.
That's a really deep place to go for that kill if you are not confident the TPs are not going to arrive in time. And you pay a massive price trying to pressure this PA. Still 0 deaths for Kiritich in this game. I felt like that was the first time Nigma made a decisive move to try and ruin his farm, and boy, does it not work. Way too deep. They wanted to take advantage of that ward, but those are not the heroes to do it. The burst damage is not fast enough.
Yeah. Miro building into Aghanim Scepter is about halfway there. With that extra bit of farm, the PA catches up a little bit to Ghost, but Ghost is about to have Butterfly. So big timing window coming up soon. Nigma Galaxy need to get a lot accomplished with a Butterfly that is completely uncontested against like 3 right-click heroes, PA, OD, and Serpent Wards.
Yeah, it's a really good Deuce game. OD hates this matchup. The PA is not going to have Evasion Pierce for a long time. You're the strongest hero in this game right now if you're Ghost. You need to use this timing. Ideally, get a fight into Roshan. Give an Aegis to the Slash. And then you're going to be really confident in this game. Nice, done.
Got a mid-timber chain. Miro will die just like that. Looking for more. Yamich, he'll catch up to Save. And Save with no way out.
2 for 1.
Because he's building an Aether Lens. No Force Staff here.
You can just go in the pit. You have Goo. You have Tag Team.
Yeah, it looks like they want to take mid tower first, but I think you probably could just chain these things.
Yeah, I just go pit here.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower.
Especially with these recalls, you can just let Sumail stay bottom, and then by the time BetBoom responds as Roche, if they take the fight, you can still recall the Lesh, so you're not losing on the map by forcing this Roshan really early. This is incredibly efficient, and the supports from Nigma Galaxy getting so much right now. Yeah, this Roche is just gone. It's super fast with all the minus armor. Not perfect sequence.
Okay, if Ghost takes the Aegis,
yeah, I like this though a little less.
Untouchable. Why wouldn't you give it to Samael?
I think they would have if they could have gotten in there, but he's just not there. No reason to slow
Was GH not able to recall him?
Yeah, he didn't have ult for like another 10 seconds. You have to sit there for 10.
Yeah.
I think this is fine. You can just let Medusa play alone. He can siege towers. It's still a strong Aegis. But I kind of would have liked it on the Lesh in this situation.
Well, how much do you... If you're really that untouchable, are you willing to go high ground with it?
You can go high ground. It's not that fast. I think the pace is what deters you here. Not necessarily, I don't want to take the fight. You're also going high ground into Tinker is always pretty tough.
Yeah.
You absolutely take some towers with this, though. And you try and take away space from the PA. It's your biggest priority.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, they still have 2 more tier 2s left out on the map. We'll see if they finish both of them off, if they end up going just straight to high ground. I kind of want to see them just hit high ground with Disa. Just because I don't think BetBoom have like that much that can punish them.
I think it's just better to get more off the map, especially when you can play with these recalls. You can farm out everything with the Slash.
Look at the positioning. Damage. He is going to be caught by this gank, but it also means that Samael does not get caught by it.
Bleed out something here during this period where you're super strong. Not what you want to see if you're Nigma. This is more time for the Phantom Assassin to farm up. Will be just straight MKB for Ghost, however. He is going to be incredibly strong when he gets there. You're going to have an evasion and pierce advantage against this PA item-wise. Pretty nasty. Can't blame him for the early MKB when you're playing against Tinker and PA in this game. Super value. And another tier 2 for the Dusa, uncontested.
You know what this offlane Dusa build of Radiance? Do you ever consider that with the carry Dusa?
Nah.
Because you could just, at some point in time, maybe take second Roshan and make a Divine Rapier out of it.
Well, now you're thinking like Eternal Envy right there.
Yeah. I mean,
Mask of Madness, Divine Rapier.
you
go
pick
high
up a
ground.
farming Radiance, you break it apart for the Butterfly, and then you use the Relic for a Divine Rapier with the first or second Aegis. End the game.
Okay, I'm with you. Let's do it.
It sounds sick.
Try it out.
Okay.
Get back to me.
Time to have some fun in these European pubs.
That might be the first idea you've ever had that I can see working.
That's so not true. Katomi is surrounded. I will put it to Nigma, I think, has done a pretty good job.
Sumail is...
Okay, wow, I really jinxed that. I was going to compliment them on shutting down the Tinker in this game, and then they just...
They recalled everybody bottom. The Flesh got left alone mid. Did have a haste rune. I think Sumail was trying to play a cheeky there. But Save finds him. Tumbler, Toy, Aether. I'm telling you, Tumbler, Toy made Shaman a hero in the meta again. Gabe knew. Gabe knew. He was watching his games. Went, my boy's suffering. I got to bring him back. How can we do it without directly buffing the hero because we hate this hero? They said Tumbler Toy.
He went to the vault of old items, old neutrals.
That's right. Valve would rather dig up a disposed neutral item that everybody hated than buff Shadow Shaman directly.
You're saying this? They recently buffed Shadow Shaman multiple times.
How?
What do you mean? They gave him one of the biggest buffs I've ever seen in my life in his foul play. When that first came out with the 3 chickens, that's an incredible tool.
It's an innate.
It's an innate.
Okay, so he got an innate when everybody else also got an innate. That's not a buff, Austin. That's you're keeping in line.
No, it is one of the best innates.
Well, that is a relative strength issue.
And they gave him chicken fingers.
And then what did they do, Austin? And then what did they do?
Well, it was too strong.
They nerfed it.
Overbuffed it.
They
so
nerfed
they had
it.
to nerf it.
What did they do with the amp on his Hex? They got rid of it.
Because he was
What did
too
they
strong.
do with his nice shard that you could use to farm? They got rid of it. It's the story of this man's life. He has something nice, they get rid of it.
I feel like you... Do you see a lot of yourself in Shadow Shaman?
Maybe I do.
Bristleback picked up by the snowball. Good catch, but at the same time, the Light Strike needs some help. That's where the Stone Gaze comes in. Blocked in by the
what a shard.
Heritage, he needs to be able to jump out, and he only can jump to the Tusk. Gets knocked up by the Walrus Punch.
Oh, good.
Just perfect catch. Enigma Galaxy covering each other beautifully.
What is Miro doing just walking in here?
Well,
what is his plan?
His Axe is about to expire, so he's going to die. That's his plan.
Yeah, there's no plan. This could be a game-ending push right here. MKB done for Ghost. He just slices into the PA. Vetboom caught a little off guard. And Yamich with some big catches in this game. It's been on point with the Tusk. This support duo is looking good right now, even with the standing.
Yeah, the fact that he comes in, gets the snowball save and the Ice Shard, 2 really big plays from him. And Sumail, Sumail just put himself on the front lines and said, my team got me. And Ghost did. Had a good Stone Gaze positioning to break the shackles.
This Dusa has been the bane of this Vetboom draft. They have no direct answers for him in this game. There's nothing GPK can do about it. This guy just has too big of a mana pool. Too tanky. Trying to land Astrals on him is hard enough here. He will get one.
Now, that is the part this matchup can get dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't think you can siege too much once you start getting Astraled once or twice.
You don't want to
just walk away.
It's usually like the 3rd Astral is when it's spooky. You can give 1 or 2 sometimes, especially if you have Aegis, you don't care, but Yeah, if this hero gets 3 or 4, starts building stacks, things can get real weird real fast. You got to remember, this is 60 seconds level 4 on that steal duration. So you can really get a lot of these Astrals. The downside is the cast range, not great right now. And he did not take the level 10 talent. So the ability for GPK to get a lot of these Astrals off at the start of the fight is pretty difficult. Which then begs the question, who's dealing damage? I mean, it's got to be Kiritich on this PA. He's not really itemized for it right now. He went Manta. He doesn't have MKB for the Dusa. He's not hitting that hard. There's no minus armor synergy with the lineup. This is just a desperation smoke trying to find anybody to start the fight on.
And if it goes wrong, it's like the end of the game. They're just going to go straight down mid. Tier 3 is almost dead anyway. Blink Dagger! Bristleback? Huh?
He's going to get in there.
I guess so. Yamich is in there first, though. Found the opening onto the OD. A really good hero to start on. The Shards doesn't quite catch him. So GPK will be able to TP out.
Oh, he almost died anyway. Jeez. Why didn't he TP Fountain either?
Oh, Kiritich not respecting the fact that, okay, Walrus Punch will stall some of that BKB. Stonegaze trying to get in front of him. Oh, wow. That was actually kind of close.
I cannot believe he got out of that. It was good of him to force the punch out, though. It's the only reason he escapes there. Heads up play from Kiritich.
Well, that is BKBs on cooldown, so pretty certain you could just go straight to it.
Oh, yeah. They are not afraid of anything right now.
If that OD dares to come forward for an imprisonment,
Punch
the Galaxy just, punches that. Okay. He got the imprisonment. Did not get his ass punched. But the barracks aren't getting arrowed pretty hard.
Kiritich on the back.
They're just going to fall. Hex.
Looking for something.
A second imprisonment. You said the third one is where it starts getting spooky. Enigma Galaxy agree. They'll back out before a third one can fall.
It really adds up fast. If you get a third on the Medusa there, it's a 1,700 mana difference. At that point, you're going to Astral him. He is going to feel the pain. But they played safe. Played up to the 2. They get the barracks. They back off. Lead is still very solid here.
Yeah, just wait for another Roche. The lanes are pushed in constantly, so it's going to be very hard for BetBoom to contest. As long as you play it pretty disciplined and slow, there's kind of no chance that BetBoom can catch you.
The other cores are just becoming a piece of their own. This Deuce has been the biggest problem, but the Lesh is ultra farm now. This Bristol's completely caught up in the game. Sumail just found an Arcane Rune on top of a Vampiric Whisper. Super nice neutral item for him. Bonus damage.
Why does he have Blink Dagger?
Little spell lifesteal. Who, Sumail?
No. Nude.
What do you mean? He can blink Halberd the OD.
Is that actually his idea? It would have made more sense if he got the Nullifier, and then he was like, I need a Blink Dagger with that, and I would have been like, okay, I guess.
I think Enigma's idea is if they just jump BetBoom and the BKBs get forced early, there's no time for Astrals to come out, the fight's pretty good for them.
Okay.
Oh, this is very impressive.
Kiritich! What? Right to the Split Earth! What was that timing from Sumail? And now they go down the staircase, and it's done. I guess they thought he was alone? Like he was solo scouting Roche?
Sumail did not see that. That was just pure luck. He was studying the pit to set up for the Roche. And Kiritich just accidentally blinked into it. But we'll give credit where credit's due, Austin. That's an NA player's instinct right there.
Giving credit where credit's due.
That's the king.
And Sumail catches another one. He's going to force out the BKB. GPK on a run. But for staff, Sumail will chase after him. He certainly does not have the mana to threaten a Leshrac.
About a 300 damage Astral, or a 300 damage Eclipse there. Not his finest hour. And I guess we all learned something in this game.
Yeah, when you try and do something new and original in Dota, it usually doesn't work out.
I should have picked support Terrorblade like everybody else.
That's true.
I think what we actually learned is Enigma Galaxy is back, Austin. They're about to be top of this group.
They are indeed.
Nobody would have predicted that. Nobody.
He's poking me with his cane right now.
I don't know if you wanted to say that on him.
You feeling smug?
Nobody, Austin.
Not stick.
Nobody could have predicted that. That Nigma is back. What would you say their odds are to win TI?
I would say their odds are Kiritich. About as good as Kiritich team wiping them here. He's got one.
He's done.
He did not get one.
The Gunpowder Gauntlet Walrus Punch. Very thematic. Very apropos. Austin?
Avery?
Thank you. A great game from Nigma. I did not think it was going to be as easy as it looked for them. That just felt like a 0 game from BetBoom. This has felt like Nigma's looked all group stage, which is very solid, very good early game, playing to their strengths, which is getting a very farmed 1 and 2, and they executed it damn well. I was really impressed by Yamich as a stand-in with that support duel. Felt like the synergy was there. They were playing the team fights well. They're just looking good. But on the flip side, that game from BetBoom felt like nothing.
Yeah, where was Miro at? Like, why? How did his game go so wrong?
They abandoned this top lane super early, and then he just played ultra passive with a Timbersaw of all things, his signature. There wasn't any crazy stacking. They never really took advantage of the early eclipses on the OD. The PA snowball, they had a 4-0 start, and then they just never took fight with his BKB timing, never contested a Roshan. There's just nothing going for BetBoom in that game. It was ultra passive, way too passive for my taste.
Oh, that's because they didn't have any playmaking. If you're the support duo, what core are you playing around in this game?
There's some truth, but I think the OD can just go an early 4-staff or something. Like you astral setup, bring other cores in. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. It's not easy.
Either way, BetBoom bit out of sorts in Game 1 against Nigma Galaxy, and as a result, Nigma Galaxy will manage to take the first game in this series and put themselves in a very good position for this group. We'll see what happens, though, going into Game 2. But first, we're going to head over to Purge. Stop that. Stop it. Stop it.
Come on, man.
Wish somebody was poking me with a cane right now. Anyways, let's take a look at some of the clips that really mattered in that game, because it was a big one. Game looked okay for BB Team until this team fight here. A 3k disadvantage, not ideal, but man, those AoEs, that Coddle Blast did a ton of damage, and Ghost came in for the cleanups, killing them all. Heals as well. Sumail survived, Noob survived. They just had a great time. Little team fight here that ended up being not so good for BB Team either. Look at the rundown, the amount of damage being dealt to the Shadow Shaman. Frankly, the Tinker heals, not so effective against the Bristleback, because Bristle's lowering your armor, so they're taking more damage than normal. So it actually didn't really seem like a good solution to stop the running. And even the Ags for the Timbersaw, which bought some time, didn't do quite enough to secure that fight. And going to try to contest Roche, Kiritich loses almost all of his HP, blinking in aggressively. That Walrus Punch secures his death as well. So just further compounding their advantage on the Nigma Galaxy side. Very, very good performance from these guys to take the win in game number 1.
I don't know, man. I kind of believed that they're going to be able to do something with this draft, but I was a little bit disappointed when I saw how they played.
I'm with you. I thought so as well. Like, I thought that the OD pick was so genius, but they lost a team fight, and it just felt like the game felt out of control, Akos.
It did. I mean, giving Sumail first blood, and he's actually managing to snowball pretty heavily, that was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that is a big deal, because it's such a hard lane for Lush versus OD, right? And they picked it as a counter, but he got that bottle right off of the first blood, and whenever the game got hard, he just chilled. He ganked side lanes, went to the jungle. He was having the time of his life.
I gotta be honest, Mira. I've been saying Miro has been like one of my favorite offlaners. I always did put him in top 3. Always up there with ATF and Collapse. I think I have to take him out. I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's the team not playing so well, but definitely feels like he's not being able to deliver.
That is true. He's had a tough time. I don't know if that's fair to say, though, because it feels like all of BetBoom have been playing subpar these days, including Miro. So I'm not sure about singling him out exactly, Lacoste, but that one was tough. Like, he was left alone on an island versus on Medusa. Ghost was top of the net worth for so long that
And he was left alone on Cannibal Island, which is not a good sign.
Yeah. No, Nigma were cool, though. I actually really enjoyed watching them this game because the way that they played with their coddle, it made me understand why they valued the coddle over AA, right? Because in the draft, they're like, oh, they're going to take AA, maybe Ringmaster. But that coddle, like with the recalls around the map, like just bringing in Smail's Lush with that early Atos, they were just killing people left and right.
This is mana battery for Leshrac, which is very good. First of all, you were giving him such a good start, and I don't think we've even seen him giving mana to Medusa because Ghost was never threatened in that game. He was left completely alone, and it also makes the matchup against OD pretty difficult. Like, you're actually not dealing damage, as you said. With the ulti, you're not dealing damage with your orb because he does have Butterfly relatively early on. That's basically Manta style into Butterfly.
The thing is, I could have seen it being a great OD game if it went a little bit differently for them, right? Like, let's say he didn't get first splitted, and let's say some of their moves early did work, or maybe a gank failed from Nigma, and that fight at the Tormentor. Like, let's say they killed the Bristleback, right? I could see the OD hitting all of his item timings and being a threat on the map, but when he falls behind in net worth, we can see why the hero's been out of meta for a while.
The hero can farm. You need to have a good start. This is the hero that doesn't really play from behind. How many times have we seen it where you're actually like, okay, he's having a good time, maybe for first 10 minutes, then you get ganked twice, suddenly your game pretty much feels over.
Yeah, but didn't you think there was like a little bit of miscommunication or lack of synergy on that boom? Because let's talk about the Tormentor fight in particular.
Oh, yeah.
It felt so impactful because they had the smoke up, they found Bristleback, and then once they've hexed on Shaman, he also got astraled at the same time. So that was like 4 extra seconds that OD essentially bought for Nigma to come back up the Bristle who got caught in
happens
that
to everybody.
smoke.
I think everybody in their pubs experienced that you're playing with OD or anything that can actually grief you. 4 seconds is quite a long time.
I feel like that really could have been the difference because up until that point, PA felt relatively even with net worth to the Dusa. The OD was still a strong hero. It felt like the Bristle wasn't that much of a threat yet. But then that really changed things.
It did. Also, I don't know, like Heritage, he was caught off guard, like him blinking into the Roche pit. I don't know if we should give credit to Samael in that one, or was it Keritage's bad timing? A little bit unfortunate. And why is he not renaming himself to Keritage, considering the role that he's playing? That's my guess.
So you think Keritage is his future?
Might be. Yeah, we saw some good rebrands in Dota, from Epileptic Kid to Nightfall. Or was he Depressed Kid?
I think he was Epileptic Kid.
I think one of them was...
He wasn't Depressed Kid.
I think it was Ilias was Depressed Kid. I don't know what happened with that guy. That guy was really good at Dota and just suddenly disappeared. Very, very good position 5 player that played for Virtus Pro.
Didn't Ilias change his name to Kingslayer or something?
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
I think Depressed Kid was somebody else, but it's been so long.
Too many kids, yeah.
Well, they're grown up or something. I don't know, but I think that was great by Nigma. Right? We talked about stuff that Bedboom did wrong, but I really think their map play this game was super impressive.
It was. I also feel like whenever I see Nigma Galaxy, I do tend to jinx them. Like, a lot of the times they do have a wrong read on what they're able to do in the game. Like, when I'm hyping them up, they always disappoint me. Whenever I'm like, the other team, they have a better draft, Nigma Galaxy, they show up strong.
But what if, Lacoste, hear me out. What if this is their time to shine? What if Nigma are back? Will you cheers?
I will. Oh, for Nigma, always.
That trust. I'm excited. Samael's been really... yes. How is it?
It's pretty sweet. I don't know what it is.
Hey, hey, I'm out of my mind. But you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. Life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding.
Welcome back, friends. It's time to get into game number 2 of Enigma Galaxy versus BetBoom team, where you've already started bubbling up my excitement. I was watching you guys at the bar. Every single time Enigma wins a game, I'm that much closer to finally being able to put away the copium take and finally start inhaling real air. That's also being expelled by Enigma players because they'll be at LANs, they'll be on tournaments, they'll be in playoffs, they'll be in Group Stage 2 finally.
Get your sunglasses ready, all right? Because they were cooking hard.
I'm so proud of them.
Honestly, that was really good map play in
was.
that game. Like, the hardest hurdle of that game for them was the first 15 minutes, for sure, with the way that BetBoom had set up their draft, especially that counterpick on the mid lane. You can't counterpick Sumail, really. But they found their ways. Like, they did these 2-man smokes early on, like around minute 8, just Tusk and Lush smoking behind the tower, going to that top lane, finding plays wherever they could. And eventually, the Cuddle became such a threat in the sense that he could bring the Tusk to back up a play, he could bring Lushrak in at any point. Like, that was a very impressive.
It was. And also their ability to close out the game. This is 32 minutes we're talking about. Average game time at the tournament is around 39 minutes, and this does allow them to go high ground with the confidence. I think having this siege turret like Medusa, who's staying on top of the network, does allow them to do that. Plus Leshrak, who doesn't have the facet to deal damage to the towers, but does allow him to go in, being ready to be backed up by the team, and also been very impressed by Yamich, what he was able to do on Tusk. I'd say that this is his best hero ever since I saw him play on Team Secret. His Tusk was always pretty much legendary. You have to play that if you're playing position 4.
Yeah, fit in really nicely. And talking about Sumail not being able to kill towers, it didn't matter because he just killed heroes. And when all 5 heroes are dead near the enemy high ground, you're just high ground, and that's it. It doesn't really matter at that point. Plus, Deuce is such a great hero at hitting buildings too, which made things work out nicely. I don't know if you guys caught it when I was going through the clips, but I really noticed how weak Tinker is at healing your teammates if they've got minus 15 armor. It's like the amount of heal that you can put into your teammates when they're taking like double physical damage than normal. It's not even close to good enough. So I kind of felt like they ruined their draft a little bit on the BetBoom side by fitting the Tinker in with the OD. Last time they played OD, it was Chaos Knight support and a Bane or something like that. It's like heroes that are ready to like dive and get the OD far ahead. That didn't really happen that game as much. They had to play more slow.
I would argue that they just misplayed entirely, in my opinion, because I don't think there's an issue with having Tinker and OD on the same team. I can actually see that being a strong draft. It's just that they needed to play behind the Timber Saw and not the OD. Like, at some point, they just brought everybody mid because that's where some action was going, and Miro was just left alone. But let's say this Tinker, with his healing, is playing behind an OD. Behind a Timber in that top lane. All of a sudden, you take that tower, you're kicking Medusa out. There's this Timber Saw that you have to address if you're Enigma, and then your OD is just farming his BKB so he can have higher impact earlier on.
Dude, can they kill the Medusa, though, is my question. Because I feel like both of their offlaner and their mid pure damage heroes. Pure damage is not very good against Tinker. Or against Dusa, because she has so much raw HP. And then their other support's Tinker, who doesn't do that much damage either. I actually wonder if they just couldn't kill the Dusa if they did push top lane, unless they bring like PA or something. I don't know. I feel like they would have struggled to kill her and kick her out.
Especially if that Dusa had a coddle on her side, but this time BetBoom steal it away. As we get into the draft for game number 2, BetBoom team continue to ban out all of the same heroes. They take out the Io, the Beastmaster, the Doom, and the Morphling yet again. Enigma also keep things the same, taking out Templar Assassin, Darkseer, Abaddon, Terrorblade, and Jakiro taken out in the second phase. They first picked themselves a Bristleback, and BetBoom responded with Coddle, Monkey King, and Yemich gets himself his Tusk again.
What a draft.
If it ain't broke,
break it.
You will have to fix it.
You'll have to break it. You'll have to break this Bristleback. They had the, on paper, break mechanics with Phantom Assassin, Fan of Knives, Shadow Shaman level 15, but it never really came down to that. Like, even with Timbersaw, in theory, it should work really well against Bristleback, but the tempo that Nigma was playing in the previous game, this Bristleback was never threatened.
Yeah, the fight that it really mattered was the Tormentor one, and he already had a Heaven's Halberd, so his raw HP was quite high. He could disarm, he just turns his back, and sure, they had some counters, but it was enough for his team to back him up.
He also got Astraled. Like, he got Astraled on top of the Shaman Hex, which bought him 4 seconds. Like, if he were isolated in that moment of, like, the Hex into Shackle, he would have died before his team showed up.
Yeah, probably true.
Things like that do make a difference, but yeah, Ancient Apparition, who was ignored last series, shows up this time. I mean, it is a really great hero to pick into Coddle because the big part of Coddle's strength is the Illuminate Burst heal. So AA makes it so you can fight into that.
But now Coddle may be finding a different purpose, as it seems like they're going to be comboing this Chakra Magic with an Earthshaker and finish out their support duo with a Silencer on BetBoom team.
It's a cool combo. We haven't seen much Core Shaker lately. Lowering his CDs can be pretty good. You could potentially land an extra stun when you do a combo. But yeah, Abundant Mana, he could maybe even get an Axe faster this game, since you don't have to worry about buying an Arcane Boots or worrying about mana solutions as much. That could be an option. Hit backlines, kill AA, that kind of thing.
There should be a lot of stacking for this Earthshaker. Usually you want to have that first Echo Slam in the triangle, unless you're really putting a lot of pressure so that you are the one creating the pressure on the map where you're getting the kills with this Shaker. But also something to point out in the recent patch, which was a very long time ago, Ancient Apparition did get a little bit of a buff when it comes down to playing against Silencer, or if he uses his ulti, he can still use Release while he's silenced. Before, you could watch it fly and be like, very sad.
I'm just getting vision, guys, I promise.
You just hope it trickles over somebody like 8 seconds later.
My question for you guys is, do you think they're willing to flex this Shaker to offlane? Because BetBoom have overall last pick, and usually they do save it for some GPK counter pick from mid. And it looks like, I mean, the Monkey King open to mid, that was what they had at the start. By picking Shaker, they're basically revealing GPK's pick, which they don't usually do in this situation.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I guess as a dual lane, it probably wouldn't be the worst. You could do like a Fissure, walk up, enchant totem, Chakra Magic, enchant totem again. I could see an A getting exploded if he got a little too close to the Earthshaker, maybe. So maybe there's some potential there.
It's hard to pull off, though. But I mean, if they're giving Miero overall last pick, I really do hope that they give him more tools to succeed this game than in the last game, because he was left alone. I do like the Coddle plus Silencer support duo when they have stuns on their team, though. Typically, it would be concerning, but because you have Fissure and you have Boundless Strike, you have heroes that play in front of you.
Hate that support duo. If your mid laner or your off laner doesn't have a stun, you're actually pretty cooked. I mean, you can fix it maybe from like some mid lane if you're playing with Ember so that he has low cooldown on chains and such. But yeah, this support duo needs to be backed up by any kind of stuns, needs to have a good front line, needs to have some kind of a protection, because two of them are very squishy. If you're getting the jump, this is why I think Dragonite also came into the play. And also wondering which fast the Dragonite is going to be playing, because if we talk about the healing reduction, you already have Ancient Apparition, so probably he will opt to go for the Green Dragon, which synergizes nice with the Green Bristleback.
The question is it carry DK or mid DK? I mean, it can be either. The thing is, by revealing that your Monkey King is playing carry so early on in this draft, I do feel like BetBoom kind of lost one of their trump cards.
You don't think there's any way that GPK may take the Monkey King, depending
if DK plays
by
Miero?
Yeah, that's what we were wondering. But mostly, I mean, if you're playing Silencer plus Monkey King versus Bristleback, that's the tough lane for Bristleback. So if this is just the safe lane, it's very strong.
Right now, seems like Enigma Galaxy are expecting a Miero hero to close out the draft. They ban out his signature Enigma, and BetBoom team covering mid lane bases. They ban out the Sniper and the Tiny. And a Medusa for the last ban.
Yeah, that hero would be pretty hard to burst by like a DK plus IA Ice Blast combo. And they kind of do want some kind of a frontliner for BetBoom team because it doesn't really want to be Monkey, it doesn't want to be Earthshaker. They need something kind of tanky to be up in front. So that's a good ban, I think. And it could have been flexed a little bit.
It could be a cool Huskar game for Enigma, but it's not one of the many heroes that have been played mid by Enigma. It hasn't been one of them, I believe.
Oh, that's a mid tinker. So if Monkey's going to be played in the mid lane against Laser, even Shaker gets very obnoxious.
At least you have 2 ways to last hit, right? Like
yeah.
You can Aftershock or attack. So
I think
it's kind of doable.
you have to commit to the Shaker idea. Otherwise, your draft looks really odd.
And by the Shaker idea, do you mean mid Shaker?
Putting it mid, yeah.
Yep.
Which means that a Miero hero would be on the agenda. Magnus is still in the pool.
That sounds pretty good. Would be great to skewer into like Monkey King ulti, into the an initiator hero is perfect with global silence anyway, so I like the idea a lot. Empower on Monkey King, I feel like it just fits so many boxes. How can you not pick Magnus?
The other option is if you don't want to deal with this anti-healing, you could just get a Kunkka and then just take forever to kill anyway. Who cares about getting healed up if you have Rum?
I don't know if I like Kunkka because I feel like you need more hard disable, like quicker action. If you have to X combo and they have to protect it like 2 seconds ahead of time with global, it's gonna hit slower when you go kill.
They have a lot of team fights on side of BetBoom. I'm not sure if the last hero needs to be team fight because right now you have good amount of stuns, you have Fisher, and it's gonna be Initiator. So in the end, it will be offlane Miero Shaker. So they wanted to have something that can, play super fast. You have global silence to protect you. You want to find this ancient apparition in the backlines, kill him before, and in the end, it's gonna be carry Monkey King.
Okay. I mean, I think the Storm is solid here in that they needed a little bit more scout to find Sumail playing the Tinker. The downside is they don't really have much of a tanky front line that is comfortable getting his Blink Dagger interrupted, basically. So Vision is going to be giga important here for BetBoom team, because otherwise it's going to be hard for them to choose when to start fights, because they have so many good tools to do it, but they need to know where their opponents are first to make those decisions. So that's going to be a bit of a hard thing for them.
I mean, for me, obviously Storm versus Tinker always makes sense. Storm versus minimal stuns makes sense. So the question is, like, this Shaker that they put early in their draft, we talked about their willingness to flex it to offlane. I wonder what it's going to look like, because Miero had a rough game 1, and if he can't get off of his feet this game, have high impact, have an early blink timing, and be part of these fights, it's going to be difficult to pull off for BetBoom.
Well, he struggled in game number 1 with his Timber sub, but now Miero may have more of an opportunity to shine as we get into game number 2 with the PogChamp Pandas.
You have been singing the praises of Core Tinker, and you get a rare treat, a Sumail Tinker. We don't see that very often.
Hell yeah.
Is he, as somebody who used to coach this,
don't even insult me with the question, Austin.
Is he
I know
a
what
good
you're gonna.
thing to
Don't
play?
even ask me this insulting question. Just move on.
Okay. How good is he?
At what?
At Tinker.
Don't insult me with this question, Austin.
Okay.
It's an insult to the man and his legacy to even ask this. If you asked Sumail how good is your Tinker in real life, he'd slap you in the face.
I kind of believe that, yeah.
30 seconds.
I think it is a valid question, though.
No, it's an invalid question. and I will not answer it because we all know the answer.
Okay. Because he really didn't play it until 2 months ago.
His Tinker is godly.
Okay. Well, for a godly Tinker, he's only got a 45% win rate on it.
That's because he only busted out in the toughest of metas when no one else is willing to play it.
I see.
So accounting for
wait.
meta inflation, that's like an 80% win rate.
But you have specifically said that you think that core Tinker is actually underrated and should be played more. So which is it? Is this a bad patch for core Tinker or is this a good patch for core Tinker?
Maybe it's both, Austin. Maybe it's both.
Thank you, Avery. Your analysis is interesting as always.
You know, this Nigma Galaxy draft takes me back to the old days. This is some like old school karaoke drafting from Epicenter days, from their TI7.
In what ways?
Like a classic Tusk double roam support duo that would tri-lane for Miracle, and then you have this bristleback, MC bristle push strat with a DK, and then you have some flashy hero for Miracle. Picturesque.
Okay, I can kind of see it. GH is dead.
Yeah, the drafts didn't work a lot.
Worked at an Epicenter finals.
I am excited to see
there.
what Miro can do with this Shaker, because I think that game one was just off for him. I think he could have done more in that game. Didn't find the flow, didn't find the vibe. So I think he can step up here and turn the series around. But I also think this is a interesting position for the hero, and I still believe in the core Shaker in this patch as well.
Okay.
So I want to see succeed, because I want to see more of this hero, because he's exciting. Would you rather watch off-lane Shaker, or would you rather watch off-lane Bristleback goo you for the 8,000th stack of the year? Woo!
I would definitely rather watch the Earthshaker.
Yeah, there you go.
He's one of my all-time favorite heroes,
So we're all going to be rooting for the Earthshaker.
I also think BetBoom's lineup is just much better than Game 1. I think they have so many heroes to play through.
Oh, yeah. They have initiation, playmaking, backup / save from the global silence to bail out all of your cores going in and shut down the Tusk save, which is the biggest factor here.
Yep.
And hopefully you land on the Tinker, right? You have Monkey King, Storm, and Shaker. We're all going to have jump mechanics in this game to find Sumail. Could be a tough one, especially with global to stop the bailout. Nigma, your game plan should be to get ahead and ball up at some point. If you can bring all 5 of your heroes together, that's where your lineup punches the hardest.
I mean, but even that ball up is really dangerous, right? You're balling up into an Earthshaker, into Global Silence plus Wukong's command.
Yeah, I think this BetBoom draft is scary to play into. There's not a lot of weaknesses it has. Maybe a lack of BKB control. So you do risk getting kited a little bit. You drop the Wukong, you drop the global. If heroes get force staffed out.
Dude, Yamich has got this down to a T.
Yeah, he really does.
That's pretty cool.
New tech. He is dead for it, though, and he's going to lose some intelligence. So it didn't really work
ate
out.
The Lotus as well, but he manages to give the last hit to the tower, so it's split.
It's a little dumber for it, though. What are you laughing at? I don't know. Just Nero's dead. This is why he probably wishes he was the Bristleback right now.
I was just laughing at the concept of a move that does brain damage.
Oh.
Which it did. GPK, how's he doing? 20-4. So, much better start. And he is also in a counter matchup against the Tinker. So if he does well in this game, he really can't take it over. Yamich tries to punish him, but Tusk is not going to be the hero to finish off a Storm Spirit. That hero has way too much base armor, and he knew it too, but he realized it a bit too late. Ends up just feeding the kill to GPK.
Way too greedy. He's level 1. You're not doing anything. And early Blinding Light, maybe not expecting the bounce back into the Remnant. Well played by Save as double courier kill for a noob on the 1v2 lane. That's massive. He should be getting nothing down here. Instead, he's getting the most of anyway.
Hit him with the enchant totem. Ghost gets a bit low. They'll back up to their 2 corners.
That's a big kill they got top. Re-equalize this lane a bit. Do not want to let Shaker get too much off this matchup, and the more XP you can pump into GH, the happier you're going to be. Get that A blast online. Start getting pickoffs with these stunners on the front lines, setting it all up.
That was the other part I wasn't sure about, is I don't feel like these are the easiest Ice Blasts to land. Some pretty mobile heroes and not the most setup. I think it's pretty dependent on Ghost.
I think Tusk Dragon Knight's enough. Also, it's a really good Ice Vortex game. You throw these Vortexes down. Again, it helps your plan of kiting out some of the ults in the fight and ups the damage. You get stuck in these marches and vortexes. It's pretty nasty stuff. You get sharded off on a stairway. Things can go real bad real fast just from the AoE control.
I guess my problem with that is if Tusk is setting up the Ice Blast, he's not saving people, right?
But I don't think you're going to rely on the save too much this game into the global silence anyway.
That's true.
I think it's better to be aggressive if you're Yamich. That said, he is still level 1. So he kind of doesn't exist to do anything we're talking about. This is sacrificial. I mean, this is a man who's played with Puppey for too long. That's all I can say. Like, he feels the machete on his neck. And he's like, I'm giving the team everything. What do you want from me? I've stacked for you, Puppey.
He probably asked Puppey. He's like, I'm going to go stand in for Nigma. Do you have any advice? Puppey told him, I taught Kuro everything.
There's only one dictator in this scene who is more ruthless than I was, boy. You're about to meet him. Oh, God. I gotta give everything to Samael. Here, my lord stacks. Oh, surprise monkey gank.
Dragon-tailed and cold-feeted. So he won't be interacting for too long here. Samael with counter rotation.
Yeah, that gank
will protect the lane.
Very uninspiring.
Yeah, it kind of was.
I mean, you have 3 points in Jingu, but you're against Dragon Knight with 3 points in the armor, so... Well, I guess not the armor, but... He's got the bonus armor.
Yeah. Well, good thing for the Monkey King is those rotations are relatively risk-free. Pretty easy to get back to lane again. Noob, though, is level 6. Much better laning phase than it was for him in Game 1.
That's true. That game was pretty rough, though. That's a low bar.
Yeah, it was real low.
Maybe the best thing of that entire sequence for Dingma was Yamich got some experience, so... Combine that with the Wisdom Shrine, he's back in the game.
That's true. He went from level 1 to level 4 in like a minute.
Yeah, he really caught up. Enigma Galaxy just farming it up. This DK is standing strong top. That move fails. Means the map closes in for Vet Boom as they don't have an easy tower taker for the second game in a row.
Yeah, that's actually...
How do you open up the map here?
I mean,
especially into Tinker.
Theoretically, you're supposed to be able to use your Monkey King and Storm to mobile heroes just to dive heroes, get a numbers advantage, and just through sheer presence of your team, be able to take objectives after kills, right?
It's a really awkward move.
Yeah, Zip going straight to the Ancient Apparition, GPK. Got to be a little bit careful there. Katomi gets run down by the Dragon Knight, but still, Wukong's command goes out. Kiritich has these heroes a little surrounded right now. Samael taking a bit of damage as he walks out of the soldier's range.
Incredibly awkward move. Just smoking a non-blink Tinker into enemies, hoping you find some casual support, but the Tusk wasn't leading. So your catch is really awkward. You're trying to get eyes on the stacks there and look for that. You're expecting big stacks for this Echo Slam for Mira to catch up. But I like the conceptual idea from Nigma. The execution was just not there. And now Mira's going to get to echo this Ancient. Clear through it. Big boost to his GPM, and he'll get a blink off that as the fight bottom.
Chasing after Noob. Noob getting some stacks up. GPK here to finish the job. Gets another stack for himself. 2-0-1. He's already on 6 Galvanized stacks.
Well, at least GPK's having a better game.
It feels like everybody from Bedboom is a bit better setup.
Yeah, I think their support's maybe not super happy with what they got out of the lanes, but they have the levels at least. That's kind of what you want here.
Radiant's top tower.
Recall online, instant recall.
And now it's going to be Bedboom's turn to abuse the mana battery. Instead of Leshrac, it's a Storm Spirit, but they're going to be moving this hero around the map, and Katoami and Save are just going to play through him.
Straight back to full mana here. But no power rune. Gets stolen by Yamich again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A recall on the Storm. Looking for the bottom plate.
From behind, zip in first onto the Ancient Apparition. Quickly deal with him. GPK, it's taking a little bit longer. Snowball's going to be used here. Puts GH in a bad position. Yamich also not in a great spot underneath the Wukong's command. Will back away, saving Yamich's life. Once again, Nigma Galaxy are able to pull numbers to all of these fights. Both teams seemingly just willing to 5-man pretty early here. The one person missing, Miro. He's still waiting on his Echo Slam to be back up.
You gotta wait for the cooldown here to join those fights, otherwise you keep farming.
Team will join him though if Sumail could be found. Stop his teleport away, but
you're not gonna find him. You're just not gonna find this guy. I don't know why you're trying. Sumail Tinker. You don't find him, he finds you, okay?
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Sounds like he left some scarring there on you.
There's an interesting dynamic in this game where Bedboom want to dive towers, get aggressive, play off the initiation and the jumps with the recall, moving people around, and at the same time, Nigma Galaxy, their lineup is pretty damn good at taking defensive fights around the tier 1s. Particularly if you dive into them. Yeah, Bristle, Tinker, a DK without stun who can maybe get one off if you go deep behind enemy lines. So it's a real test of the limits. You need to make sure when you commit on that go as Bedboom that you bring the firepower and you don't get outmatched. And that you jump the right targets. Global Silence being up gives you a lot more room to work with on these jumps though. So now that they have that, should be easier.
It's an Echo going for the Dragon Knight, pulling GPK. I was going to say, that Echo Slam is not going to be enough damage, but they always have another core to bring in. The other thing about that, though, is if you're conceding a lot of the aggression to Bedboom to, as you said, they want to be diving these towers, it is going to make GH's life a lot harder. It is much harder to play Ancient Apparition on the back foot.
That's true. He's probably the least wanting to play a super defensive style game here.
Yeah.
It's just there's no aggressive move he can make in combination with the core. His cores are all just farmers. You're playing to scale. So it's probably going to be a sacrificial, a poor man's Ancient Apparition game, some might say. You're in it for the long haul.
At least someone is.
They will push now. Echo Slam on cooldown. Enigma say green light to group up. We got a Vanguard Bristle. We got an Armlet Dragon Knight. Start hitting some towers. March backup.
I mean, with an Armlet, Ghost could pretty easily dispatch of this, especially since he's got the sustain aspect covered. Thanks
you can
to
fight
Tinker.
this if you're Bedboom with Wukong.
Yeah, but the Tinker being gone for a couple of seconds here, there was an opportunity, but Miro, he's the one who would have to set it up. He got sharded the moment he landed from his teleportation scroll. 30 seconds left to the next round of Wisdom Shrines. And both teams are going to smoke up around this window.
Nice support duos. But Enigma not really looking for anything here.
And why did
Bedboom
they
looking for a kill bottom and to set up for this Tormentor in a minute. Wisdom Shrine spawning right now. Both could go Nigma's way if GH can get there. He's looking for it.
A pick off on those Bristleback would be a great start for Bedboom.
They're going to give up Wisdom Shrines for this. It could be worth it in the end if they get this kill and lead it into that Tormentor.
I can't believe GH was able to do that. An Ancient Apparition smoke from his tier 2 top, go all the way down the side of the map and take their Wisdom Shrine.
Well, nobody expects it.
Yeah, I don't. Agreed.
You didn't even expect it.
And I was watching it. I was like, he doesn't have any wards. Why is he smoked?
You're a veteran caster, so these pro players, they had no chance of it.
It's true. I've seen it all. I see twice as much as the average pro because I'm seeing both sides.
Radiant are scanning.
I think I just stunned Avery into silence.
Right.
Miro's like, wait a minute. Why start? We took our wisdom shrine. Yamich, was that you?
Are they actually giving up Tormentor control after all this sequence?
Dire are scanning.
No way. What?
They even awarded it. But the fact they TP out, you're just conceding it right now.
They're just gonna take mid instead. Which, if they get the kill on the Tinker, it might be worth something.
Austin, you're not killing him. It's Sumail. Just give it up already.
Sorry.
I don't know. I don't like this maneuver. I don't understand it. You traded out these Wisdom Shrines for the move to go on the Tormentor.
But Sumail still gets caught.
Austin, you're not going to get the man. It just doesn't happen, okay? You just will not get him. Tormentor, shard to GH.
You know, he's played 4 games of Tinker on Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, well, maybe they're all wins.
They are not.
Well, maybe you should check again.
Well, they lost the Spirit, for one.
Well, that's reasonable. They're the best team in the world.
Okay. The other 3 are wins.
Exactly. There you go.
Would you like to know who they beat?
Probably some really good squads.
Yeah, some really good squads like Virtus
like
Pro,
Falcons, Tundra, Gaimin, or something.
Virtus Pro, and OG. That's who they beat.
Those are good teams.
Dire's
Wait, which OG? Was it the
So
one?
good. Which OG? Echo Slam on 2. Miro gets set up by Kataomi. Kataomi goes through the jungle, gets jumped upon, and Miro's there waiting. Lying in wait.
Yeah, they tip each other. I don't know what that means, but some nice tag team action. This Storm Shaker double jump is going to be nasty for Ningma to deal with, particularly if some of the supports get caught in it. This just seems like a way tougher game for Yamich on the Tusk. When he's blinking in and clumping, Tusk hates these AoE control heroes. They're nightmares for him to play into. And you still haven't used the global in this game, really. Like, you're just holding it the whole time.
Yeah.
These aggressive goes are so tough for Ningma right now.
Spotted GH. Ran underneath the ward. He's certainly going to know there's vision there. Ghost even thinks it out.
It's getting scary.
But does it matter if you know there's a ward there if you can't regain this ground?
Yeah, they're just taking over a lot of the map. They're really taking advantage of this Coddle. Remember, they first picked that Coddle instantly.
Yep.
This hero's going up in stocks. So which OG? Was it OG with Seb? Or was it the one before Seb that didn't have him on it?
It was 2 months ago, so that's in that blurry area.
Or was it the one before he wasn't on it that he was on it? Or was it the one before that where he wasn't on it?
It was OG Latam.
Oh, they're pretty good.
Yeah?
I actually like that roster. Yeah, I think they have a lot of
what's their score in DreamLeague right now?
I believe they were 2-6 when I looked at them last.
Yeah, that's
but sometimes
right.
Austin is not.
I believe they've gone 3-9 since, which means that they are the first team eliminated from DreamLeague.
Okay, well. Sometimes scores don't tell the whole story. You know, you look at a score and you go, I think I know what happened in this game. You don't know what happened.
That's a good point. We've got a game on our hands that is currently 12-4, but apparently it is even on net worth. And part of that is the fact that Enigma Galaxy, they may have been losing on the kills, but they have been winning on objectives. Taking Tormentor, taking this Roshan.
Again, some of this game, it just feels like it's off for BetBoom. Their reads of contesting these timings. Like, they missed Wisdom Shrines, they missed Tormentor, they missed Roshan, and they have a lineup that can contest all those. They have Monkey King Shaker.
They should be taking every fight they possibly can.
These are not objectives you should be giving away for free. You should be welcoming that early fight from Enigma Galaxy. Thank you for grouping up for us. We have all the AoE in the world. Instead, you're just on the wrong part of the map each time, conceding the wrong areas. The map play has been okay between the Coddle and the Storm. I mean, GBK, he's 5-0-5. It's not like you're sad right now. But definitely some missed opportunity to punish Enigma Galaxy as they get away with some smooth moves and put themselves in a fine position, given they're down 12-4.
Yeah, this Aegis will kind of smooth over this period of time where Ghost doesn't have BKB. So by the time this Aegis expires, he probably will have that item. He's going to be pretty tough to deal with. Sumail is about to finish up his Aghanim Scepter if you give him a minute.
Have the armor scaling up for this DK. Not the greatest armor game. Maybe that's the one downside for him here. He will rely on that BKB as they're going to try and...
He's going to need as much armor as he can here against the Monkey King, who's going to jump in after him. They've got him.
This is a rough spot. You still have global, so Yamich can't do anything here.
Yep, Yamich already being hit by the Orchid, so here comes an Ice Blast. It is not going to land. Really good reset there from BetBoom. They back away a little bit. Global Silence gets used. They cannot finish off Ghost, but they will drag the Tusk back into a bad position. Yamich able to get the Blink back. Tumbler Toy back up to the high ground.
BetBoom wants something off this, but they might have to settle just for that Aegis. As there's an amp damage in the river as well. Should be gobbled up by someone on Enigma Galaxy here. Ghost too tanky. Just about to say, all this armor doesn't do a lot for him against BetBoom's cores. 2 lives will, and that BKB timing is going to be pivotal here. Have to make these BKBs work in the fight. Otherwise, you're just going to try and fall back on the Tinker scale here, which this is a godly Tinker player.
Three-man smoke from Enigma Galaxy as they take back over their triangle. They're going to run straight into the Storm Spirit, who is ready to zip away at a moment's notice. There is no catching him.
It's easy smoke break.
Still going to try. Still going to push after him. Oh, GPK. Good read. It was not the best place to TP out, but he recognizes his mistake, cancels it.
You're not
today.
You're not going to catch GPK Storm.
You're not going to catch GPK Storm.
Shouldn't even be. It's just a waste of time, honestly. This is aggressive gate move.
I mean, they're still trying. Going through the gate, running into only perhaps. What is this positioning from him? Oh my God!
Nobody check. Everybody's just hiding in the trees up here. What is happening? Okay,
but now they see the opportunity, jump back out because Katsuomi sitting on the high ground spots Noob. As they pass on by, block him off with the Fissure, guaranteed kill. Ice Blast lands on 2, sure, but there's no follow-up to it. Oh, nice cut! Yamich just bails out GH and might have just killed Kiritich. They have to use the Global Silence to make sure he survives. Kiritich will manage to get away, but smooth move there from the stand-in of Enigma Galaxy.
Felt puppy breathing down his neck. I gotta cut this tree.
Take my machete, my son. Cut down that tree.
He's had some real-life quelling blade practice. Oh, that's BKB for the Dragon Knight. Enigma did not have to give too much during this period where they're dodging. So now they have a chance to take a head-on fight behind Ghost. Strength on the front line. They're still missing the blink on the DK, which kind of sucks here. You're all in on this Tusk initiation or BetBoom running into you. I mean, this Storm is just catapulting up the chart, man. This Coddle Storm is nasty when he just gets to run the gambit, get all the power runes, farm everything up, boosted by all these extra Chakra magics. Now he's got an Arcane Rune in his bottle, 18 Galvanized stacks, level 16, 3,000 gold in the bank. Played by GPK.
That's the scariest part of all of it, really.
0 deaths. What will stop him?
Well, it's not going to be a Dragon Tail soon because Lincoln says his next item will ruin that. They really do not have a way to jump on him unless it's Blink Walrus Punch.
That's until you have the DK Blink, it's hopeless. And if that DK Blink comes out the same time the Lincoln's does, you're even more screwed. He just has such a free game. It's hard to see this game getting slowed down for the Storm 2. He's going to scale pretty nicely here. With Global Silence and Coddle to back him up. It's a Storm's electric dream, some might say.
Carnival out here. BKB done for the Earthshaker. BetBoom putting together a lot of the pieces. The only thing, would you stop poking me?
That must be really weird for a random casual viewer. Just comes in the channel.
There is no such thing as a random casual DreamLeague viewer. Let's be real.
That's true. Yeah,
we get like 150 matches of Dota. Ain't nobody casually checking out this much Dota.
Well, maybe they got their girlfriend to check it out with them, you know. like her first series she's ever seen. Shout out to chat's girlfriends.
So many of them.
All 2 of them. A, getting jumped, instantly dead. Arcane Rune. GPK doing some
Look
work
at him
right
go,
now.
man.
He doesn't care.
He's not quitting.
I mean, you can't kill this man. He's invincible, and he knows it.
Is under attack. Dire's structures
Put the fear
are
of God into Yamage. Fear of Puppy anyway, and then he zips away back in the night.
Those are the
Back
same
away
thing,
from-
Austin.
He's underneath the ward, and they tried for the punch. Didn't go so well. GPK.
They do have to blink on the DK, so you have that extra source of initiation.
And the Lincolns is not here yet. He is so close to being able to buy it.
I'm surprised they didn't try and jump him.
They needed to jump him.
You have to take those openings when you get them.
You're not going to get an opening like that again.
AA ult. Gonna hit Katayomi and prove that GH is the superior 5.
But what if Katayomi just global silenced in return?
That's not a skill shot, though.
Well, he doesn't have a skill shot.
Well, he should have picked a skill shot hero like GH.
Well, maybe he could play Morana in game 3.
That would be sick.
Betboom back to Tormentor.
They also finished their BKBs, by the way. That's kind of the scary part here for Enigma. They didn't get a fight with this BKB Blink Dragon Knight before BKB Monkey is finished, BKB Shaker is finished, and the item for the Storm flying out right now. An entire Lincoln Sphere is just going to be revealed. So, man, 3 really strong defensive items for Betboom. They have Global Silence to back it up this next fight. For Roshan, presumably looks tough for Enigma Galaxy here. They're going to need a good jump and a good initial burst. And then let Tinker win the long fight.
How are they going to get that jump when GPK seemingly is just... I mean, it looks like to me he's just going to always frontline. Always be the first point of contact.
Why not? When you have Global to bail you out if you somehow get stunned.
He's just going to give all the information for Miro and Kiritich to follow up.
Yep. I also just don't see this Bristle contributing much, to be honest. If you build up some crazy goo stacks and the fight goes long, okay, but I feel like these fights are going to be determined pretty quickly. Yeah. It just doesn't seem like a favorable situation for Noob, and he's also trying to finish BKB. Right now, he's just sitting on Vanguard Shard. A lot of kind of dead net worth on this Bristle hero if Noob is not getting jumped. He has to force the issue really hard here because he's not doing that much DPS.
Well, having BKB means maybe he can. Samael, he's going to get jumped. GPK spots him trying to teleport away. Global Silence to make sure there's no stays from Enigma Galaxy. Once the Tinker's dead, much of the damage threat is gone. Enigma Galaxy still looking to fight a bit, but I don't envy them trying to take this exchange.
Yeah, I was thinking there's a deep lane ward, but no such thing. It's farther up. This could pose even more problems for Enigma Galaxy as they missed that. They're going to be walking straight into it now.
Miro spots another one, gets an opening on Ghost. Trying to get the BKB out of him. Force Staff will prevent that.
Betboom don't want to chase too far when this Roche is up. Would rather have Enigma go into them, into their vision. But this Tinker Death Timer is wearing down. Gotta make the move.
Noob does manage to get them to jump him, and he has his BKB, so he's fine. But at the same time, I feel like Wukong's command for BKB is not that bad of an exchange for
Well,
that
he
move.
cut his own tree. Classic GPK maneuver.
Now that there's no BKB, oh, wait for the Ice Blast.
I still think you'd rather fight than force the Roche and end up in some weird situation where somebody steals it somehow.
But they're going to keep getting opportunities to jump on Betboom.
They got the DK for him. Not insignificant here. Now there's like a timer on Enigma Galaxy to take this fight. Not a great one. Maybe they're just going to let Yamich go for the steal. Oh, they look like they want to take the fight. Yeah, they smoke Ghost up. Okay, you're going to have to jump.
You have to take the fight.
Stuns on the Storm, look for an Aegis steal.
Noob trying to stack up the goo early. I mean, if they can stall this for just a little while, Roshan is going to switch over to the other side. This could be an opportunity. Long zip in. GPK doesn't latch. Instead, the Tinker's able to blink away. They go for the kill on Yamich instead. Atomi dies at the hands of Ghost. Meanwhile, Echo Slam gets put to use to finally finish off that Tusk. Heritage with the BKB has to just TP away. Enigma Galaxy will win the fight and win the Roshan. They're able to go into the pit and take it. Unless Bet Boom still want to contest. Trying to get there. Fisher jump in the middle. GPK snatches it away. He got the bounty. He got the Aegis. And now they're going to go for the fight as well, though Heritage may have gotten a little excited there.
He has no BKB. What was that?
A little ahead of himself as he jumped in with no BKB and instantly died.
He's like, I can steal it too. Watch me, GVK.
What about the banner?
I got the banner. Somebody has to get the banner. I'll do it, boys.
Kirtan, it's the first Roshan. There is no banner. What?
That just felt really forced without the BKB. Feeling good after the Aegis steal. Feeling a little too good, but Enigma, they walk away with nothing. How'd it go so wrong? It was looking so good. The ultimate sacrifice.
That had to be one of the dumbest plays to see today.
That was his first death of the game, too.
Oh, what a way.
That's a little rough. I guess ultimately the sequence ends up working for Pep.
It definitely does.
That
They have
was
an Aegis to work with
By
on
the
a
way,
Storm Spirit for 3.5.
Shout out to Ghost on that fight, because he had a sick jump. Just went up the hill, found the silencer, hundreds to zero him. No global for that fight. Then you're able to connect on the Coddle. You get a 5-on-3. That's what ultimately forces Betboom to bail in that entire situation. Really nice go from him.
It does feel like the game is stalling a bit, which I think kind of favors Enigma.
At this point, yeah. You have a Tinker high ground that can continue to scale. I just don't know what your answers to Storm are going to be outside of Ultra late game when you get like a Hex on Tinker, maybe a Hex on the Bristle, Bloodthorn, Dragon Knight. I mean, those are kind of your only answers here in terms of stuns.
He's got 24 Galvanized stacks.
Yeah, he's completely out of control. He's level 20, going into the Plasma, 300 CS, 8-0. This is vintage Betboom Coddle Storm gameplay. And they got it last pick. Wow.
Bet Samael wishes that was him. Noob, I don't know if you want to be trying to defend this tower. Apparently, nice timing on that global silence. They still come out. Fisher hits Samael. That's a bit troublesome.
Oh my.
And he doesn't make it far.
He got translocated in.
Beaten down by the Monkey King. GPK pulls back another one. That's going to be Noob. They're just going to wipe him. Go after GH. It'll be 4 dead. The only survivor.
Oh, yeah, this is...
Ghost will push out the wave. Kaitomi spots it, gives him a tip.
That was so sad for Sumail. He's facing him, casting spells. He gets fissured. Shard stun. Oh, nice pickup from Ghost.
That's a nice move.
And it forces him to translocate into them. Just brutal. No BKB on this Tinker. He can't exist in the fight. This Storm is just 1v5. It's been some time since I've seen... You know what? I'm going to call out some players right now, Austin. I've heard a lot of trash talk about cores can't carry games anymore. Cores can't 1v5. Support's too strong. Everybody's the equal in the world of Dota. Look at this game. GPK 1v9.
You're calling out Quinn, aren't you?
No, well, he's in that category for sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, you didn't really call out anybody if you didn't actually name.
You want me to name names?
Yeah.
I'll name names. Quinn. Okay, there's...
Yeah, who else?
The entirety of Team Liquid. There's another name. All right?
I like how you didn't even put Nisha's name in your mouth. You just hit him.
I'll call out
You just
Seb. I don't even know if he said that.
Yeah, get him!
But yeah, fuck that. Parasma's already done 28 galvanized stacks. This guy almost has more galvanized stacks than there's kills in the entire game.
Chasing after Ghost. Heritage slowed him down earlier, then Coddle made the move to pull the whole team up here. Nigma are also here, blinking backwards though. GPK zips through them, spots two, got the silence, onto the Tusk, and focus down the Tinker. They can kill them both. Ghost,
gone.
once again, he's so strong, but he can't do anything without a team. Every fight, it's just like him going, well, I can't 1v5 them, so I have to BKB TP out.
Not enough stuns and in control for this Storm. All he can do is watch. Helpless. And his team suffers GPK's wrath.
Nullifier, Heritage. This Tinker is way too heavily countered. He's not going to be able to Ghost Scepter. He's not going to be able to Defense Matrix. The Storm is jumping him all the time.
Just a really good last pick Storm. Sometimes it's as simple as that. There's not a lot of ways to build control if you're Nigma. Normally you can itemize against really good counterplays, but all the good items Nigma need are 4th or 5th slot items in this game. 30 galvanized stacks. Look at his mana regen.
It's absurd.
He has 44 mana regen.
Yeah.
What the hell? That's so broken. It's like he's in fountain all the time. He's just running up. He can't spend it fast enough.
He is getting so many stacks that like save doesn't even need the chakra magic in him out.
Yeah, it's pointless. What did you roll? You rolled a robe if he wants it. Yeah. Well, we got more mana regen.
More mana regen.
And magic resist. That is a very good neutral item. He has 48 mana regen. Base. That might be the highest I've seen.
Time to go for the Tormentor. Bed Boom not going to make the same mistake they made in game 1. Will wrap all the way around and maybe catch the male first or catch G8 first. Puts himself in a corner. The Monkey King finds him. Managed to get a force tap up to the high ground. Turns around. Ice Blast Heritage. At the same time, GPK did manage to finish him off. They take out Yamich out of the equation as well. Despite the Ice Blast landing, Nigma simply not strong enough to actually kill some heroes unless it's the supports. Once again, Kataomi will die. Still playing underneath the Wukong's command. Noob is getting some stacks up here. And Ghost, they can't seem to deal with him too much. They certainly can't go out to the Tinker, though. Got a Nullifier on him, and once the Nullifier's on him, he's kind of dead. Laser, it protects him for a second, but ultimately the Fissure will end his life. Ghost is still kind of untouchable, though.
Not a bad fight for Nigma Galaxy here. Took a long time to bring these supports down. They wear through the Wukong, and Ghost is able to find the backline again. It's just all in this Dragon Knight. But he's putting in some work, dealing some big damage.
And he gets rewarded, taking the Tormentor, will get his own shard, the Fireball.
I mean, give it to the man. He deserves it. He's also level 25 now. He's got a Nemesis Curse for some damage. He's got extra magic resist. He's got a full Satanic.
It does kind of look like he can carry this game purely through the fact that they do not have enough damage to put on him ever.
Oh, nice Echo to get the blink off. Not how you want to use it, but it's super low cooldown now, 80-second cooldown.
Yeah, Octarine makes it.
I mean, I kind of agree. DK does carry this game from a just raw carry perspective, but
every time it's like it's him kind of doing it alone a lot.
And I think at some point, if your team dies first before you kill the Bet Boom team, then at some point you get Vortex from GPK and you will get melted.
Yeah, they'll just be able to like 1v3 you and.
So I still put a lot of pressure on Nigma in terms of it's way easier to deal with this DK than the Storm right now.
One thing that did help is that Noob, he got kind of gone on and he survived and he got off so many goose stacks.
Yeah, he did some work that fight. He finally found his mark.
Dire's middle tower
Pushes him to level 20.
Radiant's top tower is under
Trying to get a big armor item up.
I can't believe Ghost is about to hit level 25 before GPK does. That's crazy.
That was a big team fight for him. They're very close. That said, GPK finishes full BKB. So your control for Storm is completely gone. Not that it was there. And he is still building the Galvanized stacks, Austin. He is 33. He is up to 51 base mana regen on the Storm Spirit. That is just absolutely disgusting.
It shouldn't be allowed.
That is just...
And there it is, 25.
Instant shard purchase.
The attack bounce.
That is a lot of damage.
Will it be enough damage to get through this Dragon Knight now that he's got 12 extra Dragon Blood, HP regen, and armor?
You're not doing it through the BKB, but once the BKB is out, you will shred him.
Dire are scanning.
Gotta think about the Roche spawn here. Can be up. Guaranteed spawn in a minute.
Radiant
Would
are
really like to get this mid wave in if you're both teams. And secure vision for the pit fight. It's going to be Enigma Galaxy smoking up. The same time Betboom smoked their supports, they're tired of dying to this Dragon Knight. Can't blame them. They do have a Will-O-Wisp Ags on the call.
Oh, GPK dips out, picks up a regen rune.
Dude, just how much mana regen does this guy need?
All of it.
He is slowly morphing into the human clarity. Be careful of the tree cut. I've already done it once this game. That was DK form for Ghost. The cooldown's a lot lower now.
That's for me.
But when you're contesting these tight windows around Roshan, it is something Betboom could try and take advantage of.
Yeah,
they want to go right now.
Gonna be an awkward timing.
Yeah, they're gonna smoke. They have this down to a T.
Yep. It's like another 10 seconds left to Dragon form.
They are really taking a wide angle. Respecting that high ground potential position from Enigma Galaxy. Heritage scouting the pit, knows no one's in it.
So the question is, not finding Enigma Galaxy, can Betboom force the Roshan? That was kind of a problem for them last time. They did not seem to want to do so.
It's tough into this lineup. You don't kill it that fast either. You'd rather just jump them. You can also commit buybacks into recall. You really need to here.
That's true, yeah.
And you have to be wary about fighting into that outpost. Nigma can also use their buybacks to win a Roche fight. Do not want to just fight into infinite lives.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Here, Cloak is a deadly neutral item for Bristleback to have.
I don't know if that's the rune you want to gamble for. I don't know if that is the rune. Wow, he did not get jumped there.
Dire are scanning.
Well, there's nothing to really speed this up. Samael's like, okay, well, I'll just take all the side lane farm. He's pretty chill. It's kind of Betboom the ones who do need to force something somewhere in here. Noob is forcing things. Look at him run up to the high ground and
you can't let him do that.
Use his gem to deward you. Are they that afraid of going on the Bristle?
I mean, how do you not at least just fissure block him there, right?
Yeah, just try and do something to get the BKB out of him.
That was a missed opportunity. Also, this ward, yeah, you got to kill that ward.
Okay, they find it.
How does smokes, though? You have some ninja gears to play with.
Well, now GPK jumps. And he does really dice up Noob. Gets him down to half HP, but Keratin's tried to follow it up. Echo Slam hits onto 2, but the BKB was already activated from Ghost. He is tearing into them. He's already taken out Katomi. Looking at Miro up next. GPK in the mix, trying to finish off Noob. Finally gets him, thanks to the Fisher, and will also manage to chain that damage as well. Still, though, Ghost is so strong that it's Betboom who have to back away once again. They will concede the ground of the Roshan pit to Enigma Galaxy. And maybe look for another comeback steal.
The fact you catch Kiritich going in there makes all the difference for Enigma. It allows Ghost to stay really strong on the front line in that fight. And you had a BKB on the Tinker that time around, so GPK can't just commit for this Tinker 100-0.
Don't let him do it again.
This is another objective. They're going to lose. I mean, the Thor has full mana again. He's always going to have full mana with this amount of regen.
Kiritich, they're going to jump in, try to get the grab. Didn't get the grab immediately onto Samael. Kiritich, he hits the nullifier onto Samael, slowing him down underneath the Wukong's command. BKB gets activated. That's going to be fine for now. Ghost actually taking so much damage. He's so isolated. Nobody from Enigma Galaxy could come to his aid. And now, Betboom in the pit. Focusing on Roshan, will be able to get it. Aegis is going to be taken by Kiritich. not GPK in this situation. GPK feeling like he is untouchable, that he's a god. He's not wrong about that. 10-0 and 16.
What a game from him. And that is the situation we talked about where you don't have BKB on Dragon Knight, you're not tanky. You're just not tanky versus Plasma Storm. You need backup from the team. It's not there. They get zoned out from this Wukong on the backside. You trade out off-laner buybacks, but now it is BetBoom pushing your base. And what can you do about it without Ghost? Does have buyback available.
Breaking through the Lincolns. Got the BKB out of both of them, Noob. And GPK popping theirs. Ice Blast is going to whiff. Now that Ice Blast is on cooldown. BetBoom, do they go back to it? 35 seconds left on the Dragon Knight. Surely you want to try and hit these buildings.
With who, though?
The Dragon Knight down, but yeah, I guess it's a question of who is going to take that high ground. GPK making a jump onto Noob. They throw an Echo Slam. They throw everything they have, and they get him.
That is a dieback on the Bristle. 100 seconds.
GPK pushing for more. Tried to go out to the Ancient Apparition. Got the Ghost Scepter out of him. Miro marching forward with his BKB. Little awkward positioning there due to the shard block. Jump forward, boundless strike. Kiritich jumps after Sumail. Got the BKB out of him, but now Kiritich is in a bit of trouble. Blocked in, has to get off the Wukong span. Can Sumail finish him off? BKB goes out from Kiritich. Sumail,
is back.
He can't finish him off just yet. Has to wait out the BKB. Ghost is back into play, and he'll find Kiritich. They finally take away that Aegis.
Yes, no BKB here.
On the second life, and he stuns. Ice Blasted passes over him. Kiritich not able to jump away into the tree. Can boundless strike his way out of here, and got sent right back by the Warp Flare of Sumail.
What a stupid hero.
They'll get the Keeper of the Light on top of that. Enigma Galaxy will manage to hold, though a bit worse for Wear, losing their tier 3 and losing a couple of buybacks.
Cannot escape the Warp Flare. But you do get the buybacks, as you said. That is worth something here. They took a long time to commit onto that Tinker behind the base. And by the time you do it, Ghost is back up and just starts shredding your back line.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It was like a dream scenario where Ghost just, like, he arrives in the fight and he's already in the back line.
Yeah,
he teleports into the back line of BetBoom that have been pulled in by the aggression of Kiritich and GPK.
That said, you did not get the big prize, which is that Storm kill.
Yep.
And that means GPK, he gets to finish an entire Aghanim Scepter, which could be completely nasty in this game. If you get multiple heroes into Echo, Fissure, Wukong, double global, by the way, refresher online for Katayomi.
Yeah, they were talking about
the refresher done for Miro. So the team fight longevity for BetBoom just went up by a huge amount, and the AoE punish went up by a tremendous amount. Feels like you need a refresher on this Dragon Knight. You need double BKB in this game.
Yeah.
I don't think you can play these late game fights without it. You're going to get melted by the spell damage. Also, Hex on the Tinker would be massive for Enigma if they can get to these two items. Do they have the time?
Sunsman and Cinder were talking about the black hole versus the blue hole, the Aghanim Scepter of the Storm Spirit. We also have Save with his pull-in mechanism of the Aghanim Scepter. You got the blue hole and the white hole.
Okay, yeah. Good job, Austin.
See how they put those together with BetBoom?
Yeah.
Enigma Galaxy gotta be real careful in their positioning.
Radiant are scanning.
All that suction.
What is Noob doing down here? He's
dangerous.
Trying to cut some waves. Yeah, you better not show. That is 5 heroes off the map right there.
Doing a one-man Tormentor? Two-man Tormentor? That makes more sense.
He gets away with the position. You gotta get the hell out of here instantly, though.
Where's the zip from GPK?
Yeah, I'm surprised he did not instantly.
Tower has fallen.
Probably thinking the whole team was there. But
He got the smoke out of him, so that's pretty good. Nice move.
Yeah. That's a little, very sneaky.
And look at this positioning. Enigma Galaxy, they pulled BetBoom over to the Tormentor area, and now Enigma quickly moved to the other side of the map, hoping to find a pick-off. They might just get it. A little Heritage. He didn't jump onto the creep wave, just boundless struck it. Leaped away, gets recalled by the Coddle. This call has been made by Bedboom. Do not separate too much.
Ghost thinking about Daedalus here.
Dire's bottom
It's not that refresher. You're not going to have the double BKB, but you will just do an absurd amount of damage. Maybe it's enough that you're just going to win the fight in 1 BKB duration. 6 seconds on the clock, though. A very small window. See if he commits for it. He will likely stay buyback this entire game as well. Yeah, he commits. So you're going to have 6 seconds with that BKB, and then you're at super high risk to just getting melted from all this magic damage. So many ults they can just pour into you. I'm impressed that Nigma have kept the net worth as close as it is for how much this Storm Spirit has snowballed in this game.
Yeah. GPK. He's coming close. Yamich has already popped the BKB. Goes back to try and help out Ghost. Kiritich, meanwhile, is chased away the rest of the team. Ghost is left isolated again. The global silence stopping Yamich, who wanted to try and protect Ghost. The mere presence of Kiritich just forced Enigma Galaxy, the other 3, to flee on sight. And Ghost is wondering, where's my team?
Maybe not expecting to get double Echo Slam solo from a cliff line. Super awkward for Miro. He got trapped on the cliff. I think they hesitated for a second. But that's that overwhelming magic damage with the Parasma Amp. You cannot survive it. You can't.
Now Bedboom back to work inside of Nigma's base.
Does have buyback.
Got grab onto the Tinker.
There it
Found
is.
the strike, but didn't jump in. Just got the buybacks out of them. Wise move from Kiritich, turning that shard off.
Ghost can do nothing.
Yeah, buyback and using Dragon Form. That is a rough position. Enigma Galaxy.
Bedboom going back in here? They're missing refreshers.
Wouldn't you just wait out the Dragon Form?
Oh yeah, you can wait it out if you want. Not in a rush right now. Roach can also spawn in 30 seconds.
That's true. Ooh, look at that ward. Samael, gotta be careful.
By the way, Galvanized watch.
Want to farm near that high ground ward
Up to
spot.
40 stacks. 55 base mana regen.
It just keeps growing.
This is getting insane.
Pull out Bloodthorn next. He could still eat his Aghanim Scepter, free up another spot.
What's the last one? Refresher is always an option here with double pull.
For sure.
I almost feel like there's something that gives you just more damage. It sounds pretty good.
Get a Readiness Broach Storm Spirit.
It's one way to do it.
Make it so both your overload and your regular hits are getting past that Dragonite armor.
Divine Rapier?
That sounds like a great way to throw the game.
There's no fun now. You could Wind Waker as well. If you want something more defensive. Hex, another option. Wouldn't be bad here, honestly. It might just be the Hex, because being able to go in on this DK, pull him into a Hex, means you can hold your Shaker spells a lot longer. Sounds pretty juicy. You're going to play it disciplined. Wait for this Roshan. Still have 5. You have 6 minutes of this Dragon Knight buyback, so you have a lot of time to work with here. Not in a rush. Enigma going to risk it all. They buy out the Daedalus on the Dragon Knight. They're going to try and take the fight. Can you find this Storm Spirit once in this game?
They're not going to the right spot right now. He's sitting up on a high ground position. Might have been possible to find him there. Because of the march, they know that Nigma is around this area. Bedboom deciding just to hold the higher heights. Sitting on that Radiant Triangle. But Bedboom could always just go back to hitting mid to pull Enigma Galaxy back to base if they wanted.
Can absolutely outmaneuver him here.
There's a lot of options. They just push into the 4-man.
The illusions giving some information. Not a lot.
Sumail will put pressure on the side lanes where he can, pushes out the top lane. Kiritich chasing after him though. Dragon Tail, it hits him, they cut down the tree, they got the Ice Blast on him, and Kiritich is dead. Now he's instantly gonna buy back for sure. Nigma Galaxy, this is still gonna be a tough fight, but a good start for them. Noob trying to get some stacks up, but all he's really net by is a Storm Spirit. Bet boom. Oh, Miro jumped in solo. Immediately got Sight Device. He spells Xeontis BKB, and he gets off some GPK. He hits the back line, blows up the Ancient Apparition. Another buyback going to be used. They didn't get Sumail on the side, getting some lasers, throws a Warp Flare, got the lockdown on a GPK, Nullfire on him as well. Now a Sight Device. He's in trouble. He's dead. They killed him. The first death of the Storm Spirit. Immediate buyback. GPK looking for revenge, but Sumail over here on the side, Miro, they're going after Ghost. Right, Scythe put on a Miro. GPK gets a grab on a Sumail at the same time. Nullfire goes in. They're going after Ghost, but here comes an Ice Blast. Watch out, big hit. Miro goes down. Karatich on half HP. Ogre's Heel Totem trying to get away. GPK's dead again. A dieback on 2. Nigma Galaxy have just outplayed BetBoom to the extreme. And just like that, are they able to end the game?
Austin, Nigma Galaxy is back. They are absolutely back. They are back in this game. They're back in life. They're back in people's hearts. How the hell did they win that so convincingly? And on the flip side, the jumps from Betboom were just terrible.
They were bad.
It was
bad.
Kiritich goes in, gets caught.
GG, they're done. BetBoom's out. Nigma Galaxy score the 2-0.
Chad, I don't know if they fought that whole game, and in the end, they deserved that win because they just flat out outplayed them. What a performance from Ghost. He led the charge every time.
Certainly.
He found very clutch stuns down the stretch. An extremely tough game to keep your composure in when this storm is completely out of control. And the only 2 times GPK dies is in the last 30 seconds. And that's just it.
Man played a flawless game for 55 minutes, but it doesn't matter how it starts.
I will say,
Sumail
had a very good last fight there on the Tinker. The Hex came in for that fight. Yep. He found some very clutch Hexes.
I mean, he got the Warp Flare lockdown on GPK.
He rooted him into the Hex. That was incredibly clutch while so much of that chaos is going on. But what the hell were those jumps? The Monkey goes in, insta-dies off the tree cut. Then the Storm goes in, finds nothing, bails. As he bails, Miro goes in. He gets hexed. They have to bail him out with Global. He commits both Echoes, Fissure, does nothing. They get an AA out of all of that. He has nothing left. He's walking out of the fight. The Storm jumps back in. The Monkey jumps back. Like, what is going on, you know? If they had just all jumped the hero, that fight, guarantee that fight goes better. That was a catastrophic crumbling and a immense comeback from Nigma Galaxy.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Which doesn't leave me with much words left to describe this game other than shock and awe. I can't believe that I'm here witnessing Nigma Galaxy 2-0 over a BetBoom team. Effie, we were saying that Nigma has been not necessarily tested as hard as they could have been throughout all of DreamLeague thus far, but if there ever was a test, it would be against a BetBoom team. And if there ever was a game to prove that you can win in the most dire of circumstances, it was this one.
That was crazy. I just want to say something. Whatever they're paying Ghost, they're not paying him enough.
Double it.
They got to double it, triple it. I mean, he played incredibly well on that DK. That's what I initially want to talk about before we go into more details, but the player, the hero holding them in this game for that long was their DK. He was still doing well in net worth. In fights, he was finding positions, like standing on these high grounds, doing as much damage as he could. That even when it looked terrible for Nigma because their Storm, their Tinker kept getting jumped by the Storm, you had this turret in DK outputting the damage, making it so that you're not taking these fights with a complete loss.
Yeah, also not afraid to use buyback a couple of times on Ghost, which I really like. Like, you look at him in camera, he's pretty stoic, not many emotions on him, but suddenly they kind of flipped the game in the last minute, and I think it leaves a bitter taste in the mouth for BetBoom team, because this is classic. We were sitting in the room praising his Storm Spirit. He dies once, he dies twice. How many times we've seen GPK do this in his career?
I think it was literally 4 or 3 minutes before we saw that dieback from GPK. Purge, were you not praising him for how immaculate his gameplay had been up until that point.
Yeah, I personally am not one of those players that can play a perfect game and die 0 times. I try not to plan ahead because it's more fun that way, is my excuse. So the fact that somebody can go that long in a high-level game and not die is incredible to me. But the fact that they also couldn't end the game is tough for them, because they did struggle to kill Dragonite as the game goes on. They didn't necessarily have the best ideal heroes for getting those kills, so I don't know. They just they didn't make it work, and they threw that last fight a little bit too bad. Scared to buy back and to commit to those fights, and they messed it up too much.
I mean, I guess
I'm sorry?
The last fight, you think that was a throw and not...
They misexecuted the fight like multiple times, I think. Like they blinked forward on the Earthshaker and Echo Slammed the ground kind of, then his Aeon Disc went off and you refreshed they had like they had like 3 kind of mediocre or bad jumps, I think, in that last fight while committing buybacks, which basically just ended the game. If they just didn't buy back, I feel like the game doesn't end there. They could buy back altogether and just sit in the base. You know, like I feel like that would have been a lot safer. But maybe it's bad going later than that.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate because you had the DK so far out. You had him like commit BKB in that first leg of the fight. He had no buyback. Like if they managed to kill the DK there on Betboom, they would have won the game.
Gotcha.
So they like most teams would have gone for that play. Right?
I see. Did not know he was dieback. Anyways, I have some great clips to show you guys.
Please.
That I would
welcome.
love to. I want to do a Mira's favorite head-to-head, the offlaners.
Show me what Miero and Noob were up to.
Miero and Noob both had some KDAs all right. And Miero, I think, pulled his weight. We were a little unsure about how the Earthshaker was going to perform in terms of his impact since he was playing offlane. He did have the Coddle, but we didn't know what the impact was going to be. I felt his impact the entire game. A lot of fissures, a lot of disable follow-ups. He was going in with Storm Spirit to initiate fights, to set things up, to land some chain stuns. He did damage. It felt like he really made things work. Great Echo Slams here as well. On the other side, the Bristleback kind of just needed to be the frontliner, but it's kind of hard. Like, he did kill some supports in the backline, but his visual impact minimum was far worse. He does not have an Arcana. Like, how are you going to compare with that, you know? It's just not the same. Here he is. He took a bunch of damage in this fight, actually. Definitely played his margins well. Once again, every fight goes for the silencer. Super easy kill. But he has to bait his opponents into going for him. He needs to survive and ideally get back in there and keep putting minus armor to allow Ghost to do a bunch of damage, which he eventually did do. But Noob puts a lot of units in running in circles in these fights, looking for the right opportunity to go in, and he eventually did start finding them as the game went on more and more. So that part felt good. But the Echo Slam, how can you say no to a Arcana Echo Slam? Am I right, Lacoste?
Yeah, that's
Your
right.
favorite Arcana?
I'm gonna be telling you a story that we need to get that Arcana.
Share it with the class.
Somehow. We did get all the Arcanas pretty much except the Earthshaker one available.
No IO one either.
Don't care about that one. That's not a hero. It's just a crystal ball. But yeah, Earthshaker Arcana, for the love of God, put it back into the game so we can buy it. Because it definitely deals more damage. I'm not even kidding. It definitely feels every single time I see it, I'm like, man, this Echo Slam, I would deal half a damage.
It's because some of the damage you're doing in Fog, and if you don't have the combo thing showing up at the top, then you don't even know. It's just helping you out invisibly.
True.
Whatever the case, though, unfortunately, Miero was not able to find success on it. Arcana are not. But I'll tell you someone who did find success in that game number 2 and game number 1. It was Yamich. And I see you've got a smile on your face, my man. What the hell was going on in that game 2, dude? I did not think that I would be talking to you right now. How was it from your perspective?
I mean, my perspective was that I'm playing Blink Dagger and with Quilling Blade, casting Monkey King, and hoping that my team gonna carry me. So dude, something like this.
You were doing work with that, though. You may be saying it like as like a downplaying your influence. You were making that Monkey King's life hell. I have no idea how many times you knew where he was. Like, were you guessing? Did you have vision? But you were nailing those tree cuts.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be a Monkey King player too, so I know that if he's don't have any mines, that to have a good position. So if he taking bad position, I can cut him. And as always, he taking bad positions, and that's why it works.
So then in the last fight, how much of it was bad positioning versus you guys just having perfect team fight execution? Because we saw the buybacks coming in, we're seeing AA Blast land to kill the Earthshaker, and somehow you guys managed to win the fight. So were you guys scared at all when you saw the buybacks, or you knew you had it?
I mean, we knew that we had it, because this game looks like we already lost, but we still keep trying, and no fear. That's all.
The attitude worked out very well. I'm going to pass you on over to Lacoste, who's got some questions, or Purge, who's got some questions for you as well.
Hello, I saw that you maxed Snowball, or at least you got 3 points early. Why did you prioritize that skill build this game?
I mean, I have a bad game, and also I want to just stun and use Snowball as well, maybe 2 or 3 times in the fight. So I see that I can shot someone. Also, I don't have a course like a mid lane that I should to play with scaling with my third spell. So I decided to just stun more, saving more, something like this.
Okay, and then one other question. How do you decide when you're playing Tusk whether you are trying to save your allies or whether you're initiating? Because I find that difficult when I play the hero myself.
I mean, depends of your net worth, I guess, or game. If we're leading, I can just go and kill some hero. If we're not, or I need to save from roar or something, I'm just staying and waiting, something like this.
Would you be less likely to try to go for saves because you're against an Earthshaker as well? Like you might get caught.
It was not about Shaker, it was about Silencer and plus Shaker, so it was kind of hard game. I tried to save from Shaker, but then it was global and just, yeah, fuck it. I'm not saving anymore, I'm just watching and cutting Monkey.
That's true, and you can cut Monkey through Global Silence. That was a great choice. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It paid off well, Yamich. My last question is how you ended up in this stand-in situation. So I know that for most of the year you've been playing through qualifiers with, I'm sorry, I forgot the name of your, is it like 6 SYX?
I mean, I just played only one qualification with them, so I was playing in 9 Pandas for 3 months. It was not good, not bad, something like this.
Right.
Yeah.
So then how'd you...
It's great. Yeah.
How'd you end up in this Nigma Galaxy stand-in situation then?
I mean, I'm happy to play with good players like from Nigma and against actually strong opponents. Yeah, it's kind of happy for me.
Who recruited you? Because I know you and Sumail, you guys go way back. I remember you guys playing Betboom Dacha on Secret together. Was he the one who called you up and was like, yo, Omar is unfortunately going to be missing. You mind stepping in for us?
I mean, Noob asked me because we played actually 3 pubs or maybe, yeah, something like this. And we won together and then we found the pub together and he asked me.
Okay, yeah. Because I did hear that story from Noob as well. I thought that he may have been underplaying it because then he also said he asked you to stand in and then you guys didn't practice like at all. This is like literally like your first 4 or 5 games together on like a professional team right now. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
You could just find synergy with your offlaner that quickly?
I mean, yeah, it's like my big experience from big... I mean, I played with a lot of players as offlane, so yeah, I can quick adapt for them, something like this.
You make it look very natural. Then, assuming that maybe this is still a stand-in situation, please, all you teams out there that are looking for a man who knows how to use a quelling blade like the back of his hand, take a look at Yamich. But for right now, though, we'll let you continue doing work on Nigma Galaxy. Yamich, congratulations on the 2-0 win, and looking forward to seeing more of you for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Catch you later, Yamich. He's been doing work on Enigma Galaxy as now they may be making their way even closer to Group Stage 2. Not sure if that's a lock right now, but I know one thing that's a lock is anytime we're in this bar, I get a chance to meet some regulars.
Oh, it's my old buddy Neil. I ain't seen you. Come here, you. Huh? Come here.
Don Gliziani.
Oh, it's me, Don Gliziani. Of course. Have a sit down. How's it going? How's you doing?
In the flesh, my friend. What a pleasure to have you pop into DreamLeague.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. It's a great drink. I love the place. Hey, salut.
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 Cheers, my friend. So to what do we owe the pleasure? What are you doing here, gracing us with your presence during our Dota tournament?
Neil, I'm here on business.
Business.
As you know, I'm the hot dog king of New York City. North side, south side, east and west, all 5 boroughs I'm known.
You're a titan of industry.
Don Gliziani runs the hot dog business in New York. That's all there is to it. I'm over here on business. I want to expand, you know? Not enough young people are eating glizzies these days. They're eating, what other kind of crap young people, these TikToks or whatever. I don't know what they're eating. What do young people eat?
I mean, we have the same problem here in Dota. Not enough young people are joining the game, Don.
What are they talking about, yo? I'm 107 years old already. Forget about it. You talk young people? Come on, anybody born in this last century is a young person to me. So, I'm thinking this, okay?
I'm listening.
Hear me out. You could talk to the guys you know back in Dota land or whatever. We need to put some glizzies in Dota, okay? Is there a hot dog-shaped character that we could maybe, we could do a deal, or I could make them an offer they couldn't refuse, you know what I'm saying? About getting some hot dogs into the game. I've been looking into it. You got chicken fingers, you got mangoes.
We do.
You got people are eating these little lotus flowers for crying out loud. I'm saying put some glizzies, get a couple of glizzies in there.
Okay, I got maybe one for you. So we got this hero, Monkey King.
Monkey King, all right, sounds good. What's the deal?
He can turn into a lot of different things. One of his abilities can turn him into a banana.
This is what I'm talking about. And we got room for a banana in here, but you can't fit a glizzy? Who doesn't love glizzies?
It's a short list of people.
Get him in here. I'm saying if the Monkey King guy can turn into a hot dog, what's the problem? Okay, I was looking at this hero in the last game, the guy with the big tombola on his. What is that? He goes bang and there's like rocks.
Earthshaker.
How about when he goes like that, it's a big glizzy?
Uh-huh.
What's the problem?
He already has an Arcana. I'm not entirely sure if we can change the
I don't know
cards.
what an Arcana is, whatever it is. We could take care of it. I know some people, you know what I'm saying? We could maybe go missing or something this Arcana.
I feel we do owe it to you because Dota does have roots all the way back in New York City. We used to run ESL 1s back then.
Oh, I was there.
You were there?
Of course, I was running the glizzy stand.
Of course you were.
My best customer, Jake Canna. Sir Action Slacks. He put my kids through college. He bought so many glizzies.
He was an icon. I didn't know that he was doing it as a charitable cause.
A great man. A great man when it comes to eating glizzies anyway. But I ain't seen him in a long time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he's up to. I ain't seen nothing.
You ain't seen him?
I ain't seen nothing. What are you asking me for? I'm just saying, I ain't seen nothing. Come on.
Okay, I won't ask any questions.
Are you wearing a wire or something?
No, of course not.
Are you a fucking rat?
I swear. I think actually I may have to go.
Yo, you unplug and get the hell out of my club, huh? Come on. Run the drink for everybody. I'm me. I'm Don Gliziani. Okay. Huh.
till the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. Ooh. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
You know it's that time. Final series of the night. We're going to close things out with a newcomer to the mainstream. No, not Pyrian Flax, although you're also here a little bit new. Thank you all so much for joining me.
My pleasure. Great to be here as ever.
But really, it's Yakult Brothers that I'm excited for. We have not gotten a chance to see this team on the mainstream quite yet. Gaming Gladiators we are well familiar with, though, but I need more knowledge on what Yakult Brothers have been up to. Specifically, their hero picks and maybe some of their favorite pairings. That's why I sent Lacoste on the case.
Oh, thank you, Tsunami. Yakult Brothers, they've been owning with one hero in particular. That is the old man on the horse. This guy, they've been undefeated so far. They played it 4 times, 100% win rate with the hero for a good reason. And we can see some of the combos that they've been using. These are pretty old school combos that they've been trying to make work, which is Keeper of the Light with Ember Spirit, Keeper of the Light with Storm Spirit as well. We saw how good it is in the previous series as well. But this hero, what it makes him so good is that you can do so many shenanigans with the hero, whether we're talking about losing the lane, winning the lane, having that extra bit of a global presence. And we're gonna start with the losing the lane, because this hero has so much to offer. This is 020 Keeper of the Light, who's sitting at 5 CS, and you're gonna be seeing that he's stacking. He's also partnered up with the Darkseer, which is not your traditional laning partner. There's not much synergy, but the synergy is that you can start to get some extra farm if you're staying further away than 1200 range on Keeper of the Light, or from Darkseer, my bad, is that you can still clear some of these stacks with the Ion Shell without triggering the aggro while he's, again, clearing the stack, trying to stack one more time. and it does allow you to also do even more things, because if you see what Baboka has been doing, Boots of Speed, they nuke the wave, they kill the range creep immediately, and Baboka being the expert on the hero, but they also do flex it on their position 5. So what they're doing right now is they're pushing the wave, which means that he can grab the second wave, block this small camp. Baboka doing quite a lot of things at the same time, and we'll be able to pull it all around the Roche pit, which will pull the lane back to his tier 1 tower. This is the lane where they don't want it to play. They're playing against NP, they're playing against ET. Very, very difficult lane for them. That's why he's buying Boots of Speed, and again, going into the triangle in this outer ring, but also the global presence that he brings to the table. This is Centaur that just respawned. He brought in one hero with a recall, allows you to be pretty much anywhere on the map, outnumber your opponents, makes your early 5-man game pretty strong, so he's bringing in another hero as well, and suddenly, bam, 5 heroes. You're going to be able to grab a kill, outnumber your opponents, get another kill, and pretty easily turn that into another objective. So you can take the Roshan, you can take Tormentors, and coming into the series, them being undefeated, Gaming Gladiators, they also like to play the hero. They played it 2 times, but haven't managed to get a dub on it yet.
That's because they don't know how to move around like Baboka does. If there's some things that never change, it's that I know that this man will love to find ways to not have to play the lane. And if you're watching at home and you're like, wait, Baboka's back on a team again? Maybe you didn't know anything about Yakult Brothers. Well, don't worry, I'll give you a refresher right now.
Yakult Brothers has been one of the top Chinese teams since their formation about half a year ago. The current brothers of Yakult are Flyfly, Emo, Beyond, Baboka, and Ollie. With some of the most known names in Chinese Dota, you'd expect Yakult Brothers to be a world-class team. While they've had some respectable results, such as 5th place in Blast Slam 2, Yakult Brothers has really struggled to prove themselves as a top team at an international level. The last big event for Yakult Brothers was the last season of DreamLeague, and it was a struggle. The good news is that they did manage to draw against several top teams, such as Paravision, Team Spirit, and Team Liquid in the group stage. The bad news is that they also managed to draw or lose against all the other teams too, resulting in a 10th place finish. Let's see if Yakult Brothers will be able to get their revenge here at DreamLeague Season 26.
So far, it seems like that might be a pretty likely thing, because they are so far in the top half of our group stage 1 standings in Group B. But Gaming Gladiators is no slouch. They have also been exceeding expectations compared to their results for most of 2025. But somehow I always bleed for the pride of Chinese Dota. And Effie has a question. What can I do for you, Effie?
I don't have a question, I have field reporting.
This is unbelievable.
Field reporting to tell you guys.
Hit
So,
me.
Gaming Gladiators, who you said have exceeded expectations the first day.
Yeah.
They're 0-4 right now. They're on a 4-loss streak. But not just that. Ted and I were investigating, and would you like to read this score right
So
here?
this is the game. They lost to Navi Jr.
Okay.
42-3.
Oh.
Quinn's score 0-11-0.
I did hear about this.
Tofu's score 0-8-0.
Yeah.
Malady went 0-14-3. I mean,
Involved in every single kill, huh?
Exactly.
Malady, you own that
He's
game.
carrying that team. 0-11-0. Have you ever seen a Quinn performance worse than that? I can't think of one.
What was the mid lane? What was he up against?
He was up against
Tiny.
Yeah.
That's not an excuse then.
Who
Wow.
went 10-0-25.
Wow.
I bring this up because that was today, and that is devastating.
Yeah.
Like, that is a crushing loss. And
We want to get a camera shot of Des Quinn. He's got his cut one ready to leave.
He's packed up.
That is devastation that they just experienced a few hours ago. Yakult Brothers, on the other hand, they did just lose to Flipster Talon. Flipster, 0-2. But they're doing well before that, and the games did look competitive.
So both these teams are a little bit of a day 3 slump right now. Now we get to see which of them are going to come out on top, or maybe it'll be another 1-1 split. And maybe, Quinn, you like that Buzz Lightyear shirt?
That is a great t-shirt.
Maybe Quinn's just dressed up because he's going to have to go up against an Ancient Apparition, as we can take a look at our draft for game number 1. Yakult Brothers banning out Beastmaster, Templar Assassin, Bristleback, Tinker, and Doom. Gaiman, they take out the Storm, the Coddle that was so raved about by Lacoste, as well as Darkseer, Tiny, and Morphling. They first pick themselves a Sand King, and Yakult Brothers get their support duo out of the way real early, Ancient Apparition and Shadow Shaman.
I would say the Gaming Gladiators, they were the victims of some of their own drafts that they did, especially game yesterday when they were playing against Paravision, immediately snatching that Ursa after seeing Darkseer. They also opened up the Sanking in game number 1, which they did lose. It was also not a beautiful sight as well. It was a very difficult game for them. I want to see them play a bit of an, I would say, even the older style of Gaming Gladiators, because right now it feels like they kind of lost their identity, I would say.
From day one, or from we're going way back in time?
Even day one, they didn't look crisp at all.
Okay.
So Gaming Gladiators, like, they've been prioritizing first pick Monkey King whenever they can for Quinn, just because it's looked so good, but because of the crushing and grueling and destructive defeat of earlier, they've opted to just ignore that hero entirely. I hope they don't give up their idea here, though, because their Monkey King was doing well for them up until this point.
That's what Lacoste is saying. They're losing their identity, perhaps. Shellacked out of their draft comfort zone.
I guess you'd start to doubt yourself.
Maybe
You get bad results. You're like, Christ, maybe it's our draft. We better change that up. I thought it was interesting. I can't remember. I was watching the broadcast earlier and someone said that sometimes you're just playing like shit. You just have to accept we just sucked. I think it might have been even one of the player interviews, but it was, I guess you can either go down the road of saying, all right, guys, we know we're better than that, or you can try and address it in the draft. If this is another mid Sand King, it didn't look great the other day. I can't remember what Quinn was up against, Sand King against something mid, but he never got going. He never got out of the starting blocks. And this game earlier today against Navi Juniors, it looks like the same story.
I'd say Sand King is a little bit of a bait. He's currently sitting at 37% win rate. He's been contested in 70 matches. He's been contested in 84% of the game, which is a pretty high number. But I do like what your Cold Brothers are drafting for themselves, because I really love this Centaur pick. It does allow you to pick up Pipe. I think that's going to be pretty much his core item, playing into Jakiro, Ringmaster, and most importantly playing into Sand King. So you're going to mitigate so much damage, and I would also love to see a mid laner for Emo that potentially builds into Mage Slayer. If you combine Mage Slayer with the Pipe, this lineup from Gaming Gladiators is not going to do much, and that's exactly what I had on my mind.
On the other hand, I do think Gaiman, their draft, it feels like they've learned some lesson from their earlier series, because they draft 2 very strong side lane supports in Jakiro and Ringmaster, so they just want to give themselves an easier chance, and then they counterpick Centaur's lane by TB. So like, let's say you bring a third hero top and you just kill the Centaur over and over, then Yakult Brothers actually can't do that much without a blink and the items you're talking about on Centaur. If this hero gets shut down, then you're just running around with these 2 fragile supports versus a Sand King who's going to have a fine time because he hits the jungle anyway. So if you shut down Sand King.
I think there's also another option for them to go for Emo's Invoker because of all that global presence that they do have with Nature's Prophet, Ancient Apparition. I see Shadow Shaman. So many ways of setting up Sunstrike, and there's no real save. I mean, there is Escaped Act from Ringmaster, but I don't think that's enough. Like, you can relatively easy play the lanes every single time Shaman finds a target. You can get a kill, especially post-laning stage. I think it would be very, very easy draft to execute if they can get their hands on Invoker.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that, but, you know, YB are in the position where they can just last pick whatever they want for Emo here, and it's going to be like a Quinn versus Emo last pick scenario here.
Do you think it's offlane Sand King?
I mean, for the most part, yes, but like, you can always flex it to mid if you're scared. I mean, if you want to keep your options open, you need a hero that can be played both mid and offlane for the 9th pick here on Gaiman.
We know Quinn's got to be scared. He's shook after that last series.
Monkey King
He doesn't have the swagger like Avery has. He doesn't have that raw confidence exuding out of him.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, at least that's what I'm interpreting.
He's really hurt himself. He's actually hurt his back. Oh.
But that's so wild, seeing Monkey King go ignored for Gaiman, who have been using it so well.
They're shooketh.
They're shooketh, and if they were planning on picking it here for Quinn, they would have different bans than Ember. They'd be banning some like Huskars and stuff like that.
And your cult's not even worried about banning it themselves. They take out the Pango and the Medusa instead.
Emotional damage, Ted.
Emotional damage. You know that face in there? Everybody's got a face that's in there, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I've got a face in there. Oh, that's me. There we go. That's me.
What on earth is that?
This looks like a scary clown.
That's weird.
How's it going, Neil? Oh, what's he gonna do? Oh.
Acting.
But I do think Yakult Brothers are lacking AoE damage for sure. Like Lacost's Invoker idea is also just very good because all of their heroes are very heavy single target focused right now. And if they had some means to take team fight, that would give them security that they don't have right now.
Oh, they ban it.
They go for it anyway.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
Good.
Does Emo want to play, I mean, Queen of Pain? If he wants to ruin him, and he will. I really like this draft. I really like Emo because he's a very aggressive player. He knows immediately once he wants to play after seeing the matchup. And I think they really put themselves a really good draft that is very easy to execute. And this matchup, I've seen this matchup quite a few times. It is Queen of Pain favored, but it can also, like, Monkey can do much better than you would expect.
Right.
Especially with, like, no bottles. He's not a bottle buyer.
Right.
You're playing against Shadow Strike, which is very difficult, but there's always a play. Like, we're talking about Monkey who can rotate to the side lanes, but I'm really liking this draft from Yakult Brothers.
Also, to running Queen of Pain, a Quinn specialty back in his
the
phase.
question is
That's pretty cool.
whether Quinn is going to be in pain after playing in this matchup.
I don't think so, because I mean, for me, it's just about whether Gaimin have bounced back from their 4-loss streak. Because I've seen a lot of Queen of Pains versus Monkey Kings, and this tournament yesterday I saw someone play it. Monkey can completely crush the Queen of Pain. So if you're not winning your lane on Quap, you're just playing Quap into Terrorblade. You're gonna blink in, and then you're just gonna get thundered.
He already said emotional damage. He's playing against Emo. That damage is going to come through.
I mean, to be fair, this hero
Sure.
probably isn't very good if Quinn's not picking it, right? It's like his favorite hero, Queen of Pain, and he's not picking it, he's not banning it. He's like, I spoke to him recently, he said, yeah, the hero's just dead. I was like, oh, okay, well, let's see. Maybe this will change his mind.
It very much exists to win its lane and then provide the AoE damage that we mentioned earlier, but it's just not in that strong of a state, so you have to play kind of perfectly on YB to have a good Queen of Pain game.
Perhaps we can consult someone who might know him quite well. Avery, have you ever had Quinn on an 0-4 streak before?
Oh, I've had him on an 0-4.
Is the number higher than 4 sometimes, maybe?
Potentially.
Okay, I see. And how does he often recover in situations like that in the mid lane? Does he lose his confidence at all?
No.
Okay, then. I have nothing but faith that he should be able to excel in this Monkey King versus Queen of Pain matchup. Let's see it happen in game number 1 with you two.
That's right. Yakult Brothers versus Game of Gladiators. Avery, you were very excited about this matchup backstage.
I've been looking forward to this matchup all day, Austin.
Yeah.
All goddamn day, because this is a clash of titans. On one side, Game and Gladiators, the team of 2023/24, double TI runner-up, multi-major champion, ran the gauntlet, the only team to do it, but they're a shadow of their former selves, Austin. Can they reclaim the glory? And on the other side, the brothers of Yakult. Need I say more?
Yeah, you do.
I think this team is one of the most fun, aggressive teams we've seen in so long. They have all of the players from China that nobody else wanted to play with because they all threw too much. And they put them on one team and combined them into some giant anthropomorphic throw machine that is just entertaining as hell, aggressive as hell, and awesome and badass. And I love that. I love that style of Dota. I love the players on this squad. Finally, we get a team that's going to play balls to the wall.
I remember when this might have been like the Bali Major or something, when we were watching Gaming Gladiators win those majors, when it was a snooze fest out there of Western European teams only in the top 6. I remember I asked you, where's China gone? Why have they not made it back to the Tier 1 stage? And you actually specifically called out Fly. And said, well, he's not on a team.
I have believed this guy
that's
for
a
10 years.
badass player right there. They're lacking in good, aggressive carries. You said that's the only guy who can play the carry style that the Dorachios and Mikkeys of the world can do.
Yes. He's the most aggressive carry I've ever seen come out of China. He's awesome. This guy... this is one of the few Chinese players I have on my friends list, by the way. I don't know why.
Okay.
This is back when he was GGG. This guy
You know what his lifestealer build back in the day was that he popularized?
No.
Safe lane lifestealer.
Okay.
I'd give you $10,000 right now if you can guess what he went phase boots into what. $10,000 right now, Austin.
Deso?
No. You got to think more aggressive.
What's more aggressive?
What gets you in there?
A blink dagger?
That's right, Austin.
What?
This guy
I don't remember this.
Phase blink lifestealer and was just blinking on clowns, just dunking on them. Nobody expected that shit. Now he did lose that particular game, but
he did.
It was awesome, and that is the kind of spirit that I want to see from this team. I think they are living it up. I think they're enjoying life. There's no stress on them. There's no org pressure. I want to see them succeed, and I think everybody wants to see them succeed. I hope they have a deep run here, and I hope they have many deep runs after because I like watching this squad.
Well, I
Gaiman's good too.
Wow, okay. Well, it's a backpedal there a little bit there. I don't think you've ever seen Gaiman Gladiators is fun to watch before.
I do think Gaiman's fun to watch when they're in top form. There's like an elegance to the way they play Quinn's style of Dota. But when they're struggling, you just struggle with them, you know.
It has been a bit of a struggle fest for them for the last year and a half. They made it to the TI finals, but Quinn specifically said that that year was very rocky. There was a reason why they were considering roster changes before that because there were just too many holes in the ship. It felt like they made TI finals just through sheer grit.
Really rocky season. They won EWC and got second at the other biggest tournament of the year and almost won in Aegis. Really tough season for Quinn. My sympathy goes out to him.
The regular season was pretty
Not
rough.
at all like all of those tremendous years he had in North America, just lifting squads up from the gutter.
I mean, he got first place in qualifier after qualifier.
I'm sure. I guarantee you he was having a lot more fun then. I personally can tell you he was not crying after every match. Anyway, let's get into this one. We have the Quinn Monkey King. He says this is the best mid of the entire patch, but he has to play against the emo Queen of Pain.
Why do you think this is why do you think he thinks that this is the best mid?
I cannot leak that, Austin. Those are insider secrets.
Okay.
What I will say...
Wait, are you saying Quinn's part of that inner circle?
Yes.
Really?
What I will say is I think Monkey...
I thought it was reserved for TI winners.
And Quinn.
And Quinn.
I think Monkey, with a favorable matchup, is the most snowball mid of the patch. And he does it the fastest in terms of contesting early objectives.
Malady returning fire. Bobica, he is not going to take out here. Still has his passive anyway, but they'll get good damage on both the Shadow Shaman and the Centaur. Centaur even getting a little friendly fire from his own brethren.
Yeah, something weird happened up here. They're not really able to lane straight up. We see this a lot, though. Gaiman win their lane with that Jakiro. That's why I would always give it to Malady if I can. It's been their best performing 5 for sure in the early game.
And Watson set up for success with the early first blood that they managed to get for themselves.
Lanes are going fine for Gaiman. This mid lane's also going fine. If you can pick up some extra kills here, would go a long way.
It's up to the Jakiro, and he'll be able to finish him off. Bobica undeterred by a 1v2. Keep throwing damage at them, but that means not only do they get the kill, they have obviously a huge advantage, but Lotus as well will go to Malady, so you're not even expecting the Centaur to come back and be ahead in resources.
See how early your Colts want to try and rotate fly around the map if they need it. Well, if they're content with the lane as they're going right now, because you're kind of losing all 3. I mean, you are winning this Furion lane, but it's a safe lane Furion. Zero can't really lose the lane. But Ace is getting a decent amount down here. He's not getting shut out.
Okay, so top lane's being won. Bottom lane is they're getting what they can out of the lane. So not too bad for Ace. What about mid, though? The Queen of Pain versus a melee hero. That matchup seems to be going very well for Quinn so far. 20-5.
Quinn putting on a clinic right now. He is owning this lane.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Who got the first blood, by the way?
It is level 2, soon to be maybe level 3 of Dagger, and they caught him in the river, too. Quinn, you jinxed him. Tofu, maybe he can get a deny in there. Oh, a strength potion, never mind. Give him that strong man's potion, and Quinn will survive.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Austin. This does help Emo a lot, though.
Yeah.
He's going to get another water rune. It's going to send the monkey to base.
It's a lot of time off the lane. This will guarantee the Queen level 6 at a pretty good pace here relative to the Monkey's levels. And you can throw another gank in there, you ult this Monkey down, suddenly the Queen of Pain can start to snowball. Pretty good co-op game, honestly, when you look at it. If you can scale up in this game, he absolutely carries it in the late.
What makes a good co-op game?
I think just the ability to be confident with your damage going late. Like, if you have targets, you can just throw these daggers on in the late game, kite them around. Playing against triple melee core helps a lot.
How did this happen? Quinn decided not to come back to lane.
What's the opposite of regicide?
Came here instead to
Power
kill
the monkey.
Ollie.
I mean, he's not going to be afraid to move around if he can find stuff.
Sure.
Doesn't have to lane against Emo. Just put a support there. You're pretty happy.
Beyond. Oh, high ground miss.
Yeah, this is a river battle for the wave. That's where his wave went. I do not think Beyond is too happy with how this lane has gone for him. He has really been shut down. Got to look for something with his Queen of Pain ulti.
Yeah, he's going to be level 6 well before Quinn is. So an opportunity is surely in the making here for you Colt brothers.
It's going to be recovery duty for this Centaur, which means you got to play through the Furion and the Queen of Pain. Gaimin, they know this. So you got to think about the Furion teleport, and you got to think about where this Sonic Wave goes.
Oh, if he could just get his level 6 before the Power Rune spawns. There's going to be some sort of fight here. Oh, he didn't get it. It's going to spawn bottom, not top. Everybody was set up top. Tofu.
There's that
Tofu
monkey.
set up bottom. So haste rune for a monkey.
He just moves around the map so fast. He's just going to haste towards bottom. He wants the Furion here. This is a deadly gank. 3 points, and Jingu can't TP out.
Do they have teleport scrolls? They've got one on Shadow Shaman, one on the Quap, so they could TP in to be able to help him out. See if they go for it. Fly. Managed to block him in with the Sprout. Good play so far. See if he can get himself away from Quinn. Quinn's haste rune runs out. Now Quinn's going to get hit, and he's probably going to go down here. Trickery, a little bit of escape back. He's got a Jingu up. He's got a lifesteal. He's trying to do what he can, but Emo will be able to out-damage him and finally bring down the mid laner of Gaming Gladiators. 7-minute Power Rune, or Wisdom Shrine coming up soon, too.
That Sprout, and then having to get out of it and then chase him through another tree line to get the hit, just slowed that play down enough that Emo can teleport in there and your haste runs out. Not the aggressive move Quinn had in mind. Now that's going to put him really far back.
Game of Gladiators going to get both Wisdom Shrines. Malady and Watson made a move for it. Your Colt brothers were not prepared for that at all.
Furion goes out on Quinn again mid. He's dead again.
He's going to die, as is the Centaur, so it's a trade-off. Game of Gladiators getting a lot out of their safe lane, but the mid has been taken over by your Colt brothers.
You will absolutely take this trade. You get the double.
That's who?
Was your Colts outside of the Wisdom Shrine. That really sucks for them, but the fact you get back-to-back kills on this Monkey King, one with the Quapple, one with the Furion ult, and now you take his tower, this Monkey is really far behind. And if you had to choose between a mid-Monkey who's super far behind and an off-lane Centaur who's super far behind, you take the off-lane Centaur.
I mean, you also say that a lot of Game of Gladiators playstyle traditionally has been played through the mid lane, through Quinn. And so now this will be a test because it's the safe lane that's succeeding. They're going to have to play much more through Watson. I don't even know if you could do that as a Terrorblade.
You can.
Or maybe it's up to Ace and the stacks he's getting. Tofu, once again, trying to contest Power Runes, is met with resistance. Your Colt brothers scare him away. Emo, he's got a blink up in a second. He's not in trouble.
Oh my, why would you hold it?
That was crazy. That was so unnecessary, but Emo does manage to get the Ice Path out of him and away.
A lot of stacks cleared by Ace during that whole random exchange. A couple of those camps got blocked by a sentry placement from Ollie, which is pretty nice. There were still a lot waiting for the Sand King, and now Ace is having a very solid game, especially compared to Beyond here.
Yeah, he is.
It's going to be a utility Centaur this game, which this is a lineup that can play that style because you have AA number 1, highest damage dealing 5. That helps you. And then you have 2 really high damage dealing cores.
Ace in trouble, and they want to make sure there's no chance of it escaping there. Emo setting the Sonic Wave on him.
You're going to hit another tower with this tree, and all these moves being converted into objectives. Some nice map flow for your Colt Bros here.
And you really can't say the same for the repeated ganks that they put on Beyond.
No.
The Centaur is slowed down, but they're not actually getting objectives off of it.
They will get it if they kill him again here with meta up.
Chasing after him. He's got a Vanguard keeping him alive for now, and Stampede, when he feels like he needs to use it, pops it out. Boundless Strike is going to slow him down, and now he is actually slowed down by the Tree Dance. They'll finish him off. So, Game of Gladiators will finally claim the tower. Meanwhile, Fly gets overwhelmed by the damage from Ace, combined with Tofu hitting the wheel into the epicenter, but now the turnaround. Tofu.
He needs a
Escape Act is up in a second here. He's got it. But when he comes back in, he's still surrounded. Burrow Strike through the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain hit by the whip as well. And now the Monkey King's back into play. Goes after Emo. 1 hit, 2 hits, a third, and they've got him. Emo falls now. They can clean up the supports. Game of Gladiators, a full swing of things as they go from that play top, and the bottom action gets drawn out long enough that Quinn is able to be both at top and bottom.
Map mobility of the Monkey King and a beautiful Boundless Strike. Just nails everybody there. No Sonic Wave to bail you out. You just have to collect some farm with this Furion. As your top tower goes down, you lose the team fight. You might lose Fly again. No, he's far enough back.
A bit of punishment here from Emo.
Just a non-stop brawl in this game. That's what we like to see. As Blink Dagger already finished for Ace, he is so fat, especially after surviving all that.
I thought you were going to say a Blink Dagger for Fly.
Could be coming, you never know.
Maybe. Have to keep an eye on it. Of course, he's just going normal Maelstrom build.
Maybe your Colt's going to slow this game down a little bit, try and get to some damage items as Gaiman have out-skirmished them early. Only finding 3 kills in all that action. Felt like a lot more, but Gaiman did not give up a lot. Now they're making a smoke move with this Monkey King. Again, trying to go to this ward on the high ground. Stayed up the entire duration, by the way.
Well, at least the Occult Brothers won't be caught by the initial move. Maybe they still get caught by the long wraparound.
No Wisdom Shrine here, though. Just kill Beyond again. I
guess so. Oh, did not manage to whip him into the wheel there. And now the punishment comes. Bobaca's already caught Tofu. He's going to be left behind. Quinn thinking about dropping the Wukongs, but no. Game of Gladiators trying to exit out of this situation. Should be fine to do so.
Emo looking for the rune. He blinked on it. It's an amp damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Quinn gets the amp. Emo gets the dagger on him.
If there were heroes around, that's a lot of damage to go into there, but you do have Sonic Wave available, so Yakult's trying to get aggressive right now. And that Wrath of Nature hurts, man. You go in on these plays. Those are the 2 spells you have to think about as Gaiman when you make these deep...
Bobaca's setting up on Ace, but Ace, he didn't get close enough. Just hit him with the dust, and Ace is like, okay, obviously they're going on me. He just Burrow Strikes away. And he's ready to re-engage. He's got Epicenter Blink.
If I'm Ace right now, if I get level 12 and I have Epicenter Blink up, I instantly want that fight to break out. You're so strong with how much XP you've gotten in this game. I mean, he is so far ahead. The highest level on Yakult is level 8 between their 3 cores. And Ace is level 11 and a half.
And it's not like the others are suffering. Watson's level 10.
Sonic Wave for a big camp step.
Is that really worth? Like, I get it. Echo Slam and Epicenter being used for ancient stacks, but using Sonic Wave for a hard camp? That doesn't sit right with me.
I mean, that just tells me that they're going to dodge.
They just think they can't win a fight.
Yeah, Sand King's too strong right now. They don't want to go head on in.
And yet they're fighting into the Sand King again. They might just have him. Locked down for a long time. A little bit more, and with the Serpent Wards, they got him. Stampede away. They won't even lose their supports.
Damn, nice find.
What a pick.
Support duo making some moves. That's going to push Baboka close to his blink. Gets beyond to his blink.
Well, it's a good thing he bought out that blink because he might be dying here with the Stampede already used. Tofu slows him down with a dagger. And it's a long ways back to that tier 2. And standing in his way is the Wheel of Wonder.
14-minute Wisdom Shrine can contest it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he didn't get there in time. He's not going to be able to grab it fast enough. Quinn's trying to bait it out. Bulbaka. He's going to try and take it, and Game of Gladiators feeling like they're not actually strong enough. They're like, oh, this guy can't be alone. There's no way he makes that move.
The thing is, they don't know the Sonic Wave is on cooldown. They don't know, like, Fly can TP in. So it's kind of a hard bluff to call there if you're Quinn. You don't want to get TP'd on by the Furion and then Sonic Wave, and then you just look like a fool. But it was a bluff. So Boca rewarded.
Watson, meanwhile, finally takes that safe lane tower. And Ace, about to be level 12.
Yeah, still super strong if you get the head-on team fight, and you got to start thinking about this Tormentor in the bottom corner as well. This lane going in for gaming right now. You're going to meta, hit this tier 2. If this doesn't work, you can always Tormentor, but they're already here to take the fight.
But Watson, he might die before Ace is ready to jump. Now he's going to hit the epicenter, Burrow Strike in, right on top of 2 with a Boundless Strike, and kills 2.
Better retaliation here from Gaiman. Nice double stun on the back line.
Beyond makes a break for it. He is going to be spotted by a ward here at some point. So he may still die. Now,
it's honestly still not the worst trade for your Colts, considering Gaiman lose their big Terrorblade right with that meta, and now you can't really take objectives here. You're all stuck down here. Yeah, an awkward situation. I guess you're still going to hit this tower with level 4 Liquid Fire.
They also have Siege Wagon, so
okay,
that's a bit fortunate for them.
Salvages this a lot.
Otherwise, though, it probably would have just not been worth it to stick around for that long.
Oh, are they looking for Watson when he respawns?
It would be a sick move.
They're just going to go for the fight without Watson being there. It's a very fast second smoke. The Gaiman are not ready for this at all.
Monkey Game's going to be caught on the low ground here. Instantly, Blink Hex, Ace, Burrow Strike on 2, but at the same time, Beyond escape back that might be able to bail him out. Stampede still running over Quinn with the teleport in. Nature's Prophet, they've got him dead. Meanwhile, the hits from Ace are landed strong, gets another kill, but they are being run down a bit. Fly pushes a bit too far forward, but he's got the Serpent Wards protecting him for now. Turned around, Beyond blinks over the whip and into the back line. Hits Tofu. Triple kill for Fly. He's the one who collects all the last hits out of that.
Did a lot of damage that fight. Didn't even have Wrath till the very end of it. Just the Mjolnir pumping into heroes. You have some Ice Vortexes down. And it was a really nice play from Beyond to not go on that Monkey King with everybody else, but play on the side and look for him on the second go. So he ended up dodging that initial Burrow Strike from Ace. Steals Quinn's fate.
Good read from you, Colt Brothers, in general, just forcing this fight with no epicenter. It is a very different story, right? Because it started off with a 2-man Ice Path and the follow-up Burrow Strike from Ace. Like, it started with good spellcasting from Game of Gladiators, but they simply didn't have the damage. Quinn, pushed down on the tree, but he already jumped over to the high ground. Fly thinking about teleporting on him.
So aggressive.
Thought better of it.
I mean, he got that small camp.
He got some.
Yeah, if you have Epicenter there, you win that fight. If you have meta, you probably also win that fight. Them taking it with those timings down is a nice little window. But now, Sonic Wave on cooldown. Gaiman want to get aggressive. They have the Mage Slayer done on the Monkey King. And you have that level 2 Epicenter to play with. Someone's going to die.
Just trading off spell cooldowns at this point.
Yeah, this game is just a brawl.
But your Colt Brothers do manage to dodge this smoke move. For now, anyway. Long enough that Serpent Wards is back up. Sonic Wave still needs another 60 seconds.
Still a little concerned about Quinn's game here if you're gaming. He has Mage Slayer. He's going to be effective in the fight. But his HP is not great. He did get an Essence Ring that helps.
Do you think there is any...
He's just not recovering too much net worth right now. I guess you have solid scale between all 3 cores. Maybe you're not too worried about it right now, but if you lose 1 or 2 fights.
Is there any Western 5 that would go Rod of Atos in this game on H-Apparition? First item, no Force Staff, no Glimmer Cape, no Solar Crest.
Whitemon.
I don't think Whitemon is that selfish.
It is pretty selfish. It's aggressive, though.
Hey, that is aggressive. That speaks to what you say about your Colt brothers. Epicenter. Oh, Bobica. Not today, sucker. Gotcha. Ace is going to die to the Ice Blast, and now with a Stampede, they're going to reset. Quinn doesn't even find an initiation, though Watson is going to be able to collect on the kill on Bobica. Emo right in the middle of all these heroes will manage to blink before the Boundless Strike lands.
Aggression is rewarded here.
Yeah, they get the Roshan, they get the Aegis, they get the kill on Ace, and they just trade out the Shadow Shaman. Emo right in front of their faces.
Brother.
What is this?
Why do you do this? I don't understand.
It was so unnecessary, but he still got the amp damage.
Emo's an adrenaline junkie, dude. That's all I learned the more I watch it. It's like he can't play normal Dota. It's not exciting enough for him, you know? He's got to drop the question mark. He's got to taunt his enemies. He's got to play right in your face to the last minute. That's how he gets his high. It's like, I don't care if I win or lose. I want to
feel something.
I want to make you feel pain. You're going to suffer. Yeah, that damage goes a long way right now. Sonic Wave will be up in 40. You have the Furion who can connect. A lot of global capability in this lineup. Makes the map a little scary for Gaimin to push out. We just see him huddling around mid. Banking on the Terrorblade illusions to do the dirty work. But BKB done for Fly. He is going to be incredibly strong if he gets to teleport in the middle to fight BKB and just hit people. And a quick smoke from Gaimin, trying to use this Ags mintly done on Ace. Looking for a big core pick-off, and they're heading straight for Fly. Can he get the BKB off?
Yeah, if he gets off the BKB, nothing to stop him. And there it goes. Nice reactions.
Well worth it.
Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators also setting up the top lane. Quinn, he goes out to the Shadow Shaman. Oh, the Centaur jumped into that? That's a crazy move. Now he's going to be caught by the wheel. The rest of Gaming Gladiators are TPing in. A bit too much aggression.
Yeah, a little too much there. Getting overexcited with that amp damage. Queen of Pain on the backside, but Gaimin made the first strike. Nice little ice pass setup. And the map going Gaimin's way, despite Yakult's having the Furion and the Aegis. Unable to find the pickoffs, unable to get the lanes in a favorable position, and now they're going to lose a power rune, and it's a big one, an Arcane. Would have been really nice for this Queen of Pain. And this Aegis has not worked out for them at all.
No, it certainly hasn't. Still 2.5 minutes left on it.
But this is letting Quinn get to his BKB for free on the Monkey King without having to fight. And that's huge here for Gaimin.
Well, Emo's still scaling up nicely.
They do ping him on this ward. No Quinn's up here.
Trying to get him.
Yeah, they're going to get him maybe.
He could blink after him, and he's going to. The Jakiro, if the Ice Blast lands, it's nothing.
Malady has been in the right spot a lot this game.
Yeah.
He's really identified where the move's going to come from for Yakult and backed up that correct target to make sure Raboka can't just sit there and latch the shackle the whole time. Bailed Quinn out of some situations, helped him get the gang top. Been on point this game. A nuisance for Yakult Bros.
Game of Gladiators just constantly keeping a kill threat on the side lanes. See Watson and Tofu are out here looking for Fly, and they'll find him trying to get the chain, and they got it. He's dead.
Oh boy.
He had BKB, but just a fast setup from Tofu. Meanwhile, Yakult Brothers are going to go after Ace. They have to drop everything they have because they do not have Ice Blast.
Shackle him.
Sonic Wave gets thrown out, and that will be able to finish him off. Bobica on the run with the Stampede. See if he can make it through the trees, Watson. Shirley's got him. Meanwhile, Malady hits the Ice Path, coming in from the side, locks down Ollie. Ollie throws out the Ice Path, hit Quinn right before he dies. Landed the Ice Blast that will surely take him out. Now they just need to get out of this Wukong's command, but it looks like Beyond is stuck in it. Triple kill for Watson. 4 dead on the side of Yakult Brothers, still unable to use this Aegis for something positive.
A fight without your Furion, your highest damage dealer, is not going to go well over the long term. You're just trying to get something and get the hell out. You take 2 cores with you, but the supports from Gaimin are cleaning house in these team fights, man. They have such strong spells right now. You have limited BKBs to counteract it. And Watson dealing the deeps, getting real fat on this Terrorblade. 9-1 for him. He's having one of the best games I've seen from him.
And a Scotty now completed. Best of luck to Yakult Brothers. Feel like he has too much HP for you to burst him down with any sort of magic damage.
You have to kill other people.
So you gotta just run the gauntlet. Kill them 5-2.
Don't want to try and all in him with Ice Blast when he has Thunder compared to the other cores.
Yeah.
It's another problem here.
That's true.
He will die fast if he's completely isolated, but it's very hard to bank on that. There's a Ringmaster save. There's a lot of interrupt between the Jakiro, the Monkey King, the Sand King. It is very scary to try and all in this Terrorblade. And yeah, very unsuccessful Aegis period for Yakults here. I thought it would go better since they have Furion to give him some map control and they have this solid pickoff with the Shaman, but Gaiman just grouped up really well. They protected the right people with their supports and found some very clutch pickoffs. Like the big one on the Furion bottom that opened up that fight top. A well-played period by them. Got them to the Monkey King BKB Scotty on the Terrorblade. Now their heroes are way tankier. Way easier to protect in the fights when you have that much HP to try and get through. And putting some pressure on Yakults to try and continue to scale into this game.
Game of Gladiators, 5-man smoke sweeping from the bottom part of the map up to the top. Tofu is going to lead the charge first, teleporting in. Quinn's going to follow him. And they're trying to get to this wards, not let Ollie get the D-warding off. They don't stop that, but they will stop Ollie. Ollie, he dies, but he gets off the Ice Blast. And once again, they're going to all in on Quinn underneath that damage. Now they go after Tofu. Game of Gladiators, they tried to force it too much, too quickly. Ace is still on his way, and Watson's here.
There's
dangerous. Here comes that epicenter. It goes for the Centaur. Leaving the Centaur behind, it looks like Yakult Brothers say, that's fine, you can have him. Call it a 2-for-2 split.
And that was all over this ward on the cliff that Yakult never even got.
Oh, they didn't kill it? I saw Ollie hitting something.
Just couldn't get it. That part of the map has not really worked out for Yakult. I guess they're happy with that trade because you bring the Monkey King down again. Fly getting some extra gold.
Yeah.
But you're not making progress in the game or on the map. And it's still this Terrorblade looming tall.
He is casting quite the large shadow. Level 20, Scotty, he is a dangerous man. And there is Roshan coming up soon that they are going to have to fight for.
Emo is scaling, however. That's the one part of this lineup that's still functioning on all cylinders, 6, 2, and 5. Pushing towards the Shivas. That would be a massive pickup of him just for the damage boost.
Yeah.
And you can always throw the Sonic Wave on the cage target. You're not too worried about the Ringmaster save this game. You have some stuff that can go through it.
That's true. That's true.
Vision is the name of the game, though. Like, so many of these fights are made or broken by Viboka getting a good jump. And who that jump is on. If you can jump one of the big damage dealers in the Sand King or the Terrorblade, that is massive if you can burst them down. You have about 2 seconds to do that. And there's that Shiva, so that gives you a lot more damage to pump into that first target.
The next upgrade will be level 18. She's also close to Bulbacup. Found the opening, dude. He's so quick with it. Does not get the chains, though. How is he so fast, but simultaneously, like, hasn't chained the shackle?
This is so aggressive. He's just sitting on his ward. He just sees a Sand King. He just insta jumps, war traps both of them. Just, you're locked in here with me. It's like, brother, you see nobody.
Tofu trying to get some vision down. Spotted Orchid on Watson.
Oh,
now the Ghost Scepter
Emo
protects him, but now he's going to be put into the whip, and Emo falls. The first death, or third death, rather, sorry.
Aggression is not paying off right now. Gaiman are playing with numbers. They're backing each other up. Nothing is free right now. Gonna lose more?
Nah, this Centaur is, it's a little bit too far, surely, right? They're going to try. He's got Crimson. He's got Force Staff. He's got ways to be able to survive this, perhaps. Any other saves? Ollie, hit him with your Rod of Atos.
He did. He threw it out there. Why are you hating on the Atos, man? What's the problem?
I just think it's interesting.
Radiant's
It is very green.
Because, again, I feel like there's no European 5 that would go that. Meta-wise has said you go your Force Staffs or Glimmer Capes or Solar.
For sure. It's a aggressive snowball item, and I think that's what they were trying to do with this draft. Makes sense conceptually with what they had planned. Didn't pan out. So now it is a rather dead item. Broach for the Furion, though. More damage to put into this Terrorblade. A lot of magic damage coming through.
Yeah.
You're gonna smoke it up. You still have burst potential, but you are falling behind in terms of the HP battle. And the utility is there for Keeman. They have a Greaves on Tofu. They have a Solar Crest on Malady. These items are doing more in the fight than...
Drop some high ground vision, but they got the Stomp still onto Ace. Escape back. Quick reaction from Tofu. But Tofu is maybe going to die. Sonic Wave. That'll finish him up. Meanwhile, Watson uses Orchids. Ace, he does manage to get a Bro Strike away. Emo is in deep, but Emo's got a Shivas, and Watson is on the run. He can't turn around and do damage right now. Beyond missing on the Stomp there, they reset.
I can't believe Ace gets out of there. That Sonic Wave tagged both of them. And it was a nice TP from Fly. The second that save goes out, you want to find that Ringmaster. He's susceptible.
Roshan's in the other pit, guys. Emo just went to check it, but it's bottom.
He's just scoping out the terrain, you know? Also rolled that Whisper of the Dread.
Big
so
pickup.
this Quap does a lot of spell damage, man. It's wild.
Yeah, that is an 871 damage Sonic Wave.
With the Shivas.
Shivas. You throw that on top. You're easily getting well over 1,000 damage. That's a tree! That's a moving tree! Watch out! Ollie gets an Ice Blast on Quinn. Quinn will respond with his BKB, but he's already quite low. Fly wants to be able to finish him off and escape back. It barely saves him just in the nick of time, and he backs away. Doesn't look like he's going to die to it. Emo trying to jump to the back lines is rebuked. Meanwhile, Beyond's trying to get away from Watson. This Scotty, though, it slows him down so much. He's trying to hide, but he will not be able to hide from the sight of Watson. 1-for-1 trade-off. Offlaners die on both sides. Watson, though, has control of the pit.
Quinn survives all that, being the first point of contact. Downside for Gaming, your meta's running out here, so you're forced to commit for this Roche.
Emo's going in. Emo hits him with the Sonic Wave. He took out one. Almost got a second. Fly teleports in. Spots Fly. Hit him with the Hex, and they've got him. But Watson still big, bad, and he is dangerous out here. He has already taken out two. Emo's chasing after Tofu. Tofu with a little disjoint. Beautiful use of the mirror. Emo blinking away, and Watson chasing him down. Will be able to catch up. Ghost Scepter is going to be used. Hits him with a dagger now. Follow up with the whip, and they actually got him.
Watson is owning this game. He's level 24, almost 25. They don't have anything to deal with him. He is just shredding every target he runs into, meta or not. That was a 4-man Sonic Wave, and you couldn't clean up the fight.
They got so many people low, too.
The biggest factor is Fly just cannot fight Watson. When he TPs in, this Terrorblade starts hitting him with Scotty.
Yeah.
He has to run, and you can't run. You just get beat down. Aegis for the Terrorblade is about to hit level 25. He is owning this game. If he ever gets kited, that fight can absolutely go Yakult Bro's way. But so far, he has done a great job sticking on targets, and Gaming has done a decent job keeping the formation around him and not straying too far away from the real threat, which is this Terrorblade. You have a chance to push now.
Boba. There's going to be some heroes close by. Is he going to instant blink on them?
God, no.
Please don't. They're not alone, Bobica. They're not alone.
I found Beyond again. He's out of there. What is going up? What in God's name is this fight?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Stop! Like,
oh, Tofu almost died. Ooh. Hit by the wrath of nature. Bobica, go back.
He's gonna go back in.
Go back for him.
He's gonna linger.
He's gonna wait until Tofu. Dude, it's the strongman taunt. Dude, that's so unfair. Bobica, he gets hit by a moving tree.
Fly? You ain't going into that one.
Yeah, no, there's no saving that, man.
Quinn ruining the fun here of a true support 1v1.
Well, the lane's already being covered a little bit. Mid's pushed in by Emo. Ollie, uh-oh. Hit him with the Rod of Atos. Glimmer on cooldown. Watson found an opening somehow, just running through the lane.
15-1. Playing to win here.
Man, beastly performance from the carry of Game of Gladiators. The Colt brothers, they can deal with everybody else, but it's Watson. Watson is their biggest issue. Got the banner out, so Sonic Wave will pull the creep zone back.
This is a low cooldown Sonic, up again in 30. But your base is going to be gone.
Yeah, you're going to be fighting at least one lane of barracks down.
Trying to get the Wisdom Shrine on the other side with the Furion.
8 more seconds till the Ancient Apparition is up.
Salvage anything in this situation and then try and take the fight when everybody's up. Not an easy one.
Hey, to get through Watson. Here comes that Ice Blast. Searching for the back lines. Ace pumping the epicenter. He's about to pull the trigger. Hits a 2-man burrow strike. That'll finish off Emo and maybe finish off Beyond. He has to stampede, run away. Buyback now from Emo. Trying to catch Ace. Ace saved by the escape act. Who gets down to the low ground before the cold feet holds him still.
Watson, he still wants to push it here. Gets another melee barracks. Gets the Emo buyback. Game and lose nothing. They can heal him right back up. Has that extra meta duration as well. This is a long meta. Can't really kite it out in the fight anymore.
Yeah, that's true. And soon you won't be able to kite him at all with a Swift Blink as his next item choice.
He wants to end it here.
Hit the next round of high ground. You Colt brothers, they're going to have to do something. Nullifier, purchased by Fly. The last all-in for you Colt brothers in this game. Formation is set. A stomp leading the way onto Watson. Well, Beyond dead. Just torn apart by the illusions, and the opening is there for Ace. Did a 2-man burrow strike. Fly all in on a nullifier, had no buyback, and died before he could get off his BKB. He teleports in, burrowed, and done.
And the tip towards Watson, I mean, Quinn knows this was Watson's game. I feel like this is what people have been waiting to see out of him on this roster for a long time, right? Yeah. We know he's capable of this kind of game as a player, but it hasn't clicked for them consistently. If you can get this kind of performance out of him and the rest of the team can play aggressive and set the fight up, they're going to be a scary team to go against. Man, 16-1. This is definitely one of the better games we've seen out of Watson. His game, MVP for sure.
I mean, that safe lane duo as a whole. I think Malady died only one time for most of that game.
2 deaths on him, 21 assists. He was in the right place at the right time. Definitely a game your Colts can win, but that early game was rough. The Centaur's lane was completely debilitating, and then some of those aggressive plays backfire. I mean, that's the give and take of just going for stuff like that. Really wish you'd seen more impact out of Fly. I think he was very farmed in this game, but could not stand his ground against that Furion.
And a much-needed victory. Game of Gladiators were coming into this 5-5, right? So even just being able to guarantee the first win kind of puts them right on that 3rd, 4th area. And if they could actually win Game 2, that would allow them to leapfrog over your Colt brothers. So good start for Game of Gladiators. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going into Game 2. But first, let's go back to our panel.
It's especially encouraging to see them rebound after a 4-game loss streak. Game of Gladiators may have seemed like they were a little bit off balance, so why aren't they going for their Monkey King? Maybe they're losing their identity a bit. They go for it, and Emo doesn't hesitate at all. Give me the Queen of Pain. I'll put Quinn back in his place. And yet, somehow, I'm out here witnessing a Game in Gladiators victory. Do they have their mojo back, Ted?
That remains to be seen. If they can convincingly win Game 2 like they did Game 1, we'll see. But what I always think is when a team drafts as fast as Yakult did in this game, they were like, pow, pow, pow. They had something in mind. It didn't work. Pretty obviously. It certainly had moments, but the fact that it didn't work, that confidence, I was like, man, I'm putting the house on these guys. These guys know what's up. Not the way it works.
They were just kind of spamming buttons, it seemed.
Just like, let's go for it.
Nature's Prophet, I guess. Let's just click on it. I don't know. It seems cool.
Centaur.
Well, why not? Co-op.
Yeah. Well, co-op. Basically, not good. I mean, if Quinn ain't picking it, like I said, if Quinn ain't picking it, it probably ain't worth picking.
Is that what your verdict on the mid lane matchup was, Effie, when we got to see these 23, 24 picks come through?
I mean, I'm actually really tired of people counterpicking Monkey King with Queen of Pain because it doesn't win mid versus Monkey King. Like yesterday, Flipstar Talon did the same thing. Like I just think the state of Monkey King right now is not necessarily the state of Monkey King, but these heroes that were his counter in the past, like Queen of Pain, they got really nerfed. Like their spells are weaker, their damage is weaker, their stats are weaker. Like Monkey King has more base damage, he has damage block. So you're put in a position where you picked Queen of Pain, and Emo played it incredibly well. But because you picked Queen of Pain versus Monkey King, and Monkey King was winning, you brought your Shaman from the top lane to the mid lane to try to deal with the Monkey King. Your Centaur is getting absolutely crushed by that Terrorblade plus Jakiro lane. Like, Beyond did not have a game or an early game. Like
reverse Beyond godlike. I mean, let's be honest, he was actually feeding in that lane. Not much he can do. As a Centaur, it's very, very difficult. You're left alone. Metamorphosis, they can stop your TP with the Jakiro. Good amount of slows, you throw in a Blood Grenade. The hero's not gonna move. They did put a lot of emphasis on the mid lane. Like 10 minutes in, Queen of Pain, she was ahead of Monkey King. They killed him once, 7 minutes in, but then again, he recovers. He doesn't even go to the mid lane anymore. He TPs to the bottom, they get a kill on Ancient Apparition, and after that, he's always kind of in the middle, but I always feel that Emo wanted to do way too much. Like he's waiting until the last second to blink out a couple of times, then he also wants to use the Sonic Wave, gets him down from the trees, they don't get the kill, and then your big ulti is on cooldown, which means that you're not going to be having that much damage, and you're putting so much pressure onto Monkey King, which also allows Terrorblade to get a pretty free game.
Yeah, Watson went crazy that game. Like he put it on his back, but it was also a great pick inside of the draft. Like it was great versus the Centaur lane, like we talked about, but also the two supports on Yakult Brothers. Like if this Terrorblade, as farmed as Watson was, is just standing there, your Shaman can't walk past him, neither can your AA. And Watson did a great job of taking out the supports early. Yep. Like we saw him just go on Bavoka Shaman over and over again, and Yakult Brothers were using everything they had, like dumping all of their initiation spells on the Monkey King, and there was no solution for the Terrorblade, Ted.
What about Axe? How does he do?
Not good. You want to dunk him or what?
I want to dunk everybody. For what I'm
it's
saying
a good spell.
You get in there, you're spinning around, it's pure damage, you don't care about his armor, he attacks fast. Welcome to hell, mate. I'm Axe, I've got a blade mail and 1,000,000 armor, let's go. Why nobody pick an Axe?
It's a difficult hero to make work. Like it's very specific. You need your Blink Dagger, you need your Blade Mail, you need your BKB, otherwise you're getting kited. I love the hero, don't get me wrong. I think I played the most games on Axe in the last month or so, but yeah, difficult hero to make work. But DB, that's a relatively easy to hero.
But is he harder to make work than Centaur, Lacoste?
Yes. Most definitely.
Well, I'll shut up then.
But the easy hero to make work is TB, and Watson had a pretty easy game on that one. And I wanted to show his itemization in this one because it kind of owned the game. Emo, he wanted to, play with the fire, got burned in the end. But also to compare two of the carries, Watson pretty much having a perfect game, 16-1-5, Fly. I was kind of expecting him to do more with the global presence, with the Shadow Shaman, with Ancient Apparition, and hero damage. Twice as much hero damage, and we're talking about Nature's Prophet, who is pretty much always staying on top of it because he's building it into items, has that global presence. One ulti is definitely going to get you there, and this is the big kind of I would even say turnaround moment. Even though they were ahead already, Watson picks up Orchid on his Terrorblade, which is not your traditional item on the hero because they wanted to have something against Emo, who was buying into Ghost Scepter, and this allows them to get multiple pickoffs. As you can see, Beyond, he's less farmed than Ringmaster at this point, and Watson, he feels pretty comfortable coming into the fight. Again, Beyond, if he doesn't have Stampede available with this itemization on Watson, picking up relatively early Scotty makes him super tanky. It's all about surviving that burst and being able to get the Sunder, which he was never really threatened. You're seeing the amount of HP that he does have, basically 4,000 HP, so they start to roach Emo in his kind of a, I would say, fashion that he plays Dota, wants to risk it, goes in, lands a very good Sonic Wave, but they're gonna pay the cost. You can see carry to carry matchup here. It is very, very difficult for Fly. Even Roshan's like, you know what, screw this guy, I'm gonna help him out a little bit. And Watson, he's gonna be able to clean up after this. Emo, again, will be the victim of that Orchid that he did pick up. Very, very nice itemization from Watson.
And in terms of that carry to carry matchup, there's a very short list of players and teams that I trust to do carries Nature's Prophet. Mickey on Liquid is one of the few. We've talked about this in tournaments past. What do you think made Fly so confident that was like, this looks like a Nature's Prophet game, this looks like a carry NP game, other than maybe the global potential that Lacoste mentioned?
I mean, there's a reason why Nature's Prophet has been like one of the most contested heroes of the last few patches. It doesn't necessarily really have bad games. Like, it's strong on lane and it does have global presence, but like they were put in a situation where their like offlaner had no game, for example, and then you're dependent on your Centaur getting an early blink, setting up on a side lane, and then you can TP in on the Nature's Prophet. If Beyond is so far behind, they can't really take advantage of plays like that. Like, it's very dependent on another piece of the puzzle like coming into play, and that just didn't exist for them, so they had to slow it down. They had to wait for more opportune moments.
That may have been why Emo, like you said, Lacoste, felt the more of a responsibility to have to do more,
Yeah,
because
most
his
definitely.
carry is a Nature's Prophet who's struggling out there.
He was definitely struggling. Usually, like, this matchup works fine for NP because of the item that you're buying. You're building into Mjolnir, which is great against TB. You're building into Revenant's Brooch, whether you want to buy MKB because he's getting Butterfly of his own. These are all items that NP likes to buy. It's just that the offlaner didn't have a game really, and two supports as well. We saw a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes as well. Boboka blinking in, he finds a guy, and then he doesn't get the combo off. He gets the he gets the Hex, he gets the Serpent Wards, but doesn't get the Shackle off, and then he gets stunned, and suddenly that fight is over. You definitely need that extra bit of a control, because considering how far ahead TB was, you've seen Nature's Prophet, he can't stand his ground and take a fight against TB.
If only he had an axe that he could have played with instead.
Just putting it out there. Just an idea. I did think the funny thing for me is whenever a fight started and you had Ace and you had Quinn and everyone like that, however it was going, all of a sudden, Daddy's home, in comes Watson.
Yeah.
And he just just cleans up. Easy game.
I'm happy to see it, because if it was that 0-4 slump, eventually slipping getting Gladiators out of Group Stage 1 would have been disappointing to see. Meanwhile, though, we have to see if Yakult Brothers can make it back and bounce back after that Game 1 loss, and we'll find that out after the break.
Have you ever wondered how our homely Rasta the Shadow Shaman came to be? How a simple hill troll discovered powers that would allow him to fight against wizards, monsters, and soldiers? We know the answers. So join us as we open the books of lore and embark on a new journey in Tales from the Lorekeeper. Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman.
Turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? try. You never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in you, all wrapped up in
I am loving these speed paints that we have gotten for Dream League Season 26. All these Dota heroes hanging out in the Jazz Club. And maybe some of them might make an appearance in this game number 2 as we get ready to look at the draft where Yakult Brothers are already knee-deep into it. They pick themselves an Ancient Apparition after banning out a Beastmaster, Bristleback, and Tinker. Gaming Gladiators, they take out the Storm Spirit. Yet again, no coddles allowed for Yakult Brothers. They ban it out as well as Templar Assassin and Darkseer.
The question is, has Sir Monkey King been bumped up in priority at all after that game for Gaiman?
I would imagine so. Or maybe ban priority for Yakult as well. Because we know that it's a signature for Gaiman, and yet, final phase, Yakult Brothers opted to not ban it, even though they knew it was a possibility.
This is a very early Medusa pick.
Yeah.
I think
It's like when my mate first picks Medusa. You're like, what are you doing? They're going to pick AM.
Because you're chilling versus Ice Blast, you see the AA, you're like, I'm just going to pick Dusa.
There's still a lot of
Doesn't bother her.
counters left in the pool with Diffusal Blade Carriers. You did mention Anti-Mage as well, if they want to go that route. Maybe from the offlane role, you don't know where this Medusa is going to go, but it is relatively early pick. I don't remember seeing them picking up first phase Medusa.
I mean, that was like all the rage though at Wallachia and at Blast, like the first pick Medusas. So it's kind of, it's normal.
Can
It's
you say it the way
psychopath.
Suns fan says it?
Oh, how does he say
He
it?
says,
Like he's got cotton candy. Not
It's a
bad.
good effort.
Is that right?
In his voiceovers, he goes, and they did quite well in BGL.
You want to try to look up?
No, I think I pronounced it well. I spent a good time in Romania. I think I've spent like 8 months living in Romania, so
they've taught us.
They taught us how to pronounce it.
Has Gaiman run back the Sad King?
They do, and they do indeed ban
Great.
out that Anti-Mage. So
No,
this is
I like
a
the
core
Sand
Sand King then. This is a core Sand King.
Have we seen any support Sand Kings?
No, but I'm saying, I mean, is like this is probably a mid Sand King. Or do you think they're going to go carry Medusa and offlane Sand King?
That's a good point. I mean, the flex between safe lane and offlane Medusa is still going to be open. For Gaming Gladiators, I do think that they like safe lane Medusa a little bit more. But if something crazy happens and Medusa gets countered, I'm sure they'll throw Sand King mid.
does Elder Titan
Good
count
shout, Ted.
as enough of a counter? Because you banned out the Anti-Mage, but you left the ET in still.
There's also a possibility that they do, like, if you pick enough counters for Medusa, you can run it as a position 4. Some teams even flexed it to position 5 if it's that bad. And, of course, this hero is going to come out, so we'll see how Gaiman is going to respond, because right now, I think they are putting themselves in quite a danger with having no real control. Sure, you have Echo Stomp, you have Roll, but some of these more elusive heroes, they're relatively easy to dodge all of these spells. We're talking about, some Puck that can come out from the mid lane, Storm Spirit as well, as long as you have Mana Storm Spirit's banned, never mind. But other heroes like Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I can see Ember being quite scary here, but then you're giving away a flex between the Sand King Dusa, so they're just probably going to double support pick here.
Most likely.
I think Gaiman have to pick some anti-Morphling heroes right now on these 2 support picks, because Morphling is still in the pool for Fly. They have the AA to cover him. They also have the ET to cover him. So, and Morphling is just a great matchup versus Sand King if he is thrown on the offlane, and it's one of like Fly's signature heroes. There has to be some kind of Morphling solution coming out from Gaiman. They have to prepare for it preemptively somehow.
You want heal reduction specifically, or are you okay with just a Shaman for crowd control?
Shaman's fine. Like,
Shaman's
Shaman
enough.
from position 4/5 looked pretty much god tier every single game. What he brings to the table in terms of the laning stage, where he's trading really well, basically has a free hex on 15-second cooldown, deals with the illusions, can't really die. This is also a good one where you can still deal quite a lot of damage. You have control, you have Deadshot, you have AoE silence.
Yeah, the calling can be very annoying early game, especially. How does Muerta do trading versus Ancient Apparition. I feel like she wins that pretty
Ancient
heftily,
Apparition
too.
needs to be careful,
Yeah.
depending what you're going to be playing from that off lane. If you pair it up with another that's sanking, if it's a sanking, you're not going to be laning as much. But anything that has a stun, anything that has some kind of a setup or a follow-up slow after your dead shot, it could be very deadly for AA.
Do they do one more anti-morphling support? Yeah, they should. So now they do have solutions if YB go for this morph here. But another route they could go is just pick a mid lane hero here for Emo, like a very strong pick at this phase.
I would still love to see Fly Morphling because he's a big meme. I remember a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
DPC China?
It might have been DPC China. Like, this guy just dies. He shifts the
rocket
wrong
flare.
way. He dies to Kobold when the Kobold could kill you.
It was confiscated out of him. They
They
gave it to paparazzi instead.
But then he played it for them at the
He
Animator.
redeemed himself.
At the Animator, he had some really good morph performances.
I can't believe this is so seared into our memories.
Yeah. So they go for the Emo 18 pick.
Oh, wow.
The Ember Spirit here, there is control for him, but he has a really great Mage Slayer pathway. Like, he'll mitigate Sand King's damage. If it's offlane, Medusa hers as well. So it's pretty cool. It's also just an Emo specialty, so they want to take it before it gets banned out in the last 2 phases.
10 seconds remaining.
And they show proper deference to Quinn's Monkey King. Take it out of the pool.
You guys are talking about how Sand King, if this is off-lane Sand King the game, and can just clear off to the jungle, and we've seen them do that a lot. Can you then just leave Muerta on her own? Is she all right? Just in the off-lane solo while Sand King goes off and farm stacks?
Not really. It's like she needs to be stacking and then maybe getting some XP when you have creeps close to your tower. But other than that, this is not a self-sustainable position for her.
You just sort of
by
slack
any
the lane,
means.
So we'll see if your Cult Brothers maybe want to take a carry who can seize that empty lane opportunity. But it's not going to be Morphling. It's not going to be Nature's Prophet. Your Cult Brothers are more afraid of a Puck than a Huskar to protect out their Ember Spirit.
Wow, that is very brave.
They could pick TB here, right? Oh, they go for Gyro.
Maybe because of the Ancient Apparition in their draft, they think they can solve the Huskar and they're not afraid of it coming out here.
That's reasonable. Why the Gyrocopter?
They just want a carry that can punish Sand King, like get him out of lane. It's also, it comes online early enough to play on Ember's Mage Slayer timing and join these fights early. And then if the game slows down, it has like a built-in farm tool to go pace to pace with Medusa.
And now we need to figure out where the Sand King is going.
I think it's just an offlane Sand King. You're in a position where you can counterpick the Ember mid. I feel like you should take advantage of that. If you're just throwing Sand King mid versus Ember, you're not taking advantage of the opportunity that YB have served up here.
Sure.
Another aspect to Gyro as well is like when he wins lane very strongly, he just enters the triangle very early on and he's a stack taker. So if Sand King's way back into the game is stacks, you have this carry that can invade early and take those stacks.
We've seen teams do that quite often. Instead of stacking for themselves, they recognize with the heroes that they do have, if the enemies can't take the fight, they instead focus more on the laning stage and taking the stacks from the enemies. Gaiman, they have 15 seconds left.
Do you think Gaiman have a damage problem here?
Not necessarily if Sand King has a good game. Oh, so that doesn't mean Sand King.
Choose your hero.
Okay, so I mean, I know that a lot of carry players love the Sven matchup into Gyro. They think Sven just completely destroys that because you have the Warcry to mitigate his physical damage and the BKB to mitigate Gyro's magical damage. But then you're like putting yourself kind of in this window where you can only play off of Sven's BKB. But I understand why they did this. Like, it also solves that damage issue you were talking about, Ted.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if I'm right, Mira.
It's a 50-50, Ted. You could be easily. Sven, I like it a lot because it gives you protection, as you said, from Gyrocopter. Warcry, Ember Spirit is also a lot of physical damage, so is Pango, and it's also great against Elder Titan because you're providing them with the bonus armor, which feels really nice. And these heroes are going to be relatively survivable. This is offlane Medusa, and this is also offlane Pango. I'm not a big fan because I play this hero a lot from the offlane, even with double jump. Not many teams will want to flex it. I think Falcons are the ones that are trying to make this one work because they love to play it from the mid and the offlane. But this hero does feel slightly lackluster. Sure, you're going to be playing into Sven, which is not the biggest threat in the lane.
Yep.
You don't have that much damage. Maybe with a second point in stun, you could be able to punish one guy, but I don't think Pango's gonna die, so at least that's good. But also, you have a bit of a different job when you're playing offlane Pango compared to some other offlane heroes.
And Quinn had his pick of the litter when it comes to potential mid lane counters and ended up conceding with the Sand King. Avery and Cap, you a little bit surprised by that? This last pick Sven for the carry instead of a mid laner?
Not surprised at all, Neil.
You saw it coming.
I saw it coming from a mile away, Neil.
I bet you did.
But I'll tell you one thing.
Tell me.
I wouldn't hang my hat on it.
Oh my god. Avery, when did you decide that you wanted an aspiring career as a prop comic as opposed to a Dota caster?
Well, that's a kind of a rude question, Neil, don't you think?
I didn't say you were bad at it. I think you're the next Carrot Top.
Okay, that's
Why don't you come up here? We'll settle this right now.
Yeah, you could get a Las Vegas residence.
I'll show you a Carrot Top.
With what hair, Avery?
All right, let's get into game 2 of Game of Gladiators versus Yakult Brothers because we already have a game underway. Good toss.
Game 2. That's all I had.
Thank you, Avery. Excellent announcer, as always.
Oh, you want me to actually do it?
I would love you.
Game 2. Game Gladiators versus Yakult Brothers. Round 8. Fight.
All right, I got some pointers. That was pretty good. Late smoke up from both sides, and we'll see some bounty rune shenanigans here coming soon. Yakult Brothers trying to channel the spirit of aggressive fly gyrocopter. Is this a good gyro game? Well, it's not a good Ember game.
Oh, no.
Not a good way to start. Tofu will collect the first blood on the bounty rune shenanigans. That late smoke wraparound ends up working for him.
This doesn't really look like a great gyro game. It's not the hero I'd want versus Medusa.
No.
It's not amazing versus the Sand King either. You're a pretty BKB dependent hero, and I think you get chunked by his epicenter in the late game. Sven? Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's like a wash matchup, but generally Sven has been good versus gyro.
Yeah.
Because you just out-man fight him in the BKB trade.
Huerta can pop ultimate during your flat cannon shots, so you're not hitting him either. I don't know. I just saw a gyrocopter, and I was like, okay. I guess this is more about the kind of pace that Yakult Brothers want to play compared to an actual counter draft.
10% speed, 30% aggression, 40% self-inflicted pain, 10% no sponsor org.
And 100% of the prize cut.
That's right. Yeah, I'm right, son. My name is Yakult, and I'm taking half. I think the gyro is quite good with their lineup, though. I like Yakult's heroes together synergy-wise.
Is Beyond dead? He is, man. Good read of the situation by Watson and Malady. I would have just assumed, okay, we got good damage back up, but they full committed for it.
This was a very slow start for Watson. He got the runaround. He missed the first 3 waves. He had to deny himself to Roche. He has 0 CS right now, Austin, and the Rasta has 6. That's because Malady is the true carry. He has taken over the safe lane. So a really rough start for this Sven.
Yeah, they entrusted the overall last pick, to Watson, which, I mean, given his performance in Game 1, I feel like you should trust him.
That said, I am very surprised that Ted did not mention Emo on his signature hero.
Of course.
He missed the actual signature hero of the entire day.
Yeah, at this point, it's standard operating procedure.
Yeah, it really is. But Emo, on the Ember that ended Arteezy's career all those years ago in Singapore.
He really did. Yeah.
That was it. He'll try and end Quinn's career. really accomplish the same feat. He's off to a pretty good start here. And we did see Quinn struggle with this Sand King Ember matchup yesterday.
What you mean, Animator? That was the tournament that ended RD's career.
It wasn't the question mark in the Singapore Major Grand Finals?
No, that was Animator.
What? Have I just misremembered this?
Yeah.
They reverse swept them at the Singapore Major, though.
Did they get reverse swept twice?
No, they did.
That's
That's
so
what I'm
funny.
saying. It's Singapore Major, dude. I'm getting gaslit into this, I think. I'm like 90% sure I'm getting gaslit.
Look it up. You're 100% not. You're 100% not.
Look it up right now, then.
I won't.
Look it up.
I will not. You look it up. Burrow strike back through. Quinn under the gun right now. The emo Ember Spirit.
That reverse swept.
That putting on his impression of the old Animator days.
Yeah,
He's looking it up.
Why does this computer only have Microsoft Edge? No, I don't want... God. Keep passing.
Oh, he's fumbling. He's fumbling hard. Tofu is going to be stacking, so there is something that Quinn will be able to rely on, even if the lane doesn't go the best for him. He's still doing fine in CS. It's still 18-2. It's not that bad, but something a bit to be concerned about. The Dusa being left alone. I don't know about this 4-position Bobica Ancient Apparition combined with a Pangolier lane.
Oh, it was the Void Spirit.
So how confident are you feeling right now? Still 95% or?
Oh, yeah. I'm 95% of it. They did get reverse swept there.
I forgot that they got reverse swept at Singapore Major as well. That's pretty funny.
Either way, the aggression started to build here.
You know why I was confident? I was casting the Animage Fighter.
Were you?
Yes.
I was very
with
notable.
a much better and memorable co-caster in Kyle.
Was Ben still working? I don't remember that. The aggression does not pay off here, but they are winning the CS chart. And, man, they are winning it hard. All 3 lanes going Yakopro's way. They're playing behind the tower. They are putting on the heat right now. Can Gaiman withstand the pressure cooker?
Will manage to swashbuckle away, but beyond, every single time he comes up the lane, it feels like he's being pressured. Ace being run down. They continue to cut past this Tier 1 tower into the Tier 2 area to be able to pick up the kill onto Tofu. Raw aggression
This
is what's
why
happening.
You pick Gyrocopter. This is how you play Gyrocopter. Afterburner behind the Tier 1 sends a message. This is not your old man fears Gyro. This is truly channeling the spirit of Aggressive.
Aggressive had the idea of teleporting to the enemy safe laning and invade the enemy safe laner. Here is just invading straight up the Tier 2 area.
Invade their mind. Their sense of safety. Nowhere is safe right now. The stacks are being built.
Stacks
the
on both
East Rune is
sides,
secured. Yakult came to play in this game too. And man, Watson's start was just so slow. He's going to be in recovery mode this game. And if your triangle gets invaded, that's the other benefit of this aggressive play behind that off-lane Tier 1 is you can get in this triangle, you can stop the stacks being built.
Emo coming in with this haste rune.
Oh, easy pickings.
And he'll keep running. He's going to go after Ace too. Ace has about half his mana pool still. So it won't be the easiest kill. They're going to try. Mystic Snake hitting on 2. Gorgon's Grass locking him down underneath the tower. And Quinn with the punish. He'll TP in. That felt a little forced.
Yeah,
Emo.
a little over-aggressive there.
It sounds about right.
He's salving up, though. He's coming back in.
They're coming back in with Bobica and Ollie. Quinn's like, what the hell? They're still here, guys. Burrow strike back to the Tier 2.
This is wild.
A place that has had the most action so far. Quinn's going to use the epicenter, try and fight for the Wisdom Shrine. Emo doesn't want to let him have it, but he will have to. He dropped a Remnant. He has to walk out of the AoE. He has no mana left. He used everything he had to get here and nothing to get out.
What is this sequence? What is that sequence? I don't even understand. I don't think they understand.
That is not a practice play, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's not a strategic play call. That's just I have haste rune, let's go. They went. It almost worked. Unfortunately, Quinn gets a lot off that.
He did.
As he gets the kill on Emo, plus the Quinn on fly.
I mean, Ace got a lot out of it, too. He got a lot of experience just staying alive. He's now level 6.
Yeah, that kind of salvaged a lot of Gaiman's early game here. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. The aggression gives and it takes.
Live by the question mark, die by the question mark.
Got to get the power in here for both mids.
Emo, see if you can slight steal it. It is not top, so he will get it for free at bottom.
Dire's
A
middle
lot of stacks
tower
being
is
built
under
up on the
attack.
map right now. And a lot of heroes that can clear through it pretty fast.
Yeah, are they actually going to be able to save those stacks for the gyrocopter? Because
I don't know.
the Ember isn't the best at taking it. Maybe the Pango, maybe together.
I mean, they're all having relatively even games, so you probably give it to the gyro here.
But can they keep the stacks up long enough for the gyro to rotate over?
Yeah.
Nowadays, I feel like the invasions happen pretty early.
I don't think your Colts are worried about getting invaded. Their lineup is incredibly hard to push into. Going into ETAA Pango Ember is... There's no way you're doing it with Rasta Morta. It's just not happening in the early game.
Okay.
I think Gaiman are more worried about their stacks getting invaded with an aggressive Ember move, like we saw earlier.
Sure.
Gyro can connect to those plays. I think your Colts would have liked to have stolen more of these stacks and had those fights go their way. Instead, they find themselves down net worth here at the 9-minute mark.
Watson, good read. Back farming his way through, gets past the dangerous area of the map. You Colt brothers were swarming in from every side. Not be able to catch the carry lacking, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Level 6 is up on Malady. So we'll see if they want to try and pressure tower out of this, because right now, attempted Burrow Strike. They will drop the wards on the mid tower. They're losing their safe lane. They want to get something in return for it. The Colt brothers will bring back Bobica. Bobica will start dealing with the wards.
Easy ward cleanup, honestly. That's a pretty nice gold injection for him. It's not getting much else on the map.
That's true.
10-minute power room.
Once again, hoping that it's bottom. Not this time, though.
Oh, that's a nice one. Little shield rune action. Quinn, that makes him really invincible on the map. Let's see who takes the stack. Is it Emo? Yes.
Yes, sir. So that'll take a little extra help from the supports, but where's Bobica going? Why doesn't he stick around? He shouldn't, out of anybody, shouldn't he want the experience for level 6? Get the Elder Titan trash out of here. He doesn't need his 6.
His ult's fine, too.
There's no Ice Blast, to tell you that.
Well, they're going to give mid lane to Bavoka, right? So if he gets mid lane, then Ollie needs something somewhere.
Could have had both. Ollie on the run. Quinn missed the Burrow Strike. Just a little shy.
Ooh, that's embarrassing. Ooh. that's going to be in highlight reels for a long time for Quinn.
Welcome to your live stream fails moment, Quinn.
He's not
You've been there a few times.
I mean, you miss a Burrow Strike on a support in the jungle. That's brutal.
An Elder Titan at that. Well, Blink Dagger's coming in. Game and Gladiators are going to smoke under the very deep mid ward, though. So this move should be read by you Colt brothers.
That doesn't mean
Fly's already backing up. Don't farm that ancient camp. Oh no.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, he's good.
He's heaping. Away he goes just before Quinn spots him.
Perfect timing as Fly is read the map. Immaculate. Hammer arrives for the Dusa. The towers are going to start getting pushed. You got to find trade-offs here if you are your Colt Bros, or you just got to smoke and fight them back. You do have this Ice Blast available.
Yeah, they've got spells ready to go.
Kind of just standing around, honestly.
Yeah, what are they stacked on the mid lane for? It's it feels like almost one of those plays where it's like, guys, let's smoke, but then they realize they don't have a smoke.
I mean, they technically are still waiting for that smoke that they saw to pop somewhere, but Would have expected them to make a move of their own. This feels a little clunky. They're still just standing around in this jungle. Defusal arrives to the Pango. Beyond most farmed hero in the game, tied with that gyro. He's having a way better time than this game 1.
This is definitely far from being smooth and efficient. And now they're trying to settle on like diving the death trap that is the Radiant Tier 2. We've seen this one a few times, Avery.
There's no way you go for that one. Way rather fight around Tier 1 mid or a river or a staircase for this Pangolier. Malady just wards mid tower.
He's going to make a run for it. And the Ember will catch him. Was it worth it, Malady?
Definitely not worth it.
I don't know, man. He kind of brought all of these heroes along. I guess he's feeding away Serpent Wards again.
That's a lot of gold. It's effectively 500 plus gold. Fly Watson battle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And finally, the smoke move comes out from Yakult Bros. Ready to brawl with this Pangolier strength right now. No one is touching Beyond in the
This
fight.
was kind of a dead area before. Why do they think it's not going to be a dead area now? Okay, Watson, Ice Blast under the tower. It clips him. And with the split chains, they actually get him. That was well played.
That was
well
pretty clean. That was, give him credit, Austin. That was pretty clean.
I think I already did give him credit. Meteor Hammer, Ace will start going to work, though. And he'll take the mid tower for that exchange.
They really have shut down Sven in this game. He had a really rough laning phase. That kill puts him even farther behind. This gives your Gyrocopter a lot of room to operate. Like, he's going to be king of that man fight for a while, especially with the stacks being given over to Fly. He got a big chunk of that Ancient stack earlier. Not where you want that Sven to be. Armor will be nice in the fight for the Sand King. Useless for the Medusa. It's kind of like a mediocre Sven utility game in some ways. Not that good for the Morta either, who just goes into ult.
Yep.
So as much as the armor is usually good versus Gyro and Ember, you have two heroes that kind of don't need it.
That's why Game of Gladiators are going to have to play much more around Ace for the foreseeable future. Rodovato's Gorgon's Grass.
I mean,
there's a chance.
There's no chance. What are you on?
Apparently I'm smoking the same stuff Game of Gladiators are.
No, they're just poking him. They understand the method of the play.
That is not true. Malady was sitting there, waiting to go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Halfway to Aghanim Scepter for Quinn. He does have his level 12, so level 2 Epicenter is up. They got plenty of team fight.
Really shocked the Cobalt. Okay. Tormentor.
That's true. Game of Gladiators are playing so far deep on the dire side of the map, they can't actually be here for Tormentor.
Oh, they got the unwanted shard here, but what can you do? That's the downside. I think that's the biggest downside of ET, honestly.
Bad shard.
Sucks up this shard and it's just dead net worth. Tilda very, very late game.
Is it just me, or is this a pattern from Game of Gladiators that they do not really play for the Tormentor? At least the first one.
I think that's fair to say. Maybe the biggest factor is just trying to play through Quinn around
Epicenter catch it. They hit him with the Burrow Strike. The calling to follow it up. Is that enough? A dead shot pushes him into another silence. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though. Emo is saved. And now a stomp into an Ice Blast. Hits on 3. And the Earth Splitter cuts in from behind. They will mow them down one by one. Quinn will barely get away.
I told you all, this is not the lineup you want to try and aggressively push into. There's so much easy turnaround potential.
They paid the price for sure.
Beautiful turnaround from the Yakult Bros. The weird thing is they're not really gaining much on the map right now.
Radiant's middle tower
It's a struggle to eke out a net worth advantage. They kind of needed that.
Yeah, it feels like in the downtime, they are much more inefficient than Game of Gladiators.
Emo is just not pushing waves aggressively. He's kind of trying to like tank the smokes like that or take some of the bad farm. It's the Pango and the Gyro cleaning up a lot of the stacks and the free lanes. It's falling behind. if you're not getting team fights for this Ember where he can enable this AAET support duo,
Dire's middle tower
he's
is
just
under
not going to farm
attack.
as fast as all these heroes with innate cleaves. Probably feels awkward for him right now. You'd like to fight more with this Pango Ember if you can, but Gaimin are dodging you. They give you a fight there, but you can't collect on a big core kill. Ace is super far. I mean, this has to be a punish.
It is going to be a punish of sorts. Ace, all he has to do is Stone Gaze. Beyond's still going to chase after him, though. He's got Stone Gazed on the edge of it, though. Still going to chase after him between the missile and Emo coming in. This is going to be an awkward fight. Malady looks pretty in a bad spot.
This looks pretty bad for Gaimin, but the one thing is they have this Sand King behind the play with amp damage.
Ooh.
Yeah, so he has level 2 Epicenter amp damage. We'll see how this goes. There's going to be a stomp.
Yeah, you Colt brothers, you got to be careful here not to stack too much. Watson's going to come in, try and draw some attention. Here comes that Epicenter. Quinn will finally throw it out, goes for the Bro Strike, clips onto the Gyrocopter, standing on top of him, trying to burn him down. Can he do the final bit of damage? He cannot. Fly lives through it.
What was that? Just walked it off with a single Glimmer Cape?
It really did. That's all it took.
Did he get hit by Mage Slayer?
And now Watson's going to get kited around. Not even kited so much as they were easily able to focus him down. God strength or no.
There was no Mage Slayer hit on that Sand King. He just got Glimmer Cape. And it was enough for the Gyro with his 2k HP to walk it all off. That is absurd. That's an amp damage level 2 Epicenter.
Yeah, he got the majority of that Epicenter on top of him. Right?
He missed,
couple pulses.
He missed like the first 3, but the Glimmer's out by now. Man.
Crazy.
It's another fight for your Colts.
Oh, you know what it was? It was his Vampiric enchantment. He was getting a lot of lifesteal off of that.
That helps. Definitely helps. Big fight for your Cult Bros. They needed it in this game. Needed it for Emo, and they need to keep accelerating this Gyrocopter. Who is now going to have a pretty fast BKB here. Wi-Fi making the pick work.
They're doing a good job of not giving any freebies to the Medusa. Quinn, meanwhile, being hunted.
He might be in trouble.
He's got a ward. He's going to spot as the smoke pops.
Blink Dagger.
Tumbler Toy, Burrow Strike up in his second. He's going to Burrow Strike back to his tier 2. But does that save him? The Mist is going to chase after him. And they will be able to mow him down underneath the tier 2. No problem. Just too many heroes. Meanwhile, back to mid. Ollie. Well, he's been trying to collect these waves. A stomp attempted, but they sidestep it. And still find the kill.
Radiant structures.
Sand King's the bigger prize. Go straight into the tier 2 here. Some big tower damage. This is just more gold for the Gyrocopter, making Watson's life even harder when we go into these later fights. Ace wants to defend.
Yeah, this is I
guess you
not
can.
the easiest contend, but it'll work for now.
They're looking for the flank right now. This fourth's coming through from the back.
Catching Bulbica would be fantastic. They have this Blink Dagger from Watson. Trying to go after the Pango. He gets silenced. Dead shot doesn't land. The quick pick off on the Pango goes wrong, and now they have to retreat for fear of the Rolling Thunder.
Did not get a connection. You don't have Sand King to help you start that fight. Your Rasta doesn't have the Blink Dagger yet.
And if you don't make something happen soon, especially with this Aghanim Scepter on the Sand King, you're going to be facing against a Gyrocopter with BKB. And that's probably not a team fight that you win, frankly.
And Emo's starting to take more waves, so it's going to scale up a bit here. You got to start finding some stuff with these God Strengths. I don't think you can just... Maybe you can farm till spend BKB and take that Roche contest. But there's a decent chance your Colts force the Roshan with the Gyro's timings.
Yeah, there should be like a free 5-minute window for them to kind of do whatever they want.
And as much as Sand King and Medusa are good at these kind of objective-based fights, ETAA Pango is... Gyro is so much AoE and AoE control.
Can't believe Emo's the lowest net worth core.
I said he was playing super sacrificial for a long time. Now he's starting to play a little greedier with the farm he's taking, but he really gave a lot to Fly early on. Just felt like he didn't need a lot in the early game, which I kind of agree with, and he can still easily recover here. More important to accelerate that gyro.
It definitely helps that Beyond is not too far behind either. Like, that's another hero that can scale up for your Colt brothers, so...
Oh, absolutely he can scale in this game, especially versus the Dusa with the mana burn. You get Nags, Octarine, Basher here, you're going to be a menace against this Sven as well.
Ooh, blink backwards, Watson. Just finished off that creep camp in time. Wasting a bit of your Colt brothers' timing here. They've got their BKB, and the Sven BKB is not done yet. So you Colt brothers will take the mid-tier 1 tower with this.
So now it's a question of, yeah, do you force the Roche? Oh no, they didn't re-smoke, never mind. Yeah, they just forced the Roche here, I think. Not afraid of too much. You're only afraid of getting mega epicentered in here. As long as you scout the hills and don't let Quinn get near the pit. Fly should do just fine here. As Radiance for the Dusa done. They're actually scared of committing for this.
They have this high ground ward area. It looks like they want to try and get the pick off on Tofu first.
I think you just Roche here. It's not that slow.
Yeah, for sure. Just being too hesitant. Game of Gladiators are getting a lot around the map right now.
Yeah, you see the Shaman farming top. It's not as if Gaimin are completely all off the map.
Yeah, Tofu's like, they have to be in the pit. Finally going to go back to it.
And it's because they saw Watson on triangle with that ward.
Oh, yeah.
That gives them the confidence here. Did lose a minute. Not insignificant as you see the net worth climb for Gaimin. Getting a lot. So now you're going to have to get something with this Aegis.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Well, I guess the question then is, what is the best way to get the most out of this Aegis timing then?
Tier 1 top, Tier 2 top, plus a catch. That's what I'm looking at. I really want to catch a core hero in this period.
Yeah, Quinn's not making it easy on them. He's already cutting the waves. TP out before Emo gets there.
That was all his mana. His resources are gone right now. I don't think you can group this much with the Aegis. You have to let
Don't let Malady kill this wave.
Oh, no way. You have to push aggressive with Gyro here and look for the pickoff with everybody else.
Dire's middle tower.
Because Gaimin are just going to split. They're going to farm everything on the map. They're not going to group.
Did you see that? He saw the gate channeling. He was like, uh-oh.
Radiant's top tower is under
I'll go through the gate as well. So Malady and Beyond will swap places. They're just all backing Fly, but Game of Gladiators are just moving to the other side of the map. Wherever the gyro is, they go somewhere else.
Their read on this is wrong. I don't think Gaimin are interested in fighting this Aegis gyro, which means you should be trying to catch elsewhere. Let this gyro play alone and make the bluff.
is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now that the BKB is now done for the Sven, so fighting is an option for Game of Gladiators. We'll see if they actually choose to do so, though. Probably feels like an unnecessary risk unless something presents itself.
They are really playing like they're about to get jumped.
Yeah, they're
in the they're in upper Roche pit as if Gaimin are smoking in the river or something. It's ultra defensive formation. This is not turning into a good Aegis period.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, at this rate, they're going to lose a tower bottom from Watson. God Strength goes to work, takes it.
Dire's bottom tower.
This is a wild amount of space to be giving right now if you are your Copros. We'll finally TP this gyro bottom and let him kick people out of this area. But this is not a move to kill. It's just a map rework. He's only going to kill one wave? This is... You're just trading farm. You're just trading farm, and Gaimin are They're super happy.
Wave's not even going to push in because Quinn's going to quickly backstab the creep wave. So another wave is going to push into the tier 2. Just being outmaneuvered heavily. Yakult brothers are working on towards some other timings here. Aghanim Scepter almost done for Beyond, and a BKB for Emo. So maybe part of it is that while they have one core that's really strong, they want to make sure their other cores are in fighting shape for this next engagement.
I still think they could have gotten more out of the map, though.
I agree.
Gaming are in full dodge mode and you're not getting a network advantage. You're doing something wrong.
Another smoke up.
Man. But
it's not looking optimistic.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, look where you're smoking from.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You can play for double shrines, which they will be able to get. Game of Gladiators are not going to fight over that.
Something, I guess. It's the most you got in this Aegis period is you're down 3K net worth. Ag for the Pango is you are still scaling.
Yeah, it's not the worst, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
inefficient. Fly.
Definitely.
Last minute on this Aegis will take the tier 2.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Everybody's going to get their BKBs for that next fight. But you will not have Aegis for it. As it's BKB for everybody who's probably going to get one in this game. All 4 of the big cores.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think the next biggest item is probably this Basher on the Pango, with the fact he has the Ags. Really nice Basher game versus the Sven and the Sand King, who both are BKB dependent. Beyond can absolutely give Yakult Pros some extra scalability here. Scotty for them, I do.
Pull out Scotty Dusa against a ranged carry.
Yeah, I like this pickup.
This is going to get real rough.
This is not a hero that Yakult Pros want to force damage into early in the fight. And if he just stands there and Scotty hits this gyro, it's debilitating.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very obnoxious hero for Yakult Pros to fight into right now, as Gaiman are the ones smoking and looking for the catch. They have a lot of Blink Daggers. They have an Ags Morta for easy follow-up. They have an amp damage again on Quinn. Still level 2 Epicenter, not level 3, but he is dealing a lot of DPS right now. You find the jump on anybody,
Radiant's top
they're gone. Emo, that is not where you want to throw your remnants, son. He's going to run them back into him.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, boy.
His escape plan from this top lane could land him in the hands, or maybe he's just going to chain stun. BKB goes up before the shackle. Malady doesn't get it off in time. Oh my god, he thinks his remnant is perfectly safe. He's going to go back to this remnant. He's trying to get the kill on the Shadow Shaman first. Okay, maybe he just dies here. Nope, now he jumps the remnant. Now he instantly dies.
What is that, dude?
I don't know, man. It was like he was 100% dead, then he was 100% alive, and then he was going to be dead again, and then he didn't even kill himself the way he thought he were going to kill himself.
I mean, Gaiman definitely messed that play up, but I guess Emo messed it up more.
He really did.
They get rewarded. Big Ember pickoff. I guess the upside for him is he's kind of low level, so he's not dead for that long.
Yeah, is that why he didn't farm so much? Don't worry, guys. Low death time.
Such an odd game from Yakult Pros. It's felt super defensive.
Yeah, what happened to all this aggression that was promised?
Has fallen.
You gotta remember, this is the same game where they were diving that tier 1 with Gyro, level 4.
Yeah, man.
Just like, go, 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 go. Haste through an Ember in, he dies. And then we're just in this don't do anything farm for 10 minutes over an Aegis period, as if we're just gonna completely outscale you. Which is just not true. It's not a guaranteed outscale in this game by any means.
No, especially if you're going to give Game of Gladiators a large net worth lead, which it is building into one, 6,000. A game that Yakult Brothers had the lead for most of the game.
It's slipping away from him right now.
The first real big damage item comes in for the Sven. Daedalus complete. It's going to go back for the Harpoon.
He can absolutely chunk this Gyrocopter right now. Butterfly will come out very shortly for Firefly. That helps.
That'll be a window, but we also said the BKB timing was a window, and
yeah,
so was the Aegis.
He has not used BKB yet in this game. He's going to need that duration, because if Gaiman gets a Parasma on the Dusa plus Shiva's on the Sand King, now their magic damage and the amp goes through the roof. You're worried about the Sven physical. You're worried about Stone Gaze on the Medusa, wasting your BKB duration. Gonna have to do some heavy lifting
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
as a full team in terms of the spell execution here.
Another objective maybe to be claimed. The Cult Brothers teleporting back. They will not get here in time.
Butterfly for the... I mean, this has to be a point where you try and force the fight. You're giving a tier 2 away right as your gyro hits his best timing in this game. It's Gaiman who are going to smoke into your Cult Bros with a Roche spawn potentially available. Maybe just a defensive smoke to try and hold the river.
The Spirit does hit a couple of heroes there, so Cult Brothers should know the positioning of Game and Gladiators. No, they're smoked up, and Emo still gets caught by it. You had the Spirit on them. Oh, Fly gets trapped by the Serpent Wards. So he can't even run after them. Nice stomp on two. Fly's going to try and run down some heroes. Ice Blast going to land on the two of them. Quinn, he managed to burrow strike back. Tofu, he's going to fall though. Not quite as lucky. Meanwhile, Fly being challenged by Watson. Slowed down by the Scotty. He turns around, throws a couple of flag-handed Maladies back into play. Hit him with the shackles. He gets stomped, but Watson still able to deliver the killing blow against the carry.
And Nemo, he bought back for this fight.
And it is not a fight he's going to win. It's a fight he can barely escape from. He's stuck. He's going to TP out.
That's just not the bait play that does anything for you. I can see a world where if you bait and you insta-buy back and you win the fight, you get Roche, it's worth it. But he's so far up away from the team, they get nothing out of him baiting, right? The Shaman doesn't die for having gone in first. You're not getting a big return. The best thing you got was that stomp on two, and that was just... I mean, you just got that because you got it, you know?
Yeah.
Not the team fight your Cult Bros were looking for. That gyro lived a long time with Butterfly Satanic. You still couldn't turn it around.
Yeah, nothing was stopping Watson in that fight, that's for sure.
Also, the Stone Gaze was super on point. It hit all three cores and completely disjointed that fight. Froze the Pango in his tracks.
And now he's got a Parasma coming in.
Yeah, the damage is going to start to really pick up here for Gaiman. It can't help but feel like your Cult Bros missed their window with this lineup, and now they are in big trouble. They're likely going to lose this Roshan as it slowly walks top into the arms of Gaiman Gladiators. Smoking just for good measure, but there's no contest here.
Yeah, they're going to push out, look for you Cult Brother heroes. Possibly not finding anything, though maybe.
Or
go after Fly. He's got BKB, but they're going to try and catch him. Hex first. Follow up. Watson putting in the damage. Burrow Strike Epicenter. They've got him. Easily killed. They're clean up Bobica as well. Caught in by the Harpoon. The Pango still wants to go in with the Ice Blast on the Sven. Maybe they can get a turnaround kill. They will manage to get him at least. Stone Gaze will not protect them. The Cult Brothers will be able to back up to their base. Little punishment. 2 for 2 split somehow.
Honestly, not a bad outcome for your Cult Bros at all. They will take this Sven every day of the week because he's so high level. He's dead for a long time here, and that delays the Roche that I think Gaiman could have just taken for free.
Probably, yeah. It now puts Ace as the highest net worth hero in the game. The Dusa is top of the board.
Yeah, he's massive. 007. The KDA does not tell the tale of his impact in the fights. It's just a brick wall that they cannot go through. He takes his Aegis. Probably Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Ace is a brick wall. No need to reinforce that.
He might take it, though, just because he's so far. Like, he can hit the high ground on this Dusa. It's not that slow.
Yeah, he dropped the slot for it, so I guess it is going to him. All right, we'll see if they actually siege some buildings with this Dusa. Shiva's complete for Quinn, so his survivability still goes up a hefty amount.
Gaiman are in control right now. The only way you're going to win this game as your Colpros is if you scale your 2 other cores beside this gyro. And you abuse the fact you have Elder Titan and can take this ultra late.
Well, Emo is definitely not scaling.
No, he's not right now. That Sven kill helped, honestly, though. We'll get him to another item here after that buyback mid. And the Pango did get to Basher. Still a pretty good Pango game. I do think this game is winnable in the ultra late. If you get items on all 3 cores here.
Yeah, they also have very strong supports.
Exactly.
For a late game. Ancient Apparition, Elder Titan.
The fact you have those means this Sven, he can't go Satanic. He can't play this ultra late game heavy sustain build. Dusa's not the highest burst damage hero. You can kite her around. Like there are routes to win this game ultra late. But you're gonna have to survive the next 10 or 15 minutes here, or Gaiman just decide to try and push the high ground. And that is very tough. Pure Cloak for Ace as well. That is a super nice pickup. Someone is not going to like that having... Someone is not going to like having it put on them in the fight. Put that way.
Yeah, the hero with like 8,000 effective HP.
Only 1 Overseal totem. Oh.
Malady did not get the Blink Hex on the Gyrocopter Fly. Lucky to survive, largely because it's nighttime.
Yeah,
Daytime vision, he definitely would have been spotted.
There's still no BKB TP cancel outside of Stone Gaze, which, I mean, super unlikely you're getting caught by the Dusa in this game. So
sure.
You can just BKB split push this map. But you are worried about the insta-hex from Malady jumping out from the trees. It's been a big factor this game.
Shard for Quinn, level 25 for Watson.
I think Gaiman are showing how to use this Aegis a lot better. Like they parked this Aegis unkillable hero alone on the map, and they're playing with the kill squad farming up the other lanes. They're getting a lot more net worth during this period.
Yeah.
Maybe say it's easier to do with Dusa than Gyro a little bit, but I still think your Colts could have played that period a lot better.
Yeah, Emo just ran into Ace, and they know a large part of the team is in the bottom right corner of the map because the Tormentor died, and he immediately fled. It was like, nope. Don't want to do anything there. Beyond will manage to roll up and roll out, TPing away.
Still Malady pressuring the map. He's forcing heroes to base. He's threatening the deep lane shove. He's giving Gaiman map control. Stomp on the Dusa to slow her down.
Get a little bit of vision behind the siege. You Colt brothers setting up for it, but maybe not setting up fast enough. They come back now, but Fly isn't happy about it. Doesn't have his data list yet. Banner's going to be dropped. Got to deal with the wards. Got to deal with the banner. But the tier 3 is still going to fall.
Holding it for now. Scary high ground to commit to into this Pangolier ET. Not easy. Flat cannon hits off a front target. Ace is pushing it here.
About half mana. Nice dead shot.
Yeah, still looking for that level 20 on the Morta for the 2 charges. That would also be huge pickup here for Gaiman. Another stomp.
Malady went in, hit the hex. They're going to go for the Pango. Watson commits his BKB for it. They do not kill him. Now Beyond is going to respond with the Rolling Thunder. This is trouble for Gaiman Gladiators. Beyond almost dying as he Rolling Thunders through the Watson Sven, and they will manage to finish him off. Beyond, a sliver of HP does manage to swashbuckle up to the high ground, while Ace, sitting on the front lines, a dead shot lands. Gets the kill on the Pango. Fly slowed down to a crawl by Ace right now, while Emo needs a little help. Needs help getting back to the base right now. Stomp goes through, or Splitter goes out. Ace has to dodge that one. Completely out of mana, and Aegis about to expire.
Almost killed Tofu. We can see how tough these fights are for Watson once he goes in. He tried to burst the Pango, take that Basher off the field. He manages to survive. And that makes all the difference. You're able to chase him down. You rebuke this push. You do lose a Rax. You also lost Gem, right? Gem went to... No, they didn't. They recovered it. Okay. I guess not too bad in the end. for a very strong Aegis push.
Regeneration.
While he's dead, your Cult Brothers are going to push out to the ward they have earlier, take their Wisdom Shrine. Can they actually get out on the map, though? Start recovering some of this net worth deficit as they are down 21,000.
I also think we might be at the point where if you're Ace, you just go Divine Rapier here because you're level 25. You have your extra, you have such a big mana pool. You're so tanky. It's hard to see a world where you lose a fight where your cult's trying all in you. And therefore, you just want to deal as much damage as possible. It's going to go MKB instead. Maybe not a bad choice because you have to deal with evasion here. But I think that Divine Rapier is a little tempting.
Fly picks up a Disperser, trying to deal with this Medusa. That slow was pretty debilitating in that last fight. Refresher for Quinn.
Refresher
and
for Beyond.
Level 25 soon for the Epicenter Pulses. That starts getting dangerous.
This game is going late. A lot of scale for both teams. Just comes down to teamfight execution. If you can land some of these big spells. Particularly look for the dead shots from the Morta and the stomps from Molly. I feel like these are the two backline control heroes that really can make a difference over these long fights if you can land these spells on multiple heroes. It just sets up everything else for the rest of your team. Especially when you have Octarine, Ags, double dead shot. It's just...
yeah.
He might get picked off here, though.
I mean, this is the thing about it. Game of Gladiators have been split pushing and split farming, rather, for so long.
Yeah.
That this smoke running into Tofu doesn't actually give your Cult Brothers a goal.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Like, Game of Gladiators are farming 4 other parts of the map, and Tofu got a bunch of farm for the last 60 to 90 seconds, so.
I do like Malady just sitting top here. Just chilling.
Yeah, he's having a good time.
He has full BKB, by the way.
That's pretty nasty. Only thing to stop him from full shackle is Basher.
Earth Splitter, I guess.
Earth Splitter, maybe, yeah.
Or if Gyro just kills you with flak hits. There's 15-second cooldown on this flak for, was it 9 hits now? 10 hits, sorry. That's a lot of flak damage. He hits pretty hard. He's hitting for 400. Beefy boy, man. Should not underestimate this late game Gyro DPS. As Emo, has he found the pickoff of his dreams? Well, Quinn TP doesn't know where the Pango is.
Yeah, he's afraid of what could happen. He's going to teleport now and should be fine. No Pango around.
That was a good idea with the Earth Splitter, though. Just throwing it out. In case he TP's there, you get that cancel. You got to throw it really early. I like the heads-up play from Ollie, but Quinn will get out of there. Did have to pop the Refresher. Not insignificant. BKB on cooldown for 80, Refresher on cooldown for 2 minutes here.
Oh, yeah, I
and
didn't
Rose
realize
potentially spawning.
He BKB'd, Refresh BKB'd.
Yep.
Well, maybe a fast Roshan is an opportunity for you Cult Brothers.
This isn't open.
I kinda doubt it.
Big items on cooldown for the Sand King. You have to get through Ace, though, man. And this guy is...
Ace putting himself to the front lines, already breaking the smoke. They drop the ward on him.
They're gonna try and commit.
And Rolling Thunder, they're committing onto this Dusa. It's a tough kill. Already got him down to half mana, though. Watson comes in, starts challenging Fly. Ace is gonna be fine. He starts backing away. Fly kiting back Watson. Watson's the one to die. Couldn't get the kill on Emo. Meanwhile, the rest of the game, Gladiators trying to back out, but beyond. He's caught himself a Shadow Shaman. Ace is going to be run down by the Gyrocopter. Here comes that Epicenter, though. Quinn cleans up the Gyrocopter before Ace dies. Ace is still up. Beyond's trying to kill him next. He's not going to get him. Maybe Emo can. Emo gets the kill. But it's going to cost him dearly as he now gets hexed up. Chains onto 2. Quinn comes back into play. He gets dead shot. He's dead. 2 for 3 exchange in the end. All 3 cores have you Cult Brothers fall.
I think if your Colts are just happy with what they get there, that's not a bad exchange. But the fact they chase over-aggressive, Fly has nothing up going into that Epicenter, and he just gets demolished. That is the downside of trying to all-in this Medusa, man. It takes so damn long. I mean, Watson is like, he's not even a factor in this fight. He goes in and just gets melted.
Yeah.
I think that's a one fight where your Colts, they can back up, they can heal, they can look for the Roshan. But instead, they push it to the limit, and they pay dearly with all of their cores.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Quinn will try and punish them for not strong enough to take the Roche, but can hit the tier 3 a bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ollie trying to hit him with the stomp. Is anybody going to have to buy back on your Colt brothers for this?
I mean, Gyro doesn't even have it. You have it on the other 2 cores.
Ice Blast going to land on Quinn. Maybe Quinn dies.
Yeah,
he's got BKB,
dead.
but he's dead.
What is that?
And this play is what that is.
He took 1,600 damage from the tower.
Well, you shouldn't get stomped.
I mean, can you get to the pit in time? Probably not.
Yeah, with the Ice Blast used for the kill on the Sand King.
You have an Ags on CT as well, man. Kind of some pocket scale coming out here. Yeah, you get an Aegis, but honestly, this is probably the worst guy to get the Aegis for gaming in a way. I think he's the least impactful of your 3 cores at this point.
Yeah, he might be.
He has to spend. Emo likes what he sees. It's like, I would have died like that too.
Damn, Tofu's kind of scaling up here. Octarine, Aghanim Scepter, soon to be level 25.
I mean, he's ahead of Emo.
He is ahead of Emo.
He's super farm.
He's catching up to Beyond.
I'm telling you, this is where you go to refresher for that quad shot quick revolver. Bam, bam, bam. Brrr.
To see just how fast of a draw Tofu is.
Goes Blink instead. Extra maneuverability. Already has the Boots of Travel, plus an Ogre Seal Totem, plus a Force Staff. So much mobility on this Morta. Dies in an instant if you ever catch him. But can you catch the Ghost? Unlikely. Did get a Refresher Shard out of that Roche as well. So I guess this Aegis on Watson means a little bit more. He can die once, use BKB God Strength, put the Refresher and come back, get another BKB God Strength. Might catch your Cult Bros off guard. And they only have 2 buybacks available, and one of them is the Pango. That's the only good buyback they have right now.
Playing with a Shield Rune. Malady, he got the Hex on Emo, but it doesn't matter. Malady has already committed his position. He'll die for it. Quinn committed his Epicenter, but didn't really get much for it. Fly lost a little bit of his HP, but he still has the Satanic to work with. They're going to dance back away from the Dusa. They made the mistake of overcommitting on this hero before. Fly, he's going to commit to it now. Goes in. Rolling Thunder hits right as Watson jumps in. Fly still alive. He's kiting backwards. And Watson's coming back on a second life, but Fly will die to the Epicenter again. Quinn, his damage from his Epicenter is too much for the Gyrocopter. Still, though, in order to get the Sand King kill, Watson coming back in on his second life with God Strength BKB. This time, Watson will survive and wipe out the rest of you Colts brothers.
That second life Refresher Shard did so much work for him there. But I beg the question again, why are they committing on Ace this much?
They can't stop themselves, man. They can't help it.
It feels so close to them being able to win that fight. If they commit on Ace to bait the reinitiation from gaming and they reset, then go back in, right? Dodge some of this Epicenter, some of this second Sven life, respecting that Aegis. Again, maybe the Refresher Shard on Watson caught them off guard. They didn't expect this second God Strength BKB, but he had it. And once more, they just lose the fight for committing onto this Medusa. The Snake is too tempting. It has charmed them.
Her wily ways, man. They can't help it.
All 3 cores on the sideline for 40 seconds here. All 5 buybacks are available for you.
Oh, hit him with the Lotus Orb with a buyback.
And the sleep on the Deuce.
And now the stomp onto. Oh, it's beautiful. Your Cult brothers bait in gaming Gladiators.
They should get everybody here.
Stone Gaze will not save you here. Ace.
Dude, this is a game of throws and a half, man. Like, I mean, George R. R. Martin just had his next novel written. Like, this is
finally. Winds of Winter can be completed.
A song of Quinn and Emo back and forth with the high ground throws, as now it is your Cult Bros' turn to run it down the lane. Did cost them double buyback, but they're going to have to commit something there. And you gave them a lot. Now, will they
just manage to kill the wave?
Will they throw now? That's the question. As a Hex arrives for Vivoka, he's been a menace with this utility on the AA. They are going to push it. This is bold, because if you push here, game and buy, they win a fight, the game is over. And there are buybacks available for Gaming Gladiators. Everybody but the Shaman.
Ice Blast is going to try and scout something. It sees Tofu, and here comes Emo.
Of course
As
he's
they
in.
hit the stun, Emo is in, committed with his BKB. Tofu managed to get off his ultimate, but the missile will run him down. Emo gets the last bit of damage through his remnants to finish him off.
They're gaining some momentum here, going for the kill.
Going after another one. Quinn chasing after him with a Rolling Thunder, but this time, Gaming Gladiators is aware of Yakult Brothers prone to aggression. Quick burrow strike to the side will dodge that. X out. Lotus Orb. They'll protect Fly. Watson's back up in 5.
No
Ace
way
in
push.
10. Yakult Brothers will have to give this up.
They got more than I thought they were going to get with some nice aggressive goes, but it's way too hard to linger around there. No Aegis, no buybacks on 2 of your cores. You know the buybacks are available for Gaimin. As this Dusa will buy a full BKB. He's tired of getting slept and controlled. Though I will say it's kind of been working out for him.
Yeah, it has.
So maybe you want to get slept.
Yeah, I would try and make myself a little less intimidating, if anything.
I think the real threat is the Sand King. We saw it in the games earlier today.
Yeah.
This late game Sand King with the Refresher, Shiva, Ags, Epicenter with the Talons is just straight destructive. You have to respect the turnaround potential Quinn can offer in the fights. You can't overextend, you can't chase, and Gaimin are absolutely going to try and abuse the front line here with that Ace is providing. They know this Dusa is going to stand tall for a long time.
Do they, Avery? Do they know that?
I mean, he's
Does
done
Yakult
so far.
Brothers know that?
Yakults do not. Gaimin does. I think the only way you bring him down more swiftly in this game is a full Bloodthorn on somebody.
High ground vision on Watson. And with that,
just dead.
I think he's dead.
Yeah, it takes nothing to kill him in this game.
You hit him with one Ice Blast, he's already done. Malady, he's making a run for it, but Beyond still catches up to him as well. Chain stunned out. Double kill for Emo. Now they're going after Ace.
Their nemesis, though. You want to commit.
He pops the BKB. Are they really going to chase after a BKB Dusa?
I've seen this
Fly is
before.
thinking about it. Okay. Mercifully, they will back away.
They've learned their lesson. Nobody baits Yakult Bros 3 times. I mean, honestly, when you're hitting Dusa, all you should be thinking about is not Medusa. You should be thinking, where's the Sand King?
Yes.
Because that's the biggest problem for you in this game.
This Dusa is just a big walking blade now, and it's activated by Quinn.
But Gaimin have run into the issue, which is this ultra late team fighting against this support duo. And the Basher Pango, this Sven is worthless. He can't do anything in the fights.
Oh yeah, he's bad.
And this is a big liability because we've seen offlane Dusa falter in these ultra late games to carry the game.
Another scouting Ice Blast. It spots Quinn, and Emo, of course, will say, I'm not beyond jumping into your tier 4s. Tier 4, falling fast. Ace trying to put a stop to it.
Not
they jump
again,
onto
dude.
the Dusa.
Not again.
Half HP. Here comes that Epicenter, and once again, Fly in trouble.
You got out.
Quinn, he wasn't able to finish him this time around, though. The Satanic BKB keeps Fly alive.
Brother, why?
Apparently,
why?
You can. Bait in Yakult Brothers 3 times in a row.
They just keep doing. The damage hasn't changed in any capacity. They haven't gained any ability to burst this Dusa. It's not like suddenly you have a Diffusal Phantom Lancer in the lineup. It's like, oh, now we have the DPS. Nothing has changed. There's no Divine Rapier. There's no Bloodthorn.
Look, Avery, they've been sent on a mission by Athena herself. You will slay that Medusa.
It is their final boss. It is the ultimate challenge. Can you resist? A team built off pure aggression. Can you resist? Can you have the discipline to not kill an enemy hero? It's the final test for Yakult Bros. I just don't know if they can overcome it, Austin.
Their aggression, it won't let them stop. They have to go with the hero.
They have no choice. Fly telling his team, I want to. My mind is telling me one thing. My body
is telling me no, but my body, my body's telling me yes.
I must hit this Dusa.
Into the Roshan pit. Emo first in line.
I mean, his buyback is up in 2 minutes. You try and stall this out for that to return. Would be so nice to have it back here, especially on this Ember. Keep the Hex that Baboka has in mind. Could be a huge item in this next fight, as well as that Aeon Disc unassembled for Beyond.
Gaming Gladiators are trying to wrap up to the side here. They're going to run into Beyond. Beyond, the smoke breaks on both sides. Who goes first? Malady. Malady goes first, pops his BKB. Doesn't find what he was looking for. He's going to get bashed. He has to drop the Serpent Wards. They may just have to leave him behind here. Force staff down to the low ground. The Mist is going to chase after him. A refresh. Beyond. Roll up right on top of him. Now they're rolling Thunder. And the stake stands between Gaming Gladiators and Yakult Brothers. Yakult will not go for ace yet. Quinn thinking about that epicenter.
That was a refresher. Pango, double rolling Thunder. You got the Shaman, but he has buyback. So you can't force anything here. Oh, Emo.
Emo has an Aeon Disc. It's been popped now. Chase after the Sand King. The Sand King. It's a massive kill, and they do kill him fast when they can get on top of him. On the left-hand side, Emo chasing after Tofu. He's been a nuisance as well. Earthsplitter's going to block him off, so Tofu has to stay on the low ground. Can't retreat up to high.
Go out, Emo
has
in.
To dodge away from Emo.
Mana.
Emo's going to chase after him. Nice dead shot. Push him past the 2, but slight chains. Now he pops the BKB, running out of mana. Ogre Seal Totem, that's all he's got left. Oh, 20 mana, and he's got a Force Staff as well. Trying to get away. Blink out just before the Remnant hits him.
That's Roche for Yakult Bros if they want it.
If they want it, will they back up for it? They will.
What a win for them. Some nice stomps from Ollie. A very clutch Hex from Baboka with Quinn showing on that mid wave. Just briefly.
Gonna try and catch him slipping though. Don't think this Roche is free.
Is this a play? Doesn't he instantly get blown up by this gyro?
He's got God Strength. 2, 1. The dead shot hits him midway through. Another one going after him. Watson spotted. Pops BKB. Goes after the Ancient Apparition. He dies so damn